Welcome, one and all, to the home of British motorsport for the second day of our BARC with TCR UK, Civic Cup, Formula Libre that are currently out there on circuit doing their qualifying, and the JSCC, of course, the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Those are the cars that are behind me right now, and if you tuned into the Saturday's action and you made it all the way to the last race, you were in for an absolute cracker, because the Junior Saloon Car Championship is what we finished with yesterday, and it's what we begin with today. Now, yesterday's race was actually Brands Hatch, which they ran out of time for at Brands Hatch, so they put it onto the Silverstone package, but it had nothing to do with qualifying. It had nothing to do with this race in particular, about the starting positions or anything like that. Josh Salvador did take the race win on the road, Lightning McQueen, but he was given a 5-second penalty. I believe the other driver that was given a 5-second penalty was Butler as well, so they fell down to 4th and 5th place respectively. Oliver Kerr is starting on pole position, but he finished last yesterday, a full lap down, which means I haven't been able to. I was hoping to grab a chat with him on camera now before we go out, but they've jumped into the cars, which means we might not be able to have a word with them. It was an absolute cracking day yesterday. The TCRs are back, the Miltek Sports Civic Cup are back. We had the Equipe 70s. Today we have the Equipe Sports Prototype. Really looking forward to seeing how those guys get on. And I've just been chatting to the Formula Libre guys. Their cars are looking spectacular. So if you're into your classic car racing, if you're into your modern car racing, if you're into juniors, into touring cars, we have got you covered here. Of course, there is plenty more going on, but before I jump into doing interviews down the grid or anything like that, I want to give you a bit of an update of one of the charities that we're actually in connection with this weekend. It's the Retinoblastoma Awareness Week. Sorry, it's a hard word to remember, to be honest, but it's a fantastic charity, and they're doing a lot for basically a rare eye cancer that is in children under 5. About 50 people get diagnosed with it every single year. There are links in the bio. There are videos going to be played through the lunch break and everything like that. So if you do have a couple of minutes, please do go and have a look at the amazing work that they are doing, because they are a fantastic charity, and one of the production team has a close relation that is affected by it. So we want to make sure that we give as much awareness to that as possible. And thank you to the BARC for letting us have that connection with such an amazing charity. Right, on to the drivers. So we're going to try and have a little bit of a walk and just maybe interview some random people, because that's what we tend to do, and put our nose right where it's not deserved, I imagine. Now, Josh Salvador is starting in second place in this race. I'm not going to interrupt him because he is getting in the zone. So I'm going to talk to you, good sir. Is that all right? What's your name?
Andre.
Andre, fantastic. Now, I want to know a little bit more about what the result was yesterday, because obviously there was a bit of a disappointment after an amended result, I believe I've seen on TSL.
I'm not sure if it's been amended yet. We're still waiting for the. We've got to go in and see the stewards.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I saw on TSL, sorry, that had been amended. What's the controversy there then?
Controversy is one of his teammates appealed the decision, saying they gained an unfair advantage when they clearly didn't, and the actual teammate involved actually done exactly the same thing. They was all slightly off, actually weren't getting an advantage, all took the same line, so there's no advantage.
Right, okay.
So I don't know why his teammate's done that. So a bit shocked, really.
Okay, so that is yesterday's problem, though. Today, isn't it? What's the focus been like?
Today, no, it's all good. We're all good. We're just going to go for it. Obviously, just try to go for the win. If not, go for the best points you can.
Yeah, fantastic, great stuff, and an amazing looking livery. Whose idea was that?
That was Josh's.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, it's a great looking livery. Good luck for the race. Right, the cars are starting to get lined up. I can see the Libres are starting to come in. I want to see if I can just grab another interview, but everybody's flooding off of the pit lane at the moment. If you're wondering who your commentary team are, then my name is Jack Oliphant. I will be your presenter for most of the day. However, if you're here for the TCR or Civic Cup, well then Paul O'Neill will be your post-race presenter for them. We've got Andy McEwen, but the person who's following us through most of the day and has done all of yesterday as well, an absolutely brilliant job, is Paul Walsh in the commentary box. So it's absolutely fantastic to have him here. In fact, I'm going to throw over to Paul actually a little bit, and maybe he can talk us through a little bit of the schedule and everything before we get into the racing, before the Junior Saloon Car Championship, get out there and into assembly as well. So yeah, we'll shoot over to Paul Walsh to give you a bit more on the schedule for the rest of the day.
Thank Thank you, Jack. And well, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all here from the commentary booth at Silverstone. And well, it's a bit of a cloudy day today. Originally, we thought we were going to have a warm weekend, but it seems though the clouds have come on over. In fact, with it being cooler, we've got plenty of racing still to go to keep us nice and warm here. And we're kicking off very soon with the Junior Saloon Car Championships opening round of what is their Silverstone National Weekend. That'll be round number 10 of their championship, after which we'll then have the Miltek Civic Cup. We'll be in the Raw, or what we K20 engines down our Hondas, before making our way back to the BMW Minis, the Mini Challenge Clubsport powered by Airtech Motorsport. The TCR UKs will then see what will be their second race of this weekend at approximately 11 o'clock, after which we return to more Junior Saloon Car Championship, and then goodness me, we've got plenty more to come, including the classic racing car clubs, Formula Libre. Indeed, we'll be seeing the vintage Formula machines roaring around the circuit. They're absolutely incredible. If you're into your historical machinery, you're going to love that. At just gone 12:30 today. Well, the Track Action Racing Club, the more modern medley machines, that'll be at 1 o'clock, and then we've got what will be the final race of TCR UK's weekend at 2:10 this afternoon as they carry on their way, and then we'll have the Mini Challenge Clubsport returning at what will be just before 3 o'clock. Of course, all these times subject to change, and as always, things do try to run a little bit earlier every race weekend in order to make sure we can get all the schedule in case there's any unexpected yellow or red flags. But just a demonstration there of the whole mixture of racing we've got on the schedule, and there's even plenty more later in what is the afternoon as well, because after what is that first part of the schedule, of course, we do have plenty of the returns of more Miltek Civic Cup racing action. Also have the final race of the Junior Saloon Car Championship. We'll have the Equipe Classic Racing Sports Prototypes out there, and that's going to be scheduled for what will be 4:15, and then we do have the CRCC Formula Libre's second race of the weekend, and that will be all the way to wrap us up. But that's a flavour of our schedule then, ladies and gentlemen, and out there right now you can see what is our little Citroen Saxos there, as I am my words, and well, that is going to be, of course, what will be the Junior Saloon Car Championship, the JSCC's round number 10 here at Silverstone National. So, of course, just a reminder, as Jack mentioned only moments ago, the race you saw yesterday was an extra one that fitted into the schedule, but that was their round 6 on Brands Hatch Indy. Of course, we can't lift and shift the whole of the Brands Hatch Indy circuit and replace Silverstone National with it, so instead we decided to rerun that round because it was abandoned at the Brands Hatch, and we run it here at the Silverstone National circuit, and it was an incredible round of race and action there. Of course, we saw brilliant racing out on circuit. We saw post-race penalties applied there in order to essentially what was bring a halt to what was a couple of our winners in the end being demoted down with time penalties. But now everything returns to a bit of normality with regards to what will be the racing here, and the fact the grid will be set based on qualifying, and then it will be the scenario whereby once the grid's set on qualifying, we'll see the subsequent grids set based on the results of what will be the other parts of qualifying, including the second and third fastest qualifying laps. Now remember, this grid was set by the qualifying session, which was earlier on this weekend, back on Saturday, and it was the grid set based on the driver's fastest qualifying laps. And when we go to race 2 later today, it'll be on the driver's second fastest qualifying laps. And when we come to the third race of their weekend at Silverstone, it'll be the third fastest qualifying lap for them. But all the drivers look to be in position there, and I believe they have done their formation laps, so we will be getting that race start very shortly underway. And well, here's the grid for their first race of the day. So round 10 of the Junior Saloon Car Championship will line up like this. It'll be Oliver Kerr on pole position ahead of Josh Salvadori. Wilf Butler and Carl Wells will line up on row 2 ahead of Luca Maserati and Ollie Smith. On row 4 you've got Max Scharfegger and Lewis Stannard, with Lewis Austin and Martin Wright completing your top 10. Outside of that top 10 and looking further on down the order, we do have what will be the combination of Matthew Swatton and Joe Wood on row number 6. Timothy Leonard and Sherry Ann Powell line up on row what is number 7 there, and then we do have on row number 8 Tom Elgar and Leon Holly, and then we do have, last but not least, Lexi Powell, who will have a 10-second delay to Lexi's start, and that is due to a penalty that's been carried over from what was a previous event. And well, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, that's how the grid lines up. So all 17 odd drivers in position, and well, as we get set and ready to go racing here to open up this Sunday of the weekend, I think they've been given the call, and where is going to be the green flag lap there, so we do apologise. We thought we might be going to race start, we didn't quite see what the procedure was, so we will be getting to see our drivers make the way around once again, and well, in doing so they'll get to warm up those tyres, which will be lovely to see. And as they make the way on around there, well, the one thing, of course, with these Citroen Saxos VTRs, it is a single class race. It's all about of essentially trying to give these youngsters, and I should emphasise that they are young racers here. All of your drivers you see on screen are aged between 14 and 17, and this is their way to step from karting, which is most likely where they've begun their motorsporting journey, into car racing, or what is closed cockpit and closed wheel racing. It's in its 11th year, started in 2014, but the first champion being James Dorling. Now, why is that significant? Well, if you think about James Dorling, what has he gone on to do as a result of racing? Well, he's gone on to race in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain, British GT, and is now on the 2025 BTC Secret with Toyota Gazoo Racing. So he started his journey racing in Citroen Saxos, and he's made his way all the way to one of our major racing divisions in the UK. But as all the drivers get set and ready to go here, well, it's a short circuit, of course, Silverstone National, only 1.64 miles in length, or depending on your nomenclature, also 2.63 kilometres, and this focuses on the northern half of the circuit, where the original start-finish straight was when the circuit did open up to its Grand Prix layout in what was the 90s, if my historical mind is correct. You have 5 corners here, and all the corners being very heavily focused around what is medium to low speed corners. You do have multiple straights as well, and from speaking to the drivers yesterday when I had the chance to catch up with them, they're all saying to me the same thing, which is expect pack racing. We saw plenty of pack racing in what's the rescheduled Brands Hatch race to see us out yesterday evening, but of course now we're going to see even more pack racing as they get ready to go. But as all drivers make the way now down into what will be their last of their positions there, well, of course, you could be tuning in right now by one of 2 YouTube channels. You could be tuning in by the British Automobile Racing Club channel on YouTube, that's BARC TV on YouTube. Alternatively, you could be tuning in by the TCR UK YouTube channel, but either one you're tuning in via, we can see the chats there. Do feel free to let us know who you're cheering on over the course of the day, what you're excited for, and how you're doing today. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, here we go then, as all of our JSCC drivers get themselves into position. Well, of course, in the championship, it is going to be that big battle that's going on between our top 3 of the combination of Silverstone, who is leading the way in. Also, we do have Maserati being one of the other main contingents, but who's going to be leading coming out of today? That's going to be the big question. Well, the lights are on, ladies and gentlemen, and for the first race of this Sunday morning, we get the racing underway here as our junior saloon cars make the way up towards turn number 1, and where it's going to be a smooth start there by looks things on a Lightning McQueen machine as the 110 makes its way into turn number 1 side by side. Meanwhile, further back there, that's the 222 being passed by the number 70. The 70 making some progress there. Wolf Butler already up into second there, as we do see Kerr falling backwards, but as they now make the way in towards turn number 2 there. A bit of wind being picked up. Oh, goodness me, that is a big turnaround there. That's the number 42 who's gone on the round. I'm not quite sure what's happened to the 42 of Powell. We'll try and find out what's happened to Sherry-Ann Powell in due course, but making the way on through what is turn number 2. The rest of the field are making the way around right now. 4 wide there towards the back of the field, getting a bit of inventive there, and Sherry-Ann Powell absolutely frustrated with the car and trying to figure out where to go right now. Definitely a big shunt, and I'm sure the marshals will be over shortly to help Powell make their way back to what will be the safety barriers. But as we do see our drivers coming on down there, I believe we are under green flag still racing. There'll be a yellow flag around what will be turn number 1, but as the field makes its way into Brooklands, and through the left-hander there and up towards Luffield, well, everyone here now starting to settle down. We do have the safety car, so it looks like we will be getting the safety car deployment for the purposes of what will be this race. So we will be seeing the race brought under a calming measure here. So safety car has been deployed, and as they make the way on around here in towards what will be the start-finish line straight, we can give you an update on that running order. But goodness me, a bit of a nasty shunt there, and hopefully Powell's all okay. By the looks of things, they've been able to get out of the car, and they will be checked over by the medical team. Oh, and that's the number 87. That's Holly. That's a different car. So I think Holly and what is Powell have had it coming together. We didn't quite see it between Leon Holly and Sherry-Ann Powell, but we'll find out exactly what happened in due course if we can. And well, as our drivers make the way on through onto lap number 2, well, here's your field then under safety car, and it is Salvador who is leading, having taken the lead, head of Butler, with Kerr dropping from pole position to 3rd. Wells sits in 4th ahead of Maserati, and then we have outside your top 5 Smith, Standard, Scharfeger, Wright and Austin who complete your top 10. Place gain there by Wright, who started 10th on the grid but moved up to 9th. Swatton is in 11th, Olgar is in 12th, then we have Leonard, and we then do have Lexi Powell in 14th, because we do have 2 members of the Powell family on the grid. Wood is 15th, Sherry-Ann Powell, of course, one of the 2 cars involved in the incident, and the other one being none other than what was Leon Holly. So it does mean we are under the safety car at the moment. This will bite into time, but it's all experience for our drivers here as they make those entries into what will be road racing, with regards to the fact they have to get used to this, and the fact that whilst they're making the way on a round right now, they've got to keep the tyres warm. They've got to think about managing the car when it's at lower speed and getting ready to re-engage the car. And you can imagine for the drivers at the front of the field, so what will be Salvador and also Butler, they're going to be thinking about the restart as well, being able to anticipate that restart. When will Salvador go? And Butler, meanwhile, has got to think to himself, okay, how do I potentially get the jump on the race winner, who will be race winner, I should say, the race leader, who will try and become a winner by getting the jump by running away. Of course, Salvador being the winner out on circuit yesterday, that's why I'm getting my words mixed up there. But they've all got to learn about this experience, and I did speak to what was, I do believe, it was Matthew Swatton in the number 28, who you'll see going around there in this race and indeed the other races today. And he's currently in what is, I do believe, as we just double check, he's in 11th place currently. And Swatton was telling me that he's pushing for top 5 here because he feels as though he's been really fighting for 10th all the time. And there we do see our 2 drivers there, both safely out of their cars. And I think both right now just cooling off a little bit and thinking about what's happened. And understandably, with the cool weather as well, that'll help them cool down quite a bit. And I'm sure they'll be speaking to families, their teams as well, to talk it through, understand what happened and learn from it, of course, because it takes 2 to tango when you have an incident. Even if the stewards do deem that one driver is more at fault than the other, everyone can always learn from those incidents, and it's all part of the learning experience. But as our drivers make the way still behind the safety car, something tells me that as we make our way there onto lap number 3, well, given our drivers have made the way from their cars, and therefore I believe the clean-up may be in operation if it hasn't happened already, we might be seeing the safety car in sometime soon. But in the meantime, let's come back to what we were talking about only moments ago. And what we were talking about moments ago was the fact that for what is Matthew Swatton, one of the things that he's come here today to do is to try and finish inside the top 5, because he's been finishing in the midfield battles, he's been battling for the bottom end of the top 10, but he really feels that he wants to move forward in the field. And the one thing he's been learning here today, and learning over the entirety of the weekend, is how to better give feedback on the setup of the car. Now, we should point out, all these cars, they are to a particular spec, they all run the same engine, etc. They aren't allowed to change too much with regards to the setup of the car, but there are some small things they can change with regards to where it's configured, such as tyre pressures, for example. And tyre pressures being an important part of racing as they make the way on around. And the idea being in the fact that, I believe, when I was speaking to his father, John, very proud of his son, but what he and the team are going to be doing over this weekend every so often is actually throwing in some minor alterations to the setup without telling Matthew what they've done, because they want him to give feedback as to how they feel with regards to the car. But speaking of feeling with regards to the car, well, we do see Holly's car there, and now it's going to be feeling a bit more sorry for itself, as it does have the JCB starting to hook up, and well, the JCB and the Marshall team, they'll be moving that away shortly, but this will continue to bite into our race time there. So unfortunately, it does mean when we do go racing, we may only have about half the race time left, but to be fair, that will turn this race from what was already a 15-minute sprint into what will be a super sprint, if you will, of about, I'd say, 6 to 7 minutes. Albeit, we've always got to give a big thank you to our marshals, the Orange Army, as they're also known, for the fact they're doing an absolutely fantastic job week in and week out. And if we didn't have the marshals, we couldn't go racing, because safety comes first in motorsport, there's no doubt about it. You'll see posters wherever you go, venues around the world, talking about safety in motorsport, and the marshals are at the core there of making sure things operate in the safest possible manner. But as our drivers continue to roll on through, we're heading up towards what will be turn number 1, and well, we do see at the moment no change for now. We are continuing to wait on what's happening there, and we do see a number of you in the respective chats. I can see in the BARC YouTube chat, for example, Brandon at Barchop having a great time there, enjoying the action, looking forward to the TCR races later today, but also excited for the JSCC races. And also we do say hello there in what is the TCR UK chat to, I believe I am Kaiser there, who's saying good morning everyone, and good morning to you, good sir, and hope you're doing well. But as all the drivers wind their way through, well, right now they are continuing to wait here, and of course it's absolutely a packed calendar for this season. And given the fact that this weekend we have got rounds 10, 11 and 12 at Silverstone National, well, keep in mind, this is, I do believe, a 27-round championship. And after today, they will be making the way to Croft in June. They'll then be heading to Alton Park in July, back to Donington Park National, which they've already visited in March. They're back there in August. Snetterton 300, the second longest circuit in the United Kingdom, only what is second to the Grand Prix layout of Silverstone. They'll be heading there in September. In October, they're at Alton Park once again, because they'll be visiting in July, as I just mentioned, and then they'll be all the way back to Brands Hatch Indy at the start of November. But safety car lights are out, and that means it's now time for our field to get themselves back underway. But you can see there Josh Salvador taking his time there to get himself set, doing a bit of a bob and weave from side to side. He will dictate the pace when we go green flag racing again. And well, as the field makes its way on through Brooklands here, they are still under safety car. They can't effectively overtake each other until the safety cars pass the safety car entry line and they pass the start finish line. But you can see there Salvador really boxing the field up, runs a little bit wide there at Luffield. I think that's by design in order to give himself the best possible shot out of the corner. And we are racing again, ladies and gentlemen, as they make the way through. We've still got 7.5 minutes here for round number 10 of the JSCC, and as they roar the way through, we're now everyone up to speed. Salvador having a brilliant restart to this race, and up they go towards what is turn number 1 as they go in towards the right-hander here. And well, a bit of a peek there from other drivers further back, but no looking for a move. But look at this from Butler. Butler absolutely glued to the back of the Lightning McQueen machine, and as they roar the way out of turn 1. A bit of a run wide there from what is our 3rd and 4th place runners there of Kerr and Wells. And I think just trying to get used to some slightly cold front left tyres at the moment. But coming in towards the braking zone for Maggots. Will we see a bit of a change here? No, we won't. Albeit still this top 3 together. And that is the 222 of Kerr, who, having started on pole position, wants that lead position back as quickly as possible. But the thing is, he's going to have to fight for it. Heading on down where's the Wellington straight here, and a peek up the inside of what is Butler, looking to the inside there. Meanwhile, it's going to be, well, Kerr's falling a bit further back, but Butler on the inside, Salvador on the outside here. Butler's got a nose ahead, so surely he's going to get this done, but Wilf Butler's going to be wearing a big tail slide there through what is Brooklands, and gets it stopped in time and does secure the position. Lovely move up the inside, a classic move, but Salvador, they're not fighting it too hard, and I can imagine his aim is going to be just simply to stay there right now and stay absolutely glued to the back of the number 70, because the reason being, yes, you've got the lead, but you're not pulling away at all, because we've got a couple of long straights and we've also got a limited number of corners. So therefore, what does this mean? It's going to be the Tour de France, but in Citroën Saxos instead. Well, we're going from what is a French country to French machinery, albeit on British soil. But as they head in towards turn 1 this time, well, there's the field as they're listed at the moment. In terms of any other changes, we have had Wright move up into 8th ahead of Scharfegger, Max Scharfegger dropping a place and running the way through that right-hander and on down. Well, we do see there Smith in 6th place right now, glued to the back of Maserati as well, trying to make some further progress is Smith, albeit that progress is being found at stands. There's a little bit of front left lock up there for what is Salvador, and rolling on through. And well, the top 6 right now absolutely together. And with regards to that top 6, they're only separated by what is 1.5 seconds in totality here as they roar their way on down what is this back stretch. And well, what is now going to be Butler bringing himself over to that right hand side. Well, this top 6 is breaking away, but it's also further going on further down the field. But Salvador looking up the inside there into Brooklands. Can he get for it? Well, Butler thought it was coming, so he's run a bit wide, but I think that's by design now. I think he's realised if I go wide at Brooklands, and I've got a nice line inside on Luffield. But the thing is, he runs a little bit deep, and Salvador right now nipping at his heels here. But you can see Kerr once again right behind him as they make their way through the right-hander. And well, this top 3 starting to push each other away, but here comes Kerr trying to squeeze his way to the inside of the Woodcock corner. This is absolutely bold and brave. I can imagine if he was any closer, he'd be rubbing against the barriers. And as they head up towards turn number 1, well, Kerr's still there. Salvador, is he going to back out? Is he going to try and stick it around the outside at what will be Cox Bend? Well, too wide they enter. Do they exit too wide? The answer is no, because that is Kerr on through. And Salvador drops down another place now. Here comes Wells. It looks as though the cork's been pulled from the proverbial bottle, and the places are all flying out now as they come down towards turn number 2. And well, as they do, the top 6 roar the way through, but then we've got even more clusters coming on through there, as we can see looking at this battle as well. That's the battle for 7th between Standard, Wright, Scharfegger and Austin. And well, right now Standard is trying to pull away there, but he runs a bit wide. He's going to be careful about that. Do it too many times and he'll get the wrath of what will be the stewards, and making the way onwards. Well, there we do see was the fluorescent wheel rims of Scharfegger's car. Well, it's very distinctive, but looking at leaders there, that's a move being made by Wells around the outside of Salvador as they head in towards Brooklands corner. So I think Salvador's rows are going to be dropped, and well, it's going to be 2 wide there as they head into Luffield Bend. Almost 3 wide there, but Maserati decides to tuck him behind. He sweeps backwards. And that's a really good cutback there for Maserati, really gauging the road, bit of elbows out there, Salvador being forced out, tucks back in and comes across, and he comes out across just in time. But look at that, from what is Maserati, up the inside of 1, up the inside of a second. He gets a 2-for-1 special on a Sunday, and as they roll the way into turn number 1 now, 3.5 minutes left on the clock. Salvador doesn't know which horse to back here in this race to turn 1, and well, and then he decides to go all the way, but there's contact between them, and they get held out wide. They both run out wide there, and it's going to be a long run away for Maserati. He will rejoin, he'll take the escape route and rejoin the racing. Wells, meanwhile, feels though he's been inconvenienced, but hold up a second, is that Smith up into 3rd, I see? Well, there's going to be your leaders right now as they pull away, and the 70 and 222 are starting to get very firm with each other as well, as Kerr up the inside there on the exit of Maggots, heading down the Wellington straight, and Kerr's going for the move here. So right now, wherever you look, it's absolutely ferocious racing, and well, their youth does not belie their ability to race, I can tell you that, as we can see right now side by side to the braking zone here. But is it going to be Butler or Kerr who's leading coming out of what will be the left into right complex? It looks like Butler there, better on the brakes, Kerr taking it much more steady. But look at this further on down, that is the fight for 5th, and I believe, unless I'm mistaken, the Lightning McQueen machine has fallen away from this entirely. I think, there it is, in fact it's dropped all the way down to 10th place by looks of things, and that is the number, unless I'm mistaken, is that the number 19 that's Standard that's made its way all the way up? I think it is. He's battling side by side with, what is the car there? They're just trying to discern the door number. I believe that is the 448 of Maserati, but as they cross the line, we'll give you an update. Well, it's Butler and Kerr who lead, but meanwhile, it's 3 wide coming in towards what will be Cops Corner here. Well, we've got 3 into 2 then, and it's going to be 2 cars here contesting the space. Standard on the outside, meanwhile the 448 of Wells on the inside. Maserati's up into 4th, I should say. Smith's up in a 3rd. Wells and Standard fighting over the 5th place spoils, but here are the leaders meanwhile, and Wells, we come back to the leaders. Butler right now still holding off Kurt, and Kurt is so strong at getting an exit out of what is Maggot's hairpin, but the problem is he doesn't have the ability on the brakes compared to Butler, or the confidence on the brakes to make the move stick all the way around the outside of Brooklands into Luffield. But as they head down the Wellington Straight, well, we are going to see Kerr now start to pull ahead. He's had the better exit there, but he sweeps the outside. You can see Butler defending, as meanwhile 3rd and 4th come through. Smith and Maserati separate from each other in no man's land, and here's a quick move, a look to the inside there. Is that going to be Standard going all in? We thinks about it. In fact, that's the 404.8 of Wells there. Let me correct myself. Standard is holding on to what is 5th place at the moment. Standard behind him, but it's going to be Standard going a little bit wide. Wells now cutting back to the inside here, absolutely tucks it on in. Those front tyres absolutely squealing as they make the way through, and Standard tries to come across, but he suddenly realises he's got Saxo on his right hand side, so roaring the way through, side by side they go, the battle for the final spot in the top 5, and I think Wright here says, can I play as well? And Wright, who started 10th place, has just gradually snuck his way up there, and he's been very tactical with this, and heading in towards what will be turn number 1, or 2 wide they go then, and Standard's going all the way around the outside. Does he get it done? I think he runs wide. Well, he's going to rejoin. I think it might be considered an overtake off track, so therefore he might back off a little bit. We're going back to the leaders then, as Butler right now coming on through turn number 2. We've got Kerr there once again. It is a repeat. This will be their 3rd chapter in this recurring story, which is Kerr gets the better run out of Maggots. But look at this from Butler. In fact, Butler's had a much better exit this time and is pushing forward as much as possible. Off camera, by the way, we have got a 5-second race time penalty for Wells and the 448 for track limit, so keep that in mind when we update the stands later on. But here we go then into what will be Brooklands and Luffield for, I believe, what could be the final time. We may squeeze in one more lap. We'll have to wait and see. But Butler right now seems to have reasserted control over this race, unless he makes an error at this point. I think it's going the way of the number 70 as it comes out of the final corner here, roaring its way onwards, and as it does so, well, we could squeeze in another lap. 5 seconds of the clock. Will we get that lap? We'll see. But right now, Butler leading the way, and as he comes on through, it is going to be, I believe, well, his checkered flag has been called, apart from the leaders, I think. Well, I think the leaders are carrying on racing, but Smith there will finish 3rd. Maserati's in 4th. Standard finishes 5th ahead of Wright, Salvador, Scharfegger, Wells and Swatton. But in fact, it is confirmed in Butler has taken victory. Kerr is 2nd. Hold up a second. Who on earth's that parked up in the gravel there, and where is that? That is the number, I believe, I'm trying to see, is that number... Excuse me, the number 35 there that's come to an abrupt halt in the gravel, and if so, that is the car of Olga, who is gradually making its way out. It's collapsed on what is the front right side. I believe the tyre might have come loose there on the suspension, and well, as he gets assisted out the car there by the marshals, well, the race is complete, ladies and gentlemen. We thought we were squeezing another lap for the leaders, but not quite, and well, it's a bit of a disappointing end there for its number 35 of Tom Olga, I believe, as he's being helped out the car there by the marshals, but it looks as though he's able to stand. But as our leaders cool him down, that indeed is the exit of Luffield there for our 35 driver. Well, what a race, and Butler taking that victory in the end by only 3/10, if that, over what was Oliver Kerr, who fought his way back up through the field, but in the end could not find a way to upset the run of what was Wilf Butler to take that victory for round number 10 of the JSCC. But as all our drivers come into the pit lane, I think right now, if they were cold going into the cars, they will be absolutely piping hot coming out of them, and the adrenaline will be pumping. But here are your provisional results, ladies and gentlemen, for round number 10 of the Junior Saloon Car Championship, the Silverstone National Circuit, and Wilf Butler taking victory there by 2.7 tenths over Oliver Kerr. Ollie Smith finishing 3rd, holding off Luca Maserati in the end for the final spot of the podium. Maserati pushing onwards to 4th ahead of Lewis Standard, who round off the top 5. Martin Wright, 6th from 10th place start, a great job from him. Josh Salvador in the end taking 7th place, a bit frustrated with that one, given he was battling for the lead, but I think the contact into what was Cox Bend cost him dear. Max Scharfegger was in 8th ahead of Kyle Wells, and then Matthew Swatton finished the race in 10th. That was your top 10. Tiffany Leonard best the rest in 11th ahead of Tom Elgar, Joe Wood and Lexi Powell completing your top 14 finishers. Fastest lap of the race being set by Smith. But what a way to open up our Sunday of racing here at Silverstone, ladies and gentlemen. An incredible race to get the tempo and the blood flowing, and we have got even more to come. And I can see the official admin there, a British Automobile Racing Club, saying we can't look anymore. Well, we might not be able to look at any more racing anymore, but what we can do is we can go down to Parc Fermé and speak to our drivers, and well, those interviews will be brought to you by Jack Oliphant.
The Junior Saloon Car Championship has absolutely served up a belter to open this race Sunday, and I can see that Oliver Kerr's getting out of his car after throwing everything at Will Butler, but he couldn't quite get there in the end. But it was a very, very frantic last 8 minutes after that safety car intervention, as we all saw. Hopefully all the drivers are okay and the cars are okay as well. That's really what we really want to know. But I'm going to try and jump in with Oliver Kerr, because I know the track commentary will want to have a chat as well. We want to get first and second, really. Oliver, pole position, second place. I mean, it's not quite the perfect round, but I tell you what, it's good points haul, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously from Thruxton, I think it was a good quali, but I think the start could have been a little bit better. I think we let go of the clutch a bit too early. But no, I think that safety car kind of helped us to bring it back a little bit, and then obviously we got the restart. Then we got Josh, and then I tried to get Wilf, but I think ran out of time. You know, I was trying to give him everything I've got, but you know, I just came to come away with second. I mean, it's a good points for the championship after those rounds at Brands, but you know, I think, and especially after that race yesterday, where our clutch went. So I can't thank Quintec Racing enough for putting all the work in overnight to get it ready for today.
Yeah, I was going to say, your dad actually mentioned to us as we were walking out of the assembly area that it was your clutch. You were stuck in fourth gear, weren't you, really?
Yeah, I had to do, I came in and it was like, I've got no clutch. So I went out and I had to put it in fourth, and I had fourth of the whole race. So
they're still doing some pretty good lap times, though, apparently. Well, congratulations on the second place, and hopefully we'll speak to you a little bit later.
Cheers.
Right, okay, I want to chat to Mr. Butler. Mr. Butler, come in. Big win, that was a hard one as well, especially with Oliver Kern, Josh Salvador around you for the majority of that.
Yeah, I mean, after the safety car, I made a lunge on Josh. It worked out. I got a nice little gap, but then Ollie soon closed that down, so I spent the rest of the race defending, really.
Yeah, well, defending you did well, I have to say. How hard is it when you come after that safety car and then you make the move that your adrenaline's pumping, then all of a sudden you've got to think about behind you more than anything else? Yeah,
I mean, it's a lot harder. Obviously, first lap and a half bit, your tyres are a bit colder than they should be in a race. So you just sort of have to try and calculate where you're going to come off the corner when you're taking a tighter line. It's just, yeah, it's hard, especially with Ollie behind you, sat right on your bumper. It adds a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I can imagine it does. Right, a big congratulations to yourself. I don't know if we've got to make sure, I'm wondering if Chris in my ear is going to tell me if there's any clean-up out there on circuit, but an absolutely brilliant race from the JSCC, and I believe there is recovery out there, so we might be able to do another interview actually with Smith over here, who's posing very nicely for his photos, making sure he gets the gram. Hi, Mr. Smith, come over here. That was a very good but hard-fought race, wasn't it? Especially in that sort of top-mid battle, shall we say. That fight for third place was hard work.
Yeah, I'd say I was just waiting on, really, hoping they would kind of had a little tussle, which they did coming through cops, and I managed to get underneath them all and just got my head down and went.
Yeah, get your head down and went is exactly what you... The car looks stunning, by the way. Talk me through some of the sponsors that are on here, Southern Waste Management and everything like that. It almost looks like Toxic Waste Suite on the front of the car. It's a great looking livery, isn't it? Talk us through some of the sponsors.
So, Southern Waste Management is my grandparents. They're the main sponsor. And then I got one of the big ones there, Big Wipes. They're another main sponsor, really. And a few small ones, my uncle and my dad and people like that, really.
Fantastic stuff. What's the aim for the championship then? What's the aim for the career path that you're looking to do here in racing?
Hoping really to win the rookies this year. Maybe if we can get up there, finish top 5 in championship. So that's the aim, and then progress maybe onto mini challenge trophy. So yeah, that's it really. A
brilliant championship in itself as well. We were covering that at Brands Hatch a couple of weeks ago. It's absolutely amazing. As is the Junior Sport Car Championship, Saloon Car Championship. Sorry. Well done on your third place and that rookie win. Right. Okay. I believe I took a pre-recorded interview with one of our Miltek Civic Cup drivers this morning. So I'm hoping that I'm going to throw over to that, and then you're going to seamlessly transition to what will be Andy McEwen and Paul O'Neill in the commentary box. Let's see if we have that recorded interview going up now. A driver who is always happy to talk to me. It's Simon Welch. Simon, you love these sort of things, don't you?
I love them. So much.
Right, and luckily I'm not asking you any highway code quizzes or anything like that, although you probably actually prefer it if I did, because you did very well when we did that last year. But we're going to talk about a little bit about race 1 and going into race 2. Race 1, you didn't enjoy it.
No, I've got engine problems. I'm down on power on the straight, so I'm just trying to keep up.
It's a hard circuit to have engine problems around, isn't it, Silverstone? Because even with the tow, you always fighting an uphill battle.
Yeah, you need a lot of power down the straights just to keep up.
So what do you have any idea what these kind of problems might entail?
I need to strip the engine down to rebuild it.
I'm guessing that hasn't happened overnight.
No.
Okay, so today, is it just a case of getting out there and making sure that you try and put a smile on your face by the end of it?
Just to have fun. That's all I can do.
To be fair, Simon, you are normally very good at that. You normally put a smile on everybody else's face, so I'm sure it'll be absolutely fine. Listen, what's the Civic Cup been like for you this year so far then? Apart from yesterday.
It's been better, but I've had a lot of mechanical issues. So.
I feel like I've thrown you under the bus here. I haven't really given you much to shout about.
I had a cat explode at Brands Hatch, so I was no power then.
Okay.
Donington was good.
Donington was good, right? We can at least end on a happy note.
It was the first time in a year and a half that I had a car that handled and didn't throw me off the track. So.
Right, well, to be fair, in your defence about all these mishaps over this course of this year, you were left unsupervised. So, right, thank you very much, Simon Welch. I'm sorry that I've thrown your poor season under the bus here in an interview. On to you, Paul and Andy.
Thanks, Jack. Great to hear from Simon Welch there earlier on in the weekend. It's Andy McEwen and Paul O'Neill alongside me in the commentary box to talk you through 2 Miltek Civic Cup races today, and of course the next 2 rounds of the TCR UK Championship to come later in the day as well. If you tuned in for yesterday's first Civic Cup race, then you will have enjoyed a fairly dramatic encounter, it must be said. From pole position, Championship leader Alistair Camp led virtually all of the 15-minute race until halfway down the Wellington Straight on the final lap, when all of a sudden he wasn't leading. It was a bit of a mystery as to what had happened. It was a fuel issue of some sort that meant that the car slowed dramatically with less than half a lap to go, and Lewis Kent was able to creep through and steal the victory. It was Lewis's 3rd win of the year. He is the only driver to have won at least once at every event so far in 2025. But if he's going to double up here at Silverstone in this race, at least he'll have to do so from 10th on the grid, because this is the partially reversed grid race. The top 10 finishes from race 1 reversed, so that means it's pole position this time around for Daniel Petters. Daniel, who is having a pretty strong weekend actually, bouncing back nicely from a fair disaster at Brands Hatch last time out. He's got Jake Renshaw alongside him. Matt Wilkins and Jake Hewlett together on row 2. They could both be in for a good result here. They're both quick drivers and they've got themselves some decent track position now. Dave Marshall, who was second a corner into yesterday's race, and then he was about 10th after 2 corners when he went off down at Beckett's. He'll be looking to try and avoid that from 5th on the grid today. Wesley Swain in another of the FN2s lines up alongside him. Then it's Harvey Caton and Liam McGill. Liam was on the podium yesterday, as of course were Alistair Camp and Lewis Kent, who complete the top 10 and will have the most progress to make through the order. Outside of the top 10 then, on the outside looking in, Jack Riddell and Aidan Mitchell, they had a really good race-long battle for 11th position. Then Francisco Howitt and Josh Bromley, with Will Butt and Jamie Petters, brother of Daniel, who starts on pole position. Charlotte Birch and Harry England share 09, and then it's Anthony Gannon and Sam Nicolau at the back of the top 20. It's a 26-car grid, with hopefully all 26 drivers taking the start. On the 11th row, Mark Hughes and Charlie Constable, Ben Bateman and Graham Ross are next, ahead of Simon Welch, who we just heard from, and Adam Parker. Right at the back of the field is Adam Parker. We, I believe, didn't have any retirements yesterday. No, we didn't. So all 26 starters reached the checkered flag, and that is brilliant news. Paul O'Neill, I'm sure you've caught up on yesterday's action. Fairly action-packed race, wasn't it, as we'd expect from the Civic Cup, but what drama on the final lap?
Yeah, I was watching pretty much most of it. It wasn't live when I was watching it. I was away at Brands Hatch doing a bit of work, but I watched with intent, and that's exactly what it gave me. The cars, I could not believe how nervous they were. They're locking up rears as they turn in for Beckett's, struggling to get through Brooklands, all that kind of stuff, but great racing, and a disaster for Campy, which was a real shame, and I'm hoping this is going to be absolutely awesome, which it always is. And actually, speaking to Lewis Kent, he was saying he was so surprised how much a lot of the drivers don't warm the tyres up enough. Like, you should be out of breath when you're warming tyres up.
Yeah, that was the comment he made to me on the podium afterwards, and he said he could see when he looked in his mirrors on the warm-up lap that other people were possibly going to be in some trouble. So yeah, Alistair Kemp, sorry, I was saying that, not Lewis Kemp, but they are Area Motorsport teammates. They both, I'm sure, will have had the same idea. You could really see Campy wrestling the car around, and it was interesting to me actually that Alistair said that to me. He was watching in the mirrors on the warm-up lap. He realised that other people weren't doing what he was doing, and it wasn't a huge surprise then that people were sliding around. But that continued, Paul, deep into the race, which tells me it isn't just cold tyres, it's just the way that these cars are set up.
Yeah, these cars have to be nervous for rotation. Like you said on the live stream yesterday, there's not many corners here, and when you've got big long straights and cold ambient temperatures, you will get cold tyres. And if you've got a nervous front-wheel drive car, which these are, and everyone else says how nervous they are, and quite strong differentials in the front is always pulling the rear round. So that's what they've got to be careful for. This is Brooklands, and this is where I think you might find some people with a really cold right rear, which will be the coldest tyre on the car, struggling to get turned in, because it's not warm. It's only 11 degrees outside.
Yeah, definitely chilly. It's overcast again now. It's a little bit cooler, I would say, than it was when the cars were last on the circuit yesterday afternoon. So challenging conditions maybe. Throw in the reversed grid as well, and we could have a recipe for another very dramatic 15 minutes of Miltek Civic Cup racing. Quick championship update. I know we're still not quite halfway through the season, but the points are starting to get rather tasty. Alistair Camp still leads the way. Liam McGill, though, who's been super consistent this year, only the one race win, but he's been on the podium a further 3 times, including that third place finish yesterday. He is second in the championship on 193 points against 219 for Alistair Camp. This is before dropped scores, which we'll start worrying about a bit later in the season. Lewis Kent, after that win yesterday, is up to third, Harvey Caton fourth, and Jake Hewlett in fifth position, with Wes Swain continuing this Area Motorsport domination. The top 6 drivers in the championship are all Area Motorsport drivers. Jack Riddell for MJB Motorsport is the best of the rest in 7th. Right, place your bets, everyone. This could be an absolute cracker. The top 10 reverse grid race for the Miltek Civic Cup. It is Daniel Petters and Jake Renshaw who start on the front row of the grid. Petters, you can't really miss him, the blue and fluorescent yellow machine, number 86 on the right of shot. Jake Renshaw, the black, white and red number 90 to the left. And keep an eye on some of those towards the back of the top 10 as they try and get themselves back into podium contention after a strong day yesterday. The back of the grid, I think, is more or less in place. Red starting to rise, and the second race of the weekend at Silverstone bursts into life. Who wins the drag down towards Copse Corner? Looks like a good start from Petters, I reckon. He, I think, will hold on to the advantage. Matt Wilkins through into second position. Not a great start for Jake Renshaw. There is Alistair Camp already going around the outside of his teammate Liam McGill, and Lewis Kent, I think, still in 10th position where he started. They're all cleanly through Copse Corner, down towards Maggots and Beckett's for the first time of asking. It should be Petters the leader. It's everyone else trying to go for second place. Harvey Caton round the outside has made some good progress, I think. What a land rush into Beckett's corner.
Yeah, that was proper. That you can already see the trail of smoke being left behind by that left rear and right rear locking, depending on how hard you turn the steering wheel. But this is the place I'm looking for some overtaking. Renshaw looking like he's getting down the inside. Look at both of them locking rears. Who's going to have a big slide? There's got to be one of them at the 26, isn't there?
Well, apparently not. They've all learned their lesson from yesterday, I think. So no big dramas. Renshaw to the lead, Petters second, and Harvey Caton got past Matt Wilkins there. So Caton's into third place. Harvey could be on course for a good one here. Dave Marshall, interestingly, still in fifth. So Dave Marshall hasn't made the progress that maybe I expected on the opening lap of the race. They come across the line absolutely tied together. It's Renshaw the race leader by the narrowest of margins as they head for Copse Corner. Oh, that's Harvey Caton, and that's a big problem.
Wow, that's a sump that's been cracked, and oil must have gone all over that exhaust. That looked like a flash oil fire. What a disaster. There'll be a lot of oil down. That he needs to get out of that right now, because that is going to catch fire.
Well, that is dramatic stuff for Harvey Caton. That could have been a lot worse when he hit the gravel trap sideways. I did fear the car was going to go over. Luckily, that didn't happen. But what a disaster for Harvey Caton. And I'm going to pretend that I hadn't just said moments earlier he was on for a good result in this race. Down into Brooklands come the leading two. Hewlett and Petters at the front. Wilkins third. That is Dave Marshall trying to get to the inside. And look at Campy. Camp, McGill and Kent are right there in the battle for the top 5 already. Wilkins is sideways. He's on the grass. Bounces back onto the road right in front of Alistair Camp. They did well to avoid contact, but that has benefited Lewis Kent.
Lewis Kent down the inside. He read that brilliantly. Campy now is dropping places like a stone. What's this? Is this oil going to catch anyone out as they go into Copse?
Well, let's hope not. There is a yellow flag, no surface flag down, interestingly, but the leader is off! The leader is off! Renshaw is off on the oil, into the gravel. Sorry, Hewlett, excuse me, off almost into the gravel, gets the car stopped, but that had to be that oil. He was the first driver to find out just how slippery it was, and it's cost him dearly.
Yeah, more smoke then. Oh, and look at this then. Dave, he said to you, didn't he, Marshall was going to have a good go at it, and he is having a proper go. Into the second place he goes, and he wants to win this, but Kent's coming through as well.
Oh, Lewis Kent is making brilliant progress through the pack. They're 3 abreast behind, Camp, Swain and Wilkins, that is. Still, though, it is Petters out in front, having re-inherited the race lead. Marshall second, and this is the battle going on behind. They're still 3 abreast. There's a big squeeze. Camp on the outside, wanted to close the door, but didn't dare turn in. He's gone round the outside of Swain, but Matt Wilkins will keep him behind for now. So, back down the main straight we go, towards what I presume, Paul, is still going to be a fairly slippery Copse corner. The pace is slowing, though, is it? And I think the safety car, yes, safety car is being scrambled. That's the right call.
It should have been the call. It should have been the call about 5 minutes ago, that, but I don't know. Anyway, whatever. I'm not going to say anything.
Yes, well, luckily, only one car went off. Unfortunately, it was the race leader, and I really do feel for him, because that was turning into a brilliant race, wasn't it, for Hewlett? And sadly, he finds himself now towards the back of the top 20.
In the defence of the clerks and the people who make the decisions, they were double waved aggressive yellows on a blind 5th gear corner. So if I'm approaching, I would be showing massive caution, but the leader at the time, if there's oil down, it doesn't matter if you're doing 40 mile an hour or 150 mile an hour. If you find that oil and you didn't see it was there, then you're going to be going off. But could there have been a slippery surface flag out there as well? I don't know. But I don't want to pick holes in things, but you've got, what, 55 seconds a minute to get round here, so it's a difficult call, isn't it?
And the Marshal's priority, of course, at first was making sure they got Harvey Caton out of the car and assessed that situation first. So everything happens very quickly here on the Silverstone National Circuit. So anyway, we are behind the safety car. We've still got 10.5 minutes or so of the race to go. It is Daniel Petters who leads the race. Daniel Petters has had good pace this weekend, Paul. Not that shocked to see him holding his own at the front of the field. The trouble is, this safety car, of course, brings the likes of Marshall, McGill, Kent right onto his rear bumper. Dave Marshall's got a second crack at this now as well. After not a brilliant first lap, he somehow finds himself in second place. Who's the biggest danger man here, do you think, if you're Petters?
Well, this is the problem, isn't it? You'd say Marshall and McGill if red flagged this.
Yeah, race stopped. So I think this will be because they know it's going to take a while to clear the oil down at Copse Corner. It's only a 15-minute race, so another 3 or 4 laps behind the safety car eats into that race distance. So it's a sensible call this by race control to make sure we get the most possible laps of racing. And race being stopped. Here come the marshals with the brooms, and they've got some clearing up to do.
I tell you what would have been close, and it really, like I said, there was yellows, but there was no. He didn't know it was going to be that slippy. But our leader at the time, Jake Hewlett, he went off at some rate of knots towards probably where Harvey Caton's gone, because if he's gone off on that oil, he'll have gone off the same trajectory. That car is going to struggle to race later on.
That's such a shame. He doesn't deserve that, Harvey Caton. He always seems to be just on the verge of cracking it, doesn't he? And just often bad luck gets in the way. And that is such a shame to see Harvey Caton's car smoking away in the gravel trap, but could have been a lot worse. The marshals have done a brilliant job, in fairness, it looks like, to control the fire. And as I said, no major damage done when the car did go off the road, but that will be of little comfort for Harvey right now.
No, the weird thing is with the Harvey thing, I don't like to speculate, but that'll be one of two things. It'll be either a cracked sump, it'll be either it looked like a flash oil fire to me, because it didn't burn as hard as like a broken union on a fuel hose, where it's high pressure fuel coming out and the vapors are catching fire and the fuel's catching fire, because it just kind of was there and then it was kind of gone, but you could see it was still smoking and a little bit of fire. But that car's going to be damaged not just by the fire, but the fire extinguishers that they use, which they have to use. It causes a nightmare for the teams getting all of that out. But it could be a new engine. We don't know anyway. But the red flag was the right thing, and they just probably didn't have time to get stuff off. But it was a worry, wasn't it, seeing the leader at the time fly off the circuit in 5th gear, you know, round it. It's not slow. That is a quick old corner. So I'd be a bit worried about what we've just seen.
Yeah, so it's a shame for Jake Hewlett then, who started 4th, had worked his way nicely through into the lead of the race, but as the first man to find out where the oil was at Copse Corner, didn't really stand much of a chance. I'm surprised more people didn't go off with him.
Yeah, sorry, Andy, I'm just pointing at the screen. We were just watching, I don't know if we can go back to that picture of the car in the gravel of Harvey Caton's, but the marshals are so good and so well trained. A lot of people think that, you know, they're just using their own initiative, which they are to a point, but did you see that they didn't open the bonnet until they were, you know, 100% sure that there was no fire under that car? Because when you open that bonnet, and if there's still a fire or it looks like there's not, you can have that kind of backdraft film effect from years ago where the fire just blasts out in front of you. So highly trained marshals, volunteering, and it's good to see that they're doing the job that they can. They'll have this sorted pretty quickly. That was our race leader who went off. He'll be devastated about that, but he would have had very little. He would have just thought that was a back marker that has gone off, probably. Yeah. And was probably. I wouldn't have thought he'd be going flat out into that corner, which is a good thing. But he obviously got out of the gravel if he did reach it.
Didn't quite reach it in the end. I think it looked as though he was going to head off, but to be fair, you're doing quite well here at Silverstone to end up in a gravel trap. They're a long way away from the edge of the road, and so he just about got the car pulled up and stopped. Now, I'm trying to remember, Paul, had they completed 2 full laps? I'm not convinced they had. I think they were coming through at the end of lap 2, weren't they? No, end of lap 3.
Was it? I thought it was the end of lap...
Caton went off start of lap 2.
Start of lap 2, and then they didn't red it until the start of lap 3.
Because that's when Hewlett went off start of lap 3, yeah. So the reason I ask is I'm trying to figure out whether it's original grid or whether they're going to reset the grid. The clock, as you've just pointed out, has moved back to 15 minutes, but whether this means a original grid restart or just a full race duration restart. In fact, no, the timing screen now says 13, doesn't it? So, yeah, timing screen disagreeing with the graphic on our monitors right now. The long-winded point I was trying to make is that if we go back to original grid positions, then actually it's a win for Jake Hewlett. He'll be put back onto the second row of the grid, but they had just finished lap 2, so I unfortunately think he's going to have to take the restart from deep in the pack, and that's not going to improve his mood one little bit. Marshals have done a good job to get the situation under control at Copse Corner. Harvey Caton's car is out of the gravel. It will be hoisted up onto the flatbed truck. And once they're happy that they've covered the worst of the oil down there at Copse Corner, we should be good to go racing once again. The fire vehicle there just moving into position as well. And they will assess the circuit. Marshals will report back to race control, and fingers crossed we'll get the race back underway any time soon.
So we got a little time to chat here, Andy. I've just got a nice WhatsApp message off James Thompson that I've just been
thank you for showing me that, Paul.
Live on air, which was what was the picture, Andy?
It looked like he was having a lovely time, whatever he was up to.
Yeah, so James Thompson at my 40th with a friend of mine, Jack Benyon, autosport journalist. Yes. So you've seen James Thompson and Jack Benyon having a great time, haven't you?
A whale of a time. Very jealous. Shall we move on?
Hey, that's a strong beard game, isn't it?
Yes, it is, yes.
Oh, mate, fair play to him.
I wonder, does he get part-time work over the winter as dressing up as Father Christmas, hanging out in shopping centres?
That is, I need to go and see that fella because I'm trying to grow my beard. How's he done that? Can we zoom in on that again? Because that is more interesting than the side of Nicolaus, to be honest.
Which is a very good-looking car, actually. I made this point in the garage yesterday. I don't think I'd appreciated how intricate that livery was until I saw it up close and personal. Anyway, Harvey Caton onto the back of the flatbed truck. There we go, thank you.
I love this streaming team. The director's a legend. Yeah, no, but look how thick and dense that beard is. That is, I mean, it looks like his head's on upside down. That's a lovely, lovely shot. We love the marshals, don't we, Andy?
We do, and we could not do this without them, Paul. So a big thank you. It's a busy weekend this weekend. There's a lot of racing going on in the UK, as there often is, to be honest, with sport for choice these days here in the United Kingdom. So marshals can sometimes be spread a bit thin, but yeah, great to have a lot of them here this weekend. The BARC, I know, is always a well-supported club by the marshals, and they work very closely with the marshals to make sure that they're well looked after, and that's why they keep coming back weekend after weekend to help us out. So yeah, big thank you to them and all of the volunteers who help keep a race meeting going. I think sometimes the casual fan out there, Paul, might not realise that a large percentage of the people who help these race events take place are here on a volunteer basis. So we really, you know, to dedicate your time to something like that without any financial motivation is really a great sign of their dedication to the sport. So we thank them immensely.
Yes, we do, and the BARC. It's great to be with them as well. We're having a good time with the BARC lot. It's good. Lovely colour car, that, isn't it? That car of Ross's.
Yes, it is actually. It's you don't get many cars that colour, do you? Like a burnt orange effect. And another FN2 as well. More and more of these FN2s coming onto the grid. It's not a huge surprise since they're becoming more competitive, but we're getting a few more now outside of just, you know, Area Motorsport who are running a couple, but other teams and solo entries coming in with the FN2 as well. Marshall's leaving the scene of the crime down at Cops Corner. That's good news. And so that means the track must be more or less ready to go racing again.
There you go. That's the BRDC, that.
Yes.
Yeah, you can tell that's the BRDC because of how well-to-do that family looked. Because if it was on the banks of Silverstone on its own, they'd look like me with some scruffy shorts on from Primark. There are other superstores available. But yeah, BRDC's fantastic place. I'm a club member, and you're having to wear a collar when you're in there, and that's why those kids look like the royals.
Really?
Yes.
I didn't realise there was a proper dress code, Paul. And they still let you in?
They still, I mean, look, the Union flag there, the BRDC. I think I'm the poorest person to be a BRDC member, which is the British Racing Drivers Club. Jack Oliphant is in the comms box as well. He's looking at me. He'll never get in there. Never be as good as me, Jack. I'm only kidding, mate. You had a few lucky wins.
Poor Jack has been bearing the brunt of our banter all weekend long, and he takes it very well, I've got to say. So, yeah, thank you, Jack. Right. Please, someone restart this race before we get ourselves in trouble. We are waiting for, we think, a 13-minute restart for the Miltek Civic Cup. The marshals are ready to go. This process takes longer than some people might realise as well, because because we had, as we've now established, completed 2 racing laps. It's a different grid that needs to be published and printed and handed out to the relevant marshals on the grid. So that takes a little while, but I think they are more or less ready to start the process of regridding the cars. Safety car pulls away. They'll do a lap probably just to check the condition of the circuit. And Daniel Petters gets to have another stab at starting from pole position.
He'll be gutted about... Weirdly, he'll be gutted about starting from pole position again, because he was well in the lead, wasn't he?
Yes, after Hewlett's moment, Petters was thinking it was his lucky day, but now not only has he lost that lead, but it's a standing restart, not a rolling restart. So there are more things that can go wrong on a standing start than on a rolling safety car restart, and he's got the area, well, I'm going to say the area brigade. Actually, Dave Marshall is his nearest challenger. But then a couple of those quick area cars that were on the podium yesterday, and Alistair Camp, another driver, I think, Paul, who'll be quite grateful that he gets to have another go at this, because he was so unfortunate when that little schmozzle happened down with Matt Wilkins at Brooklands. Camp did nothing wrong, he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, exactly, and that, you know, that sometimes happens, and that's part of being a racing driver, isn't it? So it's a difficult one, but this is, you know what you're seeing here, and I know we've had a bit of a joke, the marshals do honestly such a good job around the circuit, but this is a difficult job, having to find out which car, what number, where does it need to be. Wes Swain is being told now, you need to be here, you need to be there. They do it with such speed, and to get the programme running, it's a really, really difficult. I would never want to do this, mate, because it'd be organised chaos to get all these cars in the right place.
No, absolutely, and drivers, in my experience, aren't terribly helpful in these situations because they've got the adrenaline rushing and all they want to do is go racing again, and they don't necessarily understand the intricacies of this process. And the marshals have to be fairly patient with the drivers sometimes, and drivers aren't always particularly patient back, but they all appreciate absolutely the work that the marshals do, and they will work with them here, I'm sure, to try and complete this process as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, and it's you've got to remember, they're pulling up like it's a tolling, a péage in France, speaking to the drivers. The difficult thing is, mate, they've just been racing at 130 miles an hour around Silverstone, risking their lives, battling side to side, and then, they've got a head poking in the window going, you just need to go back 4 rows, mate, because that's where you're having to start. It's a difficult one, and like I say, the drivers show massive respect, because without the marshals we won't be driving. Charlotte Birch, she was doing okay yesterday. I thought she pedalled quite well round here, and it'd be good to see her battling in the middle of the pack. And as the second Petter's car goes through, Harry England in the treble 3. I like the look of this car, it was cool.
Yes, Harry's been getting quicker as well. He was actually in a good battle with Charlotte Birch yesterday. They were sort of in that train being led by Will Butt, and that was a good battle. We saw a little bit of further down the order, but we didn't really want to take our eyes away from the lead battles, understandably. But yes, the midfield scraps in Civic Cup are always entertaining. It's one of the great attractions of this series in particular. Lots of one-make series will boast this as well, but it's particularly true of the Civic Cup. You don't have to be right on the pace to enjoy a really good battle, and actually often the fighting that's going on for 20th place is just as fierce, if not fiercer, than the battles among the podium runners, because in a group of cars this evenly matched, Paul, doesn't matter where you are, you will have someone to have a fight with.
Yeah, exactly. Someone to have a fight with, someone to have a tow with, and when we say tow, it's that air that gets drilled a hole into by the car in front, and the car behind can drop in and go a little bit quicker, and if you're close enough you can catch them up and you can have a go at passing them, but you also get a draft at the side, so if you go really close to a car side by side, you can actually be pulled along as well. So that's why sometimes you'll see people really close instead of being like giving them a wide berth. You'll see them really close, and I've noticed that works a lot in hatchback cars that are creating a bigger hole than maybe, say, a saloon car.
Yeah, the air sort of gets pushed around the nose of one car and catches in things like the wheel wells of the cars next to it, drags that car back. It's an oval racing technique that does seem to really be catching on now. Actually, more people really seem to have realised what that's all about. So even if it looks like a car has got the move made, if you get up alongside them as close as possible, you might be able to fight back. Right, brilliant work by the marshals. They've got the grid reset. We'll have another green flag lap, and then we'll go racing. The clock on the screen is still saying 15 minutes, but our timing screens are saying 13, so I'm going to choose to believe TSL timing, I think, on this one. Maybe it will sort itself out once the race actually gets going, but 13 minutes, still time for plenty of racing. The quick lap times in a Civic Cup car around here are just over a minute, so it's still going to be a dozen laps or so that we'll get in. And is it going to be, I wonder, Daniel Petters, who hangs on to claim a maiden victory in the championship, or will the likes of Marshall and the rest get back onto his tail? Look, Paul, who's pulled up in second place on the grid.
I did notice that, yeah. Ooh.
So they've taken the results back a lap then, haven't they? Now, if you go back a lap, he was running in the lead. So actually, because outside is pole, isn't it? So he's actually in the lead of the race.
He's pole, yeah. He just took off in pole position.
Yeah. Sorry, automatically assume pole was on the inside. Here at Silverstone, it's on the outside, isn't it? So they've gone back a lap with the running order, and Jake Hewlett will be very pleased with that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, talk about second chance.
Yes.
Oh my word. Yeah, he won't. Well, it's not really his mistake. You can see where the white cement dust is. It is just on the turning for cops, and that just shows you how the trajectory and how fast Harvey Caton went off. But I feel sorry for Harvey and the family, because like a lot of these drivers on this event, they don't have millions of pounds, so any damage is a disaster.
Yeah, and he's such a lovely kid as well, Harvey, and he really does deserve a proper crack at the championship. He's yet to win a race this year.
Does it look greyer on the television? It looks like it's going to snow.
I did think that, yes, that I'd noticed a few greyer clouds ahead. Let's hope that doesn't happen. It's all we need, isn't it? A wet racetrack. No rain forecast today, but there is scattered cloud throughout the day, so it could go either way, I suppose. We shall have to wait and see what the weather does, but for now at least it's a dry track, and well, what a fascinating restart we have on our hands there. Jake Hewlett pole, Dan Petters alongside. Who's going to win, Paul?
Oh, I did this to you, didn't I? On
Payback time.
On the social intro this morning. Who's going to win this? I'm going to go for Campy.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Campy's going to... Because people are going to start to get together, I think, and Campy was dead unlucky on the exit of Luffield. Do you remember when he got blocked out? I can't remember who was on the grass on the inside of him.
Wilkins, I think.
Yeah. And he moved out of the way, and then Lewis Kent took the right side, and Campy was pushed out on the rear. So I'm going to go Campy if we've got enough time. 13 minutes it says on TSL, so that graphic in your top left corner, I would like to see if that changes and see which one's right. Is it TSL, the timing people, or is it going to be the graphics on our top left? Let's have a look anyway. But they're all getting lined up in place. I'm so glad they've just not canned this. That's good of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, only because we know the marshals are going to be able to deal with it efficiently, and so race control can make these decisions that we can definitely get the race restarted, and we'll give the drivers another crack at this. So 13 minutes we believe on the clock. It is Jake Hewlett, the black and green car, who somehow finds himself starting from pole position, and Daniel Petters alongside. Who gets the whole shot into Copse Corner? We'll try again to see who comes out on top in this second race of the weekend. Red lights on, red lights out, away we go, and is it a good start from Hewlett? It looks like he's maybe got his nose ahead, hard to tell from the head on camera. Yes, turns into Copse Corner ahead, Marshall already round the outside of Dan Petters, and those on the outside line have that cement dust to contend with, which is not ideal. A couple of them run wide, but generally I think a clean run through the first corner. That was Aidan Mitchell running wide. It is Hewlett that leads, Marshall second, and Liam McGill round the outside of Petters. Marshall almost repeats his moment from Beckett's yesterday. He is off the road, he's not the only one in fairness, but again Dave Marshall, having made a good start, throws it away at Beckett's corner.
Yeah, you'd think he'd learn. Somebody's not learned.
Simon Welch.
Simon, locking those rears is a nightmare, but are they going to have any... Look at that left rear locking again for the leader. Doesn't catch him out though, but look at Dave Marshall, brilliant move. Petters just squoze out the way, and their job's good and done.
Dave Marshall found some real grip on the curb on the inside. Now, he showed me that trick on the sim this morning, interestingly, and it does translate into the real car too. So Dave Marshall, somehow he was fourth going into Brooklands. He is second coming out of it. Across the line we go then at the end of the opening lap of the restarted race, and it's Jake Hewlett who has got the lead, heading towards Copse Corner once again. Hewlett, Marshall, Petters, I believe, still the top three, with McGill fourth and Wesley Swain in fifth. Camp, interestingly, still only seventh, as a few drivers go a little bit beyond track limits there.
Yeah, you could just see Lewis Kent as well in that grey EP3 in the middle of the pack there. Camp and Kent hopefully don't hold each other up, because they could make good progress between each other, and Kent, they're just a bit wide. Actually, they're all wide on the exit, aren't they, to be fair? But yeah, just looking for Campy. Where's Campy?
He's ahead of Wilkins now, so he's sixth. I think he got Wilkins into Copse Corner, so he's sixth position, going after Wes Swain for fifth. Here comes Marshall for the lead though. Marshall again takes that tight line, rides the curb, rotates the car. He's sideways over the curb, just avoids clattering into the side of Jake Hewlett's car, and that stacks them all together. Hewlett will hang on for now, but can Marshall get back in line ahead of Liam McGill? Not like that, he won't.
No, he won't, and McGill's going to have the overlap now, and if he turns across the front of McGill, he's going to be in trouble. McGill is going to make him defend into Copse. It's his fifth gear. It's over 100 mile an hour on the approach. Look at Hughes. He's having to go for the lead. I thought he was defending. Wow, McGill's thinking, you boys crack on. McGill's now coming. It's going to be three wide into Maggott and Beckett. The lead has definitely gone now to Marshall. But where's McGill in this?
Oh, down towards Beckett's. Hold your breath. It is Marshall the leader. McGill second, and Hewlett down to third. Brilliant run through Copse Corner for Marshall to go into Copse Corner on a tight line and still carry good momentum off the turn is very impressive indeed. Now he's in clean air. Can he get away? The answer, I fear, will be no, because already the slipstream is bringing McGill onto his tail, and Dave Marshall hooks the inside line. He's not leaving a gap for McGill on the left of the road, so Liam goes to the outside into the tightening left-hander at Brooklands they go. Marshall hanging on for now, but if he makes a mistake here, Paul, it's not likely to be just the one place he loses. It could be 3 or 4.
Yeah, exactly. Look at this, and you can just see them all getting involved. Hewlett is there, isn't he? And that is Wes Swain. He's defending from Petters. That's Kent with his left tyres across the gravel. And Wes Swain looks like he's got a place off Petters here. Dan's going to drop back.
Can Alistair Camp go with his teammate here, though? There's McGill for the lead. Liam McGill for the lead into Copse Corner. So Liam McGill goes through. He's got in on that tight line, but again carries decent speed off the corner. And I'm not convinced Dave Marshall will be able to come back at him into Beckett's. Let's sort this one out then. Into the tight right hand we go. Well, here comes Marshall. He is coming back at McGill, but I don't think that's quite going to work. So Area Motorsport back to the front of the field. McGill leads. Marshall second. Hewlett third. Swain fourth. Petters fifth. Who was sixth? Was it still Alistair Camp? I think it might be.
No, I think Kent. I think Lewis Kent's got in front of him. I think there was a grey car in front of Campy as they go through shot.
You're right.
Wow, he's done him. Well,
so that's twice now Kent's managed to steal that place from Alistair Camp. Camp won't be pleased with that, will he?
No, not at all, because that is the battle for the championship.
Yep. Exactly. Lewis said to me on the podium yesterday he really feels that it's boiling down now to a head-to-head battle between himself and his teammate Alistair Camp, so any opportunity they have to get one over on the other, they will take it, and so far it's advantage Kent in that department. Jack Riddell here involved in a good battle. That is the number 90 machine that he's up the inside of as they head towards Copse Corner, and I think will likely make that move stick as they turn into the quick right-hander at the start of the lap. Further up the order, Wes Swain also on the attack, trying to get into the podium places.
Dave Marshall was right, wasn't he, when he was speaking to you? He says he wants the win.
Oh yeah,
he's having it, he's going for it.
Ooh, and again takes that early turn into Beckett's corner. There is Camp back to the inside of Lewis Kent. Well spotted, Paul. So Kent, I don't think, got a great run off Copse Corner, and just like that, Camp's back in front of him. Brilliant battle.
Yeah, they're holding each other up. Look at Kent though. Kent's getting in that side draft, and he might be down the inside of him again. But anyway, back to the leaders, and this is looking very nice for McGill. He needs this, McGill, I think. He's quick enough to be battling for this championship.
Yeah, claimed a win last time at Brands Hatch in the third race of the weekend. This would be win number 2 if, and it's a big if, he can hang on to the flag. Further back, side-by-side action. That's Camp losing out again.
Camp's lost out. Oh, and he doesn't get the big squeeze. Fair play.
That's Bromley, isn't it?
Yeah, Bromley down the inside of him, yeah. But look at Campy. Campy just pulls a little bit round the outside, and Bromley might have to drop in behind him. But yeah, Campy doesn't need this, and he ain't going to win this race.
No, it's not really. He's just not getting the rub of the green, is he, Camp? Every time he makes one step forward, it then seems to be followed by 2 steps back. And as they come out of Copse Corner, he still is battling with Josh Bromley. Leaders, interestingly, Paul, staying absolutely together. I thought maybe given the pace that McGill had in yesterday's race, he might be able to break away from Dave Marshall. But that's the power of the slipstream round here, isn't it? Dave is sitting right in the wheel tracks of the race leader, trying to just force a mistake, or if he needs to, force the issue to get that lead position back. We've got 6 3/4 minutes to go, and Marshall is still right in this.
Yeah, do you know, I'm going to throw a cat amongst the pigeons here. That green and black car of Hewlett's looks absolutely rapid, and he isn't doing anything silly as Kent goes round the outside of Petters. That was a great move. That green and black car in third place, that Hewlett, he looks very fast, and if anything happens between Marshall and McGill, he's going to come through and win this.
And that often is what happens here, isn't it, Paul? When you get a train of cars like we've got here at the front of the field, if the 2 at the front start battling, they lose momentum, and it can really cause some fireworks behind. So this race is not over yet, that is for sure. Round Copse Corner we go then, 6 laps completed. Fastest lap, by the way, belongs to Lewis Kent, so a bonus point heading his way, and now he's in clean air, Paul. Do you expect him to be able to catch the leading group?
He can catch the leading group for sure, but it just depends how much they hold each other up. These West Swain's come back into it big time in 4th place. Petters loses out again, and now that's Campy running him out. That was rude, Alistair. Rude.
Well, he wanted to make sure that he stayed with Lewis Kent, I suppose, but he didn't leave a huge amount of room there for Petters on the exit of the corner.
Typical trading.
Well, he fell out with me yesterday, so I'll leave you to, because I did rather put the curse on him on the final lap of the race, I'm afraid. But Alistair, in fairness, in true Alistair Camp style, took it on the chin with good humour, but he won't be enjoying this race particularly. Certainly the result doesn't look like it's going to be the one he hoped for. Oh, he is at least back into the top half dozen now. Across the line we go again, 5 1/4 minutes to go, and another new fastest lap set by Alistair Camp. So Camp, even with an overtake on that lap, Paul, going quickly, and actually a bit quicker than Lewis Kent.
Yeah, but if they're going to battle each other, they're not going to catch the leading pack. That's the thing. They just need to stay in the tow, push each other along, and deal with it later on. But I think that top lot are gone now. McGill, they just can't break away, can they? Kent is a bit closer to the top four, isn't he?
Yeah, Kent on the previous lap did a personal best, a 1:05.1. It would have been another fastest lap of the race. Will Brooks, by the way, in the pit lane. That's a shame. The likeable Welshman going no further in this race. But yes, Lewis Kent back up the inside here now of Alistair Camp. They're side by side. Camp, in fact, trying to go around the outside of Kent, I should say. And the two teammates and championship rivals are almost leaning on each other. Can Camp get the inside into Luffield? The answer is yes. Kent didn't dare turn in. Ooh. And so Alistair Camp has the overlap. He's got his nose ahead. Matt Wilkins has pulled off to the side of the road as well, I noticed, and Wilkins is gone, and this is side by side for third. Paul, I don't know where to look.
Well, Swain is now on the inside, isn't he? I tell you, Hewlett's not going to be happy with that because he had the pace to win this. Now they're dropping away from the top two because they're battling. Swain down the inside, that's going to hold each other up because they're slow on the apex, but now Hewlett has got the run down to Maggots and he's going to reclaim that third place back. They're all backing each other up. The battle for the lead is going to be between McGill and Marshall. Game over.
Yeah, so this really helps Marshall, doesn't it? Takes the pressure off the second place man. These two still side by side for third. Jake Hewlett back to the inside of Wes Swain, who of course will now have the inside line for Brooklands corner at the end of the straight. All the while they run side by side though. Alistair Camp's getting a double slipstream and closing in rapidly on the pair of them. So it's going to be almost three of them together into the braking zone. Still Wes Swain is trying to find a way past Hewlett. He's got the inside of Brooklands and will wriggle through. Josh Bromley gets past Petters at the back of the group, but this has freed up Dave Marshall now to go full attack against Liam McGill.
Yeah, definitely. That's broken it away now, and if you're not in the tow, you're going to struggle, and they're not battling enough at the front for the lead for anyone else to catch up. Look at this though, Dave Marshall looks like he's right in that tow.
Here comes Campy as well, look, applying the pressure to Hewlett. He finds himself back out of the podium places. A lot to talk about at the end of this race, a lot of toing and froing going on, particularly the Camp and Kent battle where they've changed positions on multiple occasions. They still have 2 3/4 minutes of the race to go. McGill defends the inside line there into Beckett's corner. Does this give Marshall the better exit from the turn? It certainly looks as though it has, and this, Paul, is the advantage that Marshall's got now because he's not having to defend from another car behind. He can take those wide sweeping lines, cut back to the late apex, and he knows he's not running the risk of losing second place.
Yeah, McGill just looks like he's got the speed. That's going to be a lunge, but he's using that curb again. Will there be contact? No, McGill should have it. Oh, he's going to have to come back underneath him. Oh, McGill knew what he was doing. Marshall down the inside. Brilliant move. Absolutely brilliant for the lead. Marshall, you legend. Look at McGill. He can't even bear to look at him through the side window because he's fuming.
Side by side across the line, 2 laps to go, and Dave Marshall may have just executed the most exquisite switchback I've ever seen. He's got the inside line into Cobb's corner and will take the lead away from Liam McGill, but Liam knows this is his best chance to get him straight back. A good run out of Cobb's corner. He's not going to be on the inside, I don't think, into Beckett's. Dave Marshall will have that one covered, but they will still probably be side by side into the braking zone. McGill to the outside, desperately late on the brakes. They're both sliding around in the braking zone, and McGill goes right around the outside. He's off the road, he's out of room, and Dave Marshall will hang on for now. Incredible racing.
Incredible racing between two absolute legends. But Andy, you've got your finger in the air.
They were separated at the line by 1/1000th of a second. If that was the last lap, that would be one of the closest finishes in racing history in the UK, certainly in this championship's history. We've got another lap to go though, and McGill is not out of this.
Marshall will park this on the apex. Oh, he's done a good job there, but look at McGill, and there's something going on behind as well, but he's got a good run. This is brilliant. I've got to leave the comms box in a minute to do the interviews. I'm trying to get it on the stream so I can watch it live as I'm walking up. This is going to be a run for McGill. He's going to have to defend. Campy's in third. Campy could be brought into this. Swerving all over the road. Is there a gap? I think there's a gap for the lead. That might be a change for the lead. Let's see. Is it going to happen?
Let's see. We wait. Who's got the lead? It's still Marshall. Somehow McGill wasn't able to make the move stick. Camp is third and significantly has a couple of cars now between himself and Lewis Kent. So this is a major advantage from a championship perspective for Alistair Camp, who is going to win the race though. Dave Marshall's got maybe a Civic's length ahead of Liam McGill as they head down the Wellington Straight for what will be the final time. The checkered flag awaits for one of them. Has McGill got one last lunge left in? And he looks to the inside into Brooklands, but we know that Marshall's FN2 has been working well through this left-hander. He's missed the apex though. He's wide through the left-hander. That gives him the inside for Luffield though. Oh, he's run wide again, has he? There's a gap on the inside. No, not quite. McGill had to bail out of it. There would have been contact if he committed to that move. And Dave Marshall, with one of the best drives I've seen in a long time, is going to claim the victory in race 2 here at Silverstone. Marshall victorious, McGill second, and Alistair Camp, he was as low as 8th at one point, I think, after the restart, ends up on the podium after a sensational battle. Dave Marshall, a round of applause for you. In fact, for both of them, because that was a terrific scrap. They both played their part in it. But that switchback that Dave Marshall made at Luffield Corner will live long in the memory, that is for sure. Liam McGill won't forget it in a hurry, but he'll be replaying in his head all of the things he could have done differently there to keep Marshall at bay. But Dave just wasn't going to be denied. He said to me before that race, he said he's going to win it, and I just knew he was in a determined mood. He knew that he had the car underneath him to claim a win. He was frustrated, I think, with what happened at the start of yesterday's race, but he's more than made up for that here this morning. Dave Marshall wins the second race here at Silverstone, Liam McGill second, and Alistair Camp a really, really hard-fought third place. And it didn't take centre stage, that, but it's really significant from a championship perspective, because he ended up somehow with Wes Swain and Jake Hewlett between himself and Lewis Kent, who's only 6th, Josh Bromley 7th, Dan Petters 8th, 9th Jake Renshaw, and Jack Riddell in the top 10 this time, ahead of Francisco Howard. Aidan Mitchell was 12th, Sam Nicolau 13th, and Jamie Petters in 14th position. 15th place would have been Jack Parker, I think, from the back of the grid. Parker, he started on the final row of the grid. Worth pointing out as well, by the way, that Josh Bromley was the Paul Winfield Trophy race winner, for those with less experience in the Civic Cup than some of the other more established names. So Josh Bromley, the Paul Winfield Trophy winner. The Goodyear Diamond Award goes to Graham Ross. Graham Ross was 20th overall, I think. So 5 trophies in total to be given out, but the big one, of course, goes to Dave Marshall as your race winner after one of the best battles that this championship's put on in its history. And believe me, that is a very high standard. The Civic Cup is known for producing brilliant battles, but that one I'm not going to forget for a long, long time. So we will hear from our podium finishers. Paul O'Neill will be sprinting down the pit lane as quickly as he can, and he'll be catching up with Dave Marshall, Liam McGill and Alistair Camp. I can't wait to hear from Dave. He's going to be absolutely delighted with that. He's usually a fairly reserved character, to be fair, Dave Marshall, but I think he'll be letting a little bit of emotion out after that race, because, my word, he had to fight for it. And to go toe-to-toe against Liam McGill, who's been one of the quicker drivers in the championship this year. He is going to be very pleased to have beaten the area motorsport drive. I can't remember the last time that Dave Marshall won a race. Cadwell Park, I believe, was his last win. Phil Kinch tells me that was, helpfully, either 2023 or 2022. I think it was 2022. It was a while ago. I think the Dave Marshall last won a race. He's had podium finishes, but yeah, hasn't claimed a race victory in a little while, but he's been a front runner consistently. He was really the first driver to move over to an FN2 a couple of years ago, maybe 3 or 4 years ago actually, and started that trend, which obviously now sees a lot of the quick drivers going for the slightly newer shaped Civic. Nice that the EP3 though is still a competitive force, but that is really 2 races this weekend that should have been won by the FN2. Of course, Camp didn't quite manage to bring it home yesterday, but Dave Marshall managing it in race number 2. Camp will be satisfied, I think, with 3rd though, given the fact that he got roughed up a few times in that race. This, by the way, is a look at the rest of the day. You will next hear from myself and Paul at 11 o'clock for our reverse grid TCR UK race. Before that, though, the Mini Challenge Clubsport will be out. That's your next racing action. The Junior Saloon Car Championship will be hopefully recreating that sensational race they put on earlier in the morning. And I'd love to tell you what else is coming, but I've lost my monitor. There we go. Then it's Formula Libre, Track Action Racing Club, and the TCR UK Championship back out at 2:10 for their 3rd race. Minis, then Civic Cup, and JSCC at 3:45. So I think we can hand down to Paul O'Neill down at Parc Ferme. We will see what we can find out after a fantastic Civic Cup race.
So race 2 is just around the corner, but a driver we didn't get to speak to, and third place and race winner in class, it's Andy Langley. And Andy, that's a fantastic... So race 2 is just around the corner, but a driver we didn't get to speak to, and third place and race winner in class, it's Andy Langley. And Andy, that's a fantastic sort of race 1 from you. How's race 2 looking in your opinion? If going straight from race 1, are you already looking there, or am I asking you a bit too early?
Maybe a bit too early for that one, but it's looking promising. Yeah, the car had a lot more pace than I thought. I think as those guys started to drop off towards the latter stage of the race, you know, I still had lots to give. I was looking at the win on that one, the outright win. But anyway, it was good. It was a great battle, good fun.
I was going to say, what gave you that edge? Do you think? Maybe their battle early on? Maybe you're cooking the tyres, or were you? Maybe did you see the sun and think I need to actually make my tyres last to the end?
No, there was none of that.
I'm trying to give you credit here.
Yeah. Basically, mine's a different car, so I can run it a bit lighter.
Okay.
I don't quite have the power, so where they were drawing away at the edge of the straight, I had a lot more corner speed, and I could really fire my car out of the corners. I didn't really want to mess with their battle, to be honest, but then I saw the win, and it would have been nice to have had it. But it was brilliant. It's looking promising for tomorrow. Anyway.
With that multi-class setup, although they're all minis, obviously, do you find that there's an obvious disparity to some extent of pace, but you can still mix it and still enjoy racing? Because clearly you said you think you could, another 5 minutes, you might have been right there taking Wilmot's place.
Yeah, they've both got their strengths and weaknesses, and it was good to see them actually up close. As it's my first race with the car in this spec, so yeah, there's a lot to learn in that race. So, but yeah, they they mix well together. So yeah.
Well, it was fantastic to watch, honestly. Thank you very much for having a chat to us, Andy Langley. Race 2 coming up.
So hearing there from Andy Langley, who was, of course, one of your podium finishers and your S53 class winner in what was the previous round of the Mini Challenge Clubsport, powered by Airtech Motorsport, because they had round number 1 of their championship yesterday afternoon. But they move on to round number 2 now, ladies and gentlemen. Back in the commentary booth, you have myself, Paul Walsh, and well, this is how they line up for round number 2 of the championship. Oliver Wilmot lines up on pole position then. Your overall winner from yesterday, plus your S56 class winner. He's in the company of Freddie Hewitt, who joins him alongside. Andy Langley begins this one in 3rd, ahead of Steve Webb, as we then do have Ian Trunley starting at 5th place there, ahead of Neil Clark. Paul Sawyer lines up in 7th, ahead of Freya Belk, and then we do have Ben Trundley and Chris Johnson, who complete your top 10. But behind them, we've got plenty more drivers to come on through, as I have just looked out my commentary booth window and seen that the green flag lap is now getting underway. But that's your top 10 there, and what a close top 10 it is going to be. And keep in mind, of course, this grid being set based on the finishing positions of what was race number 1 yesterday, and that will carry through into what will be race number 3 later today with the results from race number 2. But then coming on to our 6th row, well, there's James Dudley on the grid, the number 7 that you won't have seen on the grid yesterday, and that was due to the fact that in free practice it had an engine failure, and the team have had to work furiously over what has been the last 24 hours to get that car onto the grid. There's a huge story about it. The quick summary is they had to go all the way to Cardiff to pull an engine from James's own Mini to then run it back here to Silverstone, fitted at 4 o'clock this morning, and have got the car out there, and that's absolutely brilliant to see. And then we do have a couple of rows back, what will be your R50 cars, and Daniel Truman lines up on pole there in the Mini Cooper machine, ahead of David Taylor, who was the runner-up yesterday after challenging Truman early on. And then it's Chris Aram and Jason McKinns who'll be completing what will be your 4 R50 machines there. And well, we do have an absolutely brilliant grid of Mini Coopers getting ready to go racing. And also keep your eyes out for David Taylor, in the fact, as I do believe his mum will be tuning in right now, his mother Margaret tuning on. A big family effort there, and a huge effort from the Stoke Mini Works team, and indeed an absolutely brilliant effort to get Taylor back onto the grid for this season. And one huge effort there, and a lot of pride in the garage. I know he was absolutely beaming with pride when he did pick up that 2nd place in the R50 class as of what was yesterday. And well, as everyone gets themselves set and ready to go once again, well, it's been a long journey for many plenty of our drivers on this grid, and well, right now that journey will continue forward today in round number 2 of the championship here. And just to remind you as well, in fact, we have got what is a 15-minute race here as all our drivers fall into their positions after their formation lap, and you do have the competition for the overall victory. Also, you have the competition for the bragging rights, the winning rights, we should say, in the R53 and R56 classes, who compete for overall victory as well. And you do have the R50s further on back. But there's all our minis on the grid, ladies and gentlemen. And without further ado, it is time for race number 2 as they get themselves set, ready to go. Will it be Wilmot or will it be Hewitt leading out of turn number 1? Well, it's going to be lights on. And it's lights out, and what will be, away they go as they go roaring away then down towards turn number 1, and well, it's looking close there between the pair of Hewitt and Wilmot, but it's going to be Wilmot on the outside there as he looks to try and hold the line, but Hewitt actually storms into lead there. A brilliant start from Freddie Hewitt, and as they make the way out, the number 42, meanwhile tucking in behind them, Andy Langley keeping eyes on, and well, he'll be looking to try and push forward a little bit more, and cooler temperatures today will be assisting the engines of all these minis. They don't like to run hot, but as they come in towards what we turn number 2 there, side-by-side racing action a bit further back between Clark and Ian Trundley as they come on around. It does look as though Clark running wide. Somebody takes a very, very wide line. They're almost taking the rallycross line coming on through the Maggots hairpin, but now they'll make the way down onto the Wellington Straight, and as they do, rolling the way on down, well, it does look as though right now Hewitt's been allowed to run away as everyone else tucks in behind him here over the course of what is this open lap. I suspect a lot of the drivers right now just trying to get those tyres up to temperature and trying to get themselves up to speed as quickly as they can do so. But as we do see there a little bit side-by-side further back, and a little bit of hesitation, a little bit of a nervous moment there from Ben Trundley, who decided to step out, as we did see what was the number, I think that was the 29 of Paul Sawyer cutting up the inside to the outside of Luffield, but here they come then after one lap, and well, our 56s and 53s rolling the way on through, and as they come towards that timeline, well, here's how they stand after one lap of racing. It is Freddie Hewitt who leads ahead of Langley, followed by Wilmot, who's dropped down all the way to 3rd place. We then do have Webb in 4th ahead of Ian Trundley, then we've got Clark, Belk, Sawyer, and then Ben Trundley completing your top 9 with Johnson in 10th, as we do see at the number 53 there staggering its way out to Cops Bend once again, but charging away now in towards what will be and turn number 2 further down the order. We should give you the update there and tell you that in what is the Cooper class, the R50 class, it is still Truman ahead of Taylor. That's how they started, that's how they carry on, with Aram and McKinns completing their battle in order of 4 cars, but a big run wide there from multiple drivers there, and well, that was the 89 of Belk that was taking a trip all the way round. We're also following the suit of what was Ian Trundley and Clark, but as they come on down there, well, we've got a bit of battle now going on in between what will be the leaders once again, as in fact they're starting to close back up. So Hewitt might have had a brilliant start in his R56, but now Andy Langley in the R53 is starting to close up nicely. And if you're wondering what the difference between the 2 classes of what is the Cooper S's is, well, the R56s, such as Freddie Hewitt, they are powered by what is, I do believe, a 165 brake horsepower by tonne R56 engine, and they do have what is a turbocharged configuration, whereas the R53s are supercharged with 170 brake horsepower per tonne, and that's like Andy Langley's number 42, but they're equally matched there. And well, the turbocharged and the supercharged both have their strengths and weaknesses depending on conditions in the circuit, and it does mix it up. But look at this here, as we're going to see what we Wilmot trying to look for the move in towards what will be turn number 2, and as they make the way on down here side by side, they go under braking. Well, it's going to be Wilmot all in on the brakes here, and Langley gives him all the space to down the TGR machine, takes a bit of a quiet cut back there in towards the inside, in towards turn number 2, but as he exits out there, well, they're going to stay absolutely nose to tail as they make the way onwards, but coming all the way down into what will be and turn number 3, well, as they make the way on down there, we might have a bit of closing further back in the order between Truman and Taylor. We'll try and get you a view on that when we can, ladies and gents, but also the mid-pack of the top 10 between Sawyer, Trundle and Johnson is starting to get a bit closer there, but this top 3 right now absolutely nail-bitingly close to each other and really breaking away. So you can already see there that Webb has now started to fall backwards off the order, but look at this as they make the way through, and that is going to be the 41 there of Ian Trundley trying to keep back with Clark, and Clark is absolutely coming alive here. Clark was quite off the pace yesterday compared to where I think he wanted to be, but he's now started to come on up the order. But as the top 3 now, they make the way in towards Cops Bend once again. Well, it's going to be Wilmot right in the back of Hewitt there, but what else is happening further back here as we stay looking down the start finish straight. Lovely camera angle here from our cameraman or woman, and into that opening corner they go, and well, they're the number 16 of what is Ian Trundley taking a bit, no, not Ian Trundley, Ben Trundley I should say, taking a little bit of a sneaky peek up the inside of Sawyer. Can't quite find it as they fight for 3rd place honours in what is the R53 class, but as they come through, we'll see what is the 2:19 they're carrying on, and we're making the way on around. Well, in fact, one of the things we are noticing is we don't have the number 7, unfortunately, of what is, I believe, James Dudley, so I don't think he's actually been able to get that car to the grid, so I'm going to have to run down to that garage during the lunch break and see and find out what's happened to it, because hopefully we get to see it from what is round and 3 later today, and if not, that's going to be heartbreaking. But as I try to roar away on down in towards what will be this time the run of Brooklands Corner once more, I think we're going to see a bit of a move. That's going to be a bit of a side-by-side between what is the number 29 and the 16. Ben Chunley trying to hold off what is the charge of Sawyer as he goes very deep there, and it's going to be Sawyer cutting back to the inside there, so switching back to retake the place in third in what is the R53 class, albeit look at this from Ben Chunley absolutely roaring along as they make the way on through, and coming through turn at number 1 currently, well, we do see the number 5 there of Hewitt holding Wilmot at bay. Wilmot's still there, absolutely running on the coattails. Langley, in fact, has dropped back to 3rd place in all of this, so therefore your S53 leader, SR53 leader as he's also known, right now falling backwards as they make the way around, and well, we do see what is that lead battle absolutely reaching what will be the precipice here as they make the way down the Wellington straight, and Wilmot looking one way, then looking the other, and well, of course, he wants to try and prove a point in the fact that yesterday it was Wilmot who took that victory overall, and he's looking to try and do it again, but Hewitt goes cover off the inside there, tries to prevent it from happening, and well, Hewitt's no stranger to what is intense racing, given the fact I do believe he has previously taken what is the S56 combined S53 championship honours in the mini challenge Clubsport with Airtech Motorsport, and right now under that pressure as he makes his way on through, but as they do, heading in towards Woodcock Corner, well, you can see there your leaders, they're running away, but Langley is falling away. Then we've got Webb still in a very lonely 4th place, albeit Chunley is trying to close up to him, and Clark coming on through, but then from them we do have a big run wide there. That's a big step out from what is Belk, and that's going to enable what will be Chunley and Sawyer to close up. Ben Chunley, of course, being in the middle of this sandwich, and in towards what will be the start finish line straight they go, roaring the way up towards turn number 1. Well, no change between them at the moment, albeit they are starting to inch closer and closer together, and well, it does come back to the leaders now as they make the way out of the Maggots hairpin, and as they roar the way out here, well, Wilmot close once again, pretty much could reach out, touch the rear spoiler of the number 5, but he won't be allowed to, as we do see crawling along there. I believe that is, unless I'm mistaken, that might be the car of McKinn's. We'll try and get in up down that one. I think that was the number 15 crawling along. Perhaps it's got a bit of an issue there. He's the last of our runners over on in the R50 class, but as we come into what is the leaders then, making way through Luffield, well, now Wilmot just keeping nice and close, absolutely glued to the back of the leader. And coming out to the corner, we'll run the way up towards what will be turn number 1 here. No way in at the moment, as we do see what is that lead battle just gradually absconding from the rest of the field. But as they come on around there, well, we do have what is their number 16, but from them, well, we are looking a bit further back than that is going to be, I believe. Oh, hold up a second, what's happened there? That is Sawyer who's taken a bit of a trip, I believe. That's coming out to the Maggots hairpin onto the back stretch, although I may be incorrect on that, but parked up there. Have they had a spin, or is there an issue? I think they may have an issue with the car because it's not getting turned around, it's just sat there. Green flag is being shown, so there's yellow flags being waved most likely what is the entry into turn number 2, but not in the exit. Meanwhile, whilst that's happening, this is Johnson, who's currently running in what is 4th place there in the S53 class, having passed Sawyer. Sawyer, of course, falling down the order, so therefore not really with anyone to race with at the moment. Johnson other than get the car home. As they head on around here, well, we do see where is the car of Sawyer that we hidden away, and then meanwhile the racing stays out there as they all take very liberal lines there. I wonder whether the surface there is a little bit slippery, because for all 3 tries to absolutely extend the corner and then some with 7.5 minutes to go, well, unless they've been suddenly told they can run out there, which they won't have been, I would imagine that perhaps they've all had a little bit of slip under braking. But from then we come back to leaders with 7 minutes left on the clock and still plenty of racing to come, and as they make the way in towards what we turn number 1, I think they are starting to close up to Aram's 3rd place R50 machine, but that's Hewitt leading as they make the way through, and Wilmot's still there, absolutely trying to milk the pressure as we look back to what is your leader of the R50 class. Great to see the little Cooper out there, and right now Truman enjoying a good run as well, and he is of course in what is that machine from Daniel Truman Motorsport, and well, right now Daniel Truman running away as he has opened up a 3-second gap to the car of David Taylor, who's a little bit further back in the Stoke Mini Works Sport machine. We're trying to give chase, but I think right now Taylor may not just quite have the pace that he would like. And when I did catch up with quite a sleepy David Taylor this morning, in fact I think I almost woke him up from the car he was sleeping in, he was saying to me that he wanted to try and get a bit closer to Truman. You saw him briefly running through the camera there, and well, he's racing not just for his mum Margaret, but also trying to make his dad, who's no longer with him, proud, looking down from the sky. But coming back to the lead battle here in what is the overall category, and also the Cooper S's, and also fighting for what is F56 honours. They're fighting for everything here all in one go. Well, right now, Hewitt and Wilmot still alright with each other, but no change at the moment, it would seem, albeit they are pushing each other as much as they possibly can on around here. I think it's going to be the game now of who is going to make a slight mistake. But as they roar the way on around, and in towards turn number 1, no change at the moment as they head in towards what will be turn number 2, and with 5 minutes left on the clock, what is going to be a bit of a hard run. But roaring their way on around, and as they do come around, no change for these drivers at the moment, it would seem. They're going to stay exactly as they are at this point onwards, all the way on through, as they roar the way up towards what will be the next set of corners. More from our drivers there making their way down the Wellington Straight there. It's going to be a bit of an opening gap for what is Wilmot to Hewitt. So Hewitt right now, I think, not able to keep up with the pace that Wilmot is putting down at the moment, albeit they are going to find themselves a little bit of traffic here as they make the way into what is turn number 3. So therefore, they are going to have to be essentially what will be in single file formations they make the way through the corner, and that may just simply assist with regards to the fact that's going to give what will be your leader just an opportunity to feel a little bit more comfortable and continue to extract that gap if Wilmot can do so. Now, for those of you wondering with regards to what is, I do believe, the fastest lap, that is currently in the hands of Oliver Wilmot. He is on the fastest lap, well, 108.006, so he's in quite a comfortable position at the moment by the best part of 2/10, I believe, over Hewitt's fastest time. So Wilmot absolutely flying away. Meanwhile, in the R50 class, well, currently the fastest lap in the hands of, I believe, which Truman by the best part of a 10th over Taylor with a 1 minute 16.046. So bonus points going away as we do see that confirmation graphic in the bottom left coming in and out of existence. But Hewitt right now in that second place, and I think he's wondering to himself, what can I do to try and get closer here? Well, apart from excluding himself from track limits, I don't know what he's going to be able to do, to be honest, albeit we have got a black and white flag being waved to the 41. That's Ian Trunley for track limits, so therefore our 5th place runner there will be wary of the fact if he gets it waved again, he will be getting a time penalty, I do believe, and that would be at least 5 seconds based on the decision of what is the clock of the course. And as he drives all the way on through, well, time has continued to run on out. But in terms of battles elsewhere out there, as our leaders continue to pull away, we also do have a building battle potentially between Ian Trunley and Webb for 4th place overall, and what is 3rd for the S56 classes. We'll have to wait to see whether that gets a bit close as well, as we do see there what is the number 42 of Langley. Then there's going to be what is one of our R50s, but look at this then, the 231 of Webb being closed up to very quickly by Ian Trunley here. Brilliant direction from our director to catch this as they make the way out of what is Woodcock Corner and up towards turn 1 they go. Now, will we see Trunley potentially look for the move here in towards Cox Bend? No, we won't. We'll come back to our leader for a brief moment, and then it'll be Hewitt right behind. And as the two leaders make the way on around, well, roaring on through, both drivers starting to push wide, and I think Hewitt right now has a bit of a mindset which is, you know what, I'm going to have to try and use some of those track limits to the absolute maximum in order to look for an opportunity. But will he be able to? That is going to be the question. Coming down in towards what will be turn number 3. Well, from them, we do have that sizable gap, which is now up to 6.1 seconds. That is going to be Langley making his way on past. And then we do have what is the run for 4th. Here it comes. And that's going to be Webb going defensive here. Trunley looking around the outside. Onto the braking zone he goes. Does he get the move here or not? And right now, Webb currently in a comfortable place and just simply parking the car there on apex into Luffield Bend. Around that right-hander he'll go, and it's going to be in Trunley right now. It's not really going to be close enough here to try and make a move in the TCR machine, but he might have an opportunity a little bit later on, but he'll have to wait and see. But the Norfolk Cars racer right now as he makes his way on around there. Indeed, Norfolk Cars being represented by a whole host of drivers here today, including Ben Trunley, fellow family member, and also what you've got is Neil Clark and Ollie Wilmot. Well, in they go in towards turn number 1. That's going to be a bit of run wide there, and I believe that is the number 14 of Aram there. In fact, that's number 19, I should say, stepping wide. That's Truman, your R50 class leader, who they're running out wide, and Taylor, meanwhile, David Taylor in that class has fallen to 7 seconds back now, so we're not going to see him close fighting for what is the lead of the R50s right at this time. But with 1.5 minutes left on the clock here, we now come back to leader, and look at this from Wilmot. He is just gradually pulling away here, inching away into the distance little by little. And Oliver Wilmot, who was under pressure early on from Hewitt, well, what can Hewitt do to come back at him right now? And I've not got an answer to that, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think he has either, albeit we'll have to wait and see, of course, because it's not over until they cross that checkered flag. Anything can happen before the checkered flag arrives. And, well, as we come back to that battle for its 4th place, 3rd in what is the what is the battle for 3rd in the S56 class. Well, these two right now absolutely push each other to the limit. I don't think there's going to be any change between them. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen, a bit of dust there gets in the back of my throat. Not quite sure what's happened there, but as they make their way onwards, pushing on as much as they possibly can, and we do look to the number 28 there, the second place runner in the R50 class. And David Taylor there, we're on the grid right now, pushing onwards, and we're in a bit of a lonely second at this time, but to be fair to him, I think he's going to be feeling as though this is going to be a solid run all the same as he makes his way on through there, and absolutely pleased to be part of the Stoke Mini Works team. And well, as our drivers come on down in towards what will be the next corners, we do look down at where's the Wellington Straight. And as they make their way into that braking zone, well, is there going to be a change here? I don't think so, as in fact, hold up a second, is that Ian Trunley who's made his way through? I think it might be. I think he might have made his way past Webb. Where's Webb gone is the question I'm wondering right now. Well, we're not going to get an answer to that immediately, but what we are going to get an answer to is the fact there's firstly a 5-second post-race time penalty for Ian Trunley, who's running in 5th, so he's going to be having 5 seconds added onto his race time. And meanwhile, for the leaders here, as Wilmot makes his way through, he's got one more lap to go, one more trip of the course. And well, as we do come back now, I think that was Ben Trunley, in fact, that we were looking at, and I do apologise there. No, that was Andy Langley, I should say, in 3rd place. That's why he was lonely there in the 3rd place, or the leading S53 machine, but we came briefly back there to the fight for what was 4th. Webb still ahead of Ian Trunley. Let's get all of our full processes corrected there. And well, that's the closest battle on circuit at the moment. But as we look to the leaders here on their final lap, well, Wilmot right now with 1.3 seconds gap at the start of the lap. I don't think there's going to be much change here unless Wilmot makes a mistake in the last couple of corners. But to be fair to him, he's been absolutely flawless over the race distance. We're on his way through the left hand of them of Brooklands and into the right-hander of Luffield. Well, it has been a race where he's been under pressure in the early stages, but come what was 5 minutes remaining, it has been one of those scenarios whereby Oliver Wilmot has just pulled away into the distance, and as he heads towards the line, he'll see the checker flag on his right, and it's going to be back-to-back victories in rounds 1 and 2, as it's going to be Oliver Wilmot who takes victory in round number 2 of the Mini Challenge Clubsport powered by Airtech Motorsport Championship, taking victory overall in the S56 class, with then it'll be a Freddie Hewitt right behind him there in 2nd place. 3rd place will go to Andy Langley, who takes S53 honours, and in the battle for 4th place, will it be Webb? Will it be Ian Trunley? Well, in the end, it is going to be Webb out on circuit who will take 4th place overall and wrap up the S56 podium ahead of the charge of Ian Trunley, but has a 5-second post-race time penalty to be applied. But I do believe Clark is too far back to capitalise, so it will be Clark who finishes in 6th place overall. We'll then have what will be Ben Trunley coming on through shortly to take what will be 7th, runner-up in the S53 class. Congratulations to him. And then it will be Belk and Johnson completing what will be that run to 9th on the lead lap, with Truman in the end taking the Cooper honours in the R50 class ahead of David Taylor, and Aram completing their podium. But here are the results, ladies and gentlemen, subject to any stewards' inquiries, and after 14 laps of brilliant racing, Oliver Wilmot taking that victory there ahead of Freddie Hewitt, and a gap by 1.3 seconds. Andy Langley in the end 3rd on the overall podium, but taking the win in the S53 class ahead of Steve Webb, and then Ian Trunley are wrapping up that top 5. Neil Clark was 6th, Ben Trunley there run up in the S53 class was 7th ahead of Freya Belk. Belk in the end not quite able to stay on the pace of Trunley, but still putting in an absolutely solid performance did Freya, and then Chris Johnson there 4th of the runners in the S53s. Daniel Truman 10th overall, a lap down, but in the S50 class or the R50 class of the Coopers. They take those 3 different names, but they all mean the same. And Daniel Truman there delivering a great job, pulling away from David Taylor, who was runner-up there, and Chris Aram completing their podium of the R50s, with Jason McKinns, your last finisher, 2 laps down. Unfortunately, we did have the retirement for Paul Sawyer, who we did see parked up on the exit of turn number 2. Not quite sure what happened to the 29, and also the fastest lap of the race there going to Oliver Wilmot. A brilliant drive from the number 70 driver, and just making it 2 out of 2 here and looking flawless at the moment. But as all of our drivers gradually make their way in towards the pit lane, well, that was round number 2 of the Mini Challenge Clubsport powered by Airtech Motorsport Championship here. Of course, they begin their championship this weekend, and will Silverstone National absolutely suiting these minis, no doubt about it, the BMW minis, as they roar their way on around here and absolutely enjoying their racing. But as they make their way in towards pit lane, I see them making their way past the Conte booth window at the moment. I can see some jubilant faces there, particularly a very jubilant face from Oliver Wilmot. He'll be absolutely pleased as punch with that, and I do wonder whether we might be getting a word with a couple of our drivers as they've made their way into Parc Fermé. We'll have to see shortly. I think right now all of the marshals also just inspecting the circuit in preparation for what will be our next race of the day, and of course that is going to be the second of the rounds here of the TCR UK Championship that we making their way onto the grid in due course, albeit they do have a little bit of a pre-show to them, I do believe. But as everyone gets set then, the circuit gets cleared. Do we have a believe we will be able to go down to Warby Park Thermate. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear from some of our mini drivers, and Jack Oliphant will be conducting those interviews.
The Mini Clubsport do it again, and I have to say I've got three very prompt, very well parked drivers next to me as well. I fear that I might be in the way of Freddie Hewitt a little bit, but we're waiting to see these drivers get out. It was a very hectic race, and I have to say, what a drive from Oliver Wilmot, of course, who well, it's basically the same top three that we had yesterday, but it wasn't exactly easy going. It wasn't a copy and paste from yesterday at all. Wilmot dropping down to third and making his way back up was something to behold, and we're going to have a chat with him, and hopefully a bit of a longer chat than we did yesterday. Try and get this cord over the second place. We'll do it in a minute. What a drive, Wilmot. I mean, that was absolutely stunning. I mean, the start wasn't exactly what you wanted, I'm guessing, but the drive through the next 8, 9, 10 minutes was exactly what you needed, wasn't it?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not the best at starts, like you can see. And the first lap, I'm still struggling with some turbo boost, so that's why I backed off. So I have to back up and then go again. Yeah. But yeah, it was a nice chase and lovely to race with Freddie.
When you got that much pace in the later stage of the race, though, you must feel like, okay, the turbo boost is annoying. You'd like to lead it from the off, but you know you've always got a chance come the end.
Yeah, exactly. And to race with the two boys, Andy and Freddie, it's nice because you know you have some respect. So yeah, that's a nice part.
Is there any sort of ambitions to go into the higher level of the minis at all, or anything like that in the trophy or the JCW? Is that the aim that's coming out of these championships in this season potentially?
Another good question.
I'm full of them.
I would say maybe. It's like everyone in motorsport. It's so expensive to get sponsors, all the things, and I live in Switzerland, so it's even harder for me to do it, but we will see. I'm happy with this mini challenge at the moment. So.
How does it feel to come from Switzerland? Do you come over just to race every single weekend that this is on, or do you come over here for work as well, or what's the commute like then?
I was born in England, and then we moved to Switzerland 16 years ago, and now it's just to see family and of course racing.
Of course, racing, that is the most important. No, I'm kidding, family is the most important thing, but racing is up there. Right, brilliant, thank you very much, well done. Freddie Hewitt, I see TCR cars going out, but they've got to go round and then assembly. Very, very quickly, Mr. Hewitt, a very, very respectable race. You were leading it for a large part of it. Are you disappointed that you couldn't quite get it over the line, or are you okay with second place?
No one's okay with second place.
That's the correct answer.
Especially me. Yeah, it's disappointing, but Ollie drove really well, and fair play to him, really.
What's the gap that you feel you might need to bridge to make sure that you got that extra 10th on him?
Well, it's unfortunate because he's got the same boost problem I've got right now. So we're both sort of playing with the same fault, which would be nice if that went, and we can both race pretty fairly. And yeah, but unfortunately we've both got the same fault. So some laps he doesn't get the problem, and some laps I don't get the problem, and it's vice versa. So it's just by chance and luck, really.
Well, it was a very entertaining race from our perspective. I understand why the frustration comes from. Freddie Hewitt, everybody. Right, TCR cars are going out on circuit. I caught up with our pole position man for race number 2, which I believe was Mark Smith. Let's go to that race recording now. Look at that transition. I'm with Mark Smith, who is going to be on pole position for race number 2 as the top 10 reverse grid from race 1 comes into effect. And Mark, were you fully aware of your position for race 2, or is this a bit of a surprise that you hadn't figured that one out yet?
No, I didn't have a clue. I was just trying to go as fast as I could all the way through, and I'm not quite there yet, but Ben and the lads have worked really hard to try and get me more at the front, the sharpy bit of the grid, but we've still got a lot of work to do. But the car's slowly coming on. It's the first time I've drove this car at Silverstone, so it was still learning, and like I say, I know I've got to go faster tomorrow, but hopefully we'll find a little bit more in the car.
Well, you are starting from the scariest position on the grid, I would say, bar potentially right at the back. Is that come into your head at all? Is this something you've done before and you're quite happy with leading from the front?
No, in the Gen 1 we had a couple of reverse grids poles, so we've been there before. It's just you've got to get it off the line, try and drive your line, and then hopefully the race will come to you. So that's what we've got to try and do, but it's easy said. I mean, today I had a brilliant start off the line. I got bulled behind Finn Leslie, and it just all went hectic all around us, and everybody facing backwards. So, but I managed to come out the other side and got my head down, and I just kept putting average laps in, and in the end we come over the line 10th, hopefully. So.
Yeah, well, it was a very entertaining race from our point of view. What's it like to actually be in? You said it went a bit hectic, everyone was falling around you. That's something you probably slightly expect from Silverstone National, because everybody's always trying to hunt for every corner there's an overtaking opportunity.
Yeah, it's that first 2 corners, everybody's like a bit apprehensive on cold tyres. So we're piling into that first corner. We're a bit unknown if the car's going to go around or not. And a couple of them did, and a couple of them didn't. And like I say, that's what happens in this very, very short lap. Everyone's balking together, and at the end of the first lap, everybody's still together. So it just adds itself to having accidents and things like that. So, but hopefully, like I say, the car tomorrow will just be that little bit better, and I can get it out the corners a bit faster, and hopefully just keep improving on my times.
I was going to say, on the positives, you weren't one of the drivers facing in the wrong direction, Mark, so that is the best thing we can hope for. Hopefully, race 2 he can carry on exactly the same. From pole position, it's Mark Smith.
Thank you, Jack. Good to hear from Mark Smith then, who, as he said, will be starting from pole position for this second race of the weekend for TCR UK. George Jackson alongside, and Rod McGovern starting third. Now, if you're thinking, hang on, they weren't the drivers on the podium yesterday, well, you're right. That's because this is a reverse grid race. The top 10 finishes inverted, and that gives us the grid for race number 2. Will Beach will share that second row with Irishman Rod McGovern. Then Adam Shepherd. So Adam Shepherd, who came from the back to 6th yesterday in his new Cupra, now starting 5th position. He did run as high as 5th actually in yesterday's race before locking up down at Beckett's and allowing Luke Sargent back through. Luke will start 6th on the grid. Then it's Brad Hutchison, who defended really well to hang on to 4th yesterday. And then the top 3 from yesterday's race. Sam Laidlaw will start from 8th, Callum Newsham 9th and Steve Laidlaw 10th. Callum Newsham yesterday threw everything at getting past Steve Laidlaw for the win, but couldn't quite make a move stick. Then it's Jeff Oldham and Alex Jones. They're the only 2 Gen 1 Cup drivers on the grid. Oldham was the winner in the Gen 1 Cup yesterday. Jones will be hoping to try and take the fight to a bit more today. Then Harry Bloor and Ryan Bensley. We're getting into some of those that had issues in race 1. Bensley had an electrical fault. Greg Saunders was a retirement as well. And Finn Leslie had contact with somebody. We're still trying to get to the bottom of who it was on the opening lap of yesterday's race, and the Hyundai Junior driver for PowerMax Racing unfortunately ended up a non-finisher, his first non-finish of the season so far. Grid being cleared of team personnel, and once that's all been done, the cars will be released onto the green flag lap ahead of another 20-minute race. Paul O'Neill back alongside me in the commentary box, looking forward, I'm sure, to some reversed grid antics. Before we hear from Paul, a quick reminder of the championship situation, because of course Adam Shepherd, who came into this weekend with a 40-point lead, saw that lead shrink slightly yesterday. He recovered pretty well to 6th place in the end, but lost a fair chunk of points to those who were on the podium. So Sam Laidlaw, 2nd place in the championship, is now 32 points adrift of Adam Shepherd, who took 9 points out of yesterday. Steve Laidlaw, yesterday's winner, is 3rd in the points ahead of Callum Newsham, and Finn Leslie still 5th. This is all before dropped scores, of course, so Finn will no doubt use that non-finish from yesterday as one of his drops, so that's not the end of the world. So, Adam Shepherd then, one to watch most definitely, but up ahead of him on the grid, a few feisty drivers who I think will be keen to try and get a good result, particularly looking to the likes of Will Beach. I think Will Beach will be hoping that he can maybe challenge for a podium here. Luke Sargent, we spoke to on the way down to the commentary box too, he's up for the fight. And of course, be fascinating to see in this one, Paul, how the likes of Steve Laidlaw do. Steve defended immaculately yesterday, but how much progress can he make now? He's got a bit of overtaking to do.
Yeah, well, hey, listen, Steve's as good as anyone as an overtaker, and I think that was one of the better controlled races. Forget it's Steve Laidlaw, and he's not done much racing. That, in general, was one of the best drives. He never really had to defend. I know the Hyundai behind him is a little bit older, but in Callum Newsham's hands it's still very fast, as we've seen. He was very, very good. And yeah, do you know what? if he wants to win this championship, he's got to get up the front of these kind of races. So let's see what happens.
And that certainly is something he wants to do. You know, he and Sam both are, every time I talk to them, talking about points, talking about fighting for the championship, where Adam is, because they really obviously see Adam Shepherd as their biggest rival, and so they're definitely in this to win it, championship-wise. But I've always said, you win or lose a championship in reverse grid races, generally, because you will often see the same group of drivers qualify at the front and run at the front in races 1 and 3. These reverse grid races, though, can make or break a season. If you have a couple of really good reverse grid races, whilst your rivals have a couple of bad ones, you can take a whole chunk of points out of them.
Yeah, and what you usually see is the most experienced person, who's usually at the front, will come through here, because if you are not too experienced and you're not too sure or au fait with battling with people that you're not familiar with, that can cause a problem. But experienced people usually make the right decision and get the job done, where you'll see somebody overtake one person, a really experienced person will wait for the people in front battling, know where they're going to be slow, and slingshot. So I'm really looking forward to this, and I think that, you know, Mark Smith and people like that will just be happy to be at the front for as long as they can, but they'll drop into where they think they'll be comfortable and not be in striking distance of someone for an accident.
Yes, but then you've got that closing speed, haven't you? The quick drivers coming from the back, the slightly less experienced drivers maybe at the front, and at some point they inevitably meet in the middle, so it can be a fairly breathless opening few laps in these races.
Yeah, and also, sorry to go on again, but they're mostly Gen 2 cars. They're quick cars. You know, the VZs are there as well, but the cars at the front, they're not Gen 1s, are they?
No, that's a good point, actually, yeah. So they should be able to maintain a reasonable pace at the start of the race, which is only a few moments away now. The second race of the weekend, then the reverse grid race here at Silverstone. Eyes to the lights on the gantry. It is Mark Smith and George Jackson in the Audi on that front row of the grid together. The revs are rising, the red lights are on. They will go out after quite a long hold now, and we're away and racing. Good start made by Brad Hutchison. Oh, Shepherd has stalled. Adam Shepherd has stalled from 5th on the grid. Major drama already for the points leader. Hutchison and Newsham leaning on each other, but Adam Shepherd has gone nowhere. Disaster for Shepherd. That I did not see coming. I wondered why Hutchison pulled so aggressively to the left. It was to avoid this car that has only now got moving. Mark Smith leads at Beckett. Steve Laidlaw on the inside. There's a bit of a run with. Oh, that was Will Peachy's into. He slides into McGovern. Both of the Gen 2 Cupras off wide, and Steve Laidlaw nicks up the inside into, I think, 3rd place.
Mark Smith, though, what a start that is. I think he's still in the lead as they go down to Brooklands. The right rear is the one you've got to watch out for. If you brake too late and turn in too early, it will start to rotate. Is that going to happen for anyone? Look at Callum Newsham trying to get round the outside of Luke Sargent. Oh, he's gone wide.
Smith's had a wobble. Jackson alongside Steve Laidlaw could be in the lead here from 10th on the grid.
Done
Steve
it.
Laidlaw is at the inside of both of them. Phenomenal stuff. Any question marks over his racecraft ability well and truly put to bed, and he leads the pack through. Callum Newsham's on the grass, banging doors with Luke Sargent. This is very frantic stuff indeed. Towards Cops Corner we go. Somehow Steve Laidlaw leads. It's Hutchison second, Smith third, but he's wide again. Sargent nicks to the inside, and Callum Newsham desperately trying to get through this pack quickly, because the last thing he wants is Steve Laidlaw disappearing up the road.
Exactly that, but now he's got Sargent in front of him, and Sargent's car is pretty quick, but Callum's done with him, and Sam Laidlaw's probably going to get the same, but that's the speed of Sargent's car. Now watch this against this Hyundai of Callum Newsham. This is where he's going to have to defend, because the Audi is a super slippery quick car.
Down into the braking zone at Brooklands, Newsham does defend, but this is where the Hyundai was absolutely electrifying yesterday. The rotation through the left hand, a bit too much rotation for Sargent. He runs wide and maybe opens the door for Sam Laidlaw. Sam on the outside into Luffield will look to try and get the better traction. That's a great camera angle to show that extra speed you get from the wide turn-in, but he just ran out of front grip mid-corner.
Hutchison's right up there. He's right with Laidlaw. What does he cross the line at? I think he's lost a little bit of time maybe on that lap, but he's only 7/10 behind him. He looked a little bit closer than that, but I've got to take me hat off. Steve Laidlaw, mate, you've answered all the questions. You stayed out of trouble and got the job done early doors.
I can't believe he's in the lead. By the end of lap 1, from 10th on the grid to the lead is, and the people he's overtaken to get there, Sam Laidlaw, Callum Newsham, you know, quick drivers, Brad Hutchison, and the way he handled himself through that final sector on lap 1, that was top quality racecraft. He anticipated the situation, read it, reacted to it, and benefited from it.
Yeah, like a veteran driver. Yeah. The person we usually talk about like that is Adam Shepherd, who had a disaster at the start. Is that a new car thing where he's not quite got the clutch bite right, or he's already made one start in the car, but we don't know anyway. It could be a problem with the car. We don't know.
Well, Shepherd is now back on the tail end of the queue. He's in behind Alex Jones's Golf, should be able to start picking up a few positions. We'd like to see him. There he is. So he's already gone past Alex Jones onto the tail of Harry Blore. Where can Adam Shepherd realistically hope to finish here? He's still got 16 and 3/4 minutes to go, and the pack is quite tightly bunched.
If he gets a safety car, he could be in the top 5, but I think he's not really going to get higher than maybe 6th, is he? I think it's going to be difficult. He's got that compensation weight, that's the problem. When you're at the back and carrying weight, it's a nightmare. If you're at the front and you're carrying weight, you can stay in the toe of people. Hutchison now is having to defend.
Yeah, Callum Newsham has been quicker than Hutchison really this weekend. He will want to get on with this before Laidlaw gets too far up the road. Brad defends though, and we saw yesterday how well he can defend. Right round the outside goes Callum Newsham. The confidence he's got in the back of that car on turning into Brooklands, he goes right around the outside of Brad.
That is devastating for Hutchison, but he gives him a little tap. But that'll be devastating to see that from Hutchison. That Hyundai with that little bit of weight loss is amazing. Now we're back to what we had yesterday, which is Laidlaw versus Newsham, and Laidlaw knows everywhere where Callum's going to be quick.
I mean, Callum must be thinking, surely not again, not another 15 minutes that I'll be staring at the back of that Cupra. But maybe he's made some changes to the car and learned a few things. That's Ryan Bensley out wide. That car didn't want to turn in, did it? Yeah, he's off the pace, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's got that electrical problem back this week.
Not been a good weekend for him, has it really? There's Rod McGovern, meanwhile, on the inside of Mark Smith. 2 Cupra drivers together. Rod in the car that carried Carl Boardley to championship success in TCR UK. Ran wide on the exit though, and Smith's got him back, I think.
Yeah, he ran really wide, didn't he? He had the job done, but that just shows you, if you use the shorter part of the track, you can still, even though you're going slower, the shorter part and the shorter radius can be a lot faster.
Yep, so there he is, back ahead of the Jolt Cupra as they come round. The next car behind them, in fact, is Adam Shepherd, isn't it? So Shepherd's up another position or 2, knocking on the door of the top 10. Leaders come through. Fastest lap of the race for Callum Newsham, a 58.534, about a 10th and a half quicker than the race leader. Catching Steve Laidlaw, I don't think will be much of a problem for Callum, but what can he do today that he didn't try yesterday to find a way past?
Yeah, this is the thing. It's going to be a lunge, isn't it? Into the pits, Ryan Bensley, and that. With that car not turning into cops, I'm wondering if it is electrical. I'm not too sure. I think it's electric power steering on that car, and it might have just chunked up and he'd not be able to turn, or he just felt it going. He's got a shame.
Down towards Brooklands we go. Battle for third now starting to bubble up as Brad Hutchison comes under pressure from Luke Sargent. This was very much the story for much of yesterday's race, really, with these two joined in race 1 by Adam Shepherd in a battle for 4th place. The whole pack, though, Paul, is very, very close together, and credit to the man at the back of this grid, George Jackson's 6th position in that Gen 2 Audi, going well.
Yeah, George Jackson's right in there as well. What did we say before we come in the comms box to Luke Sargent?
Well, we were expecting big things, weren't we? If he's going to get a podium, though, he'll be going some to get past Brad Hutchison. That wasn't easy to do yesterday.
Yeah, but I told him if he was in 4th place and the checkered flag was out, that he just needed to come in the pits, so he didn't need to speak to anyone.
He'll probably do that anyway to avoid having to talk to you in Park further later, even if he is in the podium places, especially if he's in the podium places. Round Beckett's they go then. There is George Jackson. Really, really impressed with this.
Very, very good stuff from George Jackson. Stayed out of trouble, didn't he, on that first lap? It's easy to try and battle and defend from that great starting position he had and then just lose it also. He's backing it. Look at the brakes! That was far, far too much. That was like a torpedo, like a cruise missile in 1991, that.
Yeah, that was very late on the brakes, Callum Newsham. Now, I would say that's maybe a bit of frustration creeping in. It's a bit early for that, maybe, but in a way, he will be frustrated because he already knows what's likely to happen here. He's going to have to try something adventurous, really late on the brakes, or, try and force that mistake. I don't think a mistake will come though.
No, do you know what that was actually? I've had that in front-wheel drive cars before. If you brake too late, you just can't. If you turn, you'll spin. That's probably why he straightened the wheel, stopped it from locking up the rears, and that would have spun him round. So, but it just gives you an indication of how late he is willing to brake. Luke Sargent now defending, and Sam Laidlaw is going to be a difficult proposition.
I don't think Sam's going to be ultra happy with how this weekend's panned out. Didn't quite have the pace of his father and Callum Newsham yesterday, and then he's just not quite had the rub of the green in the early stages. He's been caught at the back of that leading group, whilst the likes of Steve and Callum have made their way to the front of it. And once things settle down, Paul, it's not easy to overtake.
No, but he has got a little bit more weight, as
yes,
he has, from being a bit further up in the championship. But that is, that's going to be a worry for him, because wherever his dad is, he just needs to be a place behind.
Yeah. And at the moment, he is 5 places behind. He's in 5th position as they cross the timing line. Just under 12 minutes to go. Callum Newsham then continuing to chase after the race leader on the previous lap. He was actually half a tenth or so slower. New fastest lap, by the way, Adam Shepherd at 58.2. He is up into 9th position now, in a bit of clean air behind Will Beak. But Adam Shepherd, that is worth a bonus point, remember. That could prove to be significant come the end of the season. And he is now inside the top 10 positions. Gen 1 Cup, by the way, led by Jeff Alden. A much smaller margin, though, in this race than it was yesterday, only about 6 seconds clear of TCR rookie Alex Jones.
Too bad, eh? Too shabby. Let's see what goes on here, though. But this front group are pretty close, aren't they? They're all still in the toe. George Jackson just dropping away a little bit. But do you know what's good about George? Battling for P6, or battling in P6. He's not running wide, and he's not stressing the car. So, yeah, let's see what happens. But there's the 117. There's Adam Shepherd in his new VZ, and this will be massive data collection from him. And this has got to just now be for him damage limitation, as he is rotating round in 9th place.
Yes, but now in the 58.1s, so creeping towards lap record pace. The lap record, remember, set by Steve Laidlaw yesterday, 58.094. So we're within a few hundredths of that now, as far as Adam Shepherd's pace is concerned. And he really, I think that would be quite satisfying if he could nick the lap record away from Steve Laidlaw with all of that extra weight that he's carrying as championship leader. That would be a big, big confidence boost for Adam Shepherd, and sort of reiterates the fact that he's made the right call to go for the new Cupra. There were a few raised eyebrows when we learnt coming into the weekend that he was going to change car when he was already leading the championship. But if he can now prove definitively that he's quicker than the other new Cupra drivers, that will make him very happy indeed. Sam Laidlaw here, one of those other new Cupra drivers, to the outside of Luke Sargent towards Cops.
Right, let's have a look at the speed of this Audi versus the VZ. Sam looks a bit scared there, doesn't he? He's wobbling over to the left. Will he get round the outside? If he gets that done, which I think he might have got that done, round the outside of Cops, that was proper.
Oh, no, Sargent's off! That's Sargent's off towards the barriers.
That's a big hit.
Oh, no, that's high speed out of Cops' corner. And, well, we didn't see what happened, but we do know they were side by side going into that corner. Luke was on the inside, and unfortunately it's been spat out of line towards the barriers. There is the Audi, and that is a big hit.
That's a big hit. Look at that. So that has got front damage. Looks like that right front tyre's out of skew. So is that the left front that's took the hit? That's going to be a safety car. They've got to make a big decision now, because that safety car needs to be deployed pretty quickly. Otherwise, they can just hold it as yellows. Let's see.
Yeah, safety car balls are out. Safety car balls are out. So race being neutralised then. That's not a huge surprise. That is not a nice place to go off the road at Cops Corner.
Shepherd.
Big advantage for Adam Shepherd, yes, although he had almost caught Will Beach anyway, to be fair. But Will now catch up to this leading group. So yeah, once we do go racing again, there's a good chance, I think, that Adam Shepherd can make even further progress. There is some good news. Luke Sargent out of the car. I was a bit worried there, because that is a big, big hit into a tyre wall, which is slightly better than a concrete wall, but it's still fairly solid. You can see from the damage it's done to the car that was not a pleasant ride.
I'd be very, very, very surprised, and I hope I'm wrong, if that car is out later, because that, on that left-hand side, that's what's took the full force of it. So yeah, safety car out. That was a great call by the by the staff here, because the clerk has got a big decision to make. Because you've got to make that decision so quick, because they're approaching that first corner straight away. So yeah, that was. I wonder if he's just lost it by trying to stay. He was on the inside, wasn't he? Yeah.
So hard to know. There could have been contact. There might not have been contact. We really don't know. Maybe if we could see the right front corner of Sam Laidlaw's car, that might give us a bit of a clue, but only the drivers involved directly will be able to tell us. Sam Laidlaw has dropped down to 15th place. He's not pitted. Is he carrying damage then, I wonder, Paul?
What's gone on there then? Did he go off and we didn't see that? Maybe. You don't even know, like you can say, you can have two cars go off without contact trying to avoid each other, so let's not speculate on that. But they have, so the 101 of Laidlaw, Sam Laidlaw, has gone awry somewhere.
Why is that? Because it was a bold move round the outside, and it only needs one of the cars to have a little bit of oversteer or understeer.
I think he's actually stopped. I think he's actually stopped on track because he's not come through sector 1 on this lap. So he has stopped at the same time as the incident for Sargent. So both of them have stopped at the same time. Obviously we know where Sargent is. What we don't know is where Laidlaw's gone.
There is a tracking device, isn't there,
on
TSL, so let's have a little click on that. Can't see it, can't see
just
Sargent.
not there, is he?
Just says missing.
That's helpful. Yeah, we know that.
Your name's on there as well, Andy.
Yes, well, let's see if we can piece this together then. Where is Sam Laidlaw? This is where the incident happened.
Can I just say, let's just all calm down a second. George Jackson's in P4.
Yes, good spot actually. I've missed that. Oh, there is Sam Laidlaw. Right, so he's gone off to the right. The Audi of Luke Sargent's gone off to the left. There is damage, I think, isn't there, to the right rear maybe of that Cupra, which would not make a lot of sense because he was on the inside. Maybe not. That could be a trick of the light.
Can we see the? It looks like the bottom half of that car is missing. It looks like the I can see the diffuser. So that means to me that there is a piece of carbon fibre that runs below the bottom of that car. We shouldn't be able to see that barrier. What I'm saying, underneath the car. Yeah, that looks to me like it's. Oh no, it's not. That's actually the stickers. I thought that was the side of the. When the Marshall's legs didn't appear, I was like, "Is that Marshall walking on air?"
In your defence, the white stickers are exactly the same colour as the white barriers. That's the same colour as your shorts now. After you tried to climb over them this morning, so I can understand why you got mixed up on that. But yeah, no, the rear of the car that is damaged, isn't it? The rear diffuser is definitely hanging loose. So I'm not sure he's got it backwards. I guess.
Just to let you know, Shepherd is having a disaster here because this clock is counting down super quick, and Laidlaw's car's still there. I don't think there'll be any barrier work, but it did take a hit. So
yeah, good point.
They're going to need 2 flatbeds. This could be a safety car on 1 lap.
Yeah, this is why in the Civic Cup race earlier on, when we had the oil spill at Cobb's Corner, they red flagged the race completely just to make sure that we had time then to get the restart in. But of course they can't do that for every race because there are other championships racing here this weekend. It's not just TCR and Civic Cup, so we've got to make sure we don't eat into the timetable. We'd all quite like to have a bit of a lunch break as well if possible. The marshals need that more than anyone else, so they're going to keep running behind safety car for now. Every lap that the safety car is out is a lap less for Adam Shepherd to make progress through the order, and a lap less as well for Callum Newsham to do something about Steve Laidlaw. So it's all sort of falling into Steve Laidlaw's lap here, isn't it?
Well, that's nice. Jade Edwards has just sent me a picture of her and her sister and the dog Zoe, saying, "Your TCR comms shrieks are making us laugh." Zoe, the black Labrador, does not look impressed, Andy, look.
Oh, no, she doesn't, does she?
No, but to be fair, neither does Jade. Chloe looks sound, her sister looks sound, we're alright.
I'm scared to look at anything you show me on your phone today, Paul, I'll be honest.
Tell everyone about James Thompson and Jack Benyon and what I've shown you before.
We've got 4 minutes left of the second TCR UK race of the weekend, and Steve Laidlaw is perhaps now staring down the barrel of back-to-back race victories. I mean, that really is astonishing, isn't it? I'm not convinced we're going to get a lot more racing in here, Paul.
No, we're not. I think I'm going to give it till 2 minutes and I'm going to run up the pit lane because this is going to finish.
Well, you don't have to run a Spa this time because in theory they're stopping under the podium just next to the commentary box, but we shall wait and see.
Yeah, that's actually a good shout.
Glad I reminded you of that, otherwise you'd have gone missing in action.
I'm a bit worried about Luke's car, you know, because I mean going forward, because that's a lot of damage and a lot of money to fix. That's hit hard, so that you never know. Look at the wheels.
Careful. It's gone in. It looks like it's gone in fairly flush, doesn't it, on the side? So in a way, okay, the right front suspension is damaged clearly, but when it goes in on a corner, that can really rip the car apart. The worry will be the chassis underneath, of course.
That front right is really worrying me. Really, I hope they get that on there. I would not be anywhere underneath that car because that front right. Oh, that car has had a big hit. Wow. Well, listen, they've done that more times than I've ever done it, so they must be confident. But that right front is hanging off. So that's how much damage there is, and that's gearbox, and that can be anything that's drilled into the engine.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Yeah. So, well, the team will be anxious to get the car back and take a look at it. Shame that for Luke. He's a good guy. He was due a good result, I felt, but it's not going to happen in this one, and perhaps not now until the next round of the championship, but we will wait and see. 2 minutes 20 to go. That car will be out of harm's way potentially by the end of this lap. The question, I guess, is what progress has been made on the Sam Laidlaw recovery. Did they get a flatbed truck there at the same time? If they did, we might get a lap of racing. But I think if we don't go racing this time, it will be a race that sadly ends behind the safety car. So we'll keep an eye on those safety car lights. We'll see whether we get any more green flag running. If we don't, though, what an interesting result it is. Steve Laidlaw, Callum Newsham, Brad Hutchison back on the podium. George Jackson and Finn Leslie, both of them actually standout drivers in this one. Jackson in particular, because he was in that lead group anyway. And Finn Leslie doing what he always seems to do and being there at the end.
Is it going to take 1 minute 30 seconds for them to get round here, or are they going to see a checkered flag?
I think they will get, well, the last lap was 2 minutes, 2 minutes 5 behind the safety car, so they'll get back this time before the time elapses. But if we don't have lights out on the safety car, then by the next time they come round, I think the time will have run out. Are those lights?
Lights are out, I think, aren't they?
It looked like they might be. The pace has certainly slowed down. They're giving them the best possible chance, aren't they, to get the track clear. And we need to see on the next shot, really, where the safety car is. If it's accelerating towards the pit lane, we're going to have a one-lap shootout.
Oh my God, that's really bad. Oh, sorry, what I was just going to say was, Shepherd in 7th, how much of a chance will he take trying to go beach Leslie Jackson? Can he get to 4th? Lights are out.
He's got a lap to do it. The lights are out on the safety car. Steve Laidlaw's punching them all together. Callum Newsham, of course, is going to be on his toes to try and get a good restart. We have a one-lap shootout on our hands here at Silverstone, and a good restart for Steve Laidlaw. Kept them bunched up until the last minute, stepped on the loud pedal, and he's built a margin already over the second place man. Keep an eye on Shepherd in the background, already hunting to the inside line, trying to get past Will Beach. He's not done it into Cox Corner, but I reckon Beckett's will be an opportunity.
Will let him through, his teammates got
True.
to.
Good point, both Capture Motorsport drivers, and yet look, steps well out of the way. Here are the leaders. Callum Newsham already back on the tail then of Steve Laidlaw, who is a bit wide, is he not?
Oh, he is!
Corner, the leader is out wide.
Yes!
And Callum Newsham has a chance. He's up alongside, heading towards his favourite part of the circuit. Ducks back into the slipstream. There is still a slight overlap. He'll get the side draft, and we know, Paul, how good he is on the outside line. He's not quite alongside. Steve Laidlaw holds the inside line, and Callum Newsham is frustrated once again. Shepherd to the inside of Finn Leslie at the back of the group. But Callum Newsham is tapping Morse code on the back of Steve Laidlaw's Cupra. It's not going to matter, I don't think. Out of the final turn they come. The Hyundai's got the better traction, but doesn't have enough time to get alongside. To the timing line they go. The checkered flag awaits, and for the second race this weekend, it waves first for Steve Laidlaw. A winning margin once again of around a quarter of a second from a hard-charging Callum Newsham. Brad Hutchison third, George Jackson fourth, and Adam Shepherd will be very satisfied, all things considered, with the top 5.
Absolutely, and a special mention to George Jackson. That, especially on a restart with those names breathing down your neck, that was super. But you know what? Is Laidlaw on for 3 wins in a row? He is. I'm telling you now, he's the man to watch for this.
Well, he starts the third race, because remember the second fastest lap times qualifying set the grid for race 3. He will be third. It is Adam Shepherd on pole later, so that will be a really interesting battle. Steve Laidlaw then is the race winner. Callum Newsham once again comes home in second position. He lost out yesterday by a very narrow margin. Yesterday's race, by the way, was the 4th closest finish in TCR UK history, 0.252 of a second, and this time it's 0.267, get my teeth in, between Laidlaw and Newsham. Brad Hutchison third, George Jackson a fantastic effort in 4th, 5th place for Adam Shepherd, 6th Finn Leslie, 7th Will Beach, with Rod McGovern 8th, Greg Saunders 9th, and Mark Smith the pole sitter in 10th. Harry Blore got to the finish this time, he's 11th, whilst Jeff Holden got another victory in the Gen 1 Cup, but of course that time by only about half a second or so over Alex Jones. The safety car kept them close at the end, but in fairness, Alex was a lot more competitive in that one, and will be really keen to try and take the fight to Jeff in race 3. Luke Sargent, of course, a non-finisher, as significantly was Sam Laidlaw. Sam Laidlaw second in the championship going into that race. He was the better placed of the Laidlaws in the points, but no more. It will be his father Steve now who moves into second place in the championship and will close in quite significantly, I imagine, on Adam Shepherd, who, as I said, salvaged 4th place out of that race, 5th place, excuse me, out of that race, but that was not the result that he would have been hoping for. So, cars head into the pit lane. They will park up underneath the podium, and I think we can head down there now and hear from Paul O'Neill. I cannot wait to hear from what I'm sure will be a very excitable and very happy Steve Laidlaw.
What an absolute beauty! It's Paul O'Neill down in the podium section. Absolutely awesome. Look how much that means to Steve Laidlaw. That was a proper good effort, that. Follow me, Ben the cameraman. That was awesome. Let's get in there. First place, Steve Laidlaw. Second win of the weekend. Just having a quick word with Josh Files, who is the team's driver coach. Stevie, come here, son. Mate, well done. What a win. Second one. 10th to first. By like one, wasn't it?
Yeah, look, I think I got a bit of third-party help, if I'm being honest. I'd love to take the credit for it being like superior driving skill, but like there was some things going on in front of me. But yeah, look, mega, absolutely mega. And yet again, I'm being like pushed around by Callum. When I saw the checkered flag at the end, I'm like, thank God for that.
But like a veteran, mate, you can't just put it down to luck. You have to know what's going on around you.
Yeah, look, is it an unfair advantage being with the best team in the paddock? Maybe. But it's the best team in the paddock because everyone is working so hard in one direction. And like even yesterday, as soon as we were taking a win, Josh has got us in the truck and he's like, but you could have done this, you could have done that, and we'll do this. Like, it's relentless. Yeah, it's mega.
Fine margins. And Goodyear Diamond Award winner?
Go on.
Nice, we like that, we like that. Right, Callum Newsham. Callum, can I get you away from the world's biggest fan? Mate, you're so good in that last sector, but you just couldn't get it to work, could you? And the last lap was fantastic. Did you think you could have a go?
I was debating on whether to cut out onto his inside, but I didn't know whether I should do it or not, so I thought I'd just settle for second, you know. But I didn't think that was going to be the last lap, to be fair. But yeah, no, it was a decent race.
Happy with the Hyundai? It's like a Gen 3 car now, that.
Yeah. If it just had a little bit more grunt out of the corner, I think it'd be the car to beat. But yeah, we got good corner speed, that's for sure.
You're back in the game, mate, so fair play to you. Let's have a wander through, Ben. Follow the cable. Watch this. Right, I hope I haven't broken it. Let's have a quick word with Brad Hutchison. Brad's just talking to Matt James, who's a good mate of mine. Should we get him out the way? Should we do a Martin Brundle? Get out the way! It's live television. Matt James, top man. Bradders, I'll tell you what, mate, I'm impressed because you've battled to get on this podium after not being the fastest person in testing.
Fastest car?
Fastest car, sorry, yeah. No, sorry. Sorry, mate, yeah. You've done well, though, to be where you are, because it wasn't looking great, was it?
No, it's like I said. I was just saying it's weird considering this is an old car now. You know, with the lack of updates we'd have. But yeah, it's not an old car, but in this paddock it is now. It just shows you how quick TCR's growing, I suppose, isn't it? But yeah, we've been battling all weekend really. On Friday we were way off the pace. Changed absolutely loads of stuff going into to Saturday. Qualified better than expected, has to be said. With 6th, which is strange, but yeah, I think the Revy Grid race is always going to be our best chance, just because what we showed yesterday with making it quite hard to overtake around here. Callum obviously made it look easy to overtake around here, which it's never nice having someone drive around the outside of you, but yeah, he had the pace in the early few laps, and if we're out ahead, then it's all right, but it's just getting that gap in the first few laps, really, isn't it? But yeah, obviously big thanks to Bondit, big thanks to Felon Roofing Supplies, William Waff, Gecko Properties Management, all that get us to the grid, all that get us the opportunity to fight for trophies like that. And it was a good race.
Top man, you did well, mate, fair play. I'm going to take the educated guess that there's a race going on, so I'm going to throw back to you guys.
Tom Algarve stood alongside me after race 2, technically, although it's race 1 here. It gets complicated, doesn't it, Tom? But ultimately, it's race 1 of Sunday, and this is a prereq for race 2. Right, Tom, 12th on the road. How do you think that race sort of went for you? Were you satisfied with it? Because it was a little bit scary at the beginning.
Yeah, so first corner, pretty major accident, so I had to avoid that, but dropped back a few positions, but safety car made me catch up with everyone else, but I'm pretty satisfied with the result today. I was having a good battle with Timothy Leonard all race, so yeah, I'm happy.
I was going to say, Timothy Leonard is actually the driver we did the pre-recording for the race just gone, or race 1 of the weekend. He's a nice kid as well, actually. Right, You have a name that is synonymous, apparently, with racing. Your granddad was here yesterday in the Equipe, wasn't he? And he was telling us that they're building you up to potentially take that car over as well. Is that something that you feel pressure by, or are you excited by it?
No, I'm massively excited because we're going to partner up in the MSV Track Day Trophy and Championship in 2026. I'm 16, so yeah, hopefully get some wins.
Yeah, absolutely. So how long have you been racing for personally? Is this your first year? Have you been karting before, or what's the gig with you?
So I've been karting since I was 6. I won British Mini Max in 2022, I think now. Yeah, I've just been rentals from 6 and cadets from 7.
Fantastic stuff. Right, why the Junior Saloon Car Championship? We all know it's a brilliant championship, but what attracted you personally to it?
Well, cars. You're just trying to get used to suspension travel and might as well get there early as possible.
Fantastic. Right, you're being told to leave, which probably means we're being told to leave as well. Good luck for race number 2, and that is coming up for you right now.
It's flat around that stone. If your eye is dull, go to the doctors. If your eye looks wonky, go to the doctors. That's also called the swim. If your eyes change colour and you're all in the light, go to the doctors. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we do then come back to circuit side here and look into the panoramic view, there's still plenty more racing to come, and here is your schedule for what is affecting the remainder of the day. We are running a little bit behind due to a previous red flag, and I believe we have currently got a red flag out there at the moment for what is the qualifying session for the Equipe Sports Prototype Series that we'll see later today. But coming up next will be the Junior Saloon Car Championship. That will be what, of course, is round number 11 of their championship, and then we'll follow up there for the first of 2 races today for Classic Road Car Classics of what's the Formula Libres, and then we'll have the Track Action Racing Club that will see us to the lunchtime. After which we'll then be returning for what will be the final race of the day for TCR UK's Championship. Then we'll head into Mini Challenge Clubsport, Miltek Civic Cup, the Junior Saloon Car Championship. They'll wrap up their day at what will be at sometime around 3:45, and then we'll have the Equipe Sports Prototypes out there once more, but for race condition, and then we will have the Formula Libre race to wrap up the proceedings for the CRCC, and indeed wrap up all of our racing for what will be this weekend. Now, we have seen some feedback from you guys and girls that tune in with regards to what is, excuse me, the volume levels here in the commentary booth. Hopefully we fix those here on the microphone, and do let us know if not. We have done our best, no doubt about it, to try and fix things up, and do keep on providing us feedback there, whether it be in what is the British Automobile Racing Club YouTube chat, or alternatively the TCR UK YouTube chat. It's great to see so many of you tuning in today, and I do see there that competition which our social media person on the British Automobile Racing Club YouTube channel has said, which is changes on with the simultaneous broadcast at Pembrey right now, because we have got 2 broadcasts broadcast running simultaneously on BARC TV. Who can get the most likes? Please, guys, let's smash the like button and let's catch up. I think Penrith's getting a couple more likes at the moment, but I think some of you might be shy from giving us those likes. But it is a circuit right now that's come back alive again. I think we are away from red flag. We have gone green for the Equipe Classic Racing Sports prototypes there, and I do wonder in the meantime whether we might be able to get a word down in what is the paddock in preparation for the run back into the Junior Saloon Car Championship, albeit I think we might be getting a word with some of our drivers in the assembly area in due course, but we're not going to quite rush down there at the moment. And as all of our drivers get themselves set, well, in terms of the weather conditions, we've had a very chilly morning. In fact, in the commentary booth here, we practically had to have jackets on. It's not that warm, it's not heated in here, that's not a complaint, that's the way it's been. It was quite nice and warm in here yesterday. The clouds are still over. We did see a brief little bit of sunshine earlier on, but it's definitely about 2 to 3 degrees centigrade colder than it was yesterday. And that will obviously be having an effect on the racing in terms of the grip levels and what will be the tyre pressures that our drivers need to run. And as everybody gets himself ready to go for what will be the racing, those setup tweaks could be the difference between victory or alternatively not quite making it to the podium. But I believe there's a bit more activity happening down in the paddock. As I look out my Conte booth window as well, things are definitely getting frantic out there, and indeed it's great to see so many people and so many people and drivers here are racing today. But enough about me and essentially giving you a weather update on what's happening on the circuit. Let's get down to the beating heart, which is down in the paddock, and we're going to cut over to Jack Oliphant, who's going to give us some updates with regards to upcoming racing.
We forever keep meeting like this. It turns out in the assembly area with the JSCC behind me. Luckily, this time I've got a bit of time to actually go and talk to the drivers, which is quite a relief. Last time at the beginning of the show, I got kicked out immediately. So let's go talk to some drivers. Oliver Kerr is stood over here. I'm going to try and take this microphone umbilical cord with me, which is a word I'm pretty sure I keep mispronouncing. Oliver, any chance of a quick chat live on air? It's a while till you're out on circuit, but you're here nice and early in assembly. Is that to try and get yourself in the zone?
Yeah, or just, you know, just to get yourself in the best mindset possible, and obviously hoping for a better start than I did last time. So yeah.
I was going to say, it wasn't a bad end result though last time, was it? I mean, it wasn't something to be too disappointed with.
It wasn't a bad result, but obviously this time we're going to try and go for the lead this time. And try and get a better start.
Absolutely. Well, we look forward to seeing it. There's a wide range of age groups in this category, and we've got quite a lot of time to fill. Are you 16 or are you?
I'm 16 and I'll be 17 in June.
Does that mean you're doing your GCSEs at the moment?
No, I've done my GCSEs, so I'm at college at the moment.
Oh, you're at college now? Right, okay. See, I've forgotten how all these school years work. I'm going to try and go up and down the grid and test people's general knowledge. I've just thought of this off the top of my head. So I want you to tell me a little bit GCSE knowledge. Can you tell me what the power cell, the powerhouse of the cell is in biology, in a plant cell? See, I'm doing this off the top of my head.
See, I didn't pass biology. I'll give this a shot.
I didn't either, to be fair, don't worry. Powerhouse of a cell.
Whoa.
People in the comments are probably going to tell me I'm wrong here. I haven't researched it.
I'm not sure on that one.
I think it's the mitochondria. Does that ring a bell?
Somewhat.
Yeah, probably. To be honest, I failed biology as well, so I wouldn't really worry about it too much. Good luck for the race. I'll stop distracting you. Right, let's move on. We've got a driver that's currently got his door closed. Wilf Butler. Well, clambering out, that looks really difficult to get in and out of. Come round here, Ben. Like, how you have to be like 16 to get in and out of that thing. I don't know how people do it. Wilf, I do apologise. There is an F at the end of his first name, which I missed when I last did the interviews. So, obviously not a bad first race today. You're hoping to improve. You're starting a little bit further back though. What's the plan going into this? Are you here getting focused?
Yeah, I mean, try and do the same as what we've done last race. I mean, obviously came away with a win, but maybe if there's not a safety car, it'll be a different story, because Ollie was right on my tail the whole way through the last bit of a race. But yeah, just got to try and make our way through to the front and keep everyone behind, really.
Yeah, fantastic. That is the plan, obviously, all through. I mean, what's the championship looking like for you then? Is that an ambition that you feel like you can go and try and attain at the end of the season?
Yeah, I mean, we're 2 points off Luca after we got a penalty from last race, but yeah, we're still in the mix for it, so it should be good.
No, looking forward to it. What school year are you in then, before I throw some GCSE quiz questions at you?
I've started my first year of college.
First year of college, okay, that's the same as Oliver Kerr's though. You've done your GCSEs basically. I'm going to throw a GCSE style question at you. In physics, what is the letter C stand for, or commonly stand for?
physics.
In physics. I'm not impressed I can remember this much. I'm 30 now, well, nearly 30.
I can't remember physics.
Can't remember, to be fair. It might well be AS level, which you are doing right now, so it's the speed of light. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah.
Yeah, see?
It's been a year. Can't really remember that
It's been 13 years for me. Get yourself in the car and get yourself ready. Right, moving on. We have had a chat to Josh Salvadori yesterday. There's, in fact, actually, it'd be quite interesting to see if we can have another chat to him. He's not out the car, but let's see if we can chat to one of his team. Because he did have a bit of controversy going into the race results after yesterday. He won on the road, but he didn't quite win it overall. I think there might have been, I don't know whether he's talking or whether he's doing something. Can we have a chat, Josh? I don't know, I thought you were on FaceTime then or something. Ben, I'll tell you what, Ben, you skirt your way through there because I don't think Josh really wants to get out of the car. You skirt your way through there. Josh, you have had an eventful weekend. That is probably putting it lightly. Can you tell me a little bit about that amended result in race 1? Has it been amended back to you winning, or did you have to take that time penalty?
Yeah, unfortunately to take the penalty. You know, I still don't agree with it, but you know, that's racing.
And in race 2, it wasn't exactly too much better for you. It looked very promising at one point, didn't it? And then you slipped down the order a little bit. We didn't quite see why. What happened there?
Yeah, you know, someone decided to not, you know, they didn't want us to do that well, so, you know, that's what happened. But, you know, contact happens in racing.
It does, unfortunately. It tends to be 80% disappointment, 20% elation. But the 20% is what your ambitions are for this race, aren't you? Starting right at the front of the grid again. You got all the speed, you got all the pace. You just need a little bit of luck to go your way, don't it?
Yeah, you know, there's a place that I could obviously be faster. You know, I just really want to try and stay up the front this time and hopefully get a bit of a better result.
A better result, I'm sure, is coming your way, Josh. Don't you worry about a thing. Hopefully we'll be interviewing you towards the end of it. Right, we're going to try and close this without capturing my microphone. Look at that. The Lightning McQueen car certainly is my favourite looking car on the grid, though, I have to say. You're not supposed to have favourites, but I do, and it's this one. Right, moving on. Let's see. There's a few other drivers that I have chatted to through the day. Scharfegger, I'm going to go over here. Can we have a quick word with you, please, sir? Right, I'll be honest, I haven't chatted so far today. I'm not entirely sure how your day's been going. So tell us, from your perspective, what's the weekend been like?
Qualifying, it was quite strong. And then this morning, had a little bit of a off start, went back a little bit, managed to recover a few places, and then finished in P8. But somebody got a track limits penalty in front of me, so I got bumped up to P7.
That's pretty good, isn't it? I mean, P7, is it a learning year for you, or are you really trying to strive to get into that top 5 on a more regular occasion?
I'm trying to get into the top 5 on a regular occasion.
Yeah, any podiums to your name or anything like that so far this season, or is that, do you think that's one in sight?
I got one yesterday.
Oh, of course you did.
And hopefully today.
Fantastic. Well, I'll look forward to it. Right, what school year are you in? I'm trying to quiz people as we've got quite a lot of time to fill.
Year 10.
Year 10. Ooh, this one might be difficult for you, but you are studying your GCSEs then as we speak. What's your favourite subject?
Maths.
Maths. Okay, what is Pythagoras' theorem? Oh, this might be a year 11 question, to be fair. I'm very much reaching with my knowledge here.
I know it's 3.14 something like that.
That is the speed of light, which is the answer to the question I gave to Wilf Butler, to be fair. So, oh no, there's pi. It's pi. I've just had in my ear. It's pi. It's not the speed of light at all. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's pi. Pythagoras, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. Does that make any kind of ringing a bell?
Not really.
No, you'll remember it in a year, trust me. It'll help you in your GCSEs. Right, good luck for the rest of the races. Yeah, pi, speed of light, same thing in it. That's probably all things like that. Maserati is getting his gloves and helmet on, so I won't interrupt him unless he thinks he might well be interrupted. I'm going to poke my head in. He's getting his gloves on, but the door's not closed, and if the door's not closed, I'm going to take my chance. Ben, you might have to sort of lean. In fact, no, I'll tell you what, it's going to be very complicated. We're going to go over and chat to Wells and hopefully not get run over in the process. Wells, very quickly, don't worry, we won't take up too much of your time. Starting a little bit further, well, just outside the top 5 here. Ambitions to go forwards, I know, is always in every racing driver's mind. But what's the plan to put that ambition into action?
There's not really any plan, really. Just to go out there and see how it goes. But as far as I know, I can do it on the start and just send it.
Yeah. What's it been like driving around like Silverstone? Have you driven Silverstone much before? Is it the national circuit a favourite of yours?
It's a good track. Yeah, it's my second time driving it here, but it's a very good track. I like it loads.
What did you do before you did the JSCC in terms of your racing background?
Oval racing.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah,
oh,
so I
wow,
was
so
in
it's a bit different, isn't
Yeah,
it?
so I was in a 1 litre micro.
Oh, I bet that was sensational to drive in, sort of thing. Did it teach you a lot to go into the JSCC?
Sort of, yeah, it taught me a lot about how to use clutch and how to drive a normal car and the width of the car, knowing where cars are, but yeah, very good.
Right, cracking. What school year are you in? I'm trying to throw quiz questions at people while we got... You're year 11? Right, okay, so you're doing your GCSEs. So I've been trying to think of GCSE questions. What's your favourite subject?
Probably PE.
PE?
I'm not a big fan of all the maths and English.
Oh, right, okay, so we're gonna try and we'll tell you what, we'll go in a English-based question, English literature, I think it is, because I thought of a PE question and I can't actually remember if I'm right. So, if you're reading a book and someone wears red, what kind of symbolism is that?
No clue.
It means they're probably going to be dangerous. That might get you a mark on your GCSE literature. You're welcome. I'm out here helping kids, that's what can I say. Good luck for the race and good luck for GCSEs. Right, moving on. I'm sure people in the comments will probably be saying, well, it means this, it means that. Well, it means what I say it means because I've got the microphone. We are going to move to slightly further back of the grid. We haven't quite got a full grid yet, but in the background, kids are getting into the cars. Yeah, we can chat to a marshal. That's a very good idea from Chris into my ear. Very good idea indeed. One marshal's running away from me. Do you not want to have a chat? No, absolutely not. I won't make you. Sir, do you fancy having a quick chat with us? Or are you in a very busy state?
Very busy state.
Very busy state right now. Okay, well, I'll have a chat with him afterwards. There's a couple of drivers and mechanics right here. Let's have a... In fact, can we talk to one of the mechanics of... this one is Mr. Swatton. Yeah, there we go. I got it right. How's the weekend been going for him?
It's all right. We're staying out of the drama. We're happy with the way things are going. We're creeping up there. So yeah, we're looking good.
Staying out the drama is an underrated skill in a series like this, isn't it? It's something that you have to learn if you want to make it as a driver.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Yeah. There's no really way of cushioning that, is that? It's just the answer is yes. In terms of overall speed, has there been much driver coaching going on to try and get that extra couple of tenths?
Yeah, we've got our fancy coach here.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so he's having a few words in his ear.
And I bet having a microphone and a camera chucked in his face is probably not exactly what he needs to prepare for the best.
He loves it. That's why he's here.
Oh yeah, he's waving us in. Screw it. All right, yeah, we'll do that then. Swatton, yes. How the devil are we doing?
I'm doing all right, mate. How are you?
I'm not bad. You're one of the few drivers that doesn't run away in peril. I mean, I know you're strapped in a race car, so you can't really run away. But to wave us over is very brave. I was just chatting to your man here. He's saying that you're having a good race weekend in terms of you keeping out of trouble and everything like that. What's the plan to go a little bit further forward in this race?
It's just to experiment, really, with getting the rear to step out. I think over the past few rounds, I've been kind of stuck to a setup which is quite stable on the rear end, just to keep me just to learn. But now that we're upgrading and advancing, the rear's now stepping out a lot more, so it's just me getting used to it, and we've also got smooth there as well. Just
Is that your idea?
Yeah, no, that was totally my idea. But I tell you what, it's good that he's able to read it when he's at speed. So,
Yeah.
he's paying attention.
Oh, fantastic. Getting the rear a little bit looser than on the car. You set it up, I'm guessing, for a more stable setup, as you mentioned, trying to learn a lot. But it's getting the rear out how you get a bit quicker in these cars. It's front-wheel drive, that's not always the case, is it?
No, but with these sort of cars in particular, you need the rotation happening on the way into the corner. So when you're coming out of anything like karts where you've got rear-wheel drive, it's a little bit of a different approach. So you want to be carrying speed with these and get the rear end moving on the way in to be able to carry momentum through and get on that throttle nice and cleanly without carrying too much front lock. Basically, it's a bit of a niche skill for somebody that's coming out of something like karts and things like that. So Matt's doing a good job. He's making good progress, and hopefully, keep on stepping it up. He's doing really well.
So I'm guessing you've been a driver coach for various championships and stuff. What's it like coaching a teenager in comparison to coaching a sort of an amateur older gentleman, shall we say, or woman, of course, and that compared to somebody who's really aiming to be that sort of 25, 30-year-old who's really trying to optimise, say, in various touring car championships or something like that?
The good thing about these teenagers is their plasticity of their learning process is mega.
Yeah.
So in terms of learning, they learn very quickly. They're very attentive. You tend to get a bit of more of a variation between people that are a bit more safe and people that are gung ho and want to go for it sort of thing. So
some of them have no fear, don't they?
Which is mega, but in moderation.
Yeah.
You know, so you do get some that need a bit reining in, some that need a bit more of a calm pat on the back and say, yep, you're doing well, keep going. So the spread of approach is a bit different compared to someone that is in their 20s, 30s, 40s that's racing at a different level. But it makes the job challenging, but really rewarding.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for having a word. I'm getting knocks on the doors and stuff like that. So, what was your name?
Ash Miller.
Fantastic. Right, there you go. If you need a driver coach, Ash is your man. There is lots of cars that are getting lined up, ready to go. I've heard that I think qualifying is just about to be finished. I do want to chat to a marshal before we go, but I don't want to leave Paul Walsh in the lurch. He's got no one to talk to in that commentary box. So I don't want to leave him just talking to himself, even though he can do it expertly. It's really difficult, this, isn't it? I do apologise if it's getting in the way of the broadcast at all. I'd love to go down to the start and maybe try and get a word with a marshal who's not overly busy. We can hear engines starting to churn up, so if you are a fan of the Junior Saloon Car Championship, then you are about to get all of the action for your screen, thanks to the 24/7 guys and, of course, the BARC Racing. So we're just going down and see if we can... We're getting told to move off, that's understandable. I was just wondering if there's any chance of a marshal who wanted to maybe have a chat before we get underway. No, we're all good to go. Okay, sorry, Paul, because a checkered flag has dropped. That means we're about to go under racing for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. I'm just giving him 2 seconds to make sure he puts his coffee down, headphones on, and we are about to get underway for the JSCC.
Thank you, Jack. And well, ladies and gentlemen, brilliant words then, a brilliant set of interviews from Jack with our JSCC, or our Junior Saloon Car Championship drivers. As we all get set then and are ready for what will be another round of their racing action. Well, the circuit does fall silent for a brief moment, and as it does so, well, just on circuit was the Equipe Classic Sports prototype machines, and from them we're very shortly going to be going from cars of a bit of an older era, albeit some of them actually quite modern, to be fair, and we'll talk more about them in due course. We're going to be then making our way back to what will be our little Citroen Saxos, and our youngsters absolutely roaring the way around, and all those GCSE questions out. I must admit, I don't know about you guys and girls at home, but as Jack was asking those questions, some of those answers were immediately popping to mind, although I must admit, talking a little bit about myself, perhaps having done a degree in physics at university, to hear that the constant of C and the fact that it was mistaken for the digits of pi, 3.141, I did sort of sit there and think to myself, nope, stay calm. But other than that, well, our drivers may not be going at the speed of light, but they'll be definitely going at what will feel like to them is a light speed when they do go racing, and it's going to be absolutely fantastic to see. Now, in terms of how we are getting along with our schedule, of course, for those of you who may have your anoraks or your printed schedules, we are still running a little bit behind time at the moment. In fact, if I just double check my schedule to the right, I think, in fact, we might be catching up, because we are scheduled to get this race underway at what is 12:05, and, well, it is just... what is just gone midday, so we're actually playing catch up here. And well, the lovely thing as well is with regards to the way these race events are organised up and down the United Kingdom, particularly with the British Automobile Racing Club, and in collaboration with all our marshals here and the wonderful individuals at Silverstone as well, is the fact that we do always build contingency into the schedule in order to be able to make sure if there are yellow flags, if there are red flags, we can play the game of catch up and we can make sure all the racing is completed. Because lesser known thing as well is that most circuits in the United Kingdom, if not all of them, have curfews in place, which means the racing has to stop by a certain time, and therefore we need to get the racing complete before that curfew. But as all of our Citroen drivers make the way then out onto circuit from the assembly area, and they'll be making their way onto the grid before their green flag lap, well, that gives us a perfect time then to walk away through the grid. Now remember, this grid for what is round number 11 of the Junior Saloon Car Championship is set based on the second fastest qualifying laps from our drivers from the qualifying session yesterday, and that's why you can see Oliver Kerr there taking pole position with a brilliant pole lap that was almost 3/10 faster than Josh Salvadore's lap that starts him in second. Wolf Butler will line up third there ahead of Max Scharfegger, who moving forward in that pace and very eager to chase those top fives and looking to move forward. And he was saying to me in the build-ups this weekend he felt good in practice, but he didn't know how good he was in qualifying. Well, there's his answer, fourth place on that grid. He's going to be absolutely happy with that one. Kyle Wells will be starting there fifth on the grid ahead of Luca Maserati, and then we will have Ollie Smith and Lewis Standard line up together on row number 4. Then it's going to be Lewis Austin and Martin Wright who will line up together there and get themselves absolutely ready to go. And Martin Wright, of course, what is our scholarship winner for 2025 and on the grid there and looking to push forward after what's a great race earlier today. And then going on to what is the second half of our grid, will be Matthew Swatton, who lines up best of the rest in 11th place ahead of Leon Holly. And then we do have Timothy Leonard and Joe Wood on row number 7 together there, with Sherry Ann Powell starting in 15th ahead of Tom Olgar. And then we do have Lexi Powell there completing your starting order. And well, what an order we have there. All 17 of our drivers absolutely itching and ready to go. And well, we're looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to achieve. But of course, we're just about to get that green flag lap underway. We can see the flag being waved there. We do have a vacant spot down the grid, and I believe that might be for the wounded car from earlier that we did see have to be carried off the circuit effectively. And just trying to remember whose car that was. I believe that might have been what was the car of Joe Wood, although don't quote me on that, ladies and gentlemen. I may be incorrect on that one, to be fair, but we did have that incident earlier on that did see one of our runners not able to make it out there. And well, as all of our drivers make the way on through here, we're going to expect another brilliant 15 minutes of racing action between them all, for the simple reason we saw some superb racing in what was race number 1 of the day, where it was close racing action, door-to-door contact, and the non-finishers from race number 1, as I've just got my data updated here, Lewis Austin, Sherry Ann Powell and Leon Holly. Well, I did see, I think that was, what was that, Sherry Ann Powell on the grid there. I'm not sure if I saw Leon Holly, but I don't know if I saw Lewis Austin either. We are just double checking on that. Well, I'm double checking here in the Conte booth, and I think we are missing what might be the car, of what is Leon Holly. I think that was the car that was vacant there, but we'll know when we do go green flag racing, and well, we'll very quickly fill you in on that, because I think we've got 16 runners here. But as they all make the way down in towards what we turns 3 and 4, right now smoothly making the run down. They're getting those tyres warmed up as best as humanly possible again. No sign in the cloud break at the moment. It is getting brighter here, but still this circuit yet to see a shade of sunshine, and therefore it is looking all 50 shades of grey with regards to the clouds out there. But one thing right now, we're going to be piercing through that greyness with some brightness of brilliant racing action from future stars in the motorsporting world in the United Kingdom, as they all make their way towards their starting positions, and we're all absolutely set. And well, thinking about the championship coming into this weekend, of course, Luca Maserati was leading by only 2 points over Wilf Butler, and Josh Salvadore was a further 2 points behind. But all 3 of them have had a mixture of results, and all 3 of them now are joint on victories. What with the Brands Hatch race yesterday going to Luca Maserati, and the victory for Wilf Butler earlier on, meaning that Maserati, Butler and Salvadore all have 3 wins apiece. However, look out for Ollie Smith in particular. He's been going extremely well here so far. He's picked up his first 2 podiums here at Silverstone. Can he make it a third? Can he even go for victory? Well, there's only one way we're going to find out, ladies and gentlemen, and that is to see how it all unfolds in this race. Well, they're all on the grid, and we await the lights. And when the 5-second countdown is on, so all the drivers will be building up those revs. The red lights are on. And it's lights out, away we go for round number 12 of the Junior Saloon Car Championship, the JSCC, as they roar the way away here. And coming on down, it's immediately a big scramble down towards turn number 1. But you can see going absolutely defensive is Kerr there, trying to hold on to his well-crafted pole position. And as he makes his way for the right-hander there, and coming on down in towards what will be turn number 2 now in the long run, which I've been referring to incorrectly as the Maggots hairpin. It's the Beckett's hairpin. And thank you to all those of you calling in the YouTube chat to correct me on that on both of the streams. Or saying make the way down to the braking zone here, whether it's Maggots or Beckett's, there's going to be plenty of fighting. And Salvador there falling backwards into third, under some increasing pressure then from what will be Wells looking up the inside. Scharfegger also having a decent start there, but I think falling back to 5th, but I think just settling into the rhythm, and now they make their way down to the Wellington straight here. All drive safely on through for the opening lap of this race, or at least the opening half a lap I should say, and coming down at what will be the Wellington straight, we've got a bit of 2x2 action further down the order. I think that might be Wright and Swatton having a little bit of a squabble, but into the braking zone here, in towards Brooklands they go, and well, it is still, where's the car of Kerr that leads, and well, behind him, it does look as though that it might be Butler who's snuck his way up the order, and Wilf Butler definitely the man on a charge, but coming on through, and the top 6 start to peel away as the rest of the field gets caught up there behind what is the luminescent green machine's wheels, and that is the car of Scharfegger there, I think, who's just started to put a little bit of bottom on the field. Max Scharfegger doing as much defensive work as he can through Woodcock Corner. And onto the start-finish straight they go, and as they make the way up towards what will be turn number 1, with 1 lap complete, and it is Kerr still ahead of Butler, with Salvador right behind Wells, meanwhile, up in the 4th place, ahead of Maserati and Smith. Side by side here is Smith versus Scharfegger, as they come on through, a little bit of contact between the two of them. You can see a big run wide there from what is Standard right behind, so Standard opting to take a little bit of an evasive line there in order to get involved in the fighting, and in towards the braking zone they go for what is turn number 2. Once again, going through Beckett's hairpin, and as they make the way all the way through, a big run wide wide there from what is our race leader of Kerr. He's not going to keep getting away with that too often, otherwise he will be subject to some track limit penalties in due course. But I think right now everyone just settling down into that rhythm. But as they roar the way on out there, well, we do get some confirmation from Lewis Turkington in the TCR UK chat. Thank you to Lewis Turkington for saying the fact that we are missing what is 12 drives in the form of Powell and also I do believe Sherry and Leonard. But as they make the way on down in towards what will be the next braking zone and roaring the way on through, well, it is going to be under braking there, no change at the moment. And well, will we see a potential move between Scharfegger and what will be his rival behind? I don't think so. But as they come up towards what will be the end of this lap then, well, it's starting to look a lot like the battling's going to be in the midfield here, as we do have what is the number 14 of right. Has got past Austin on that lap, in fact, and now trying to make a little bit more progress here in the hunt for 8th place. And Wright definitely making some early moves here in the Silverstone races. He did some early run today, and now he's doing it once again here. This is a big ride from Standard there, takes a trip to the outside, lets the car roll out wide, decides to straighten out the steering wheel and just carry the speed, and also carry the track warnings limit with it. But as he heads down into the braking zone here of what is turn number 2, well, everyone has started to come through, and Maserati there close behind the 448 of Wells. Wells gradually pulling away here. I know we've got quite a few Wells fans in what is the BARC YouTube chat who are cheering on the 448 driver, and he's roaring his way along as best he possibly can. As he does so, losing the top 3 slide, that gap now open up to half a second, which doesn't sound like much, but given how short the lap is here and how it is subsumed pack racing, therefore that amount of time is going to feel sizable. You want to be within 3 tenths ideally to really maximise the tow as the lead car starts to punch its way through the air in front. But through turn number 4, through the right hander they go, and right now it is looking as though the Simpson powered mobile of what is Kerr absolutely charging away here as they make the way up to the next lap. Well, but I think it really is a game of what is cat and mouse here, and I don't think he's just going to be able to pull off into the distance, is Kerr. And, well, for Oliver Kerr, keeping in mind that he is an independent, well, he's a leading independent into this weekend in terms of championship, and so far this season, Kerr has yet to take an overall victory. And, well, right now, I think he's going to be absolutely hands glued to that steering wheel chasing his first victory if he can pull it off. I think there's going to be jubilant celebrations up and down the paddock for him and his family. But as they roar the way up towards what we turn number 2 this time, well, Butler was getting a bit closer. Further on back there, Scharfegger still under pressure from what is Austin now. 2 wide here in the battle between the 28 and the 23. And, well, I believe, in fact, that is the 30 number. That is the 26, in fact, as my eyesight gets adjusted there. And as they make the way out of the corner, that is going to be still what is Scharfegger being passed by Austin. Austin up now into what is 9th place there. A quick dive to the inside gets it done there. Scharfegger right now not quite on the pace, and I don't know whether he's happy with the feeling of the car. But we come all the way from the battle towards the back of the top 10 to what is a run wide there for what is your 4th place runner of Wales. That's going to be Maserati up his inside to outside. So Maserati now moves up into 4th place there, and just in time as well, because I think he's very eager to close up to the leaders, because that top 3 is gradually pulling away as the rest of the field makes its way onto the next lap. And, well, we do have a runaway set of leaders here as they charge their way on round. But as they come in towards what will be turn number 1 this time, as they race around the Silverstone National Circuit, in towards turn 1 they go this time. And, well, Kerr, they're definitely feeling a lot of pressure from Butler. Butler firmly within 2.5 tenths now, and Salvador meanwhile a further 4 tenths back. We can see there what is Austin staying very close versus the back of what is Scharfegger. And in fact, we thought Austin had gotten through. I think Scharfegger got back ahead of him coming out of what was Luffield Bend, and under the braking they go in towards Maggots and Beckett, and through the Beckett hairpin they do go a bit of a step wide there from what was the car of Smith, the number 80, just in the foreground of the camera shot. Austin very close. They get a really good run in through Beckett's hairpin, but as he comes out of the corner he's going to find a face full of Scharfegger's rather grey rear of the machine as he makes his way on down towards what will be Brooklands. But as we come from that fight back towards the very front of the field, well, everything's to play for between these drivers as they come in towards what will be turn number 3. And you can see as well how Salvador is falling back a little bit here, but I wonder whether he's been told prior to this race, if you can't take the lead in the opening lap, sit back, save the tyres, keep the car nice and cool, and attack later on, because the drivers in front are going to try and attack each other, and they may take the life out of their cars and indeed take life out of their tyres. Well, if so, it might be a very smart opportunity there for Kerr to just gradually build himself into that run. But through Woodcote they go on to the next tour of the circuit, and as they come through, are there any changes this time around? No, there's not. Smith meanwhile does set a personal best of the race, and that is a 13.17 to the nearest 100. A good run there. We do have what is a race time penalty of 10 seconds being applied inside to the car of Leonard down in 13th, the number 29, and just checking as to why that is. Not quite sure at the moment why the 10 seconds is being applied. I'm sure we'll get an update on TSL in due course as to the reasoning, but as our drivers make their way around, coming from what is statistics and timings to what is live on our screens, and the triple two occurs, starting to open up a little bit more of a gap. Well, Butler was incredibly close going on to this lap. I think he's made a bit of a ham sandwich out of what is turns at 1 and 2, and as they make their way down the Wellington straight, Kerr will feel a little bit safer this time. I think Oliver Kerr was starting to feel as though that Butler was getting close, and a bit too close, as Butler tries to make it a 4th win of the season and become the leading winner in the championship. But over the apex, one of our drivers goes there, decides to do a bit of yard trimming there coming on through Brooklands. I believe that might have been the car of what was Wells there, trying to get a bit more aggressive versus Maserati, but Maserati nailing that line and going as defensive he needed to, and now on to what will be the start-finish straight. And Maserati here not able to pull away. He doesn't have the ability to get close enough to Salvador, and this is going to be frustrating for Maserati because he knows as championship leader coming into this weekend, the Brands Hatch race yesterday took the victory. Be very happy with that, but was a 4th place in race number 1. Race number 1 didn't really produce what he wanted, and I wonder whether they're perhaps having set the car up, they haven't been able to get the tyre pressures quite right yet for the cooler conditions here, because it was much cooler this morning compared to how it was yesterday when we had that brilliant sunshine towards the afternoon of the Saturday, and we did see that track temperature considerably higher. But now, definitely without the sun coming directly over the circuit, it is a much cooler circuit. But as we come here to the 333 of what is Powell there, and the 333 of Lexi Powell will still running out there, but I believe all the way down the order, I'm not quite sure what's happened, but running the best part of 20 plus seconds off of Ulgar, who's running in full team. So I wonder if there's been a bit of an incident or a mistake for Lexi Powell, and well, the 333 Motorsport driver definitely right now just trying to soldier on to the end to get to that checker flag, and that's what it's all about at the end of the day. When you're not having a good day, it still gets that checker. But as our drivers make their way on around through Lovefield, well, now you can definitely see how the fight for third is becoming one pack, and then the leaders are starting to break away. The gap between Salvador and what was Butler going on to the previous lap was, I do believe, a second. But as they come around to go on to this next lap, what's it going to be? Well, Kerr and Butler cross the line, practically joined at the hip. Meanwhile, Salvador a lot further back this time, and now 1.2 seconds behind. So therefore, our leaders are charging off into the distance, and it's going to be Salvador who's going to have to look behind him for the remainder of the race distance here, unless the leaders really start to scrap. But I wouldn't be surprised if Butler's trying to work with Kerr in order to open up that lead and essentially put it all down to the last 2 to 3 minutes, which is where he'll start to go for those moves, because they're on such good pace for each other. The fastest driver out there at the moment, he's set a 1 minute 12.978, is Oliver Kerr. Everybody else in the 13s are higher. So Oliver Kerr right now, I don't know what he's had since the previous round of racing, but I can tell you one thing, he's definitely come alive. Whether they've given him what is a little bit of orange juice, alternatively just told him, you know what, go for it. Well, right now he's definitely energised all up, because he's roaring his way at the front of the field, and as much as Butler can push him, Butler's not pushing hard enough. But coming through what is Brooklands then, or these two started to push away, you can definitely see these lines now starting to cut much more aggressively as Butler's trying to cut bits of the circuit here in order to try and find where he can gain that speed, and that will be frustrating for Butler, because even with the draft down the Wellington straight and on the National straight, he's not close enough to really think about a move. Salvador, meanwhile, well, I think he's got too much to think about the drives in front, although I think he'll keep his eyes in the front of the road, but every so often his right eye might just look in his right hand wind mirror and think to himself, are they close enough to look for a move here as they head in towards Cops Bend? Well, the answer is, with 5 minutes to go, Maserati and Wells are not, but Maserati is much closer. Smith is still on the back of this as well, so we have got an absolutely brilliant rat pack of cars here ruining the way on around. And of course there's the battle for the lead, and then there's the battle for the final spot of the podium, and who's actually going to be in that top 5. So right now these JSCC machines absolutely delivering these little Citroen Saxos, so they're coming down into the braking zone, all front engine, front wheel drive of course, so therefore having to manage understeer and make sure as they use those front tyres up, that tyre life doesn't come back to pinch them. But speaking of some understeer there, carrying a bit too much speed as well, well that is Wright trying to chase after Standard, with Wright having dropped the shaft figure only what was about 3 or 4 laps ago. That gap really opening up to 1.5 seconds, but Wright is closing, as here we see the first big move of Wes Butler trying to go round the outside of Oliver Kerr. Wolf Butler there trying to do everything he can, but Kerr simply says, well, that's all great, that's some brilliant theatrics, but guess what I can do? I can just park the car on the inside of Lovefield, and you're going to have to follow the leader. But Butler definitely revealing his hand now with 4 minutes left on the clock. I think he's decided, okay, we've only got 5 minutes left in the race as the lap he's gone on to, and now the subsequent one, and he's going to be thinking to himself, I have to deliver a move, because the gap to Salvador at 1.5 seconds plus, and he would have got that potentially from what is the pit lane straight. You will have seen team members there hanging out what is the boards to essentially tell their respective driver this is the gap to the car in front or the gap to the car in behind, and alternatively effectively might just be the word saying, push now, you've got 3 laps remaining. They can feed whatever information they can on that board, although I can tell you it looks simple, those boards, but they are very hard to get the information in correctly and concisely. But right now, everyone doing a fantastic job here, keeping concise those track limits. Oh, a big lock up there on what was, I believe, the rear for Salvatore, and as he came up through the corner, we got it stopped in time, but that was looking almost very sideways there. I think he was going from understeer to oversteer as quickly as I can click my fingers. Well, as he makes his way down the Wellington Straight, as Salvatore showing some great car control, and that's why he's definitely one of the big title contenders for this season, albeit we've got plenty of rounds in the championship to go, and Kerr, meanwhile, holding off Butler once again. And as Oliver Kerr there brings the car in through Brooklands into Luffield this time, well, the thing he's going to be thinking about at this point is, okay, well, it seems like Butler stepped it up a gear. What can I do to step it up a gear? But he's got to keep reminding himself every single time as he makes his way on around the simple fact that he doesn't need to do anything other than hold track position. But from them, it's now getting very feisty in the battle for 4th place. This is going to be Wells up the inside of Maserati in the 448 there. Wells trying to get back at Maserati, who did steal it away from him about 6 laps ago. So these two have been playing peaceful, but now they're going on full war as they come in towards Cops Bend. Too wide they enter. Smith, meanwhile, just stays on the inside there watching what's going on. Maserati is going to have the space on the outside. Brilliant racing between them. Smith thinks, do I dare make it 3 wide? Do I not make it 3 wide? He decides in the end to stay safe and tuck in behind. I think being patient, but coming down into the braking zone here. It's still too wide here in towards the Beckett's hairpin, as we will see Maserati look around the outside of Wells. Through the right-hander they go, and Maserati in the end all the way on the outside. We will have the longer distance to accelerate through. Wells, meanwhile, on the shorter line, he'll get the lead initially, but now here comes Maserati just gradually pulling ahead, and Wells in the end will fall backwards there, but how far back will he fall? And you can see just a bit further back, that is Smith. Oh, over back, he's going to make it 3 wide here, as Smith takes a look at the inside, but it's a dummy, and he feints the inside, tries to get Maserati to run deep, get both of them to run out wide then. It's going to be then, what is it, Wells cutting back to the outside as they head round through Luffield Bend. Contact between the two of them, a little bit of a rub there, but rubbing is racing, some would say, and I think they're enjoying it right now as they make the way out of turn number 4 and up towards what will be the start line they go, and it will be another 2 laps of racing we're going to be credited to here, but there are going to be also some time penalties that are going to be factoring into this race as well, not for these drivers, so we won't talk about those penalties right now, we'll talk about them a little bit later, but there's confirmation as they make their way through. It's Kerr, Butler who are the leaders, and they are 3 seconds clear almost of Salvatore in 3rd, with Maserati back up to 4th, and Wells and Smith are right on the back of that hunt for 4th place. And charging away off into the distance then, and well, we can see Salvatore has gradually pulled away in 3rd, away from Maserati, so I think that final spot of the podium, unless something unexpected happens, will be going the way of the Lightning McQueen machine, the 110, and really we should talk about the team he's actually racing for there, and I do believe racing for MRM, the team, as though, although we do give it the nickname, given the fact it does have that wonderful livery on the machine, but as they come down the backstretch here for the penultimate time of racing in this round of the championship, we can see Kerr and Butler, they are right now a little bit of distance, just taking it nice and easy here, but I can imagine the next lap we're going to really see Butler mount the pressure, albeit goes very late on the brakes. In fact, I think he misanticipated his braking zone slightly. You can see the car stepping slightly wide, just carrying a bit more speed than he wanted to, but I think also Butler potentially seeing, okay, how much braking potential do I have, how much grip do I have, but meanwhile, oh, that's getting very tasty there between what is Wells and Maserati as they give a bit of a rub to each other coming out of Luffield Bend. I think that might have been what was Maserati there, just trying to simply squeeze his way out the inside. I think Wells had got back ahead, we'll get an update on that when they come across the line, and I think in the rear of the picture that is Maserati still in 4th there, so Maserati hold on to that position literally by a hair's width, and as they come in towards turn number 1, well, right now Wells is very eager, he's showing every sign of wanting 4th place, but he's still got to get ahead. Smith is just watching in the distance, and I can imagine that Ollie Smith right now, the leading rookie, he doesn't want to get involved in this unless he absolutely has to, but on the braking zone in towards turn number 3, well, you see Salvatore there with a small lock up, but here comes Wells looking up the inside. Maserati gives him the breathing room to believe he can go for a move. Maserati runs out wide there, and well, that's going to give him a little bit of more speed advantage as he makes his way onto the backstretch. This is the final lap of racing for round number 11 of the championship as they come down into the braking zone. They're back to the leaders. Kerr going defensive once, and you can see Butler there thinks about it. He thinks twice, looks the inside, but Kerr sees it coming and says, no you don't, I'm going to make this turn absolutely abysmal for you. But meanwhile, that is Maserati there with what is Wells, and as Wells looks inside, takes the grass, it's contact between the two, and they go sideways, and in there it says Maserati spinning off the circuit, and Smith will pick up the place, but as the checker flag gets ready to wave, it'll be side by side between the drivers back here, and in the end it is going to be his first win of the season. It goes the way of Oliver Kerr. He was 3rd yesterday, 2nd this morning, and he takes his first victory. 3 podiums back to back ahead of Will Butler. Salvatore is 3rd, he'll wrap up the podium ahead of Wells, and then it will be Smith in 5th who takes the rookie win, and then it will be Max Scharfegger in 6th ahead of Austin. followed by Maserati, who recovers to 8th in the end, and we will see time penalties applied of 5 seconds for track limits to standard and right, I believe, and that will demote them down to 9th and 10th respectively. And well, as they all call on down here, well, Kerr there and Butler having a brilliant race, but in the end, Oliver Kerr demonstrating all the way through as your winning independent as well, that sometimes track position and just having a little bit of pace in your pocket is all you need to take victory at Silverstone National, and what a drive there. So here are the results, ladies and gentlemen, for round number 11 of the Junior Saloon Car Championship for 2025. Brought to you from Silverstone National today, and as we can see, Oliver Kerr, subject to any shorts and quotes, so all these results, of course, taking victory after 13 laps of racing by 4 attempts over Wilf Butler in a brilliant defensive drive. Josh Salvador was third there, and in the end, I think you feel as though that was a deserved third, as though the pace is coming back, but the flip side of the coin being that he wanted to be in the lead battle but couldn't quite be there. Carl Wells finished 4th in the end, receiving what was the place as a result of that contact between himself and Luca Maserati. They'll have their own interpretations, but I think they did get very aggressive towards the end, and the stewards might have an eye on that one. Ollie Smith taking the rookies win, a 5th place there as well, a brilliant drive for him, and Ollie Smith enjoying what is only his second top 5, well, it's only his 3rd top 5 of the season after that 2nd place earlier on yesterday. We then saw Max Scharfer getting 6th ahead of Lewis Austin, with Luca Maserati recovering to 8th ahead of Lewis Stannard and Martin Wright to complete the top 10. Matthew Swatton 11th, best of the rest there, ahead of Joe Wood, with Timothy Leonard and Tom Algar completing your top 14. Fastest lap of the race went to your race winner, a 1 minute 12.97, the only driver to set a 1 minute 12 in this race. A brilliant drive there from Oliver Kerr, and he's going to be absolutely ecstatic in that triple two when he gets out of it, because I do believe, yep, that is indeed his first win of the season there. He's had a couple of podiums and will absolutely delivering a fantastic job, and that first win has been coming for a long time. Given the fact that coming into this weekend he was in 5th place in the championship on 153 points, he will be moving upwards, and in fact I think he'll be putting some pressure on the top 3, given the fact it's been the Maserati Butler Salvador equation, and suddenly we find that Oliver Kerr is becoming a new variable in it. Matt, as all of our drivers make the way into Parc Ferme, I believe we will be getting some interviews with our drivers shortly, and I can imagine how much energy there is going to be from Oliver Kerr. But let's find that out. Let's cut to Jack down in Parc Ferme.
Classic Junior Saloon Car Championship racing there, really, wasn't it? It was fantastic to see, fantastic to watch. All the cars are coming in now, and we're hoping to have some very smiley drivers. I'm wondering whether they can remember my GCSE question. I'm not going to ask that. I'll do them again, don't worry. There's some people in the comments who pointed out that they want to go racing, not do GCSE prep. Well, you have to do both. Right. Let's have there's some claps to the right-hand side, thumbs up. I can see that Josh Salvador is going over to give a big well done to Oliver Kerr. And, of course, I think Wilf Butler, before we get going, I'm going to try and go through here before the track commentary, get in the way and steal the limelight. Because Oliver Kerr has got that top step of the podium finally. That must feel good.
Yeah, it was alright going from a lights to flag win. Obviously, I think we did really well as a team to set the car up. I think I lost the front a little bit towards the end, but other than that, I think it was a perfectly good race.
Yeah, but you got to deal with these things as a racing driver, haven't you? Losing the front end, the setup, it was on point from the start. That gave you the impetus to then get going and make sure you can defend that position.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, defend the position from Wilf, who obviously did a very fantastic job of keeping it with me, and obviously a very fantastic job, all props to him for keeping it nice and clean throughout the whole thing, because he's a good driver, and I think us two we knew that we could pull away, so we just pulled away, and then obviously towards the end, that's when we can start battling, and all props to him for keeping it clean.
No, it was absolutely brilliant, and congratulations. I believe that's 3rd, 2nd and 1st you've got under your belt for this weekend.
Yeah, that's right, isn't
You
it?
completed the podium, it's not bad. And you still got, I believe, one more race to go this afternoon, I think. So you're obviously hoping for another race win. Where are you starting for that one?
Pole for that one, so hopefully.
You got to convert that then. Surely that's on the cards, Oliver?
Hopefully we can do that again.
Fantastic. Well done. I wanted to keep that interview going because stood next to his brakes is actually the warmest part of the circuit right now, and I've got shorts on. Google weather lied to me this morning. Wilf Butler, I'm going to get a chat with you. I know he's in deep conversation with the race winner, but it's easy for desperation to get a hold of you in those last couple of laps. You kept it together. Second place is still very, very well done, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, just focusing on points for the championship, really. It's so tight at the top. You can't afford to, get a bad finish. So, yeah, I just sort of stayed behind Ollie, tried making moves where I could, but nothing silly, really.
Yeah, no, nothing silly indeed. But did you see anywhere in a bit of hindsight, maybe in an hour, you'll probably think this a bit more than 2 minutes after the race is finished? Were there little parts of the circuit where you think maybe I could have got a little bit extra, a little bit later break in, forcing him out anywhere? Is that sort of in your hindsight, or is that really something you think about straight away? It's something I always thought about straight away.
Yeah, we'll definitely have a look at data, see where see where he's making up a bit of time, and yeah, just see where we can gain on him really.
Third race of the day, fourth race of the weekend is coming up soon. What's the plan? All out?
Yeah, just all out really. Try and get another win, hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a couple of weeks until you need the car again. Just go all out there and enjoy yourself. Yeah. Right then, I believe I did want to have a chat with Josh as well. Where is he? Josh Salvador. Josh, very quickly, come in. A podium position, a smile on your face. That's what we like to see.
Yeah, you know, that's what it's all about. Racing should be fun, you know, unlike the first 2 races. Yeah, you know, I'm really happy for Carl as well. He got a really good result, fourth in the end after a long hard battle. But yeah, you know, it's a really good race.
Yeah, it was absolutely spectacular, and good luck for race 4 of the weekend in a little bit. Right, we have got more racing to be coming up. I think we've got 2 races before the lunch break. So by all means, I've done a pre-recorded interview. I think it's the Formula Libre next. I'm hoping so. So let's cut to that pre-recording before Paul Walsh takes you through the action. Hello everybody, I'm with John Cottrell in the Formula Libres and with a stunning specimen of a car, but we'll get into that. John, we were just chatting a little bit before then. How long have you been racing for, and specifically how long have you had this car for as well?
I've had this car for about 20 years. We bought it and restored it about 20 years ago, hill climbed it in a series called Paul Matty Sports Cars on the Hills. Then it's put away, so it's been tucked away in storage for 10 years. We've just brought it back out, so this is its first, in my ownership, first circuit race that it's had. We've got another car that we do circuit race, a BT30, a Brabham, but we just thought it'd be nice to put the 2 Formula Fords together. This is Nikki, my wife. She's had that car for 18 years, that one down there. Yeah. So we thought bring the 2 very early Formula Fords out. This was built in 1967. So it's one of the very first Formula Fords. Wow. And looking at the chassis numbers, it is probably one of the first.
That's stunning, because looking at it, I don't know if the camera can pick it up, how pristine this car looks. It's unbelievable, isn't it? Is there much on it that's like, well, completely brand new, or is there much on it that's original? It's probably the more accurate way of talking about it.
Well, basically, it's as original as it can be, I think. We had to bring it up to sort of current sort of regulations and sort of stuff. Yeah, but other than that, it's as it was the day that it was built.
And it looks just as good, isn't it? I think. Right, fantastic. Thank you very much, John. We'll let you get out to qualify because they are starting the engines to go and do that. Race 1 is coming up.
Thank you, Jack. And well, ladies and gentlemen, you are now in for a treat here as we do come to the CRCC, or the Classic Racing Car Club's Classic Formula Libre Series. And it'll be the first of their 2 races this weekend, both on this Sunday, so you're on race number 14 of your weekend schedule. Line up on the front row of the grid then, it is going to be Graham Ridgway, who lines up on pole position. He'll be in the company of Andrew Smith. And then we'll have Robin Lackford, who lines up in 3rd place ahead of Paul Dibden. I believe, as we do come away from the grid there, in fact it is a rolling start, so we're going to immediately come away from looking at the grid and we're going racing there. So do apologise for the quick hop through the grid, but we are going racing immediately. These classic machines, they roar the way through, and you're going to see a whole assortment of machinery all the way through history with regards to what is open wheel single seat racers as they make the way on through here, and we'll walk you through those classes as we go. We've got the ticker tape at the bottom there to give you how they started on this grid, and as they charge the way around right now, we have got a whole host of machines all the way, including some of our FF1600 machines that you would have seen yesterday in the Heroes of FF1600 Sprint Series. But just to remind you, this is a series, not a championship. That doesn't stop our drivers from fighting, as there's going to be a huge move up the inside there on the number 57, and that being made there, I believe, by what was it, Dibden, unless I'm mistaken, although I might be mistaken there, as I think it might be Smith, in fact, who made that move there in the 41, as they charge around out, and a whole host of machinery from marches through to GRDs, and we'll talk a little bit about all the machines where we can, because there's only 15 minutes of racing here. They've got 2 races this weekend, and therefore the race is going to be fast and furious as they charge their way across that timeline once again. After what is one lap of racing, it is Ridgway who leads ahead of Smith and Lackford, and then we've got Dibden still in full place. That was Smith getting back ahead of Lackford coming into what was Brooklands Corner, and then we do have in 5th Bulchin ahead of Newman, who's dropped a place down 6th. We then do have Belalev in 7th place, who you did see in the Heroes of F1600 yesterday. He's back out, and then is Reynard F88 with Williams, Blakeney and Langman completing your top 10. But there is your lead machine, the March 742 there, the number 77 in Class B. You do have the best part of what is, I believe, up to 8 classes out there, from Class A all the way through to Class H, and it's all based on the different eras of the machinery, and right now absolutely roaring his way away. But coming up back to what is further down the order, we'll still some fighting there, as that is going to be the 57 under a bit of pressure, and Lackford there trying to hold on in the GRD 7272. And if you're wondering there why that GRD may give you a feeling as though you're looking at a Formula Lotus machine, it's because, well, the GRDs came off of the back of Lotus engineering in the 70s, and more on the story in that in a moment, as he's been chased down very close there by the Argo JM6 of Dibden, roaring his way around in the 130, and Dibden close but not close enough there, as we do see the 77 continues to make its way through that lovely shot of the rear view there, with the rear exhaust pipe coming on through, and then as the field makes its way down, well, right now Ridgway just running off into the distance here, already at 9 seconds clear. But further on back, and we do see our interview from earlier on in what is the yellow tip nose number 51, and that being Cottrell there in the Lotus 51A, one of the much earlier Lotus machines, all the way in Class E. And well, for all of our races out here, of course, because there is no championship as such, it is purely what is a series, I do believe. Therefore, it is all about enjoying these machines, having some racing action out there, but just getting to the checker flag and having fun whilst you do. But speaking of having fun here, well, it's going to be a bit of a battle between Lackford and Dibden as they come on around in towards Woodcock Corner, and it's going to be Dibden tucking in behind there, and we're staying in the draft, chasing after the GRD machine, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to look for a move here into what will be Cops Corner this time around. And as they come through that right-hander and up towards what will be turn number 2 in short order, the Maggots into Beckett's hairpin combination. Well, I think that might be Dibden still taking a bit of a sneaky move. He's got the better braking performance there, but look at the size of those rear tyres. My good lord, how big the rears are compared to the front. Looking around the outsides, he's going to try and go for it here, but he's not going to the speed on quarter exit. He's got it under braking, he's got the quarter speed, but Dibden doesn't have the straight line speed. And keeping in mind, all these machines are running to what will be their standardised in-period engine power, so you're going to have a mixture of Formula 3s and what will be Formula 2s out there, with the Formula 3s being in the region of what will be about 160 brake horsepower, as we do see there a place being swapped between what is the number 8 and the number 111. That's William being passed by Blakeney, and well, now we've got the side-by-side run here for Woodcock Corner, and right now Dibden absolutely hoping he can have a little bit more power as he makes his way through there, but not quite, as we do look back to our FF1600 style machines as they charge way through, particularly the car Blakeney there, and we're not making any more progress, as we do have that battle right back towards what is third place in the overall running order, and these two absolutely going at it. And well, they've been told the memo, get the cars home safe and sound. They haven't had the memo to say they can't race each other, and not that we restrict the racing, as we do see Cottrell's number 51 there carrying its way on through. And remember, both members of the Cottrell family there, and I do believe, unless my memory's mistaken, husband and wife enjoying their Lotuses out there, Lotus 61M and also Lotus 51A, as they carry on their way. Coming all the way back then to the front of the field, and well, Smith in the number 41, the March 74B, being closed up to there, in fact, by what is Lackford and also Dibden. So they are starting to come back together, gradually Concertina in together, and well, in doing so, this may end up leading to a little bit of a three-way tussle for the second place spot. I think Dibden at this point not quite having as much pace as he's previously had, and therefore trying to inch closer, but not inching close enough at the moment as they head up towards the line. But as they come across it, well, a little bit about that number 57, the machine of Lackford, as he makes his way on through the timeline there. In fact, have we got the information available to us? Well, yes, we have indeed, and it being driven by Robin Lackford. Well, in fact, we'll hold on to that, because we're going to talk a little bit about our car. Let's make it come through there, the number 61, and then we come to the 57 and 130 again. And well, as we see what is these two side by side here together, well, an absolutely brilliant duel on the straights here. But in that drag race, well, it is only going to be what will be the GRD 72 from what is the Group Racing Developments machinery of previous years, battling side by side, but Dibden's going to go slicing up the inside there, and I think Robin Lackford there deciding, okay, perhaps it's time to back out and try a different tactic, because now we do have Dibden starting to pull ahead. But as they come on through into your camera shot with the 47 of Jones there, we'll have a Lackford on it. through what will be the Woodcock corner they charge and on to another lap. But here comes what will be Lackford looking on the inside again. He's going to go for it. Will he be able to get it into Cop's corner? No, he has to back off there, but trying to slice the inside. And well, this is one of the ex-Lotus machines that then went to the Group Racing Developments team, whereby essentially you did have a number of engineers essentially break away and form their own private development, as I'm to understand it. And well, as I try to make the way on around here, that machine definitely having a lot of history. In fact, the number 57 you'll see on the grid was raced in Indonesia by a gentleman named Dolly India, I do believe, and then it's gradually made its way back to the United Kingdom as of what was the 1990s, and then being in the hands of firstly was Derek Graham, and then has been handed over to what is Robin Lackford, who is racing it and has been racing it really for is the last 20 years, which one was 220 horsepower engine. But looking at 77 meanwhile, that's running away the lovely March 742. You will see a few Marches on the grid here of all different configurations and eras, and these March machines as well, definitely a staple of what is not necessarily the Formula 1 series, but definitely the open wheel Formula 3, Formula 2 and equivalent series of yesteryear. As the drivers continue to roll our way through, we've already cleared what is 7.5 minutes. We've still got plenty of time to go, and right now Ridgeway is absolutely hustling out there, and well, setting lap times in the region of what is 55 seconds a lap compared to the rest of the field, which is just creeping into the 59s, if not in the 1 minute. But then again, it is a mixture of machinery, and really this is a showcase of some absolutely brilliant machines out there. And you could argue these are celebration races in terms of celebrating these machines, and well, we're celebrating some brilliant moments here between what is that GRD 72 and also the Argo JM6 of Lackford and Dibson respectively. But also another thing to point out here, if you're wondering a little bit of history about the Classic Racing Car Club Formula Libre series, well, this did not start as a series as you see it today, where this year they are visiting what is Alton Park. They've already visited there earlier this year, Silverstone National, which is where they are for this weekend, Thruxton in what will be June, and then August Donington Park National. Originally, this used to be known as the Jochen Rindt Trophy, and it was aimed to celebrate the spirit of single-seat Formula car racing throughout the 1960s, 70s and 80s, and was named after the Austrian Formula 1 driver who raced in Formula 1, of course, from 1964 all the way until his unfortunate passing in 1970 at the Italian Grand Prix in Monza, where Jochen Rindt would subsequently that year become the only ever Formula 1 champion to be awarded the championship posthumously, and his spirit lives on through this series and indeed the Jochen Rindt Trophy. And the Jochen Rindt Trophy started in 2021, held at the Thruxton Historic Festival, which was a single day of racing dedicated to these machines, but subsequently as of 2024 we saw the Jochen Rindt Trophy expanded into what is now the Classic Racing Car Club Formula Libre, who race at Brands Hatch, as well as the Jochen Rindt Trophy event at Thruxton. And this year we've seen it expand even more to also include racing at Alton Park and Donington Park National, and it is growing gradually, and it's a celebration of all these wonderful machines they make the way on around. But as we do then come back to the race next, I've been talking a bit about the background of what is the series, and we should also talk about those cars that are making the way on around. And we talked a little bit about the number 57 out there, but also don't be afraid to keep your eyes out for the number 30 that's making its way around, and that is the Brabham BT30 in the hands of none other than what is Langman. And well, Langman right now roaring his way on through in the what is the Formula 2 trim machine, and it's still powered by its original FVA engine, which is absolutely brilliant. It's 230 horsepower. Well, I would love to know how much power is in the back of Ridgeway's machine right now. Unfortunately, by the drivers I didn't get a chance to catch up with in the build up to this race. I'm going to try and grab a word with him during the lunch break if I can, because I'd love to know a bit more about it. But look at that coming through, that number 98 there, and that is the Tom's machine making its way on through there. And well, that car being piloted by Toft, a lovely machine, the 1990, I believe that is the 1996 F3 machine, which is designed, excuse me as I stumble over my words there, was originally designed to change Dallara machinery. Unfortunately, it didn't quite live up to the test of what it was meant to chase down. It couldn't quite beat the Dallaras in reality, but this is one of a number of cars which was raced by some rather prominent names, including, many of you may know, Red Bull team principal from Formula 1, Christian Horner, once raced in these in the period. And particularly with this machine, well, it has been a car which Rodney Toft, the driver who is behind the helm of it, he's previously racing it for 2 years coming into today, but before this he was also racing in Formula 4 2000s. However, what he found in the end was that those cars, a little bit perhaps too mechanical for him, and also, well, not necessarily mechanical for him, but wanted to more lean towards racing carbon cars. He's not getting any younger. I won't say his age live on the broadcast, so I don't think it's appropriate to talk about a gentleman's age, but he's an absolute lovely gentleman, and is very happy to be here racing in a carbon car with its 210 brake horsepower electric fuel injection engine that sits behind the driver. But also sitting behind him, we do have the 47 there of Jones and the Van Diemen RF82, and also the 111 there that's cutting up the inside, another Van Diemen RF82 of Williams there. Or I think the two drivers pushing these machines to different extents, but absolutely lovely to see them giving it all as they blast away and through, or as they come down here into the braking zone. We will see the Tom's machine cutting its way to the inside there, slicing on through goes Toft, and well, definitely not afraid to give it a little bit of boldness under braking, as meanwhile Dibden enjoying what is that run in the 130 coming up to all this traffic at the moment. But as I try to make the way around, where it definitely is a crowded field out there of what is these lovely Formula machines, and we'll Dibden right now going around the outside. They're really having the confidence in the machine as he heads up towards the line, and you can't miss this car, of course. It's lovely what is ever glowing orange paintwork there. It's as bright as a tangerine, and as he comes in towards what is turn number 1 right now, we'll absolutely chucking it at the corners there. And goodness me, when you think of the Formula machines of today in the Formula 2, Formula 3 classes, and even Formula 1, and how those machines have evolved over the years, evolving for the purposes of safety as well as what is for aerodynamic performance, but these are the old school machines, if you will, and they're still raced out there, and these drivers all wanting to keep these cars alive as much as humanly possible, because it's a celebration of history, and well, we should be very grateful for that. But as they make the way on towards what will be the braking zone here for Brooklands Corner, well, the 98 there just encroaching up behind one of its rubber machines heading around there, and I believe it may be the situation that Toft is trying to catch up to the back of Newman there in the Dassel Mark 10. We will say in due course they come on through, as we do see there a little look over the shoulder from our driver going slowly on the inside of the corner. I believe that's the 61 of what is Cottrell, and the number 61 there of Nicky Cottrell, and oh well, just enjoying the run out there as everyone pulls their way down the straight. Number 57 up the inside of it all, in fact getting back ahead there of Dibden is Lackford, so making a little bit of a cheeky move by using the traffic to his advantage, and as they all come through there, well, it's going to be the parting of the seas there, the Moses manoeuvre being made by Ridgway, who puts himself between the two what is smaller machines, and well, absolutely nails that run. But coming back to then what is the 130 of Dibden here, well, as he heads across that line of what is the transfer onto the Wellington Straight. Well, will we see him behind Lackford? And yes, we will, as we did see Smith, then it's Lackford, then Dibden, and well, coming up behind them is the race leader, who's about to put a lap on them all as he heads into that braking zone. And well, right now Ridgway absolutely charging on through and in towards what will be the braking zone for Lovefield Corner. But you can see there the way he's throwing the car around, confident of those apexes, not having to hug the apex curve necessarily, believing the aero of the car and also the grip of the tyres, and all together it means you can have that confidence. And from what is a number of drivers, we do see one of our drivers making their way into the pits. That was the white machine that's made its way into the pit lane. I believe that is one of our FF1600 style machines that's made its way down, as we do see the 61 there of Nicky Cottrell just carrying its way on around there, not quite on the pace of everything else, but it doesn't have to be fair. And in fact, both of the Cottrell family members both lapping in the 1 minute with 17s to 19s at this time, and we're just enjoying their time out there on the circuit and wanting to soak up the spirit of Silverstone, no doubt about it. With 30 seconds left on the clock, then this really has been a whistle-stop tour of what is these Formula Libre machines, and I'm sure we're going to see plenty more fun from them later today. But as we see our drivers coming on around there, it does look as though the 141, or in fact the 41 I should say, of Smith there in the March 74B won't quite have a lap put on him necessarily as he heads on through. We've got 10 seconds to go. Will we see the checker flag, or will we see one more lap snuck into the purview? And I think we are going to go on to what will be one more lap there. Yes, we will get an extra lap, so we are going to get a 17th lap out of our race leader, and well, right now the number 77 car absolutely flying high. Now, for those wondering, when we talk about cars being in period being out on circuit, what does that mean? Well, these cars, many of them are they will be the original car that existed in its given time in the 1960s, 70s, 80s, or perhaps even the early 90s. But the point is, it is running to period specifications. They are running period colours. They're also running essentially what will be the period tyres, the period aero. They're running period mechanical parts. They will have modern day replacement parts for it in terms of parts that have potentially been crafted or engines that have been fitted, but it's all been done to the original specification, and that's why they're called period machines, because they're running as close as possible to the original if it is not the original. But as we do see a bit of side by side there between what is the And the 155 in the 27 with Newman just getting ahead there at the line. Well, we will see the checker flag, and it is going to be the number 77 of what is Ridgway, Graham Ridgway, who will take victory overall here. A lovely drive from our driver in the March 742 and charging on and putting a lap in the end over the entire field, and it will be seconds there to the March 74 B41 of Smith, and that being none other than what is Andrew Smith there, who takes Class C honours, and then behind him it will be what is Lackford there, taking third place overall in the GRD 272 in that brilliant back and forth battle between himself and what was Paul Dibden, as all of our drivers gradually make their way to the pit lane. But after a lovely 15 minutes of showcase racing there from the CRCC Classic Formula Libre in their first of 2 races for today, Graham Ridgway there taking a victory overall after 17 laps by a lap over the field as a minimum. Andrew Smith taking second place there, and what was honours in Class C just ahead of Robin Lackford, with Paul Dibden having a great scrap with Lackford, but in the end having to settle for 4th. It was then 5th to Roger Newman in the Dassel MK10 ahead of Bruce Budgin, and then we did see Rodney Toff there in the Tom's machine. Great to see that out there, number 98, gleaming gold and black. Well, he did take in the end what was 7th ahead of Jeff Williams with Pat Blakeney, and David Jones completing your top 10 with the Van Diemen driver in the end in the MS13, making it nice and safely home. Simon Langman in 11th best to rest ahead of Jaap Bellevere, and then we did see Nikki Cottrell, I should say, ahead of husband John Cottrell to complete that finishing order of 14 starters, 14 finishers, all of them together, and the fastest lap, a 54.67. He was going someone lap number 10, Graham Ridgway, and we broke into the field, the 54s in the end, and absolutely enjoyed it. So those are the results from what is the third of the races for this season of the Classic Car Racing Club's Formula Libre Series, the CRCC. And what I believe very shortly, ladies and gentlemen, we will be getting a word with some of our drivers down in the pit lane on their performances and how they enjoyed being out there, as I believe they are all just making their way to Parc Ferme. But we will see them again later today for our final race of the day, race 21 of 21, and that will be at approximately 5 British Summer Time this afternoon. But as our drivers cool on down, we are going to be making our way now down to Parc Ferme to get a word from a few of our drivers and hear about what it was like to be out at Silverstone National. Over to Jack Oliphant.
Well, the Formula Libre has come and gone, and I have to say it was a spectacle of amazing machinery out there, wasn't it, on the Silverstone circuit? It just feels right when you see these kind of cars out there at Silverstone, and we've got some drivers coming in now, which is all very nice. You know, Graham Ridgway obviously was taking that top step, but first out of the car is, I believe, Andrew Smith in the March 74B, winner of the C-Class category as well. Andrew, come round. I mean, I just said it feels right to see these cars on this circuit. How does it feel to drive them?
Oh, amazing. This is the first time I've driven this car.
Oh, really?
Absolutely amazing, yeah. It's so thrilling, so fast, the cornering, incredible.
How come it's the first time you've been driving this one then? Have you only acquired it recently, or is it a case of it just hadn't been track-worthy before?
So I share it with my son, Tom Smith, from TS Historic, and he used it all last year.
Fantastic.
Very successfully.
Yeah.
And Dad, you need to drive it, so I'm driving it. So I he did well last year. He won the Jochen Rindt Trophy in it, so it's a pretty good car. The car's great.
What is the history of the car then, really? Because that's what everybody loves to hear about, isn't it? Is these spectacles.
Interesting. So it came from Canada. A guy called Bruce Johnson. He ran a business called Exotic Plants, hence their names on the car. And he raced it with Gilles Villeneuve in 1974 in this car.
It's got a CV behind it then, hasn't it?
It has, and when we got it, it had only done 11 races, which is incredible. It came in a box, and Tom and I have put it together and got it to this state.
Fantastic. I'm guessing quite a lot of work had to go on it in terms of making it up to spec for modern sort of racing and everything like that. Has it been a bit of a journey?
It's been a massive journey. And the main thing, I mean, we got the tub, but the glue had started to go off and the rivets were getting soft, so we completely took it apart, re-glued it, re-riveted it, and started from scratch.
And I'm sure enjoying every single second of it as well. Classic car ownership is not for the faint-hearted, but well done on the race.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right, on to the race winner overall, and the B-Class winner is Graham Ridgway, who's there. I was going to say, just disappeared. I love the necklace.
I was wearing it all through the race.
Yeah, no, I think we could tell it. It didn't put you off going anywhere any slower, though, did it? I mean, you won that by about 45 seconds, 50 seconds overall. I know they're different classes, but very, very quick around Silverstone National, isn't it, to get that car around there?
Astonishing. So the car is working really, really well. Probably the best since I've had it.
Yeah.
And it just...
How long have you had it?
About 2.5 years.
Oh, brilliant.
so it's a bit fragile. But when it's going, and it's really sweet now, it's very, very quick.
Temperamental, but those things are right. I've been just told in my ear that apparently there are cars out there on circuit. I'm really sorry that we didn't get more of a chat for you.
No problem at all. Thank
but
you
a
very
massive
much.
congratulations, and
Thank
hopefully
you.
we'll speak to you a little later.
I hope so too.
Fantastic. We should have a little bit more time to do that actually as well, because I believe they are the final race of the day. Right, there are cars out on track. It's the track action coming up next. Apparently the pre-recorded interview might have to be scrapped, unfortunately, because they're getting very quickly on with it. So over to you, Paul, or me on the pre-recording.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we won't quite be cut into the pre-recorded interview, unfortunately, due to time, because what you can see on screen there, no, it's not a parking lot outside what is your local race circuit. In fact, it's very firmly on your grid here at Silverstone, because it is back to the Track Action Racing Club. And the reason why I say why it's not a parking lot is because, remember, these are all cars where people have turned up in a whole mixture and medley of machines, which are a bit more modern and all set to go racing in the series, which is all about a very basic route into motorsport. It's not a championship, but it's all about getting out there in a car of your choosing and giving it your all. And what, after a brilliant race yesterday afternoon, which really was the question of would it be William de Claudio or Sean Govard who would take victory, the two teammates, of course, we'll get to see them do battle once again, because this grid has been set based on what is the second fastest times in qualifying, which happened yesterday, and it was William de Claudio who took that pole position in the end by the best part of 1.5 seconds over Sean Govard. Behind them on what is row number 2, we do have Paul Ruddison ahead of Robert Buckland, and then we see on row number 3 Adam Croft and Anthony Ollett. And keep your eyes out for Croft in particular, and that Scirocco, who had a nightmare start to race number 1. It went backwards before it went forward, and hopefully he's only going to be pointing forwards this time and not looking backwards again at the Beckett's hairpin. But behind them on row number 4, starting 7th will be Jay Alden, the Citroen Saxo VTR. And he's going to be in the close company of Andy Tate once again as they do battle, with Andy Presswell and Grant Hatfield completing your top 10 there, and the Opel Astra VXR, and it'll be Grant Hatfield alongside him. In fact, it was the Astra that went round, not what was the Scirocco. I do apologise there, my memory's getting a little bit forgetful. But then behind them, starting 11th, will be David Thomas and the Toyota MR2 Mark 1 there, the all-red machine there, and indeed, goodness me, that takes me back a few years seeing one of those, a Mark 1 of the Toyota MR2. But let's start regaining tails there, because we also do have the Mazda MX-5 of Stephen Rigby alongside it, and then you'll see Trevor Allgart and the BMW Compact starting in what will be 13th place on row 7, ahead of Andrew Mitchell, who lines up as pole sitter of the Peugeot 206 GTI category, and he'll be in the company of what will be Mervyn Beckett and Jacob Baldry line up on row 8, with Noah Checkley lining up 9th. So it is going to be very close between them all, no doubt about it, and those Peugeot 206 GTIs had a lot of fun yesterday, but in the end, although spoilers only went one way with regards to who took the victory, and that victory in the Peugeots went to none other and then I do believe what was Andrew Mitchell, and he will be looking to try and make it 2 out of 2 here today as he gets ready to go, because they've got 2 rounds of racing. They're all on the grid there, and will we see a green flag? I presume we'll see a green flag before they come around for their standing start, because I haven't seen what is a formation lap as such. And there is the green flag, there it's waved, so we are going on to what will be the formation lap, and next time they come around they will park up and they'll be waiting for lights to take them into what will be a grand total of another 15 minutes of racing. And remember, as I mentioned only months ago, this is a variety of racing series all packed together on a single grid. When you see British manufacturers out there, it's the Britannia Marks Cup. Meanwhile, in the Peugeot 206 GTI category, it's the 206 GTI Production Cup, which is solely focused on that one car, limited to a very particular specification as developed and produced from 1999 to 2006, with a 2-litre 136 brake horsepower engine and a very tightly controlled tyre specification as well of what is NS2R Nankang dry tyres, or Uniroyal Rain Sport 5 wet tyres, although we won't be seeing the rain today, and if the rain is on its way, please go away rain, we don't want to see it. And well, otherwise we do have the Deutsche Marks Cup out there, or the Class D machines, and you'll see one of many of them out there, that BMW Compact of what is in the hands of Trevor Allgaier. And then we do have the Nippon Challenge for any Japanese or Asian manufacturers out there, and we've also got the Tricolor Trophy. Take a deep breath, because that's all of our cars out there. And the Tricolor Trophy is for our French marks out there. So the Peugeots get to race in both what is their own category, plus also the Tricolor Trophy, and they also do have the company of the likes of what is a Citroen or two out there, and also some other Peugeots, including the 106 GTI of William de Claudio. And I think that really dominated what was the racing yesterday here on a sunny afternoon at Silverstone. In the fact we got to see the big question of what works best here at Silverstone National. Is it a car with a lot of straight line speed, or is it a car with a lot of cornering performance and being a little bit stronger on the brakes? And in the end, we found that it was William De Claudio's run in the very speedy 106 GTI that took the run away to victory, albeit it was only 6/10 at line between what was De Claudio and Govard. And when I went to what was their area in the paddock yesterday evening before I left circuit side, I said to him, firstly, thank you for the absolutely brilliant nip and tuck racing all the way through. But what's the plan for tomorrow? And they said, we're going to turn it up to 11 essentially. And I think Sean Govard was very eagerly studying the race footage from his teammate to see exactly where he was faster than him or where he potentially gained some time or see some vulnerabilities. And well, great friends off the circuit, but great rivals on the circuit. But I'm sure they'll keep it respectful. And I do know in the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup as well, as we do see Beckett coming along into position there, and Mervyn Beckett there in the number 32. But those Peugeot drivers will also be very eager to all be battling hard. But as they get set then, well, this is going to be what will be round number 6 of the Track Action Racing Club Series for 2025. They came from Thruxton to Silverstone, and this will be the race that sees them out to Croft in what is a month's time. But as they all get themselves into position, then the last couple of cars slotting into their grid positions, it's going to be a fantastic race, and it is literally, like the name says, it's full of track action. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, as they all sit and they wait for the lights. And while the engine revs are starting to build, the lights are now on, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone's eagerly waiting there as the revs build up to a crescendo, and then suddenly it's going to be lights out and away we go. The engines roar alive as they make their way down towards turn number 1. Now, will it be De Claudio or will it be Govard who leads into the opening corner? It's going to be side by side between them, but the number 17 just sneaks its way into the lead, having started on the inside line. And as they come on through, now it's going to be the tussle once again. But as the rest of the field also makes its way into the shop there, we do see a lovely start from what is the Volkswagen Scirocco, or I believe the Skoda Octavia as well. In fact, both of them together, the Volkswagen Scirocco are cropped up into 4th place already, getting onto the back of the Octavia of Roderson. And as all of our drivers make the way on through, we see the Mazda MX-5 there as well, also creeping forward a little bit, and that's Rigby who's moved up a position as he tries to drop the rest of the field, albeit I think we have lost one of our Peugeot 206s out there, and well, I'm not quite sure where it's gone, but it has had a bit of a slow start. It may catch up in due course, or perhaps it's already brought up the field. But as we do look to them all making their way into Brooklands and then Luffield, we can see the Renault Clio there starting to move forward. Buckland, having dropped down to 5th place, he's now starting to build up the momentum. He's going to do so quickly because he will have that growing pressure from what will be the Opel Astra VXR closing up behind as they all come to the end of what is the opening lap of this 15-minute race. But as they all charge their way across that timeline then, well, we can't talk about the front because there we can see what is the BMW Compact trying to look for a little bit of a move versus the Mazda MX-5, and that's Allgard trying to look for an opportunity on what is Rigby, but he can't quite find it at the moment. And well, we are also missing, I believe, our Citroen Saxo of Alden there that has not made its way onto the grid as far as I'm aware, so we might only have 16 runners here, albeit we look back to the front of the field and in good time as well, because that's a cheeky look up the inside there by what is our Scirocco driver of Croft trying to sneak up the inside of Roderson, but in the end the Skoda Octavia driver just simply keeping his calm, calling on his racing line. And as they head down towards Brooklands this time, we can see that Octavia able to open up the gap on the straight, but when they make their way into the corners, that is where we will see what will be our Scirocco get close there. Better cornering ability, no doubt about it. Front engine, front wheel drive, I do believe. And that Octavia, I'd have to double check where it's front engine, front wheel drive. But as they make the way on around, where it's very tight between the two of them, and the rather lumbering bulk of where's the Octavia there, holding on and just having a little bit more straight line speed as it roars its way on through. And Skoda, of course, known for the wonderful VRS badge. But as they head up towards the timeline, then complete another lap, we can see the overall leaders starting to peel away, but it's battle for third definitely just as important. But it does look as though there Croft not able to get as close enough as Butland. Meanwhile, under growing pressure, is that Alec in the Honda Civic behind him? I think it is. And also there, making some progress, the number 11 of what is Bresswell. He's made some great progress since where he started, and right now definitely moving forward. But as they come in towards what we turned to A and 2B, if you will, the Maggots into Beckett's hairpin combination, although all the field makes its way on through there, no change at the moment. And then we do have the little Mini making its way forward, and that is Hatfield in the Mini Cooper, the number 68 driver there, just gradually teasing his way through the corner in all white and black. Very notable car, and right now enjoying a solid run there, down in 9th place. He was passed by Tate on the previous lap, but then coming a bit further up the field, there is, your eyes do not deceive you, that is the charging form of what is the Renault Clio 172 at Buckland, being chased down by what is the Honda Civic, and that Civic being in the hands of what is none other than Anthony Allett there, and we'll get him much closer this time after what was a little bit of a quiet race for the number 16 driver as of yesterday. We definitely bring it more alive today. But speaking of drivers coming together, after a great start for our Opel Astra VXR driver, the number 11 of Presswell, he's now got tapes trying to press the pressure in the Renault Clio Gen 4. Up towards that timeline they go. Will he look for a move into the opening corner? The answer is going to be no, he doesn't. He's too far back to, but I think he's quite eager to look for an opportunity to try and go in for it. But as I'll try to make the way on through, we also do see there in the distant camera view what is the Toyota, what is MR2 Mark 1, in a bit of a lonely state of mind at the moment. But from then, let's come to our Peugeot 206s then. And well, these three all started together and they're all running together still. In fact, Mitchell's run off into the distance. That's why we were missing a car earlier on. It's not because one's retired, but it is because your class leader of Mitchell's run off. But Beckett, Baldry and what is Nolan Checkley all closely together and all enjoying a fantastic race between them. Indeed, everywhere you look at the moment, there's action left, right and centre. And well, hold up a second, there's our leaders for a brief moment as well. Let's not forget about them. Albeit the Claudio this time seems to be in a much happier state in terms of just gradually starting to pull away, albeit Govard behind him is now starting to set fast laps, and on that lap in fact, to Claudio a 104.035, meanwhile Govard, the fastest lap of the race, a 103.846, so he's now starting to turn up the knots a little bit and trying to push onwards here now that we have got 5 minutes on the board. And I wonder whether he's just been given the tyres an opportunity to probably warm up and then he wants to go on the chase, because they've got plenty of time. 15 minutes doesn't sound long, but when the lap time around here is only what is the best part of over a minute, well, you've got plenty of time, you've got plenty of laps to really start to move forward. But looking back there to the BMW compact machine of what is none other than Allgaier. Well, right now getting close. Can he get close enough there to look for a potential move? As running those classical BMW DTM colours, the Fina colours there. He's going to look to the inside here, trying to go for a move, and will be Mitchell into the braking zone on that Peugeot, and he will be able to get that move done by looks of things and move up to 11th place. As they do, the rest of the Peugeot pack fall on through, and the MX-5 of Rigby there following on through. I think Rigby might have a problem because he's definitely a lot of the pace that he demonstrated yesterday, and Rigby I don't think looks quite happy at the moment. And to put you in the perspective with regards to Stephen Rigby's pace, well, yesterday he was lapping in the 1:11s. That's the fastest lap he set of his race, and well, right now it does look as though Rigby down on 1:13 that last lap, a personal best, but he's a whole second off the pace there, so the car does not seem to want to talk to him as much today, and perhaps he's got an issue, or perhaps it's just not set up the way he wants it right now. But as we do come to our Honda Civic driver of Allett still giving the chase, Wall coming in towards that braking zone, no change there. Meanwhile, change of position, and that is going to be Tate getting ahead of Presswell as we see the Renault Clio driver moving ahead of what is the Opel Astra VXR. So that's a swap for what will be 7th place. But as we can see, the bright yellow Peugeot there, well, right now, that is your 2nd place Peugeot 206 GTI runner of what is now than Beckett there, and Beckett under a lot of pressure and Baldry, and these three, well, if you've ever heard the running joke, if anybody remembers the Harry Potter novels, so the Philosopher's Stone one in particular, or the movies, and Professor McGonagall essentially saying, well, in fact it wasn't the Philosopher's Stone, it's one of the later ones, but why is it when there's always trouble, it's always you three, in reference to Ron, Hermione, and what is Harry? Well, these two right now, they seem to be taking that fashion, albeit there's not trouble, it's action. Why is it when there's always action, it's Beckett, Baldry, and Checkley all together, albeit they have had Rigby sneak in between them, so it does seem as though Rigby is starting to find that the pace is coming forward. So perhaps just being a little bit sensitive to the touch in the opening few laps in that MX-5. As a big lock up there. We catch the tail end of it for what was Beckett. Runs very deep on the corner, albeit you could say Baldry doing the same. And in fact, Checkley there taking a bit of an excursion as the leaders, the overall leaders, make the way in between the pack. The pack essentially opens up to create the space and it swallows that gap back up. And well, brilliant awareness from everybody involved. But Govard, I think, is going to be a little bit frustrated because now he's going to find all this traffic in the worst possible place. There's a bit of a lock up there on the left hand side, and that was the rear left brake for what was Baldry, albeit staying close, but here comes Govard then, and he's going to have to try and find his way all the way around the outside here. He will do it, so he does get it done, but that's going to cost him a lot of time, and I think that's going to open the lead gap up to in excess of 2 seconds, if not more. And well, if he was getting a distant draft at all, he won't be any more. But coming back to the Peugeots, as they enjoy themselves, well, they are 4.7 seconds off of their class leader, but in fact, we've lost Mitchell for a brief moment there. He was leading the class. Where has Mitchell gone? I do not know, but as soon as we know anything, ladies and gentlemen, we will give you an update. We have had a couple of black and white flags for track limits, so the 52, the 32 and the 33, so that's Beckett and Baldry have definitely been called up on track limits, and also the 52 of what is Checkley, so the Peugeot pack there definitely incurring the wrath of the stewards a little bit, and well, as they make the way on through, as soon as we find out what's happened to what it is Mitchell, in fact he is back out there on circuit, ladies and gentlemen, we had a glitch on our timing screen, so apologies for that, he is still your class leader, so we've still got 4 of our Peugeot 206s running since the start. And coming from them to what is your overall leader right now, with Claudio absolutely running away at a canter here, now almost 3 seconds clear as of this lap versus Sean Govard, and trying to continue his way away, and well, the 17 driver close but not close enough as they come out of the corner and past the Toyota MR2. In fact, has that MR2 got its roof down there, or are my eyes deceiving me? I think it might just be where the sun's actually coming out for the first time today, and that's why it's a perfect time for me driving in a convertible. The roof of that MR2 is not down, albeit the MR2 and Mark 1s could have their roofs opened up quite easily. Indeed, rather innovative sunroof stroke roof opening system, but it's because the sunlight's out there right now and it does make it ideal convertible weather. But no convertibles racing out here, you're not allowed to unless you've got certain provisions in place. But meanwhile, there comes our third place runner making his way up through the field. That's going to get very tight into turn 1. I wonder how the outcome of that's going to be, but there's the MR2, the number 28 right now, carrying its way on around there. And whilst everybody does think of what is the Mark II MR2, which is the highly popular one and normally used as the basis for Ferrari replicas, I do believe the Mark 1 there also living up to its standard. And you have to imagine, I believe that car, not specifically that one out on circuit, but the Mark 1 originally being produced, I want to say, in the late 80s, 1989 I think is when the first ones were released into the Japanese market. And well, that car even today actually looks quite modern for what it is. The engine behind the driver there, and quite a compact engine as well, and indeed a very compact car at that. But going back to the drivers who are on screen at the moment, and our Peugeots continue to fight with the Mazda MX-5. There's Rigby trying to hold off what is a move from Checkley, but Checkley in the end getting back ahead of him into Brooklands corner. And well, we do have a black and white flag for the number 17 out on circuit now, and that is for De Claudio for track limits. So the track limits definitely being tested to the utmost, and the stewards responding in kind. Well, as our drivers make the way on towards the final 5 minutes of this race, we will see what will be our Peugeot 206s make the way through in the rear of the picture, as we do see a manoeuvre there to get a lap over what is Mitchell, and that was a lap being put on him by what is our Opel Astra VXR driver. But side by side go Baldry and Checkley into the opening corner. How will they emerge from it? Well, we will see in due course, albeit we're coming up back to what is our leader firstly. That's De Claudio running rampant out there, and well, Rodderson meanwhile a bit further back. In between the two, of course, it's Govard, but Sean Govard right now has got no real response at the moment, albeit was they making his way through the picture? Because if so, that gap's not 3 seconds anymore. If anything, that gap's gone down a bit. There's a flash of lights there from De Claudio to say, hello, I'm coming through to the car in front. He's going to put a lap on, but the point being at this point is in the fact that it does look as though that gap's come down a bit, and well, as they make their way across the line, that gain has gone from a gap of what was 3 seconds down to 2.5. So Sean Govard is charging right now, and that last lap he did put the best part of a second on De Claudio, so he might be able to get close. A 5-second penalty there being pointed to one of our drivers, and that is for 33 for exceeding track limits excessively, and that has gone to what is the second of our Peugeot 206 GTI runners, of Baldry there. So he's going to be a bit gutted, because wherever he finishes now, he's got to add 5 seconds onto it, and I don't think he's going to be putting an extra 5 seconds over Checkley. Alternatively, what will be, well, goodness me, that will be Beckett in order to try and take home that second place in their battle. If anything, he's going to settle for what will be fourth unless one of his rivals comes a cropper. But as we can see, Rigby, they're still tucking into the rear of what is Checkley as they make the way around, all close together, but we will see exactly how they all come together. And if you're wondering why we're saying that it's not Mitchell who's all the way towards the back of the Peugeots, we believe he's still out there, but he might be having what is a bit of a transponder issue on the car, so that's why every so often he's disappearing intermittently from the running order. But as we do have, was the 52 have been, well, the 52 has been awarded a 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits as well from what we count, and the 52 is Checkley. So all of our Peugeots at this point, all of our 206 GTIs are going to be ending this race all with 5-second penalties, and that's going to end up shuffling things. But there we go, there's your visual confirmation on screen. That is the number 95 of what is Beckett, I should say, my manners, Mitchell, who is leading in the Peugeot 206 classification, and therefore he's still running out there. It's just, it seems as though he's not updating on our timing tower for us, so therefore as he makes his way on through, he is leading that Peugeot class. But here comes a little bit of a move from one of our MX-5s a bit further back. That's Rigby trying to look up the inside of Checkley, but can't quite find it at the moment. And as they head into what is the final 2.5 minutes of this race, race, well, all the fighting is happening in amongst our Peugeots, albeit there's a little bit of a tussle there, as they do have what is the lead lap cars also trying to pick their way through, and in the distance there is your Opel Astros. Hold up a second, is that an issue for our Honda Civic driver? I don't think so. I think that's Alec there just having a big lock-up in the braking. In fact, that's not a lock-up. What that is, I think, ladies and gentlemen, is where the front left tyre, under heavy braking, is rubbing against the panelling, the bodywork, where the car's pitching forward with the tyre into the bodywork, and it's rubbing, and that's why you're seeing it. So I can imagine, if you're stood circuit side, you're going to hear a lot of screeching from that car under braking, and it is because the tyre is rubbing hard against the bodywork there, and it is a grating noise on the ears, I can tell you, but it's not going to cause too many problems, although it will take a lot of life out of the tyre, and it will gradually wear that bodywork away on the front left corner panel. But as he comes on out there, the Honda Civic driver carries on his merry way, enjoying himself there in what is the Civic EP3, I do believe. And onwards he'll go, but as he does so, we do see him putting a lap over the BMW compact of Olgar, who's comfortably running in what is 10th, but as they charge their way on out, well, we do still see Rigby and what is Checkley there having an absolutely brilliant love-hate battle relationship between them, albeit they're enjoying themselves as they lose what is the two drivers in the Peugeot 206 in front, but the MX-5 on the outside, and we will have what is the Peugeot on the inside, albeit putting his left-hand indicator on to say you can pass me there. So I think right now Checkley doesn't want to fight too much more, and therefore might be just letting the MX-5 go. That's why the indicator may be on. Perhaps he might have a slight issue with the car, but there's our leaders then as they make their way to one more lap, and it is William de Claudio who leads this race, albeit by a slightly stumped advantage of 2.2 seconds over Sean Govard. And well, these two, they were absolutely nose to tail yesterday afternoon, but right now for their second race of their weekend and their final race of the weekend, it seems as though whatever's been changed on these cars and whatever the drivers have changed in their approach between yesterday and today, William de Claudio is running the way. And in fact, if I remember correctly, he was saying to me yesterday evening that if the temperatures are cooler tomorrow, I will be able to pull away faster because my car works better in low temperatures. And well, the sun may be coming out, but it's coming out just in time to shine on the man as he negotiates his way into the traffic. There's a bit of grass being kicked up there. There's a bit of an inventive line there from one of our Peugeot 206s, I believe, who in the end has to battle side by side. He's trying to find a way through. Is what is our number 32 driver Beckett versus Baldry, but Baldry will get ahead of him as they make the way in a mad scramble then to the finish line. The checker flag will wave, and it will be William de Claudio who'll be taking that victory, albeit, in fact, no, we're going to get another lap here. So the checker flag was not called there, so he's going to carry on for one more lap. We are going to get a 15th turn on the circuit here, literally dead on at the 0 time. So William de Claudio pushing the race on a little bit further, and what that means for what will be Beckett, Rigby and Baldry, they're going to have an absolutely brilliant tussle once again. In fact, I think Baldry's fallen back, and well, Beckett and Rigby right now continue to fight over spoils for what will be 13th place. Well, maybe 13th place to us, but to them, it feels like a race victory having a little scrap between the two of them, and who can blame them when there's nothing on the line other than a bit of fun out on circuit. But as I try to head on down then, well, this time it will be the final run of the Wellington Straight. And whilst the gap between de Claudio and Govard has come down to what is just under 2 seconds as a result of the lap down traffic that de Claudio has found, as he makes way on out this time, he's definitely going to be finding what will be the checker flag awaiting him as he exits Luffield Bend. In towards Woodcott he'll go, and well, he's going to pick up from where he left off as of yesterday. Whilst it wasn't as close a battle this time, he still had to put in the legwork, and well, William de Claudio will come on through Woodcott corner, and he will see what will be that checker flag there to take victory in the number 17 overall and in his class ahead of Sean Govard there, who will finish second, and then it will be a sizable gap at the best part, I do believe, of a couple of seconds before we will see Rodderson coming through to take third place as all of our drivers immediately turn the pace down. Now further back we did of course have those 5-second time penalties applied to Checkley and Baldry's races, so therefore they will have their places swapped into the order where they'll finish 15th and 16th behind Beckett, but it will be Mitchell who will be taking Peugeot 206 GTI honours, I do believe, all the way down in 12th. But here are the top 14 race results, ladies and gentlemen, subject to any further stewards' inquiries. And as we can see, after 15 laps, we snuck an extra lap in there for good measure. William de Claudio taking that victory by 2.3 seconds in his Peugeot 106 GTI ahead of the Citroën AX of Sean Govard. In third was Paul Rodderson in the Skoda Octavia, and well, he was the best part of 27 seconds off of the leaders, but he was only 2 seconds ahead of Adam Croft, who kept him honest in the early stage of the race, but as time went on, the Volkswagen Scirocco just not having the legs on the straights to keep up with the Octavia. Robert Buckland finishing in 5th there in the Renault Clio 172, ahead of Anthony Allett there with the Honda Civic that's scraping away on the front left tyre towards the end of the race, but I'm sure he'll get that fixed for the next meet at Croft. And then we did see Andy Tate, Andy Presswell there in what was 7th and 8th, ahead of Grant Hatfield and Trevor Allgar completing what was your top 10. It was 11th to David Thomas, and then winner of the Peugeot 206 GTI class was Andrew Mitchell there, who got lost on our time and transponder, but he didn't get lost on circuit and took that class victory. And between himself and Mervyn Beckett, it was Stephen Rigby there. Rigby just sneaking ahead of Beckett at the finish line to create a brilliant showdown between the MX-5 and its 3 Peugeot 206 GTI counterparts. Fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 3.57, set on lap number 6, and that was set by Sean Govard there, who found the fastest lap of the race, but didn't find a consistent way to get the time down over the distance. But I think he'll be happy about that, and he'll be able to say to William de Claudio, look, you may have got the victory, but I got the fastest lap, and that's worth more. Albeit, I think they'll debate over what's worth more, victory or fastest lap, but either way, 2 good friends off circuit, like I say, both racing for the same team, and they've absolutely loved it today, no doubt about it. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, that brings the Track Action at Racing Club's visit here to Silverstone National to a close for this weekend, I do believe, given the fact they've got 2 races on the schedule, and well, this was their second for race number 15 of this weekend, and we will shortly be heading down to what will be Parc Fermé for interviews with our drivers, particularly our top 3, I do believe. And well, we are just getting confirmation at the moment that Jack has been able to run his way all the way down to Parc Fermé. Indeed, he's definitely doing a lot of legwork today, and well, I think he is sat there and waiting for the cars to come on through. So we're going to cut to Jack Oliphant to bring you those interviews.
Well, plenty of action out there on track, wasn't there? And you may well be able to see all the drivers I'm supposed to be talking to driving past me in the background. So we're going to have to walk all the way through. I'll tell you what, Ben, let's walk through here. It was a great effort, wasn't it? It's from all the drivers out there really wanting to put on a spectacle for us, driving some great machinery. I wouldn't quite say they're classics, although some of them are definitely bordering on that age, really. There's sort of slightly older cars needing a little bit of love to make sure they can get out there on track. We're actually walking through the scrutineering bay as I'm trying not to get run over by anybody. But the Buzz Lightyear car of William de Claudio is going to be coming into your shot soon. There he is, as I drop the thing because there we go. This cord is very annoying. Right, he's gotten out the car already, and there's a whole host of fantastic track action machines in the background now. We are on lunch, so there's no real time pressure for this, but let's have a chat to Mr. de Claudio in the Buzz Lightyear car, inspired by your son, I've heard. It's a great race from you as well. Did you ever think there was a bit of pressure coming from behind? It looked like he may well have been getting a bit closer as he was getting towards the end.
Yeah, there's always pressure from Sean, to be honest. You know, he's a great racer, he's quick. I think the cooler conditions suited my car today. Yesterday the track was a bit warmer and I just couldn't get any front end on the car, and today it was just a lot more hooked up, so it felt a lot different than yesterday. It
is a great car to drive though, isn't it? The old GTIs are fantastic from Peugeot. It's a bit of a shame they don't really make them like it anymore, is it? But it's still out there, it's still performing well.
Yeah, that's right. They're a great car. They always have been, even with the 205s as well. They're pretty much a similar car to the 106.
205 GTI is iconic.
Yeah, exactly. It's a brilliant car, and so is the AX. The AX is pretty much a 106. So, but yeah, they're great cars.
Did you get out there racing any other series or previous years or anything like that?
Yeah, no, we used to race at Cascombe circuit, but our cars aren't eligible for this season. So sadly we had to go off somewhere else and try something different, but we enjoy racing away. We enjoy racing with the Track Attack Club, Track Action Club, should I say.
I did that mistake earlier on, don't worry about it.
Yeah, so no, it's good, it's great. We're great racing, great bunch of guys, and yeah, we thoroughly enjoy it. Just need some more cars on the grid, really. Like Thruxton was a good race. We had some great racing there with Gary Preble and stuff. So yeah, some more cars to give us a bit more competition would be great.
So if you were to try and advertise it, what makes you want to come and race with Track Action? What should other people sort of follow suit?
I think it's just because it's a series, it's not a championship, so it's quite open. So pretty much whatever car you've got, they've got a class to fit you in. So yeah, it's a great series. Everyone's so friendly. The organisers are great. Yeah, I can't knock it, to be honest. Brilliant.
No, that's a great advertisement for it as well. And also, you can paint your car in basically whatever you want it to look like, which is absolutely... But anybody you want to give a shout out to before we let you go, William?
Definitely Premier Financing Planning. Yeah, my number one sponsor. And probably my wife and my family, to be honest. They support me all the way through it. So yeah.
Fantastic. No, brilliant stuff. And I don't know if the camera can get this, he's got a Buzz Lightyear on the dash. Just, if you poke it through there, Ben, little Buzz Lightyear, just to make you go fast all the time, isn't it? Right, sorry, the track commentary once again for you. So, let's move backwards to Sean Govard. I mean, you were putting pressure on him at the end. He said he was feeling it.
Yeah, I just had no grip from the start. I locked up quite a few times going into the chicane. So yeah, it was a different car than yesterday. But I mean, saying that, I did a 103. So, you know, that's a second quicker than yesterday.
Yeah.
So I was probably pushing a little bit harder because he got that gap. I made a mistake, as I say, first lap, and then he just pulled that gap, and I couldn't get it back. And then the harder I pushed, the more I slid. So it was hard work. But the car, you know, it felt good.
Yeah. I was going to say, I mean, Will has just said that it's a very similar car. Both of your cars are very similar, obviously, underneath, really. He said about how much of a fun car it is to drive. There's a reason why you keep bringing back these classics, isn't it? It's because they're amazing fun rather than overly serious.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just a great car to drive. It's predictable as well, and you can sort of like have a bit of a, you know, trust in the car, what it's going to do, you know, where it's going to, you know, fail you or not fail you, you know. But
where you fail it is normally what happens with mine. I'm in the car.
Yeah. But I mean, it is. They're very, very similar cars. We just need a bit more power, that's all. I mean, but it does what it, you know, I love driving it, you know, so I'm not going to change it.
Where do you race it otherwise as well? Is it any other series, any other championships, or club racing anywhere?
Yeah, it's just been Class Coombe.
Yeah.
I've only been racing sort of like 6 or 7 years, so I mean, it's not relatively new, but I mean, it's I'm still learning, so hopefully I can get quicker. Maybe one day I could beat him.
Well, you never know. I don't think it's that far away either. He's a good driver, but it seems to be you're improving very, very quickly. Good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Right, sun's just about to come out as well. Again, I'm in the way of the track commentary. We are trying to find Paul Roddy's son. He's over there. He's parked away from the top two, as if he didn't want to talk to me. It's over here. Paul. Sorry, I don't know faces. There's about 350 names on these team sheets. I don't know all the faces. Paul, a bit of a different looking car compared to the two that I've just spoken to. You'd normally see this sort of thing on the M1, wouldn't you, rather than on a track? But it's going to have a great, rich heritage of racing, and you're bringing that back.
Yeah, you know, it's just something different. You know, you don't see them every day, do you? No. You'll not see another one this week or maybe next week.
Until you go on the M1.
Until you go on the M1. So we wanted to do something different. Yes, we can have a good race with Scirocco's and things, but them guys are 450 kilos lighter than us or something. We're never going to catch them, but we can manage with it. You know, what we need is either some more of these or these and Scirocco's to make six or eight cars, and we've got a cracking race, because there's nothing between these and the Scirocco's.
No, I do think it looks a solid piece of machinery, doesn't it? What is it like to drive? I'm guessing it's not the lightest thing in the world.
No, it's about 1,350 kilos. It is a bit of a big thing to try and stop, but you know, it's good fun, real good fun.
Yeah, and on the biggest positive, you can get golf clubs in the back of it as well. So yeah, it's better than those Peugeots.
You know what? I don't even need to bring a motor on these days. I could sleep in the back of it.
That is, I'll tell you what, cheap way of going racing if you can save on those hotels. Thank you very much, Paul.
Cheers,
congratulations. Right, it's the lunch break, and well, I believe we've got some pre-recorded stuff, but straight after lunch is going to be Paul O'Neill doing a bit of a grid walk, because the TCRs are the first thing afterwards. We've still got Civic Cups to go. The track action is unfortunately finished, but we've got Libres, we've got Minis, we've got JSCCs. It's packed out. Go and get your lunch. Be back here for Paul O'Neill and the TCR grid walk.
It's flat around that stone. If your eye is dull, go to the doctors. If your eye looks wonky, go to the doctors. That's also called a swim. If your eyes change colour and you're in the light, go to the doctors. Thank you.
TCR UK. It's a freezing cold Donington. It's patchy damp. This is going to be a very interesting race. Just been watching the cars going out. Looks like some of them on slicks. Some of the front runners is a reversed top 10 grid race. They're actually on wets. So I hope they got the pressures low, and I hope they're going to be looking for that damp all around the track. If we can just turn you around, have a look down there to turn 1. Redgate corner. That to me looks pretty treacherous. If I was on slicks, which a lot of the fast guys are, I'd be really, really, really worried, because there's nowhere to really pick a breaking point. So it's going to be very interesting. But the lads on the wets, I think, may have that little advantage. But this is the time they're going to start crossing the tyres now. So these slick running cars, as you can see, the Laidlaws are the first to get here in front of us. They're going to be running probably 8th and 9th on this reverse top 10 grid. They're going to be changing those tyres front to the rear and making sure that their slicks, I'm assuming that they will be on slicks as they're more experienced, they're going to be really, really up to temperature. But by the time they've sat here for a few minutes, it's going to be hard work. Let me tell you, going down to Redgate, I've done it before in a touring car on slick tyres in wetter conditions in this. It's really, really difficult. So we've got Cedric Block that's just turned up in his number 12 Audi. He's actually on slick tyres by the look of it as well. I mean, if it was me, I'd be looking for the slick tyre and going that way. So let's go and have a quick look at what is going on. So you can see, as you go up to the front of Cedric's car here, those slick tyres are looking like they're getting swapped front to rear. And I would love to know how hot they're actually going to be getting. This is going to be a whirlwind of a race, really is. So this front tyre that you're looking at here has got, literally, that has got about, I would say, 17, 18 minutes, 18 Celsius of pressure in. So come this way. It's a very, very fraught on the grid at the minute. Look at Will Beach, who's actually pole position. Come with me. Let's go and see if we can speak to Will, because Will is actually on wets. And I think he's staying on wets. They're used wets, so not brand new. Best option for him is to probably stay on those used wets, because if you go on brand new wets, the tread block is so big that the tyre will move around and it'll generate too much heat and it will start being really horrible to drive on. So it looks like he's definitely staying on wets, which for me, for some of the guys that maybe are not going to be fighting for the championship, that would be the thing to do. You want to stay out of trouble. Will is probably getting spoken to, but should we have a look around? Let's go and try and speak to him, but just watch where you're going with that camera, Andy, because it'll be a bit flat out. There's a lot going on here. Will Beach on pole. Let's go and have a little word. Will, sticking on the wets, mate. A lot of people around you with slicks on, but you should get the jump. It's probably the right decision, but whether it will be halfway through, I don't know.
Well, yeah, we're just trying to get away from the field and make a gap and see if we can manage from there.
I think the one thing there will be is probably a safety car with some people on slicks. I think Cedric alongside you's on slicks. Not saying he's going to go off, but there's going to be a safety car, isn't there?
Yeah, there will be a safety car, but we've got out there isn't. We've got to take the risk, haven't we, sometimes?
Yeah. Top man, listen, all the very best, mate. Have a good go at it. I'm sure you'll be fine. We're not getting called yet. I would like to have a little word with Cedric, if I can, who's got a great chance here. He's probably trying to get himself all ready to rock and roll, but here's the front row starter. Cedric, sorry, quick one. Looking forward to this on slicks. This should be amazing, mate.
Yeah, it's a bit wetter than expected, so let's see. Let's try and keep it on track.
You'll be absolutely fine, mate. Be like a motorbike race, won't it?
Yeah, let's see if I can keep it on.
Top man, you get in the zone, fellow. Catch you in a bit. Excellent. Cedric racing with hand controls as well, so be interested to see how he gets away on his clutch and gets it down to that first corner. This is going to be absolutely epic. No one's asked me who's going to win this, but I'm going to try and figure it out. I'm going to go for Finn Leslie or one of the Laidlaws. There you go. I'm going to go back to you. See what you reckon.
Well, thank you, Paul. It almost sounded like he was going to commit to an answer there, didn't it? And then picked 3 drivers who he thought might win the race. Don't know how much you know about motor racing, Paul, but it doesn't work that way. There can only be one winner. And the winner, I suspect, is for this race is going to be the one who survives the conditions the best. Already a fascinating split of strategy then across the front row. Will Beach on pole position on wet tyres. Cedric Block alongside him on slick tyres. I would not want to be out there on slick tyres right now. I can tell you that for nothing. We'll see how Cedric gets on. Jeff Alden starts 3rd on the grid. He and Cedric Block the top 2 cars in the Gen 1 Cup. Then you've got Greg Saunders alongside Jeff Alden on row number 2. Jeff was the winner, of course, in the Gen 1 Cup for the older spec cars yesterday. Mark Smith and Rod McGovern together on the 3rd row of the grid. Then one of Paul's picks for the victory, in fact 2 of them, together on row 4, Finn Leslie and Steve Laidlaw, who had that terrific battle in yesterday's race. Steve's son Sam starts 9th on the grid because he was runner-up to Adam Shepherd yesterday, and of course our race winner Adam has to start from the back end of the top 10. Rapid in the dry. What about in these mixed conditions? Has Shepherd got the right setup on the car to go and challenge for another race victory? Then, outside of the top 10, we have some other really quick drivers, because actually lots of the expected podium finishers and potential race winners from yesterday didn't make the checkered flag, so they're all going to be starting behind Adam Shepherd, so he'll actually be pretty pleased with the way this has worked out. The 6th row, Harry Bloor and George Jackson, the last of the Gen 1 contenders, but then behind them on row 7 is where we start to get into some more really quick drivers. So you've got Brad Hutchison and Alistair Camp on row 7, Callum Newsham, who was chasing down Adam Shepherd early doors in yesterday's race before his car unfortunately broke down, we believe, with a power steering issue. He'll start penultimate position on the grid, and hopefully Stuart Lyons' Lincoln Co, with a new engine fitted overnight, should be there on the back of the grid. We'll be able to pick that up for you hopefully once we get off the grid graphic. Just see, yes, there's the Lincoln Co at the back of the field, so Stuart Lyons is out on track. Paul O'Neill has made his way the short hop up into the commentary box, and Paul, this is going to be a fascinating race. Mix of tyres on the front row, probably the same story throughout the field. Slicks are brave, aren't they?
Slicks are brave, but that will win the race.
Yeah?
That will win the race, yeah. It's too... The one thing that won't win the race is the temperature, and it's windy, so that should help with the track surface. But it's the experience. It's an experienced person on slick tyres that should win this, because the wet tyre will work, but it will just get overridden. If a safety car comes in for a long time, the wet might really, really get helped out there. But honestly, this would be, an experienced person would be on slicks every day. There will be a safety car. Someone will go off on slick tyres, because I cannot tell you how hard it is to keep the temperature up in the rear tyres of these cars. They're really difficult on slicks.
You can tell Will Beach is on wets because he's not really overworking those tyres on the warm-up laps of the grid, is he?
No, but if I was Will Beach, I'd be driving around at 11 miles an hour, making sure nobody's got heat in the tyres.
True, actually, yeah, a bit of gamesmanship can work well in your favour. Interestingly, Cedric Block not exactly weaving around much either. You'd think he would want to get a bit more heat into the slick tyres in the Audi. We don't really know what anybody else is on further down the order. Hopefully we'll be able to pick that up once the race gets going, although it should be quite quickly obvious, at least in the first lap or so, Paul, who is on the slicks, because those tyres, what you're saying is they might win the race, but they're not going to come in immediately, are they?
No, exactly that. And a safety car will help a wet tyre, but it will also help a slick, because it just gives them, you know, lesser time to have any problems. But honestly, this crane of curves, even Redgate, is going to really worry me. Honestly, I had a little feel of Cedric Block's tyres that had come from the front axle to go on the rear to be warm, and they were literally 17, 18 degrees Celsius. They were really not hot at all. So Will Beach is sitting pretty for the first 8 to 10 minutes of this race, but apart from that, I don't know. Jeff Alden was saying wets, but let's see what happens.
I think he is on wets, but I think a lot of cars behind him are on the slick tyres. This could be interesting then. Rev starting to rise. Round 2 of TCR UK, the reversed grid race here at Donington Park, about to burst into life. The red lights go out, away we go, and the rush towards Redgate Corner begins. It's a good start made by the pole sitter. Cedric Block slow away on those slick tyres, and up the middle there goes, I think that was Greg Saunders, wasn't it, in his Cupra, into 3rd position. Keep an eye on some of the cars further back. Adam Shepherd there carving up the inside of Cedric Block. block already, and Finn Leslie trying to go with him. There's a bit of leaning, but I think they all got through Redgate in one piece. Down the Craner curves they will go. Decent lead here for Will Beach. He needs to make hay, Paul, on these wet tyres in the first few laps.
There is no way that that car that is making its way up to P2, which is Steve Laidlaw, is on slick tyres. The first three are on wets, I think, and then Cedric Block, like you say, is definitely on slicks and struggling with the car.
Interesting then, because I think Steve Laidlaw's on slicks. Interesting then that Sam Laidlaw's on slicks. I think Steve might have gone the other way. Here is the battle heading up through the right-hander at McLean's. Jeff Holden under threat from Greg Saunders. Greg making his debut this weekend in TCR UK. They round the right-hander at Coppice Corner, and yeah, you can really see the difference in grip levels, can't you? These cars storming off in the distance early doors. They've got the grip for now, but is that going to be the case in 18.5 minutes time? They barrel down towards the to the Roberts chicane, because we're on the national circuit this time. We're going to the Grand Prix layout the next time we visit Donington. Now here comes Shepherd, Newsham, Camp, Hutchison and everybody else. They're making good progress. Is that because they're confident on slicks or because they've got wet tyres?
No, it's confidence on slicks. That is definitely confidence on slicks, but there is no way that Steve Laidlaw is on slicks. If he's on slicks, they've come straight out of a tyre warmer at 1,000 degrees, because you do not go down the Craner curves that fast and have a slick tyre. There's no way. So I'd be interested. I can't see the yellow. It's yellow sidewalls that you're looking for the slick tyre, and you're looking for blue sidewalls as the lead now changes, and he must be on wet. He's got to be.
Yeah, you can see the blue sidewalls on both of these cars. They're side by side. Well, they were side by side into McLean's. The move has been made though, so Steve Laidlaw to the lead. Yeah, I was getting my Laidlaws mixed up, not for the last time, I'm sure. He is on the wets. I think it's Sam I saw with the yellow sidewall, so that's why Sam is down in 10th, and Steve has just stormed through to the race lead, because those two were remarkably evenly matched actually on race pace yesterday. So Steve Laidlaw to the lead then. Will Beach though still running well in second position. We'll keep an eye on sector times and lap times for those on slicks, but Will Beach is going well here.
Will Beach is going well, but not only is Will Beach going well, Will Beach is looking for the damp that I was telling him about in the pit lane. I said, stay on the damp, use your wet tyres you've got, keep the pressures as low as you're allowed to. Mickey from Goodyear will tell you what it is, and let's see what happens. This is all kicking off.
Camp has gained back 4 places on this lap. I think he might be on wet tyres. You can see the cars weaving around. They're the ones on the slicks trying to get the heat into the tyres. This is Adam Shepherd, yesterday's race winner, to the outside of Rod McGovern. This for 6th position. Adam Shepherd, can he find the grip? Yes, he can, but Rod McGovern couldn't. He slithered into the side of him, and that opens the door for Callum Newsham. Newsham picks 2 up in 1. Newsham's car all over the place down the hill. So is McGovern's.
Wow.
This is not a situation Adam Shepherd wants to be in.
He really doesn't. Oh no! Harry Blaw's off.
Harry Blaw in the gravel at Redgate. It also looked like Shepherd and McGovern were about to lean on each other again at the bottom of the Craners. Hopefully they survived that. Harry Blaw, though, the second driver this weekend to dig himself out of the Redgate gravel trap.
It is literally, it's like a WRC gravel tyre they must have on. I've got to take my hat off to Goodyear. They're making a great tyre to get you on the gravel. Wow. But McGovern, this will be right up his street. These conditions. Has he got a little bit of damage on the left-hand side sill of his car as well, on that black car? Well, there's something scraping there, but this will be right up his street, because he's come from doing a lot of racing at Mondello, and he'll be used to slippery conditions and difficult conditions as well. He's on wets though, because he's not weaving, I would think.
Yeah, I think you are right. Brad Hutchison behind him, we're pretty sure, is on slick tyres. Here, meanwhile, is Alistair Camp going for 3rd position. Campy, we're pretty sure, has the blue sidewall wet tyres on. Yes, I would tend to agree with that. He goes past Greg Saunders into a podium place. So Alistair Camp bouncing back nicely from various issues that took him out of yesterday's race. He didn't look particularly happy when I saw him this morning. This, though, will be putting a smile on his face.
Definitely. This is so fascinating. We've got 5 minutes gone nearly. These tyres are going to drop off a cliff on the wet runners if they don't look after them. If they've got a new tyre on new wet tyre, that could be a bit of trouble for them a bit later on as the tyre moves around. Got to say though, Goodyear make a fantastic set of wet tyres especially, but the slick tyres as well do work amazingly well in these conditions once they're up to temperature.
Which hasn't happened yet. Alistair Camp, fastest lap of the race, 1:15.0. The best of the slick shod cars, we believe Callum Newsham, a 1:18.5, 3.5 seconds slower than the fastest of the wet tyred cars. So Alistair Camp going quickly. He, by the way, was over a second quicker than the race leader Steve Laidlaw last time. So Camp, of the cars that are sort of on an equal footing, all on wet tyres, he is the fastest. Let's see if that changes this time. Laidlaw does a 16.0, Camp a 16.5, but there was an overtake involved there. Now he's in clean air. Campy could really start to charge.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really impressed though with the guys that have gone on the wet tyre. They're not overworking them. You can tell who's on slicks. You do not weave wet tyres down the straight. Look how damp it is. That will, if it catches you out on a slick runner, it'll be the rear tyre just snatching on the braking on turning for a corner like Redgate, which is pretty fast, medium speed corner in third or fourth gear.
Yeah, it is indeed. Finn Leslie then coming towards us. Two Hyundais battling here. Rob McGovern and Finn Leslie, 8th position they are scrapping over. And Finn Leslie looks a little bit the quicker of the two. New to TCR Racing, both of these, remember. We've got Stuart Lyons, who's very much not new to TCR Racing, right behind them. In the Lincoln Go, Harry Bloor crawling through the chicane. Has he been off again? I think he might have been, because he's not peeling into the pit lane with an issue. So I think Harry's had his second gravelly excursion in relatively quick succession. Comes across the line now, Harry Bloor right at the back of the field, but again, young driver, very inexperienced, probably the most inexperienced driver on the grid, and these are testing conditions for the best of them.
Definitely, just finish the race, fella, and you'll be absolutely fine. You got away with one, so we'll see what happens. That's Newsham past Alden, and do you know what? I've got to doff my cap to a lot of these drivers. There's only Bloor who I'll let go. He's the only one that I can think of that's actually been off, because look at that. Newsham nearly loses it on a damp part on his slick tyres.
Now, Newsham did a 16.8 there. That was a personal best. That was 3/10 quicker than Adam Shepherd. So of the slick tyre cars, Newsham seems to have a bit of an edge. That's interesting, isn't it? Because yesterday, okay, Callum's car only ran for a few laps, but it looked like he had an answer for Shepherd in the dry conditions. That's continuing now in these mixed conditions. They're both on the same tyre, and Callum Newsham, having taken advantage of the little skirmish that Shepherd had with McGovern a few laps ago, is now making good his escape from yesterday's race winner.
Yeah, definitely. And now if I was on wet tyres, I'd be obviously looking for the damp parts of the circuit to keep them tyres cool and not chewing up. The other thing I'll be doing is making sure that I didn't wheel spin out of some of these corners.
I think it has happened though. I think the transition has happened. Callum Newsham a 16.8, Alistair Camper 21.4, back behind Saunders now, so he's been off the road, but Newsham was the fastest man on the track last time around. That's the first time a slick-tyred car has been quicker than the race leaders on wet. So Callum Newsham at the beginning of the previous lap, well, let's see what the gap is this time. At the end of lap 6, Laidlaw, the leader, does a 17.7, Beach an 18.5, an 18.0 for Saunders, Camper 17.3, Newsham 16.1, 1.6 seconds quicker than the leader. He is 15.8 seconds off the lead, but Paulie's got nearly 12 minutes to catch him.
Yeah, 12 minutes. If there's a safety car, this is a guaranteed, I think it is actually a guaranteed slick runner win anyway, but it was just staying out of that danger zone and that's what Newsham's done. This is going to be a really interesting, honestly, the last 5 minutes of this race will be crazy.
The trouble is, though, that the deeper into the race we get now, the bigger that gulf in performance will get between the slicks and the wets. Surely, by the time Newsham gets to the race leaders, they won't have anything left to defend with, right?
Only problem is that where you need to overtake, that will be on the damp. So Callum's going to have to go on the damp to overtake as well. How much heat he has in the tyres will then, that will be his saving grace. If there's a lot of heat in the tyres, he'll be able to brake late, but the wet tyre will always be able to brake later if it is on that damp part of the course.
Good point, well made. Newsham, by the way, was 3/10 slower than Adam Shepherd last time, and Shepherd's just put in a purple middle sector, so Adam Shepherd, look, is coming back at Newsham. That could realistically be the fight for the race win. It's one of those topsy-turvy races where actually with just over half of the race to go, it's the cars in 5th and 6th position who could be in the pound seats. Fastest lap of the race, Adam Shepherd, 1:14.2, 4/10 quicker than the leader, but nearly 3.
We're back at Silverstone. I'm Paul O'Neill. It's TCR UK, and we're on the grid. So let's go and speak to some people. It is the public grid walk, which is nice. Follow me, Ben. First of all, got a skipping rope here. It's nice, this. First of all, I'm just going to try and quickly get a little word off Alex Jones. Alex, how are you? It's like a segue, isn't it? How are you, boss?
I'm good. I'm very good, thank you.
Yeah. Enjoying life? Golf's an amazing car, isn't it? Gen 1. I know it's not got the outright speed, but fantastic to be on the grid, mate.
No, I am. I'm happy to be here. No two ways about it. I'm still learning massively, but I think I'm learning the right car, if that makes sense.
Definitely.
I was here Friday. Rob Huff was here. helping someone, having a good conversation with him. Obviously, we know he had success in a Golf. But no, I mean, this isn't the first time I've driven one. I've tested them before, but for me, I feel it's the right way to progress. Yeah.
It's the best thing, isn't it, to be under the radar in a car that is not ultimately the fastest, but still a good car and great chassis. And it is a fantastic car, the Golf.
You know, you're definitely right. I mean, through all the sort of lower speed corners, I can keep up with the Gen 2s. But yeah, you're dead right. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to be mixing it up the front, but yeah, it's still got the pace for sure.
Top man. Listen, it's great to have you here, mate. I'll let you crack on. Sorry about Michael Crease.
Oh, we love him, really. Come on.
I like his brother more. The Southerners are all going to gang up on me. Follow me. Right, okay. I've got Phil Kinch giving me some grief. Oh yeah, I've just been reminded. So Phil Kinch is our media guru from TCR UK. Let's go and speak to Jeff Alden, because there's two things I want to speak to Jeff about. One of them is why the side of his car looks like a bag of crisps. Just have a quick sec. Look at the state of that. Jeffrey, what has happened to that car?
We had a little bit of an altercation. Well, it was a lot. If you look at it, there's a dent at the top and all the way, but they did miss the skirt, so that was a bonus. Harry Blore span it coming in a left field and reversed into me. So
that's nice.
Yeah, it was very pleasant. But Jack and the boys have had the hammer out and they've made it look as pretty as it can be. So can't complain.
Lovely. And 1 second. Ladies and gentlemen, can we all sing happy birthday to Jeff Alden after 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jeff Alden. You were born in a zoo. Way, there you go. Have a round of applause as well. Look at that, the public getting involved. Lovely. Yeah. Right, enough of speaking to Jeff Alden because he's bored me now. Right, let's crack on. Jeff, happy birthday, mate. Have a good day, fella. Top man. Right, well, we might be under some... we'll probably get fined for that because literally I was singing in tune, obviously. And yeah, might get in a bit of trouble because it'll be a copyright probably on YouTube. Hello, my man. How is it going, Mr. Saunders? You well?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Bit of a tricky day, starting from the back. Every race, pick a few off and get stuck in.
It's a difficult one, Silverstone National. The amount of commentators, and this is Andy McEwen if you're listening, say, oh, it's an easy circuit, there's only a few corners. Shut up, Andrew. We drive cars. It's hard work, isn't it? Because if you ain't got the momentum, it's difficult.
Yeah, it is hard. It's got the temperature in the rear has been pretty crucial. The track temperature's dropped a lot since Friday, so the setup's been a bit quite sprightly on the rear, so just getting the temperature in, and yeah, it is tricky. It's only 4 corners, but they all count. You can use a lot of time on each one, so yeah.
Still loving life, my man?
Yeah, it's good. It's all right, getting the hang of it. It's third event now. It's yeah, loving it. Back to sprint racing. It's quality. Loving it.
Proper job, mate. What have you got on the tyre front? Looks like you got 4 new.
Yeah, exactly. So have to get some good temperature in them. That's been the hardest thing. Only getting the one warm up lap. You know, getting generating the heat in the rears.
Do you know the best advice I ever got in a front wheel drive touring car to get the heat in the rear tyres? Obviously, you do a cross, so the fronts will go on the rear.
Yes.
You should be out of breath by the time you get back here. That's the best advice I had off anyone.
Yeah, I'll give that a go then. I'm certainly feeling dizzy enough, so...
Well, listen, I'll let you crack on, but I am going to come and see you before you go and see if you're sweating.
Thank you. Cheers.
No worries. Right, come on. Let's get a bit further up here. I'm getting direction by Phil Kinch, again, who's the media guru. He's making me feel nervous, actually. I think he wants me to... Hello. I think he wants me to speak to a few people. Oh, actually... These people are always great to speak to. I bet you're like, will you go away? How are you, firstly? And thank you for all the time and effort that marshals and everybody at the Silverstone circuit today put into our racing.
Thank you very much. We're all fine. We're all having an absolutely brilliant day. And I suppose thanks to the drivers too, because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be here.
And that is a very fair comment, because grids can be a difficult one to get together, can't they? And, you know, they work hard to get the sponsorship, they get everything done. But, you know, when there's a bit of trouble, you guys are there. And it must talk me through the time you get here and the time you leave. Is it like 9 to 5? It isn't, is it?
No, not at all. So we were here this morning at about 7:15. So by the time we signed on, we got everything ready in the pit lane and things. And we'll be going home about 6 o'clock this evening.
How does that work with the family? Do they like that you're away so much?
I'm quite lucky because my husband marshals too, even though he's not here today, but he's quite understanding.
You've got to be, haven't you, in this job? I'm the same. Every weekend it's hard work, isn't it? I'll let you guys go because I know that they're going to start clearing the grid now. But thank you for everything you do, guys. Right, let's go up the top. I need to speak to George Jackson because George got a podium and George doesn't look like he's here. Where is George? Typical that, isn't it? I come and try and find him and he's not here. Has anyone seen the driver of this car? Because if there's no driver, I'm going to drive it. No, he's gone. Anyway, we'll try and catch him in a bit because he's probably speaking to another couple of people. But George Jackson has ended up in 3rd place. He did cross the line in 4th, but there was contact between Steve Laidlaw on the first lap and Will Beach, and that has given, I think, a 2.4 second penalty to the race winner at the time, which was Steve Laidlaw, and that means that Steve is now P7 from the last race. So that's given George Jackson that P3 and a trophy, which is ace for him. So they're clearing the grid, but we'll keep walking up here, and I know why now. Phil was saying keep moving up the grid is because everybody is getting told to move. Look how many people are here, Ben. This is flat out. This is amazing that people, are allowed on the grid. Usually under 16s are not allowed on the pit lane, but bring your kids. There's prams, there's all sorts going on. There ain't many series I know where you can actually get to touch £150,000 TCR cars, which is great. Another favourite of mine, Ryan Bensley. He'll try and sell you a mortgage. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
I look like a bowling pin.
Oh, mate, you do look like he looks like. Do you remember Dangerous Brian? You look like him. Listen, nightmare in that race. You've had electrical faults. You've had a broken blade on the roll bar. Yeah. Quickly talk us through how this race is going to go. You should pass a few people, shouldn't you?
Yeah, we're struggling a bit with the bop on the straight, so
just talk through the bop.
Balance of performance. So it means that basically our car is lower on power than some of the others. The idea is that we have a better chassis, so we're a bit better around the corners, but there's not many corners here.
Well, I'm sure you'll be fine, mate. If anyone's going to do it, you're going to do it. George Jackson has just turned up on the grid. I was going to quickly just speak to him. Come with me. He's turned up. I love George. He's just brought his car on the grid, left it, and then just left. He didn't want to speak to anyone, obviously. Follow me this way, because George Jackson is just getting his kit on. I'm just going to shout, but not in the microphone. George! Quick one, mate. You got your trophy, lad. It's not the way you want to do it, but it doesn't matter because I think you were the driver of that race. P4, proper effort, mate.
Thank you very much, mate. Yeah, obviously this is my 3rd year of racing. Done quite a bit of testing now leading up to this one, Paul. And yeah, that was the best drive I've had. And obviously we all know that them front boys are rapid. So I was a bit nervous, though. I won't lie to you.
But you'll take P3.
Yeah, 100%, mate. Yeah, with open arms.
Top man, what are we going to do in this one?
Mate, just try and push forward. Try and get a good start and get on it ASAP and just try and see what we can do.
Top man, jump in the car. The sun's coming out, mate. So warm them tyres up. Give it a go. Right, let's keep walking. Unless you need me to throw to the comms box, I'm not going to do that because we can just keep on going and chatting if we need to. Okay, we're not going to keep on going and chatting. I'm going to stop here because we have a special message from our partners and then back to the comms box.
It's flat around that stone. If your eye is dull, go to the doctors. If your eye looks wonky, go to the doctors. That's also called the swim. If your eyes change colour and you're in the light, go to the doctors. Thank you.
Welcome back to Silverstone, everybody, where we are looking forward to our remaining racing today. We've got a busy schedule ahead, and TCR UK will very much be taking centre stage for our next racing action at 2:10, so we're about 15 minutes away from TCR UK racing. Then we'll have the Mini Challenge Clubsport and the Miltek Civic Cup for their third and final race of the weekend. The Junior Saloon cars will be out at about 3:45. The Equipe Sports prototype at 4:15, and we will round things out with the CRCC's Formula Libre series, their second race of the day. So a busy day still to come. TCR action in particular is going to be a highlight, I'm sure. We've had a lot of talking points since the race earlier on today, and sure race 3 will generate a couple more for us as well. The conditions are very similar to what they were earlier on. Still overcast, a little bit warmer than it has been, and the on-track racing action is certainly going to keep us entertained, I am sure. The news, if you are just joining us and you've missed that grid war, where I'm sure Paul O'Neill has just updated you on all of the comings and goings in the TCR UK paddock. Callum Newsham inheriting the win from the race earlier on today. That's after Steve Laidlaw was penalised for contact with Will Beach in the early stages of that race. And so Callum Newsham picks up a race win and another podium finish to add to his tally. He now has 9 race wins in TCR UK, does Callum Newsham, the second most of any driver. He was in a 4-way tie coming into today with Dan Lloyd, former champion, Carl Bordley, former champion, and Adam Shepherd, current championship leader. And all of the expectation, I think, was that Adam Shepherd was going to probably pick up that 9th career victory before Callum Newsham did. But Callum has managed to get win number 9 on the board, and we'll be looking for number 10 again in the third and final race of the weekend. So, championship-wise, what does all of this mean? Well, I'm delighted to say that Phil Kinch has just sent over the updated championship points. There was a penalty for Steve Laidlaw, as I've said. Now, that was significant. It was only a 2.4 second penalty, which doesn't sound like a lot, but of course, because we'd had that late safety car period, 2.4 seconds took him all the way down to 7th place. So a big loss of points for Steve after that race earlier on today. And in the championship context, that means that he is still second in the championship, but was outscored by Adam Shepherd by 10 points in that one. So the gap grows again, 46 points now between the two of them before dropped scores. But with those drops still to be taken into account, I think Steve Laidlaw's probably going to benefit more from that, because that result will become a drop, as will his 8th place, I think, or 9th place even, from the second Donington Park Grand Prix circuit race, whereas Adam Shepherd, well, his 2 results so far this weekend have been his 2 worst of the season so far. The 4th place earlier on today, and yesterday's 6th, so he's dropping a lot more points than Steve Laidlaw will be at the moment. But of course, we've got this race to go, and then we'll really start getting into the nitty-gritty of the championship standings, drop scores, and all of that complicated stuff. Right, Paul O'Neill back with me in the commentary box. Well, we'll get Paul's thoughts in a moment. First, let's take a look, shall we, at how they're going to line up on the grid for this one. It's the second fastest lap times from qualifying that set the grid. And Adam Shepherd is on pole position. Now, this is his 9th career pole position, more than anyone in the history of the championship. He now breaks a tie that he was in, funnily enough, with Callum Newsham, who starts alongside him. So Adam Shepherd, a 9th career pole position. This is based on qualifying only, by the way, not reverse grid poles or anything like that. But Shepherd, for the 9th time, was fastest at the end of a qualifying session. Callum Newsham starts alongside him. Steve Laidlaw 3rd this time. It's an all Laidlaw 2nd row of the grid. Steve and his son Sam sharing row 2. Luke Sargent will probably not be there, I think, from 5th on the grid. Oh, he is out there, Paul tells me. Wow, that is incredible work from the team to get Luke Sargent's Audi onto the 3rd row, where he will start alongside Brad Hutchison. Those two have had quite a few battles over the years and traded a fair bit of paint as well. Will Beach and Ryan Bensley on row 4, with Rod McGovern and Finn Leslie, who by the end of that previous race was among the fastest drivers on the track. He'll really be hoping to utilise that now from 10th on the grid to gain a bit of ground. 11th, we will see Harry Blore No, we won't. We'll see George Jackson and Harry Blore 12th on the grid. George Jackson, a first career podium in that race earlier on after the penalty for Steve Laidlaw. Then it is Mark Smith and Greg Saunders, and the two Gen 1 Cup drivers at the back of the field, Jeff Oldham and Alex Jones. Alex was really happy with his performance after race 2 earlier on today, and he will be looking to try and give Jeff Oldham a little bit more of a run for his money. So, Paul O'Neill, thoughts? There's a lot to dissect after race 2, isn't there? Quite a few interesting conversations have been had up and down the pit lane, and we could be in for a fairly spicy conclusion to the day.
Yeah, quite a lot went on, didn't it, that we've only just properly caught up on. But Luke Sargent is definitely trying to make the start of the race. I don't think he'll take his grid position, but he will try to get into the race by starting in the pit lane. They were just stringing the car up, so making a big square box around the car and just making sure all the toe links were right and the tracking was right and as right as they can be. I think there might be a few bent items on that car that they can just make safely around the race. There's nothing that's going to hopefully break, but there's a few parts I think they haven't got, so they couldn't replace. But that is a mammoth.
Yeah.
I honestly thought you would never ever see that car again raced by Luke Sargent, just because it was a big, expensive looking crash anyway.
Yeah, no, excellent. Excellent news that he got away with that relatively unscathed. He was penalised for the contact that he'd had with Sam Laidlaw just before that, 2 penalty points on his licence. He wasn't best pleased about that, but hey, it is what it is, I suppose, and he's grateful, I think, to be given a chance to get out onto the track for our third race. Adam Shepherd then, Paul, on pole position. Now, it's been an interesting weekend this for Adam. He's been coming from behind in both races, really, up to this point. We haven't yet seen him battling for podium places, so we don't really know what that car's capable of when it's put at the front of the grid.
Well, this is going to be interesting because obviously it's the same car as Steve Laidlaw. It's a little bit heavier, so is that going to be a bonus for Callum Newsham if he's battling with him going down to Brooklands? It's going to be an interesting one, and we're going to find out a lot about Adam Shepherd now.
Well, yeah, because he's got to be worried about Callum Newsham. Callum is starting to creep back into title contention now as well. Once the drop scores are brought in, certainly Callum Newsham's going to be right up there. So if Newsham is going to win a race, obviously this is his last chance to do so, but this I think is his best opportunity in a way to win a race, because he should have a pace advantage over Adam Shepherd, who is still learning that car as well. Steve Laidlaw's put quite a few laps in testing and over the races. He was racing over in Europe pre-season as well. He knows that car much better than Shepherd does, and that will make a difference not only on raw pace but in the confidence with which he can race other cars.
Yeah, exactly. That it's okay in the race. It's the first lap which can be the pain, because you're never too sure what a new car is going to do. He'll have a little idea because he's had 2 starts. And talking of starts, that wasn't the best start, was it? Who did we speak to? Was it Brad Hutchison said he thinks the car had a launch control problem?
It was a clutch issue, so I briefly bumped into Adam on the way into the commentary box. He said he lost the clutch, basically. So it was all engaged and ready to go, and the clutch just started to slip, and he had to... So the whole start process had to be aborted, and then he had to basically manually start the car. So it was a clutch issue. He is not 100% confident that they fixed it. He said it feels better, but they can't be guaranteed. He can't guarantee that it's going to work on this race start.
Well, the best thing to do with that, and I've had launch control start strategies in every touring car I've ever driven, and I've never ever used them. The only thing I'll use is the launch limiter, which limits the rev, so it limits the wheel spin. All of this, new fandangled line lock where it puts the handbrake on and you can set the car and listen, it makes a better start, no doubt, but does it always work? I've been burnt, so I never use them. Best thing to do, right foot on the brake, the other half of your foot on the throttle, clutch in, get the bite, and just go. Like that. Hopefully that's what he does, because that was the best start I ever made.
Well, and of course he's now starting from pole position, so if he does stall again or doesn't go anywhere, then there are even more cars piling in behind, and that can get pretty dicey. So fingers crossed he has a clean start. He certainly will want to try and get his head down and just lead the race from the front, but Callum Newsham will have other ideas. He's had quite enough of staring at the back of one of these new Cupras, and he's completely surrounded by them. Actually, the 2 Laidlaws are right behind, and we know that they tend to get good starts, don't they? Steve and Sam have both said, particularly Steve, that that they rate themselves off the line. They're getting those cars off the line really well. If Adam stumbles, there's still a good chance that a Laidlaw could lead by the end of lap 1.
Definitely, and like you say, with the Laidlaws as well, they've got twice as much data of how to start the car. So, yeah, I mean, what I was talking about with the start strategy and all the different, launch control settings, it doesn't matter for Adam Shepherd because he's got a dodgy clutch. Yeah. So even if he manually starts, it could be a problem. So yeah, I just hope it works for him. And yeah, look at the Laidlaws. They're looking a bit ominous there, aren't they? They're going to be up the front. One of them is. Are both of them going to be up there? I'm hoping we see a battle of the VZs.
Yeah.
This is going to be cool. Let's just hope everyone gets away well.
Yeah, indeed. So the Laidlaws are both going to have a point to prove, aren't they, really? Sam having non-finished the race earlier on, Steve having picked up the penalty. They both will feel that they were sort of robbed of a really good result in the previous race, and yeah, they would love to put things right in race number 3. We've got some good battles to be settled further down the order, and because this grid is based upon qualifying times again rather than a race result, there are a couple of drivers out of position. Finn Leslie, only 10th on the grid for Finn, but we caught up with him, didn't we, between races. He was really happy with the speed that car had. He felt that he was now bang on the pace that Callum Newsham was getting out of the Hyundai. He could be one to watch.
Yeah, definitely, and I would say with his youth and exuberance, and I'm sure he'll be fine. Good pedallers, Finn. I'm a bit disappointed for him this weekend, but at least he's fast, so that is a good thing. Oh, there he is, Luke Sargent then. So he's got to the back, so he'll probably... Will he be able to get into his grid position?
Well, that wasn't the green flag lap, Paul. That was a tyre rotation lap. Now, I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure what the rules are. Normally on a green flag lap, if you drop to the back of the group, you're not then allowed to reclaim your position, but... we'll wait and see where he goes here. The team, of course, are on the grid, so they will be waiting for him, and that is team at the back. He's sort of heading up the middle of the grid.
I tell you what, Pep and his team...
Wow.
If he goes to his grid position...
He is, isn't he?
Pep and his team deserve a massive round of applause because that is mighty. Wow.
Well,
wow.
He will be starting from 5th on the grid in a race that don't think either of us expected him to start at all. So that is a bit of a win, that, for Luke Sargent. Caught up with him between races. He's in pretty good spirits, all things considered. He was absolutely fine after the impact with the wall, and was more miffed, I think, at the 2 penalty points he'd picked up along the way. But the car... whether it's going to be operating at absolute peak performance, I don't know, but at least it's on the grid and he's got a chance to go and have a race.
Of course, yeah, it's going to be a good one. So I did notice then that's the hardest I've seen the TCR guys weave the tyres. So they must be concerned from what they've seen in the previous races, because it really isn't a long circuit, this, and other series with slick tyres on usually get 2 laps.
Yeah.
So it's quite a difficult one, isn't it? You can see Alex Jones's car there on the right, the number 7, the longest jack I have ever seen. That literally looks like it's 15 foot up off the floor. Like you could stand up and put them tyres on.
Yeah, Alex, who's virtually new to racing, really. He's done one Fun Cup race at Croft last year. He's done a bit of track day trophy stuff, nothing more, and is learning his craft now in TCR UK. I kind of admire a driver that does this, though, because TCR UK is not an easy championship to come into with little to no racing experience, but I like drivers that challenge themselves, and a lot of drivers will tell me you'll learn a lot more by pushing yourself and putting yourself in a championship where you know you're going to struggle maybe initially than you ever would from sort of slowly working your way up the ladder. So he's got the opportunity to come here, and yeah, he'll be learning a lot.
Yeah, you listen, you're sticking your dirty laundry out, when you're on a live stream in a high profile championship, but I think he's acquitted himself pretty well, and Luke Sargent was him a while back, wasn't he?
Exactly.
Track days, done the odd race. But this is great. He's done the right thing. I spoke to him on the grid. That GTI Golf is a brilliant car, but it ain't the fastest thing in the world, but it'll give him all of the feedback about a front-wheel drive car that he needs to know about to go further in his career.
It's nice as well that we have a Golf on the grid here this weekend. It's the oldest car on the grid, really, the Gen 1 Golf, and way back in 2018, here at the Silverstone National Circuit, it was a VW Golf that won both races in the first ever TCR UK event at the hands of Dan Lloyd, who of course has now slipped to 3rd on the all-time wins list after Callum Newsham's win earlier on. Callum's 9th career win in the championship.
Still one of the best front-wheel drive touring cars I've ever driven, the Golf.
Really?
But one of the beautiful cars that gives you so much feedback. It's got oversteer, the rear steps out, the front, you can tuck it in. It just, some front-wheel drive cars you drive and they're a non-event. The Golf always made you think about what you were doing, so that's why it's a brilliant car to learn. And if you're you can go and buy a Gen 2 car and you'll get a car that just sticks to the road and it's quite easy to drive. The Golf always kept you thinking, but it was never horrible to you unless you were horrible to it. A bit like my mum.
Yes, well, that's an analogy I have not heard used to describe a racing car in the past. I will say that, Paul.
I think John's on holiday, so was Sound. She'll be watching today.
Well, don't forget, of course, a couple of years ago, Golf very nearly won the championship in the hands of Isaac Smith. So, we said all through that 2022 season, I think, wasn't it, how compliant the car was and how it was a great all-round car. So, yeah, I absolutely agree with you. And we didn't really see that coming either. Isaac coming in, just did one season in TCR UK and very nearly won a championship. So it's a good car to have.
Definitely got some good pedigree. So there's some more good pedigree. Did you see that happy birthday serenade that I did for Jeff Alden?
Yes, very good.
He loved that, didn't he?
I'm sure.
Yeah, I reckon he's been lying. I reckon it's not his birthday. He told me he was 40.
Maybe a year or two out.
40,000 years old. I'm joking, Jeff. I'm joking. What a guy. I love people like Jeff being in the championship because they just keep it real.
Yeah.
Sound like Ali G.
Yeah, no, he's just here to have a good time, isn't he? He's not anticipating necessarily that he's going to be up there battling with the Adam Shepherds and Callum Newshams of the world, but he enjoys his racing, really enjoys his racing, just Jeff Alden. And the Gen 1 Cup, there may only be two Gen 1 cars on the grid this weekend, but it gives him something to have a fight for, and he is going to be very, very keen to pick up a hat-trick of Gen 1 Cup victories here at Silverstone. So, cars then make their way out of Luffield Corner towards the start-finish line and the grid hatchings, where Adam Shepherd will line up on pole position for this third race of the weekend, looking to try and extend that championship lead and get himself a race victory. It's been a little while since Adam Shepherd won, by Adam Shepherd standards anyway. It's been a while since he stood on the top step of the podium. It was the first 2 rounds of the championship that he won back to back, and at the time we were thinking maybe he'd go and get the hat trick, but race 3 did not go to plan. He ended up third on that podium, with Callum Newsham claiming the first of 2 wins. So both he and Newsham on the front row looking for win number 3 of the season, and they both know how significant that could be in the context of the championship battle. Back couple of rows then pull into position. 20 minutes on the clock and our third and final TCR UK action of the weekend from the home of British Motor Racing about to get underway, and Adam Shepherd knows this is a golden opportunity to get himself a win. Will he get that Cupra off the line better than in race 2? That's the question. The red lights go on, the revs rise, very quick turnaround. Adam Shepherd's car does move off the line, but it is a quick start. Here comes Laidlaw. Newsham is through already. Newsham's got the lead already. Here comes Steve Laidlaw to second place, so Shepherd a better start than race 2, but still drops 2 positions. It is Callum Newsham in front and Steve Laidlaw second, and the best thing that Callum Newsham has seen all weekend long is that grey and pink Cupra in his mirrors not filling the windscreen.
Wow, well look at this already. Adam Shepherd takes a wide line into Maggots because he wants the run. I think he's got down the inside of Laidlaw, has he? It looks like they're side by side. This is what we were hoping for. The VZs are side by side, I'm sure of it. Here we go.
Oh, Shepherd to the outside, Laidlaw on the inside. They're both braking very late indeed. Can Shepherd go right round the outside? That would give him the inside for Luffield Corner, but no, there isn't quite the space. And Steve Laidlaw hangs on for now. Laidlaw is sideways though on cold tyres through Luffield. He's sideways. Out wide goes Steve Laidlaw. Shepherd back through. Shepherd back into second. Oh, that's Will Beach in the gravel further back. Oh, and into the barriers as well. That's a shame for Will Beach. That's a strange place for a car to end up in the wall, to be honest, but it's going no further, that is for sure. So Newsham leads, Shepherd right on his tail though, and Steve Laidlaw in third. We've got a race on our hands here, Paul.
Yeah, we really have, and I was really happy to see the VZs getting in it. I want to see them battling. I want to see how much it means.
Oh.
And that's how much it means. He's got to be careful. He's going to turn him round.
How was that not contact?
But that's the line that Shepherd takes, and fair play, Steve, you didn't hit him. Why are they slowing down, or are they trying to? No, I was going to say, has the safety car come out? No, it hasn't. Not. Yes, it has. It is. It's out now. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So that was super close, and how did they not hit each other? Because I honestly thought they definitely hit each other, but that was just a difference in lines.
I don't think we've got a safety car yet, you know. I think they're still...
Yeah, no, it's...
Oh, yes, it is out. Yeah, sorry, they were still going quite quickly through Brooklands, so that's the reason Will Beach car in the gravel trap at Luffield Corner. They are coming to the line not that slowly, but now I think they have clocked the yellow flags, and the pace reduces once again. But what a feisty first couple of laps. Really interesting point you're making there, though, Paul. The lines that Adam Shepherd is running, as you said, he's still learning this car. This, meanwhile, is what happened to Beach. He just seemed to understeer off the track.
Unless we hear that he's had side-to-side contact with someone, it looked like the car started to lose the rear and it straightened up and just fired him the other way. But I've been wrong before, but it did just one glance on that, looked like the car had gone in and the slide had happened. Throttle gets picked up in the front-wheel drive car to straighten it out, and it was too late and it was on the grass and in the gravel. Never see too many cars hit that barrier, because it's usually from contact.
Yes, and you think of it as being a really low-speed corner, but he hit that wall pretty hard, so it shows they're still moving as they accelerate out of Luffield Corner. So Callum Newsham leads then, Adam Shepherd second, Steve Laidlaw third, Sam Laidlaw fourth, and Brad Hutchison completing the top five. Luke Sargent still there in sixth. Then Rod McGovern in seventh position, ahead of Finn Leslie, interestingly. Then George Jackson and Ryan Bensley completing the top 10. Bensley's Lincoln Co behaving itself for now. That's the Will Beach car needing to be recovered. Luckily, there's a gap in the barriers just behind where the JCB is parked, so it shouldn't take too long to get this car out of the way. Will obviously is fine, and we should be good to go racing very shortly. That's a shame for Will, though. He's made a step forward in pace this weekend, I felt, and it's not the result he would like.
Yeah, he was hovering around the top 6, 7, wasn't he? Which is a shame, but it doesn't look too badly damaged. That's good. That's the first time this weekend I've seen Steve Laidlaw make a mistake.
Yes, agreed, yeah, and a tiny one, and that's all it takes when you're racing Adam Shepherd, isn't it? So, but yeah, interestingly then, Shepherd, like I said, using these different lines, he's not really been in a battle with Newsham or the Laidlaws so far this weekend, so he'll have learnt a lot from those opening exchanges too. And it didn't really seem that Callum Newsham, at least in the lap and a half or so of racing we've had, was getting away from the Cupras, which is interesting. I sort of assumed in clean air Newsham would be quite noticeably quicker. That's not really the case.
No, not at all. You know the other story as well? Luke Sargent, still P6.
Yes.
That's a miracle.
Isn't it?
That really is a miracle. That car should not be driving. That's crazy.
Had a bit of a moment at Beckett's on cold tyres, but gathered it together, and yeah, he will be very pleased. If he could reward the team with a top 5 or 6 finish at the end of this race, I think that would be a really, really positive story to round out the weekend. There is the Audi coming through, just ahead of Rod McGovern's Cupra, and there Finn Leslie's Hyundai. So Finn started 10th, he is 8th at the moment, but I do think that car's going to have pace once we get settled into a rhythm.
Definitely, it needs to just be a little bit closer on the restart, and I'm sure Leslie will start to get involved. But this will be really interesting, which with Newsham now starting the lap off when the safety car comes in. Newsham really hasn't got the top speed to win this race, really. But if he keeps getting off Maggots and Beckett's really well, he's going to be absolutely bang on. And if any cars get alongside him, he should be absolutely spot on. Is the safety car gone in?
So.
Yeah, sorry Andy, it's your go.
No, absolutely fine. Safety car in then. Race about to resume, I think, although they're not very well bunched up, are they? The race is getting back underway though. They're back to full speed, and Luke Sargent with a big gap in front of him to Brad Hutchison. Newsham turns into Copse with, well, a reasonable margin over Shepherd as well, so I think the safety car coming in so soon caught a few drivers out, and Callum Newsham only too happy to benefit from that if he can keep those Cupras at arm's length. That's really going to be a big step in the direction of claiming this race victory. There are the 3 Cupras, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and then of course a Gen 2 Cupra 5th in the hands of Brad Hutchison. This could be the battle, initially at least, couldn't it? Luke Sargent feeling out this hastily repaired Audi, and Rod McGovern and Finn Leslie nose to tail down the back straight.
Here we go then. So Shepherd is trying to get on the back. It's really weird for Shepherd to be caught out by Newsham. Not by Newsham, but just be caught out by the safety car restart. I know they all were, but I just always find that a real difficult one to swallow, because he needed to be close to attack, because now Newsham can try and control the race. He hasn't got to look in his mirrors or defend straight away.
Harry Blore there in behind Greg Saunders as they make their way round Woodcote Corner. Leaders streak through, and fastest lap of the race, Sam Laidlaw, interestingly,
58.3 on relatively cold tyres. That's very impressive indeed. That's within a couple of tenths of the lap record pace they were setting yesterday. And Sam Laidlaw trying to close in on his father Steve. Steve, meanwhile, is latched onto the back of Adam Shepherd. This could be a tasty scrap.
This is what we wanted. I want to see the best people in the best cars who are going for the championship. I want to see how much it means to them, and that includes Newsham.
Absolutely, Newsham hanging on for now. What he'd love to see in his mirrors is Shepherd and Laidlaw sort of getting into a battle for second place. Sam Laidlaw very wide in fourth, but Adam Shepherd, if he has to start defending from Steve Laidlaw, that will benefit Newsham. Newsham's car, though, which has been electrifying through that final sector all weekend long, didn't look as quick as the Cupra's that time.
But you never know. You know, you change the car as the day goes on, and you're fixing things. They may have just caught up in the VZs, as in how much the weight transfer through the dampers, and they maybe clicked a few things here and there. So that advantage might have gone. Or, as a leader, Newsham is just doing what he needs to do. So let's see what happens there. But I've got to say, there's a little bit of difference in weight between Steve Laidlaw and your second place man, Adam Shepherd. But I've got to say, they are very, very close.
No, they are indeed. Adam Shepherd, fastest lap of the race, though, nearly 2 tenths quicker than Newsham on the previous lap, so Callum might have some defending to do. And if he lets that Cupra get within striking range down the straight, we know he could be vulnerable. Here they are through Brooklands once again. This time the lead gap just creeping out ever so slightly. But it's actually Steve Laidlaw pumping in the purple sectors on this lap. So interesting to monitor their lap times. There's very little to choose between them, as you would expect. There is Steve Laidlaw, who on the road has won twice already this weekend. But of course had the race 2 victory taken away from him. He is keen to put that right and closes noticeably in on Shepherd there past the pits.
Wow. It's definitely hotting up. We've got 11 minutes left of this. Luke Sargent through your picture. Finn Leslie through your picture following him in that i30. Still a brilliant car. Yeah, fantastic car, the Hyundai.
Behind, George Jackson was applying some pressure to Rod McGovern. Luke Sargent locking the rear brakes into Beckett, but nothing to worry about too much. He got the car stopped. It's just that unweighted right rear tyre turning into the corner. Leading trio together. Sam Laidlaw lonely in fourth. Hutchison equally lonely really in fifth position. Look how close it was for second though. Steve Laidlaw, it's ebbing and flowing lap by lap, isn't it? One lap it's Steve on the attack, the next lap it looks like Shepherd's building a challenge for the lead, but overall nothing to choose between them.
And I'll tell you what they're both doing as we see this battle with Sargent and Leslie. Both of them, Shepherd and Laidlaw, are catching Newsham.
Yes, I would say so. And the closer they get, the more likely they are to be able to use that straight line speed advantage. There are the two VZ Cupras. The top three were separated by less than 3/4 of a second. Fastest out of the three on that particular occasion was Steve Laidlaw in third. Slowest of the three, Callum Newsham, the race leader. Steve again takes that early apex into Beckett. It looks like he's going for a lunge, but it's just the difference in lines, Paul.
It is the difference in lines, but I tell you what, Steve Laidlaw doesn't need to be asked twice, but look at the gap that does appear. It's a better line, that, isn't it? Looks like a better line. But Callum Newsham, he said, oh, here we go. If that comes off, I tell you what, fair play to Steve, because he could have turned him.
Yeah, that was nip and tuck, wasn't it? Adam turned into the corner, even though Steve Laidlaw was up the inside. He was putting a lot of faith in Steve there, that he was going to take the front of his car out of that gap, which, in fairness, he did. It always seemed to spur Adam on, though, because he's closed in on Newsham through the final sector. Across the line they go. Yet again, the top three are covered by less than a second, and Callum Newsham's not going to be able to breathe, I don't think, for another 9.5 minutes or so. There goes Hutchison through in fifth. Sixth place is still Luke Sargent, but Finn Leslie is now right in behind him. That could be a tasty battle as well, as is this group, to be fair. McGovern, Jackson and Bensley scrapping away at the back of the top 10.
Yeah, look at that Lincoln car. It's got so much speed at the apex, but just gets nowhere out of the apex of the corner. Just that balanced performance just hindering Ryan Bensley a little bit, but I'm sure he will have his day.
Leaders turn into Brooklands again. 9 minutes left then. Ooh, bit of a twitch from the back of Shepherd's car there. He's got good rotation, but it feels like it's just on the edge of being a little bit too pointy, that Cooper, as he turned into the left-hander. Gets out of Luffield really well, though, and that's something a lot of the other drivers have said about the Cooper VZs. The traction off the low-speed corners. It may look sometimes like they've got a straight-line speed advantage, but part of that will be the fact they're getting off the turn so well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you do notice it. Just looks like a rear-wheel drive car when it comes out of Luffield. Looks absolutely spot on. Sam Laidlaw would love them to battle up front so he can join in on this scrap.
I think there's a chance he might get his wish because Shepherd has closed right in on Newsham. This is the closest Shepherd's been, I think, at this part of the circuit, so maybe a move incoming for the race lead, and if that happens and they start running side by side, then the cars behind could be right back in it. Finn Leslie with the wide sweeping line into Beckett, and look at the extra speed he had at the apex and down the straight. He'll be challenging Sargent into Brooklands, which is where the leaders arrive now. Newsham still ahead of Shepherd, but the back of that car for the second lap in a row, Paul, was stepping out on him.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? You can see the difference in lines as well. Look at the traction that your second place man Adam Shepherd has. And it looks like he's got better traction actually than Steve Laidlaw there.
Yeah, I mean, the car is sliding around, but actually it means he's straightening the car up sooner and getting on the power off the corner, so it may be working for him.
Do you know this car's going to get better for Shepherd, but Shepherd's car, it's the first time I've seen Shepherd driving a car that isn't moving around on the brakes at the rear.
Yeah,
so they're obviously not too au fait with his setup yet, so they're going to get quicker.
Greg Saunders here having a go at Ryan Bensley. This is a great battle pack here, isn't it? McGovern, Jackson, Bensley, Saunders and Harry Blore, 5 of them in a line, and it is all over 8th position that they're arguing. And Greg Saunders in the Cupra trying to find a way past the Lincoln Co. Leaders down the Wellington straight. Is Shepherd a bit closer this time? Maybe a fraction, but Newsham's car, to be fair, holding its own. Something kicked off here. Well, they're all still in the same order, I think. McGovern ahead of Jackson. We're going to need split screen at this stage, aren't we? Because we've got this brilliant battle going on at the front of the field, and then everyone else fighting over 8th place. Proper touring car racing.
Yeah, something's got to give in this top 3. I haven't seen any big lock-ups or anything like that. Oh, is that Bensley getting a play? Oh, Saunders having a big sideways and blows through.
There's no grip out there, is there, at this late stage in the weekend? Saunders got on the dirty side of the road. He's had a brilliant run off the corner, though, and gets immediately back up the inside of Harry Blore, heading for the start-finish line. So they will come through Cops Corner shortly. The leaders are at Beckett. Sam Laidlaw is really closing in now. On the previous lap, Laidlaw was 2/10 quicker than his father Steve ahead.
Looks like Steve's really using that VZ's front axle, and it's starting to understeer a little bit now, that car. But watch Adam Shepherd's turning in the yellow and blue car. Just turns in a little bit later, which straightens the car out on the exit. He just gaps Steve Laidlaw. Then he catches him on the brakes, but then he gets another straight exit. Look, and you can see Steve Laidlaw just using them front tyres a bit more than Sam Laidlaw is right on them now.
Yeah, Sam Laidlaw's going to be the quickest of this bunch again, I think. Newsham does a 58.4, 58.5 for Shepherd, 58.2 for Steve Laidlaw, 58.1 for Sam. So the Laidlaws were the 2 quickest cars on track on that particular lap. The leading 4 are now covered by 1.4 seconds. So Sam Laidlaw is going to catch them, but with 5.5 minutes to go, what progress can he make?
Well, exactly, yeah. And how much is he going to want to push, because his dad treats him like any other competitor. So let's see what happens. And Ryan Bensley still at it in that Lincoln Co.
Yeah, Bensley's had his hands full. It's good to see that car still running, though, really, because he's been plagued with mechanical issues all weekend long. Ron McGovern still keeping this group in his wing mirrors for now. Rod in 8th position in the black and green Cupra. Audi, Lincoln Co, all in a line. A couple of places back there's a Hyundai. There is great variety on the grid. There's a lot of these Cupras at the front of the field, but we do still have plenty of variety in TCR UK, and that is exemplified in this battle.
Yeah, definitely. Ryan Bensley wringing the neck of that car because he just knows that he doesn't have the straight line speed of the Audi or the Cupra, to be fair. So yeah, at least he's there and he's battling, and hopefully he's having a good time.
Back through Woodcote Corner we go. George Jackson, who was delighted with that maiden podium that he picked up earlier on in the day. Leading 4 now, we have to call them a leading 4. All arrive at Beckett's corner, and was had a bit of understeer from Adam that time maybe. Newsham suddenly looking under a lot less pressure.
Yeah, Steve Laidlaw catching him up in the toe there, look at that. Steve looks like he's right into the back of Adam. He's going to have a lunge here, you know. He's going to try and shock him.
There we go, he tried it a few laps ago. This time fully commits, and Steve Laidlaw might go through. He's sideways, they're both sideways, and Steve Laidlaw goes second. Is Sam Laidlaw going to go with him? Adam Shepherd bounces over the exit curb. Sam Laidlaw tries to go around the outside. That won't quite work, but Steve Laidlaw with a brilliant, decisive move on the brakes. He teed it up about 5 or 6 laps earlier, finally got within striking range, and went for the move.
He went for the move, and I think Adam Shepherd didn't think he was going to go for the move. He shocked him into submission, and that will sting.
That is a big, big moment in the championship, I feel. Steve Laidlaw taking the fight to Adam Shepherd and coming out on top. Shepherd may yet come back at him in the remaining 3.5 minutes, but Steve is going to have eyes really for only one person now, and that's Callum Newsham. Callum's over a second up the road, but Laidlaw has been a bit quicker than Callum through the middle part of the race.
Yeah, well, we're going to see now, aren't we? But will Shepherd get into the back of Laidlaw, or will the other Laidlaw get into the back of Shepherd? So this is going to be, the next 3 minutes are going to be vital. This is going to be properly interesting.
Callum Newsham, to his credit, responding now to seeing Steve Laidlaw coming in, appearing in his mirrors, has put in 2 personal best sectors. Callum's thinking, oh no you don't, I have sat behind you for the 2 entire races, you are not getting past me in race number 3. We'll have to see what the gap is at the end of the lap. Jeff Oldham, meanwhile, leading in the Gen 1 Cup by only 2.5 seconds. Now yesterday that was over 10 seconds, earlier on today it got as big as about 5 seconds. Alex Jones is getting quicker with every race.
We did see Michael Crease on the grid. Have they swapped drivers? And that is no disrespect to Alex, to be fair. Creasy had a crash by now. That's a joke as well, Creasy. I know you got your double hard brother with you. But we're both from Liverpool, so we're saying I'm actually from Widnes.
An important difference to distinguish between. Right then, out onto the Wellington Straight come the leading group. The first sector for Callum is another personal best, as is sector 2. The gap went out by a 10th between he and Steve Laidlaw on the previous lap, and I don't think it's coming down this time, so Newsham might be looking a little bit more comfortable out in front. I think the remaining podium question to be answered is who will be sat on the third step, because Shepherd has got Sam Laidlaw coming up behind him, although not exactly giving Adam a hard time just yet.
No, not at all. But I am very impressed with Newsham leading this race and what he's done in the other previous races as well. But anyway, McGovern is now having to fend off a fired up George Jackson, and Ryan Bensley's still in the mix. But it is a bit of a DRS train, this, isn't it?
Yeah, it does. It seems like maybe the Audi, well, we know the Audis are pretty good in a straight line, actually. We've seen that from Luke Sargent, haven't we? So Jackson, interesting that he's not quite been able to utilise that yet to make a move, but Rob McGovern has been defending well, to give him credit. Sam Laidlaw better out of Beckett. That's where Shepherd is weak, I think, isn't it? That wide line isn't working for him anymore. He's not getting off Beckett's as well as the Laidlaws.
I think he's trying to use a wide line because of the maybe a little bit more weight in the car, and he's just trying to get fast as he can down the straight. This is now Sam is going to be trying to get past Shepherd. Shepherd is done. He ain't going to be battling on for a P2 here.
Well, will he hang on to a podium? When was the last time Adam Shepherd, when he finished all of the races anyway, wasn't on the podium? It's been a while, hasn't it? Sam Laidlaw closing in on the championship leader, whose car turns into Copse maybe a fraction later than Sam's behind. This is the closest that Sam Laidlaw has been. Now, I don't think the move will come into Beckett. If Sam is smart, he'll have seen what's been happening on previous laps and try and get a good exit. Well, he doesn't. He tries to get to the early apex and put the pressure on Adam Shepherd. I still think, though, he'll have half a chance at the end of the Wellington Straight.
Maybe. He's just running a bit too fast. I think he just needs to stop going for that inside. Well, I don't know if he's going to get another chance, but here we go, he could try and shock him like his dad did, but I think he's too far back. Is he?
Oh! Carried a lot of speed into the corner, snatched a break, and did well, in fairness, not to have a meeting with the rear end of Adam Shepherd's car there. That could have ended in contact quite easily.
I think this is it then, isn't it?
Yes, checkered flag is waiting. Well spotted, Paul. Just in the nick of time, Callum Newsham gets to the line and is going to claim another race win. There is the checkered flag, and Callum Newsham wins again. A 10th career win in TCR UK, and Callum Newsham, that might be one of his strongest weekends on the whole in TCR UK, I would say. 2 wins and a second place, hardly any points dropped. He's going to be very pleased with that indeed. Steve Laidlaw gets the point for the fastest lap in second, and Adam Shepherd will get on the podium for the first time this weekend. Then Sam Laidlaw and Brad Hutchison behind. That battle pack for 8th sees Rod McGovern keep George Jackson and Ryan Bensley at bay. But Callum Newsham, what can we say about young Callum Newsham? That was a superb drive and managed the situation well, it's got to be said. Having hit the front early doors, he was not going to be denied, and once he'd made that decisive move, he was able to hang on to win the race by 2.1 seconds from Steve Laidlaw and Adam Shepherd. Sam Laidlaw 4th, and Brad Hutchison completes an under-the-radar weekend with another top 5 finish. Finn Leslie in 6th place ahead of Luke Sargent. In the end, that did change hands in the closing stages. Rod McGovern was 8th ahead of George Jackson and Ryan Bensley. Greg Saunders 11th, Harry Blore 12th and Mark Smith in 13th, with Jeff Holden 14th, winning in the Gen 1 Cup for a third time this weekend. Alex Jones, though, was only 3.5 seconds back at the flag, so Alex Jones with a much better run in that third race, by far the most competitive that he has looked so far. The Gen 1 Cup win, as I said, goes to Jeff Holden. The Goodyear Diamond Award winner is Steve Laidlaw, as he has been, I believe, in all 3 of the races here at Silverstone. Well, lots to talk about at the end of that race. Callum Newsham grabbing the headlines, I suppose, with the wins, but that moment at which Steve Laidlaw made the move on Adam Shepherd, that is a really significant moment, I think. It's the first time that they've really gone toe-to-toe in a few rounds, and Laidlaw's come out on top. Usually in the past, when they've been engaged in an on-track battle, Shepherd has had a bit of an advantage, and this time around Steve Laidlaw able to tee up the move and make it successfully down at the end of the Wellington Straight. Right, I think I'm hearing in my ear that we can head down to Parc Fermé and hear from our top 3 finishers, and for a 10th time in his TCR UK career, it's a race win for Callum Newsham.
Down in the pit lane, what a TCR UK race that was, and I think this is going to be one that's going to be remembered whatever happens in this championship. Let's get in there, let's go and speak to Callum Newsham. Follow me round, Ben, sorry, don't want to trip up anyone. Let's get in the pit lane. He's still got his helmet on, but let's see if we can get him to give us a word. I'll let him get his lid off. I've just been speaking to his dad Dave. That's one of his strongest TCR UK weekends I can ever think of. And you would never think that that would come here with it being a speed circuit. Callum, one of your best TCR weekends. It's got to be, mate. I never had it down for this. She's done well, the old girl.
Yeah, that's the fastest garden shed going. No, the team have done a mega job getting it to compete with these Cupras, these new gen Cupras. Honestly, I didn't think I could win that, but we had good pace, so I'm happy.
The start did it for you, didn't it? And then you controlled it. No one could get near you on the brakes.
No, this thing's mega on the brakes, but yeah, I made a really good start, and that's what sealed the deal.
Where do you go from here? Going to change much for the next races coming up in a few weeks' time?
I don't know, it's pretty fast, so I'll leave it as it is. We'll probably be carrying 40 kilos into the next race, so that'll probably not help us, but yeah, I think we'll leave it as it is.
Good luck with that. Well done, mate. Best weekend I've ever seen you do.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Top man. Proper stuff. Follow me round. Sorry about these noisy fans. Oh, sorry. Can I just squeeze past you there? Sorry. Right, okay. Lots going on here. Lots of advice given. Anyway, Steve Laidlaw, P2. That was one of the biggest statements I think I've seen, mate, because the only mistake you've made all weekend was that little bit of running wide at Luffield. But my goodness, did you get it back. What a move that was on Shepherd.
Yeah, one bad Murray. Now, to be fair, we've been practising that by accident for about fucking...
We apologise for that.
That was French for frog. Yeah, no, a really good drive. To be able to go from where we have in a year to where we are now with true pace, yeah, it's awesome.
Feels good? Could have had the win, do you think?
I don't know. Callum's really quick. No, I don't think so. In that last race, I think that was a really fair result from a fair set of starting grids. I passed Adam Shepherd, fair and square. I'm all right with that.
Good man. Let's see what we can do at Croffia.
Yeah, man. Cheers.
Good lad. Spot on. Sorry about that foul language. He is a foul man. Anyway, right. Only joking. He's sound. Follow me. Follow me. Right. I think Adam Shepherd, still a smile on his face. As a driver myself, that looked like an impressive test session, because that car was not a car you would like to drive. There was no rear end on it, but you've still got the points, mate.
Yeah, the handling actually was okay. It's just from about lap 7 or 8 had a misfire and blew a line of oil out. So, don't know. We'll have to go back and look at that. Considering we've got max ballast and these guys ahead have got 0, I think we've done well. To be honest, first weekend in the car. Yeah, I think we're fast. Just got to go back and look at this and work out what went wrong, because we was catching Callum and Steve couldn't get past us. But yeah, once we lost power, it was just try and get it home.
So that's it. You look on to Croft now, and it's Will you make many changes with the car, or are you quite happy with it, or is it like it just didn't look like you driving it? You're usually on the nose, the rear end bouncing around, but maybe the VZ doesn't want that.
No, it's a very different dynamic of the car. It's it gets the lap time differently. The car handling really well, actually. I can't complain. It's just in that it was kind of like 30, 40, 50 horsepower by the end, by the looks of it. So no, I'm not going to change much. Get the ballast out of it now, and see how it goes.
Top man, nice one, fella. Right, I think we are going to go to an interview that Jack had earlier on today with one of our competitors in the Mini.
So the Mini Clubsport is about to get underway for their third race, but it's just been race 2 right now here as we're recording it, and I've got Dave Taylor second in the Cooper class. An absolutely extraordinary race, as Minis always are, really, aren't they? I mean, how was it from your perspective?
Tough, hard. It was hard to keep up with first place again, but we managed to bring it home in second for the second time. So I'm hoping to go one gold in the third race.
I was going to say, how's the championship gone? Has second been sort of, are you been constantly trying to chase that top step of the podium, or you managed to sort of, you think you know how to bridge that gap?
This is all our first round, so yeah.
Of course, yeah, no, okay, yeah, no, absolutely screwed that up. My apologies. Yeah, first round, I'm thinking of another mini challenge championship. So first round, do you now know how to get into that sort of? Do you know how to bridge that gap into race 3?
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep on pushing to get into that first place, and we'll get it. It's just learning the facts.
Have you raced before?
I haven't raced the Silverstone. This is my first time at Silverstone.
How are you finding it?
Love the track, yeah.
It's good, isn't it?
Just flat out everywhere nearly. Yeah.
It's great, and also, right, I've noticed something on the back of your car. I don't know if the camera can pick that up. A little cuddly toy. Is it a meerkat?
It's just a wee mascot that I picked up throughout the racing season, and then I called him Eddie. So then I called the car Eddie.
That's brilliant.
He's kept me grounded. My old man that's up there in the sky, he's kept me grounded as well. And I'd just like to say thank you to Stoke Mini Works and everyone that's came to help me. My mum as well, taking on my mood swings to get me out here and that. But we've done it. We've got some silverware, and emotionally happy.
I was going to.
Well, we do apologise for cutting that interview there with Dave Taylor Short, ladies and gentlemen, but we're going to jump straight into then what will be the final race of the weekend for round number 3 of Mini Challenge at Clubsport, powered by Airtech Motorsports Championship here at Silverstone. It's not the final race of the day, but it is their final race this weekend, and they're all on the grid and ready to go. And that front row, of course, being dictated by Oliver Wilmot and Freddie Hewitt side by side. Well, I believe they have been given the call, and I think the green flag lap has already been done. So without further ado, as they make their way away, it is lights out, and away we go then for the third time today in the Mini Challenge. And as they roar their way into what is turn number 1, where it's all going to be stacked to line astern as they make their way on through. Of course, what will be our R56 and 53 Minis there roaring away, and then the R50 Cooper class, of which Dave Taylor, one of them there, who we were speaking to only moments ago, they will be coming up a bit further behind, and it does look as though there it's the continued form of what is Daniel Truman holding off Taylor at least at the start. But the front of the field, not too much change so far as they roar their way around and heading onwards then to what will be the back straight, the Wellington straight, coming via the Beckett's hairpin. And as they do, well, the two leaders put away, but already a battle for full starting to ensue there, as it does look as though Andy Langley and Neil Clark getting a bit close together. In fact, that's Webber and Trunley, I should correct myself there, as they come down in towards what will be Brooklyn for the first time of asking, and these 15 minutes will go quickly, as will the lap count. But roaring the way on through, and right now everyone's settling back into an order here, and it's been a relatively calm start from what is our Cooper S-Class machines, the R53s and the R56s, everyone keeping in what is their relative position so far. But as they cross the line, in fact, there has been some change. It's Hewitt who has taken the lead of this, ahead of Wilmot, with Webb and Langley also swapping. So it's Hewitt, Wilmot, Webb, Langley in Trunley in 5th, Clark, Belk, Ben Trunley, then Sawyer, then Johnson, and then we do have leading currently in what is And I believe the R50 class is currently the machine of Truman, still ahead of Taylor, only by a slender margin. But as we look to leaders then coming on down, with the top two stayers, but that's a big lock up, well, not lock up on the brake, a big lunge on the brake, I should say, for the 42 of what is, I believe, Langley. And Langley gets it stopped in the end, albeit I think some great awareness being demonstrated by his 231 rival of Webb. And Webb now, I think, looking on his right and thinking, okay, where's that Mini going to go? It's going to go somewhere eventually, and eventually it got stopped as well. But as they powered away on past our cameraman there in towards Brooklands this time, well, the two leaders already pulling off at a distance. But to be fair, as we do see a bit of a rallycross line there for Langley, the leading what is R53 machine. Keep an eye on, of course, there are class honours as well as what is overall honours for these drivers. We're roaring the way out then and onto what will be the start for this straight. It has been definitely a more invigorating second lap. I think they all needed one lap to get everything all up to temperature, albeit the sun also being out there will help with that. And since then, now they're all starting to feel out the racing, while leaders getting closer and Hewitt trying to prevent what is Oliver Wilmot from making it 3 in a row this weekend and staying close, albeit Wilmot right now it's definitely going to have a message to say about that as they come down towards turn number 2 once more. And as they make the way on down here, well, if we can see our drivers absolutely pushing onwards, and well, into that braking zone they go, and it's the 2-3-1 there currently of Webb that is starting to fall back a little bit towards Ian Trunley. As further on back we have had Sawyer and Ben Trunley swap places for 8th, and well, coming up towards what will be the backstretch once again. Now it's going to be the case whereby we may see the 41 come on strong, as it does look as though Ian Trunley there a little bit faster coming out of the Beckett's hairpin and feeling a bit more confident in the car, or at least at this stage. But then again, they have got a bit of distance to go here, so it's not as though it's all going to be over in 5 minutes, and some of our drivers will be able to evolve and start to build up those lap times. There's some who are quick out the box, and there are some who are perhaps not as quick out the box but build up the pace over time. There's all different disciplines of drivers here in terms of levels of experience, skill, and how they approach the racing, and that's what makes the Mini Change Clubsport powered by Equipe Motorsport so intriguing. The fact that you've got these machines all very well balanced and all very closely running together. And as this championship continues to go from strength to strength from 2024 into 2025, well, definitely this has been a season opener for 2025. They're not going to forget any time for all good reasons. But here come our leaders then as they make the way out of turn 1 in towards 2, and the Wilmot Hewitt battle is getting a little bit closer, now down to 3/10 of a second if that. Hewitt may have got the lightning start, but Oliver Wilmot's saying to him now, right, you got me at the start, that's all well and good. The thing is now, you're going to have to deal with me for a whole 15 minutes, and there's one thing that is certain about Oliver Wilmot, he is not just going to sit there. As they charge their way in towards what is turn number 3, here they come under braking, and this time Wilmot are not going to be able to make a move. And further down the order, one thing we should definitely say and draw your attention to, if you're looking for previous champions from 2024, were your Cooper champion, so that was your R50 champion from last year, so in the class that's dictated by what is the Aqua background in the timing screen on the left-hand side of your screen. Well, the champion from that last year was Andy Langley, and where is Langley currently? He's currently running in 3rd, a little bit of a quiet 3rd, but he's really shown the pace in the what is the R53 class. But coming back to the leaders, the focus of our attention, as we see Langley and then where is Trunley and Clark coming on through. Well, Hewitt and Wilmot still close together, but then as we can see Andy Langley there pulling away in 3rd, so he may not be taking the headlines like the top 2, but he's definitely making that adjustment to what is the R53 machine and doing an incredible job of it in only his first season of it. And as our drivers make the way on out, well, we can see there side by side battling in the fight for 4th place. So there's Andy Langley coming under braking there in the TCR sponsored machine, coming all the way on through, and just behind them Webb and where is it Trunley close together, albeit we'll see them in due course as our drivers make the way onto the Wellington Straight. But right now Andy Langley definitely in a happy place in that car. The two leaders continuing off and gradually opening up that lead by what is the best part of about a second. But from them then we can see the battle there between what is Ian Trunley and I believe Webb. Well, it has gone the way of Webb so far, but Ian Trunley there gets an absolutely brilliant run under braking into Brooklands and nailing it on tight. And from them there is your R50 class leader of Daniel Truman, and he's had an absolutely brilliant start to the race, and the gap between him and Dave Taylor, well, that's already up to the best part of 3 seconds. It is gradually open up there, but Truman enjoying some time, but coming back to the front of the field, it's too wide into turn number 1 there, and that is going to be the number 5 of Hewitt having to go defensive here. And Hewitt absolutely right now, Freddie Hewitt that is, back once again this year of course to defend his title, and right now having to defend more than just a title, defending what is the right say of victory here, because Oliver Wilmot really has stolen the show from the two of them over the course of this weekend. And right now Wilmot saying, look, I want to make it 3 in a row, but right now you can imagine that for what is is Hewitt. He's trying to say back to him, well, hold up a second. I was last year's champion. I deserve the right to at least take one win this round, or at least one win this weekend. But I think Wilmot's got other ideas, because here they come then in towards Brooklands. The gap, no more than 2 tenths. You've got to look up the inside there. That's more of a fight, but a big lock up there from what is Hewitt as he comes on through. The front left there locking up, but that's the mental pressure starting to build now on Freddie Hewitt, in the fact he finds himself in the lead. He has been the hunter for the entirety of this weekend. He has had to try and hunt down Wilmot, as Wilmot there runs out wide. So Wilmot in the end being goaded into mistake. I think he felt as though, you know, if I can keep Freddie under a tiny bit more pressure into Klops, I might be able to get it. And in the end pressures himself into making a mistake, coming out of Luffield Bend, and as they make the way past where's the Flying Cotton McKinns, the 4th place runner in the R50 class right now, well, our leaders make the way on through. They are absolutely turning up the wick with regards to the race pace, there's no doubt about it, but they've still got more to go here as they charged away on out. But meanwhile, that is the number 53 into the pit lane, and that is the car of Clark there crawling along. That's going to drop it a long way down. It was previously running in what was, I believe, 6th place, so Clark's race coming to an abrupt halt, and that's very unfortunate there. And well, all the way on through, it's definitely not worked out for it's Clark, unfortunately, but as our drivers continue to push onwards there, well, I'm also sorry to say that the number 7 of what is James Dudley not making it onto the grid, so despite all the work they did, unfortunately I didn't get to go down to the garage during the lunch break, but I can imagine they must be absolutely heartbroken to have done that engine swap, to have gone through all that effort not to make it to the grid for any of the races this weekend. And we can see up the bottom of the timetable then, I think it's appropriate they're there in what is respect to the fact that it's been a frustrating weekend for them. But as we continue to focus on what's happening on our screens, meanwhile, well, our two leaders can push it on. Was all big contact there between what was, I believe, that's the number 20. Excuse me, the 29, I think that was a Sawyer tapping Belk on the side. Well, was it a tap or was it a little bit of a shunt? One under braking, definitely a feel more like a shunt. That was Belk there in the 89 who was taking a hit, but looks to be able to carry on. Are they going to crawl to the pit lane there? I don't think the body language of the car says it's going to duck to the pit lane. We'll soon find out as they come on through, and I think Belk in the end is staying out there. Yes, Belk is staying out, but has lost places, and now we'll know there's a bit of pressure going from Johnson behind, but there is the number 29 making its way on through, so Sawyer involved in that contact, and under braking it looked as though their Sawyer coming in a little bit too hot, and in the end sending Belk sideways, and there might be some words between them after the race. But as they make their way onto what is now their 8th tour of the circuit, well, we can see that another lock up there, front left lock up from Freddie Hewitt once again. That front left definitely a little bit too hot right now in terms of how he's approaching the braking zone in towards Brooklands, but you can understand because Hewitt wants to just try and clear what is the best part of a second's worth of time between himself and Wilmot, and Oliver Wilmot right now, after that error from Luffield, you'll notice the number 70 driver isn't pushing as hard there at the moment. I think he's had a slight knock to his confidence, and he wants to try and get himself back in the rhythm. And that's one of the things about circuits like Silverstone, even Silverstone National, there is a rhythm here you want to get into for that flow between Brooklands and Luffield. And if you get into that flow, because sighting points or knowing where to come off the brakes and go onto the accelerator are not always readily available around here, particularly on long extended corners, and therefore it's all about what is that rhythm. And if you can get into it, you suddenly become absolutely unstoppable. But neither of these drivers right now 100% comfortable, as we do have what is a little bit of a cut of the corner there from the Beckett's hairpin of Hewitt. Wilmot coming on through there. Further on back down the order, of course, we've got plenty of racing elsewhere, and we do see the 219 there, Johnson chasing after Belk, and I believe they have put a lap on what is the R50 field there. And as they make the one down, we come all the way back to leaders, as we can see Dave Taylor stepping very wide aside in the second place R50 and says, you know what guys, just carry on racing, I want to enjoy my race and potentially pick up my 3rd bit of silverware for this weekend. As they come out of always Luffield Bends then, noticing that Wilmot going a bit deeper out the corner there, perhaps now prioritising straight line speed coming out of Luffield rather than what is perhaps the optimal line in terms of overall time. He'd rather get back into that toe of Hewitt, and that gap was 6 tenths on the previous lap. Well, let's see what we can find out this time, and what we can see is that gap has actually now come down to 4.5 tenths with 4.5 minutes to go. Quite poetic, if I dare say myself. And as they roll the way up towards what will be turn number 2, well, Wilmot right now absolutely staying right behind Hewitt, but is he going to be able to get closer? We might do here, as they have got a bit of traffic in front of them, and that is the R50 leader of Truman. Daniel Truman, however, is very cognizant, looks in his right mirror and says, okay, I know what's coming through right now, I'm going to step so far aside. Yes, I incur the wrath of the track limit stewards there, but I think they'll look back at it and go, you know, he was respecting the blue flags, and therefore he's letting the leaders carry on their race. And thank you to Daniel for that, for the simple reason we want to see these two leaders absolutely go at it hammer and tongs, and they're doing exactly that. But charging their way on down then, well, the gap to what is Andy Langley is already 10 seconds. They're is Langley making his way on down a little bit further back. It's a sizable gap. Well, that's Taylor, in fact, first, then there's Andy Langley. And in that running order, then the rest of the field comes on through. And we can see Webb and Ian Trunley here as well. They're both still separated by the best part of what is 4 attempts. They continue to swing back and forth. And it looks as though Webb might just be in control of this at the time. However, make a small mistake, and we could see the first of the Trunley family members make the way up. Of course, we've got Ben Trunley, only a further 13 seconds behind, and he's made his way up into second place in the R53 class. But well, speaking of that, as we see the R53s there, brilliant continuity here from our cameraman to catch up all these battles as they make the way on through. And we see a good bit of defensive driving there from what is the number 29 of Sawyer, trying to keep Belk behind. Remember, these two had that contact only what was 3 laps to go into Brooklands. Well, here they come onto the start-finish straight. They're fighting for its third place honours in the R53 class and overall what will be 7th place. And as they come across that time in line, well, Belk puts in a personal best of 1 minute 10.35. That is an absolutely brilliant lap there from Belk to put in that lap. A very fast one at that as well. And right now, Belk all over the bat. And Freya Belk here is not going to take any prisoners potentially versus Sawyer as they come down towards the Maggots into Beckett's complex hairpin, and well, into the corner they go. There goes what will be on number 16, and then suddenly under braking, well, Sawyer comes in blazing hot. Meanwhile, Belk very far back, and we'll see how that continues in a moment, because coming back to the lead, there's 2.5 minutes left on the clock, and there's action everywhere you look here in the mini club sport, well, the mini change of club sport, and as they lead us make the way on through, well, this is going to be the first opportunity for Wilmot to try and look for a move into Cops Bend, or is it? No, it's not, because Hewitt will cover the door off there and make sure not to be on that inside line. But Wilmot right now absolutely clocked and dialed in here, looking for an opportunity to make a move as they charge their way then down towards Maggots for the braking zone for the Beckett's hairpin. Over the crest they disappear, but they reappear into our second camera and onto the brakes there, where you can see right now Freddie Hewitt going a little bit defensive on the braking. But look at this sweep around the outside from Oliver Wilmot. He's going to try and go all in here. This is going to be very bold if he can pull it off. It's going to be a drag race now. 2 wide down the Wellington straight they go, and Hewitt on the outside there. Well, what's he going to do at this point? Because Wilmot's got the speed. He's got his nose slightly ahead there, and that's my eyes do deceive. And as they come into the braking zone for Brooklands, unless Wilmot can pull off some magic here to go from outside to inside, not that he can't. He is one of those brilliant drivers. Well, right now I think Wilmot's going to take the place, and he does just get ahead, but he goes deep. He goes deep at Lovefield. The door's open, but Freddie Hewitt's not there to respond. And as they come out of the corner, well, we've got 1 minute and 20 seconds left, and you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 2 laps left, so we get to see this battle take 2 more chapters to the line. But as they come across the timing line this time, there's the confirmation. It's now going to be Oliver Wilmot back into lead, trying to make it 3 from 3 this weekend, but Freddie Hewitt is glued to the back of him, and as they come on through the right-hander, both drivers here absolutely goading each other forward. It's brilliant to see, and well, Freddie Hewitt taking a bit of an excursion on the outside of Cops Bend. Further back, this is the battle for its 3rd place in our 56 class, or its 4th place overall, and that's Webb holding off Ian Trunley as they come across the timeline. They're now down to its 3.5 attempts, but from them, to give you a quick update on their little scrap, to the lead scrap here, which I think is now taking centre stage, understandably so. They're right at the front of the field, as they come down the Wellington straight, where it looks like Freddie Hewitt has actually fallen back a little bit there, coming out of what was the Beckett's hairpin, not close enough to really contest into Brooklands, unless he plans to put an Australian stamp on it, because he'd be sending it from so far, it'd be from the other side of the world effectively. But coming into the braking zone, and Hewitt, they have a lock-up on the front left brake. It's not going to work out, and in fact, it does seem as though there, perhaps it's just dampening spirits, the move's been made. Well, he's going to get closer coming out of Luffield, but it's the natural concertina effect here, as they come out to the right-hander, and then in towards what will be the start-finish straight. They'll commence their final lap. You're looking at the 2 leaders, ladies and gentlemen, as they roar the way and pass, and that is Oliver Wilmot leading right now. He took victory in round number 1 of the championship yesterday. He took victory in round number 2 of the championship earlier this morning, and right now he's going for 3 for 3 here in the season opener, as they roar the way on through. But where he's been taking victories, Freddie Hewitt has been there in 2nd place each and every time. From there, we also look back quickly to the battle for 4th place here overall, and what is 3rd place of the R56 class. And as they come on through, well, right now Webb is trying to hold off Ian Trunley here for what will be one of his best results of the weekend. As they come in towards that right-hander of Cops Bend, it looks though for Ian Trunley, 5 attempts is too far back to think about a move. He's going to need to try and think of some magic. The great news is we don't have any track limit penalties applying here, so we are going to see them finish most likely where they are, unless there's any post-race shooting in effect. But as we look back to the leaders then, as they come down what will be the Wellington straight here, past the waiting Civics, well, meanwhile, they're going to have to wait a little bit longer because these minis make the way on through turn number 3, and right now Oliver Wilmot has got the best part of the 6 tenths of a second gap. I don't think that gap's coming down unless he makes a gratuitous error here, but right now there's going to be no errors from Oliver Wilmot beyond that run out of Luffield earlier on today, because he comes out the final corner then charging through Woodcote. It's going to be a checker flag that waves, and for Oliver Wilmot it's going to be 3 from 3 this weekend at the Silverstone National Circuit, overall in the R56 class ahead of Freddie Hewitt, who ends up being your runner-up there. What a race between the two of them, and in the end 13 seconds clear of the rest of the field, pushing each other to the absolute limit. And as they come to the end of their race, we will be seeing what will be Andy Langley taking victory in the R53 class, and that's 3rd place overall, with Webb in the end hold on to 4th place ahead of Ian Trunley. And then we will have a little bit further back, the best part of 20 seconds back, Ben Trunley finishing 6th. But off camera we've also had a couple of other drives further down the order finish the race. Clark's into the pit lane I think with an issue, but here comes the rest of the field on through, and I believe that is going to be what will be Ben Trunley coming around here to take what will be his finish 2nd place in the R53 class ahead of the charging former both Belk and Sawyer, and in the end Belk managing to get back ahead of Sawyer, and what a run back that was. We also did have some other results there, but in fact, you know what, rather than trying to focus on specific ones, let's get those provisional results on screen subject to any stewards' inquiries, and here they are for the Mini Challenge Clubsport 2025 Championship powered by Airtech Motorsport. Season opener of course at Silverstone. This was round number 3 of 3 here at the British Circuit, and as we can see, Oliver Wilmot taking victory there after 14 laps of racing, over in the R56 class ahead of Freddie Hewitt. Freddie Hewitt having to settle for 2nd in the end, and really that has been the story of this weekend. The two absolutely nose to tail, but Oliver Wilmot being the man to get it done. Andy Langley in the end taking the 3rd place spot overall and the R53 honours. Well done to him, and being promoted from what is the R50 class from last year, and are already putting together an absolutely brilliant string of results. Steve Webb was 3rd in the R56 class, 4th overall ahead of Ian Trunley, just holding on at the very end in their great little scrap. Ben Trunley was run up in R53 ahead of Freya Belk, who had that coming together with Paul Sawyer, but in the end Belk able to get back ahead to take what was 3rd place in the R53 class. Chris Johnson was in what was 9th place ahead of Daniel Truman, who wrapped up the top 10 there with 3 out of 3 victories in the R50 Cooper class for this weekend. David Taylor making it 3 out of 3 in the 2nd place position in what was the R50 class, and then Chris Aram and Jason McKean's completing the finishing positions there of the Coopers. Neil Clark having to come into the pit lane quite early on, so unfortunately we did see a retirement for him. So 14 starters and then 13 finishers, ladies and gentlemen, and fastest lap going to Freddie Hewitt with a 108.097, so he will be able to steal that fastest lap back there, but only by 3 thousandths over the fastest time set by Oliver Wilmot. So close between the two of them, literally nail biting all the way through. And I can imagine when we do go to Thruxton, they are going to be the two big protagonists, absolutely delivering door-to-door racing at what is arguably one of the fastest circuits in the United Kingdom. But without further ado, our minis are making their way down into Parc Fermé, so it does mean that we're going to get a word from our race winners and our podium finishers in the Mini Challenge Clubsport, and it's over to Jack Oliphant to bring you those interviews.
Yes, great stuff by the Minis once again for their final race of the day. Now, you can tell that we might be stood in a slightly different place. You've got all the Minis filing in behind us, and normally we're stood over there with the top 3. Now, we've spoken to the top 3 multiple times. So what I want to do is have a chance to chat to a couple of the other drivers, including the driver who's won all 3 races in category, which is Daniel Truman. In category being the Cooper class, which is the slowest of the Clubsport classifications, but we're looking for a number 19. Now, we spoke to Dave Taylor. We had to cut his interview short before as a pre-record. We may be able to have a chat with him again. He came 2nd, I believe, once more. So as these drivers are coming in, let's have a look for the number 19, Daniel Truman. Yep, fantastic stuff. Let's walk over to him. Come on, Ben, you can do it. Daniel Truman, I'll let you jump out the car by all means. It is like having Ben on a lead here. You can't get too far away from it. It's a long line, don't worry. You can still have fun running around the grass. Mr. Truman, that is... I'll let you take it off while I expedite for a little bit. But 3 category wins for Silverstone here this weekend, which is pretty outstanding. We've chatted to the top 3. They're boring me now. Let's chat to you. Okay. What's it like to drive in this car, which is a little bit slower, but it's still a very, very satisfying car to get your hands on?
They are absolutely brilliant cars. Probably a little bit more on the fun side compared to the Cooper S's. And yeah, when there's a lot of us, it gets very competitive.
Yeah.
Yeah, had some brilliant battles in the past with Neil and Andy. Yeah, they're just brilliant fun. And what a weekend as well.
I was going to say three victories is about, well, you can't get better at it, can you? You still get the same buzz out of this third one that you did in the first one?
Yep, that was my aim. I've sort of kept myself level all weekend. I won the first one yesterday. I was like, okay, that's great. Brilliant start to the season, but I really wanted to try and do the triple. So I've concentrated really hard on not getting ahead of myself and just bringing it back for the team, all my sponsors, everyone who's come here to support me today. And it's been a long winter, so it's nice to bring home a result like that, really.
No, the result has been absolutely amazing. Speaking of amazing things, you've got 3 pictures here on the top of your car.
Yeah.
Don't know if the camera can grab them. They are 3 very different photos. Explain to me what these are.
So these, I run something called a My Face campaign, which is something I come up with. Basically, the idea is everyone can pay £50 or £90, depending on what sort of package you want to go for. You get a picture of your choice on the car, and you get a little gift pack as well as a ticket to one of the race meetings. You can come and join us in the garage and hospitality and all that sort of stuff for one of the weekends during the season.
And very, very quickly, how do they get involved with that? How do people get their photo on the car? Who do they need to contact?
So just get in touch with me via social media, which Daniel Truman Racing on Facebook or Instagram. Just get in touch with me through there, and I can, we can. If you wanted to go with something like that, I can send you all the details.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Daniel Truman. We have to shoot because the Civic Cup are on there, but congratulations on all 3 race wins. Right, over to the pre-recording because the Miltek Civic Cup is on the way. Dave Marshall, we're standing here very casually, but that was a far from casual race, wasn't it, from your perspective? And it was one hell of a race from our perspective.
Yeah. Proper race, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Proper race. Yeah, just had a car underneath me that I could actually race with. I have, to be fair, all season, but sometimes you know what it's like, it just lines itself up in the right places, and it was awful to see Caton go for the issue he had. But yeah, put us in a pretty good scenario for the restart. If it had been a rolling start behind safety car, who knows, because I think Campy got behind us then, but yeah, they're all lined up, and actually, he's missing that, aren't he?
He is missing the hat. I'll carry on. He had a fantastic race switchback for the race lead, and I'm just telling him about your lovely switchback, Dave. That Andy McEwen said was one of the best that he's seen in Civic Cups, and it will live long in the memory. That's a race to put on replay constantly.
Yeah, that's one from the sim world. Yeah, I mean, the way Liam was driving it, I was never going to get past on just outright speed. Slipstream, there was next to nothing in it. I think it was the same when he was behind me as well. He was just when you get the 5th, you can start to close it up, but it's not really enough. So I knew I was going to do him anyway. It was going to have to be in the last complex. Yeah, and just made him think I was going to be putting up the inside, setting the dummy one way, and then I was actually putting up the inside. And I don't think he was expecting it. The whole key is just to put your car somewhere where he can't defend it. So luckily it worked out.
Well, I have to say, I think Andy and Paul both had to take medicine afterwards to bring their heart rate back down, because honestly that was one of the most sensational races we've ever seen. What's the plan for race? Well, the next one, I suppose, the one we're about to go into, because this is of course a pre-recording that will go out just in time. Yeah. What's the plan for that then? Is it to rinse and repeat? Because it's going to be harder from further back on the grid.
Yeah, why wouldn't you want to rinse and repeat?
That's very true. Also, settle not a debate we were having, but 2022 or 2023 Cadwell Park, was that your last race win? And which one was it, 22 or 23? Yeah, you see, Andy McEwen.
23.
Even Andy McEwen, with all his stats, couldn't even remember that one. So it's been a long time coming for you.
It's been a long time coming, and we went here well last year. I seem to remember, like, we just came out on track here, and it just seemed to work well. Like, we literally haven't changed the car since Brands Hatch. We just about got off the trailer. So yeah, we haven't changed the car. I think we run on the same front tyres as well. So yeah, mega effort from the team and everyone. Huge thanks to my wife and the garage, Kieran, everyone who helps, and my mum and dad mainly as well. So.
Fantastic. I mean, Dave, big congratulations. Well done. It was a very, very popular win on the paddock. Right, race 2 is coming up soon.
Thank you, Jack. Great to hear from Dave Marshall, fresh after his win in race number 2. He starts a bit further down the order for this one, though. It's pole for Wes Swain with Harvey Caton alongside. They've got that car sorted after his mishap in race 2. Ali Camp and Lewis Kent together on row number 2. Then it's Liam McGill and Jake Hewlett, with Dave Marshall, the race 2 winner, starting 7th. Jake Renshaw is 8th ahead of Matt Wilkins and Daniel Petters on row 5. 6th row of the grid then shared by Francisco Howitt and Harry England. Row 7 will be Jack Riddell and Josh Bromley. 8th row Charlotte Birch and Jamie Petters. 9th row for Aidan Mitchell and Graham Ross, with Anthony Gannon and Ben Bateman at the back of the top 20. That's all we've got time for, though. The cars are about to be released off the grid and the race is underway, and it will be Wesley Swain who leads them into Copse Corner for the first time. Harvey Caton trying to fend off Alistair Camp for second. Camp, I think, probably had the momentum to make that move stick around the outside, and they will battle it out on the run towards Beckett's for the first time of asking. At the back of the field, Mark Hughes and Simon Welch, but at the front of the field, it is an FN2 1-2. Here comes Lewis Kent up the inside for third. Not quite going to get past Harvey Caton, who Paul O'Neill is going to be desperate to make up for his issues in race 2.
Yeah, he'll be desperate to get this thing on the podium, and Wes Swain, you could see that right rear was locked up, and you've just got to come off the brakes and try and understeer through the corner. This is going to be a big move, is it? No, Campy thinks better of it. That left rear now starting to lock. Is everyone going to get through? Few cars just having a little moment, but the temperature has just gone up in the last few minutes.
Yeah, did this yesterday. We got to about 3 o'clock. The sun burnt through the clouds and it turned into a scorching hot afternoon. There's been a bit of a hiccup on the exit of Luffield though. Lewis Kent, look, is up the inside of Harvey Caton, and Liam McGill was trying to get down the middle of the pair of them. So that may be 3 abreast by the time they get to the timing line at the end of a typically frantic opening lap of Civic Cup racing. Swain and Camp the top 2. McGill at the inside of Kent for third. Did that work? We've got Hewlett there to the inside of Harvey Caton as well. But Liam McGill taking the fight to Lewis Kent. He's alongside the former TCR champ as they head to Beckett's.
Yeah, this is pretty good stuff. Typical Civic Cup racing, isn't it? And Harvey Caton trying to get back past Lewis Kent. You've got Dave Marshall in the mix as well in that red FN2, and it's all going off. Look at the toe now that Lewis Kent's got. He's going to try and make a move, isn't he?
Well, he might be forced to work with McGill here, though, because the leading 2 have started to get away already. Wesley Swain and Alistair Camp there. They are also prepared by the area motorsport team. They're teammates, and they're going to work together to try and get away from the next 3 cars, which are also area motorsport machines. Dave Marshall was up to 6th, but then ran wide at Brooklands, so Jake Hewlett reclaims that 6th position. There you can see, though, the leading 2. Those 2, I think, Paul, are content to work together for the time being.
Yeah, we'll see about that. I can see Campy is chomping at the bit to get past, but it's best to have a gap behind you. So, like you say, best to work together. Let's see what they do. It's a young man and it's an old man, as in Campy's the old man.
Yes, well, certainly experienced is the word I'd have gone with, I think. I've upset him enough times already this weekend. Good move there around the outside for Graham Ross. He was winner in his class in the race earlier on as Wes Swain defends the race lead into Beckett. Now, once he starts defending, really, Campy's going to have no choice but to go on the attack because defensive Wesley Swain will only slow them both up.
This is it. I think Campy's got to make the move now because he looks the faster car, and you can already see there's brake pedal lights. You could see the brake lights flashing. Campy's done it. So the flash of the brake lights there for Wes Swain means he's got a bit of a long pedal.
Hello.
Talking about a long pedal, Campy goes past and then makes it horrendous for him. McGill is in the mix.
I wonder whether Swain was letting Camp go because he didn't cover the inside line. He moved to the middle of the road, touched the brakes down the back straight, maybe was letting Camp through, and Alistair very nearly waved him straight by again at Brooklands. So after all of that teamwork, they've ended up back together again, this leading group, but they are all area prepared machines. Harry England there on the outside of, I think that's Disco Howitt, isn't it? Yes, it is, for 12th position, those 2 battling into Copse Corner. Howitt on the inside line, another of the, well, 2 of the young new drivers to the championship, and they're absolutely neck and neck through Copse. Jack Riddell gets a run on the pair of them, and that's going to be very tight when they arrive at Beckett's.
There's a lot of them hitting their brakes here, tapping the pedal up. That flash of the brake lights we've mentioned before is just people who have hit the brakes for a corner and realise the pedal's very long, and what happens is the pads knock away from the disc, and that means you have to just brake a little bit while your foot is hard on the throttle to knock those pads next to the disc. So next time you hit the pedal, you've actually got a harder pedal.
Liam McGill then second in the championship. He's had a second and a third place finish this weekend. He would like to try and complete that set of podium finishes, wouldn't he, with a race win. This might be a good opportunity for him. If he can get past Wesley Swain quickly before Camp gets too far up the road, then I would not bet against Liam McGill in this one. Kent there in fourth, then Caton fifth, and this side-by-side battle for sixth. That's Dave Marshall to the inside again of Jake Hewlett. These two have traded this sixth position on a couple of occasions already, and Dave Marshall wants it back.
Hewlett's been in the mix all weekend, hasn't he? Fast old kid. Proper stuff. Dave Marshall side by side, that was proper stuff. McGill and Kent now flying. Kent in that grey car with the orange flashes on the back. He'll be wanting to get up here, won't he, and get on the podium, but this is going to be a difficult one. A lot of area cars involved here.
Yeah, and led by Alistair Camp at the moment, who's just set the fastest lap of the race. Side by side further back, meanwhile, that is one of the Petters, Daniel Petters, I think that will be, on the outside of Josh Bromley, who moves up into 8th position. And they head down, Jamie Petters, that probably is, heading down the Wellington Straight. But are we going to see a move behind between Wilkins and Renshaw? I think we might do. Renshaw to the outside of Matt Wilkins. Wilkins' car broke down at the side of the road, down at this part of the circuit in race 2. But because the race 3 grid is nothing to do with the race 2 results, he's been able to continue battling in and around the top 10, which really is where Wilkins has been all weekend long.
Yeah, that's actually Dan Petters, that.
Oh, I've got them the wrong way around.
86, Dan Petters, yeah. They're the same colour car, like you say.
I'm glad you're here, Paul, because you're paying attention. The Petters, they are almost identical in fairness, but yes, there we go. So either way, both the Petters have been a bit more competitive this weekend than we've seen in the past. Lead us down towards Beckett. Another fastest lap for Alistair Camp. He's now nearly a second clear, which means he's pretty much out of slipstreaming range. You'd have to say that if Liam McGill or Lewis Kent are going to win this race, they need to get a move on.
Yeah, I'm worried about Swain. He keeps flashing his brake lights, and when you start doing that, if you ever get a look at that, because look at the toe now, McGill's gonna have a look at him here. McGill's gonna definitely have a look. This will be late on the brakes. If he does, that's a dive. I think he's gone for a dive on him, but that's side by side as well. This is proper stuff.
Josh Bromley getting properly stuck in round the outside of Hewlett. This is for 7th position for Josh Bromley. That's where he finished the race earlier on today. Oh, leans on Hewlett, a tiny little touch, but that's all it takes, and Hewlett slides out wide. Through comes Petters, and Matt Wilkins will have a run on him as well. Oh, that one was really unfortunate. We see it so often at that corner, don't we?
Yeah, because you kind of like run a little bit wide to come back on yourself to straighten the exit. So yeah, that would definitely not have been on purpose, but yeah, sometimes it's a bit of a squeeze at that corner. And McGill isn't past Swain. Fair play. He blocked off that lunge, but Camp has gone.
Yeah, Camp 1.1 seconds up the road. McGill may be quicker than Wes Swain, but can't find a way past him just yet, and of course has to be careful, because if he goes for a move and it doesn't work, then Lewis Kent is there ready to take advantage and maybe move back through into a podium place. Lewis was yesterday's winner, remember, but got shuffled back to 6th in the closing stages of race 2. He'll be a bit disappointed with that, I'd imagine. Had a couple of positions between himself and his teammate Alistair Camp, but it's a similar story now, really. Camp leading, Kent down in 4th, but latching right on to Liam McGill through Brooklands. This battle continues on as well, with Bromley, Petters, Hewlett, Wilkins and Renshaw. Jake Renshaw in the mix too. Dave Marshall, meanwhile, Paul up the inside of Harvey Caton.
Lovely job that by Dave Marshall, but it ain't done yet, and they're still side by side as the rest of the field come through, and it's nose to tail stuff.
Yeah, and a bit of side by side at the back of this group as well. Renshaw and Wilkins, that's Charlotte Birch, I think, isn't it, actually, battling away with Aidan Mitchell for 16th position here. And Marshall and Caton are still side by side. And Marshall hasn't made this move for 5th place stick just yet. He's got the inside line for Beckett's though, and should be able to complete the pass into the braking zone, you'd imagine. He's been up the inside of Harvey for nearly half a lap now, but Marshall moving into the top 5. Whether he'll be able to challenge these top 4 cars, we'll have to wait and see. But Dave certainly riding the crest of a wave of confidence after that race win earlier on. They're still side by side, and now Caton's on the inside line.
Yeah, are they going to still bite? Look at Dave Marshall. Oh no, Graham!
Oh, Graham Ross. Well, he's rejoining, but he's been off the road at Beckett. Marshall still hasn't got this done, and almost gets back alongside Caton through Luffield Corner. That was nearly a full lap, door handle to door handle between those two, and again, exquisitely clean racing. That little tiny bit of contact we had a lap or so ago at Luffield is about the first proper bit of contact I've seen all weekend from the Civics, which, given how close they've been racing, is pretty impressive.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, Graham! Oh, he's lost aero.
Well, yes, boot open. Whether that was cause or effect, I don't know.
That's what happened to. Was it Jack Doohan at turn 1 at Suzuka?
Ah, right. He was trying to carry DRS through Beckett's, was he? Is that what it was?
And he's forgot to press the button.
I'm not sure even Jack Doohan would have tried it through Beckett's, but fair play, Graham, for giving it a go. Anyway, no major damage done. He rejoins the circuit and carries on his way. Leaders coming through, that's pretty static, isn't it, really? Marshall has finally got past Harvey Caton, meanwhile, so Dave Marshall at last is into 5th position. The problem is he's over 3 seconds adrift of the top 4 and is still having to defend because Harvey Caton's coming back at him now through Brooklands and will try and outfox the race 2 winner on the run out of Luffield Corner. Behind them, meanwhile, Jake Hewlett. Every time we cut to Jake Hewlett, he's side by side with someone.
He loves it, doesn't he? Why can't you just follow people, mate? It'll be less time on the engine. The engine's doing more miles, go around the outside of everyone.
Yes, he's certainly completing a longer lap than everyone else, but going quickly nonetheless. There are Marshall and Caton through Copse, where Caton's race 2 ended in very spectacular fashion. Dave Marshall equally spectacular over the curbs and may well be under threat when they arrive at the next braking zone. We've only got 4 minutes 40 to go. Graham Ross is in the pit lane, unfortunately, so maybe there was a bit more to that story than just a simple mistake.
He's proper there's slippery surface flags out there, isn't it? Why would that be? Has someone been across? Well, we're going to see now, aren't we? We're going to see any grass down or a bit of mud or something? Is there a bit of fluid? We've been told, but anyway.
They all seem fine, don't they? Maybe Graham Ross's car was dropping some debris or gravel, I guess, over the road, having been through the dirt up at Beckett's Corner. Anyway, it doesn't seem to be affecting the leaders, at least, as they come through, where Lewis Kent is now starting to hound Liam McGill. So they haven't dispatched of Wes Swain as perhaps I expected them to. Maybe that was unfair to expect them to get past Swain quite so quickly. Wes is standing his ground, and once the race has settled down, he's found some decent race pace, so McGill versus Kent perhaps now turning into the battle.
Here we go then. So it's Lewis Kent just seems to be steady away. I'll take 4th. I won't risk a lunge for 3rd. I'm sure that's not going through his mind now, but it's just watching your competitor to see if you see that flash of the brake lights, you know that they're in trouble. So, but then again, Lewis is really working that front axle hard. He ain't going to get a slipstream by doing that.
Lewis has got to be a bit mindful of the fact that he has a non-finish from Brands Hatch last time. He's the only one of the title contenders with a non-finish against his name. Now, he can use that as a dropped score, but he'll know we're only about a third of the way through the season. If you're already on 1 non-finish, you can't afford to have too many of those. You start running out of drop scores, don't you? So maybe he's just going to have a bit more of a points banking sort of mindset rather than just attack. You know, he's a double former TCR UK champion. He knows how to win a championship at this level, and he will certainly have that on his mind, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely. He knows how to win championships. He knows the score, so we'll leave it to him. But sometimes when you've just not got the pace of the leader, say, it's best off to just bank points instead of having a bit of a moment somewhere trying to overtake someone and losing all those points.
Battle we just saw there, which included Charlotte Birch. She's almost into the top 15 now, so Charlotte Birch looking a bit more competitive this weekend than perhaps we've seen in the past. Cut back though to the second place scrap, where no attempt to stay within track limits is made by Liam McGill. He ran that wide though, there was no benefit to that. I think he actually lost some ground heading onto the Wellington Straight, and Lewis Kent is closing in.
Yeah, he's right into him now. He may have to defend that. I'll take a big lunge from there. That's brave. Is he going to get that done? Liam McGill, don't turn in. Oh, I tell you what.
He's done it.
He's done it, and he's got to get right across him and stop him now. That's a great move, that. But that'll come, and that just shows you, sometimes when you run track limits, it has no advantage to you whatsoever. And that wasn't aimed at McGill. Sometimes you just run wide, but you run wide, lose time, and get penalised, and that's what annoys me.
I'm with you on that one. But Lewis Kent rewarded for his patience there, I think, really. He'd not been doing anything too wild behind McGill, and Liam's not been an easy man to overtake this weekend. Just ask Dave Marshall. That took all of his effort to do that in race 2. So, Lewis Kent up into 3rd, within a second of Wes Swain, and he's still got 2 laps left to try and get into 2nd place. So keep an eye on the area cars at the front of the pack as they make their way through Beckett's. There is McGill, though, already sort of trying to come back at Lewis Kent. It's a fascinating battle within the Area Motorsport team this year, because it's not just 1 or 2 quick drivers. They've got half a dozen drivers capable of finishing in the podium places. So even though Kent's got this move made, McGill will not go away and may yet be able to get back ahead of his teammate for 3rd.
Yeah, he's trying to undercut it, and that is a... Oh, that's what happens when you've got two super fast drivers, and when you've got that, and you've got people like Lewis Kent, who have won championships, they know they just got to stop cars on the apex, and you've got no way through. Great driving, and like you say, Rob at Area Motorsport has got such a difficult job in keeping... I was going to say egos. They actually haven't got egos, to be fair. But keeping those people just in the right frame of mind and not smashing into each other is a big thing. So fair play to the area boys and girls there.
It's the great thing about the Civic Cup, though. Yes, the top 6 drivers in this championship are all run by the same team, but that doesn't mean the racing is going to be dull or that any intra-team politics are going to come into play. They are all out there to race for themselves. They all get along well off the track as well. That's why the Civic Cup is rapidly becoming one of the favourite championships among the UK motorsport community. There is half a lap left of this third and final Civic Cup race of the weekend. It looks as though Alistair Camp is pretty much home free, although as I say that I realise I probably shouldn't, because I put the curse on him yesterday. He's got past the Wellington Straight though, where the car had a fuel issue in race number 1, and Alistair Camp, after a run of podium finishes all season long, is finally going to claim his second victory. He won the very first race of the season at Donington Park, and now, about 7 races later, he is back on the top step of the podium. Alistair Camp comes out of the final corner, sees the checkered flag and wins the third Miltek Civic Cup race of the weekend. Wesley Swain in second position. Brilliant effort that from Wes. That, I believe, is career podium number 1 for Wesley Swain. He's had a handful of top 5s this year, but yet to finish on the podium. And Lewis Kent banking more points in third position. Well, he was already third in the championship on drop scores. I'd imagine he's right on the tail of Alistair Camp. So that was a really significant move, I think, to get ahead of his teammate Liam McGill and take home the points for third position. Camp, though, is the winner and will extend his championship advantage, which coming into this race on net points was already 22 points over Liam McGill. McGill, of course, ended up off the podium, so that's a big swing in the favour of Alistair Camp. And it's an FN2 1-2 finish in that race as well. Now, we haven't seen that yet, have we? Despite the FN2s locking out the top 3 grid positions yesterday afternoon, we haven't actually had an FN2 1-2 this weekend, which we have now with Campy winning it ahead of Wesley Swain in second position, and a fairly sizable winning margin in Civic Cup terms as well, 1 3/4 seconds. Lewis Kent was third, Liam McGill in fourth ahead of Dave Marshall, with Josh Bromley, Harvey Caton, Jake Hewlett, Matt Wilkins and Jake Renshaw completing the top 10. 11th was Daniel Petters, Jack Riddell 12th ahead of Harry England and Francisco Howard, who were tied together all race long. And good to see Francisco Howard and Harry England actually both getting closer and closer to that top 10 with every race that goes by. Confirmation there as well at the bottom of the screen that it was Alistair Camp who set the fastest lap, a 1:04.90. The Paul Winfield Trophy winner, once again Josh Bromley, as it was earlier on today, and the Goodyear Diamond Award goes to Matt Wilkins in 9th position. And Matt, another regular feature inside the top 10 these days, and can't be that long, I don't think, before we see him scrapping for a podium finish, maybe in one of the reverse grid races coming up in the next few rounds. So, we have another win for Alistair Camp, and Area Motorsport celebrating another very, very successful weekend's work. And Area Motorsport 1, 2, 3, 4 in the end in that one, because of course Harvey Caton slipped down to 7th place, but they've, I believe, had to change the gearbox amongst other things in that car since race 2 earlier on. And they've done a decent job of getting the car out there, but I don't think it was quite as quick as it has been earlier in the weekend. I believe what I've heard through the grapevine is that he had a moment in race 2, did Harvey Caton, where he went from 5th gear down to 2nd instead of 4th for Copse Corner, which will do a fair bit of damage to your gearbox. So the team have done well to get that car back out on the grid at all, and he will have to settle for 7th place. So, waiting for Paul O'Neill to be in position down in Parc Fermé. I think he's almost there now, and we can, I believe, head down to have a chat with our podium finishers and Alistair Camp, who claims his 2nd race victory of the season and extends his championship lead.
What a beauty! Sun's out, guns out. This was a beauty. Alistair Camp, let's go and find him. Campy. He's probably run off to speak to someone. Campy, come here with your hat. Look at him, he's got a proper beetroot on. Got a beetroot head on.
Hey, it's no gym work, is it? I've got to stop eating kebabs.
That was a bit easy, wasn't it?
I got away, and then obviously I didn't know how easy it was going to be with Swain. He just like made that one mistake coming off there, so I got the run down there, and then pieced a few laps, but the car went absolutely dire through the middle of the race.
Oh.
So I was like, I seen on my delta, it was like 3/4 of a second down. I was just like getting myself agitated. I was like, slow it down a bit, and I managed to get within like 2/10 of my fastest lap towards the end. But yeah, in the middle of the race, I just literally lost the plot. Old man kicking in, wasn't it?
Job done though.
Yeah, definitely, mate. Yeah, good to actually get a win without running out of fuel, eh? Cheers to Johnny.
Car was overweight then.
Yeah, yeah, there it was. What, fuel or me?
No comment. Well done, mate. Spot on. Top job. Wesley, come here, son. How's it going, boss man? You look out of breath, mate. Out of breath. You were concerning me because your brakes kept flashing on. So you had a bit. Would you have a bit of pad knock off, long pedal?
Yeah, quite a bit actually. I was just pushing so hard because I knew they were behind, trying to get at me, and then obviously I was trying to chase him at the same time. But I'm really happy in the end. That was a great result.
Awesome, innit, mate? You're going to be winning, aren't you, soon?
I hope to be. Yeah, I'm getting there.
Is it good having Campy and Lewis Kent as your teammates?
It's great. They're really good help and they're good people, and they're obviously pushing me on to do it very well.
Top man, you're a lovely lad, mate. I really do hope you do well. I'm sure you will. Right, 1 second. I'm not going to shout. Lewis Kent, come here. What is with these drivers? Literally, they have had no media training. I haven't either, but so what? That's not my problem. Lewis Kent, well done, mate. That was okay. That was a battle with old Liam McGill, wasn't it?
Yeah, sort of just looked down the inside and thought, well, if I don't do it now, it's not going to happen, is it? So I thought, might as well pull my finger out. But yeah, no, really good race. We didn't expect to be fastest here this weekend.
Why not?
I haven't got a built engine. I haven't got a race-built engine. You know, I've got a good engine, but nothing special. And you know, it's a power circuit. At the end of the day, I'm not going to catch anyone on a power circuit. Even in the tow, people are slightly pulling away. But I'm good through corners, so it helps.
Good man. Have you got any more excuses?
Yeah, I'm a dad soon, so you know, I have to be careful for that as well.
Love it. Listen, we're going to have to go. Thank you for talking to us. The next races are out. See you in a bit.
Lewis Stannard is alongside me, and this is the pre-recording interview for the final race of the weekend. And Lewis, you just described to me that it wasn't your favourite race in the world, that third one, but I mean, overall, how's the weekend gone for you?
It's been a bit tricky, a lot of setup changes each session, so going into every session you're learning a new car almost. But I think, given the fact that we've had to do dramatic changes basically every race, I think it's been alright. Obviously not the best weekends, but we're getting points. Some of the front people are starting to trip over themselves, so that's helping me out a bit in the championship. But yeah, not amazing, but long season.
What's instigating those setup changes then? Is it because you just don't really know where the pace is in the car and you're just trying to throw everything at it? Or is it a case of maybe there's some mechanical gremlin that's going on?
We're not actually 100% sure, to be honest. We've had a lot of engine issues in the last couple rounds, so the engine does seem alright this round, but just setup changes, you know, we're thinking that we've got a little issue on the front end, so we need to look at that and hopefully try and fix it for the next round. But yes, alright, I guess.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, you were hearing there from none other than what was Lewis Stannard in an interview with Jack Oliphant earlier today, and well, just in perfect time of course, because we are about to get what is race number 19 of this weekend underway, and it will be the final race this weekend for the Junior and Saloon Car Championship, the JSCC, round number 12 of their championship here at Silverstone National, and this is how they'll line up based on their third fastest qualifying laps from yesterday. Oliver Kerr will take pole position, looking to carry on from where he left off in the previous race in making it another victory. He'll be followed up by Wilf Butler, who will be fighting for those honours as well, with Josh Salvadore in third alongside Luca Maserati. Max Scharfegger starts fifth ahead of Ollie Smith, with Carl Wells in what is seventh place ahead of Lewis Stannard, and then Martin Wright and Lewis Austin will complete that top 10. It's going to be a tight top 10, no doubt about it. Watch out for Luca Maserati, who starts fourth. Can he fight his way through after a difficult race too? And then outside of what will be the first five rows, Matthew Swatton and Leon Holly on row 6 ahead of Joe Wood and Timothy Leonard, and on the final full row is Sherry Ann Powell and Tom Elgar, with Lexi Powell lined up 17th last but not least, well, that's a quick run through of the grid for you, ladies and gentlemen. That grid is all set and ready to go, and well, I believe we have had the green flag. That they're getting the board up there, I think, to say 5 seconds before those lights go on, and well, it is going to be the last race of the weekend with the JSCC. Run of round number 12 of the championship gets underway as they roar the way away, and look at this side by side immediately there, the battle between Butler and Kerr. Which one of the two is going to be leading out of turn 1? I think it's going to be the number 70 there of Butler will take the lead of this race away immediately, and striking strong and striking while the iron is hot, as they say, in taking that lead before Kerr was able to get himself up to speed. That's not to say we couldn't see a counter-attack a little bit later on in this lap, as you can see me or Josh Salvador having to go defensive there in the all-red Lightning McQueen machine, and then side by side further down through the pack there. And is that a bit of a gain there? In fact, is that Maserati dropping down the order? It might be one of the sister cars, to be fair. I think it is. I think Maserati's still holding on to 4th place there. I was going to say, for it to fall like that, as it's 3 wide further down the order there as they make the way onwards, and that is going to be what will be right, and two of his rivals absolutely getting nip and tuck alongside each other as they come down to the braking zone. I don't think that's done quite yet, as they all stagger down into the braking zone here. In towards turn number 3, they go through Brooklands. A big slide there from Austin as he gets it back under control, and now through what is turn number 4 they go, and Wolver drives safely on through what is the opening lap of this race as they make the way onto lap number 2. But as they come away round here for what is another 15-minute journey of the Silverstone National Circuit, there's still more fighting to come here, as it is going to be side by side there between Smith and what is the number 19 of Standard. Standard still fighting there, and will look and try and move forward, as he was saying in his interview earlier on. Across the line they go, and after 1 lap of racing, well, it is the regular suspects at the front of the field. Butler ahead of Kerr, followed by Salvador for the top 3. Wells and Maserati completing your top 5. Scharfegger in 6th, having another slow start, as that is Leonard there, who we see on screen in what is the number 29, trying to hold on to 12th place at the moment, with Algar right behind him. And as we look from towards the back of the field to the very front of the field, well, we can start to see now this regular occurrence, which is the top 6 seem to gradually creep away, and then it's a game essentially whereby that top 6 comes a top 4, the top 4 then become a top 2, and then it all comes down to that checker flag. Albeit, will we see a bit of a subversion to what is that chapter in the story, in the fact that we could see instead what will be the leaders will stay condensed together? Well, that will come down to how much fighting Butler and Kerr plan to do. But in race number 2 earlier on this afternoon, what we did see is the two work together quite closely in order to make sure they were able to break away and enjoy their own little battle. Salvador, meanwhile, trying to stay with them all the way, couldn't do so, and in the end had to keep playing the rear guard action all the way to the finish of the race, but in the end did come home with that 3rd place finish, and those podiums proving ever more pivotal, I should say, as I get my place of alliteration completely mixed up. And now that we're getting towards the midway point of what is the championship, definitely those results are going to start to become all the more important, and surely at some point somebody's going to drop the ball midway through the season. We're going on to another lap. New fastest lap of the race there being set by Salvador. Josh Salvador set a 13.08. These lap times definitely pushing onwards, albeit nobody yet into the 12s, but we did see a phenomenal 1 minute 12.9 from Kerr in race number 2 earlier. And whilst the circuit has become a little bit warmer as a result of all the racing, the sun's fully out, where it may change the layout of the circuit in terms of how it reacts to these cars, as we do see a long excursion on the exit of the Beckett's hairpin from Butler. Kerr tucks in behind, and Salvador is still half a second back off of the leaders, and not really there in terms of that fight. So therefore I think it is going to be a bit of a challenge right now for him to be able to get involved in that battle as much as he would like to, and I think he's going to be looking more and more in his rearview mirror to see that Wells is waiting there for an opportunity. And well, these two are not too unfamiliar with each other, because we did see Wells put a lot of pressure on earlier on, albeit Smith was also in that fight, but he's all the way down in 80, not in 80th place, the door number 80 is all the way down in 9th place there. We haven't got 80 cars in this grid, I'd love to see that, I think we all would. But coming out of what is turn number 5, well, Salvador still holding on to that 3rd place at the moment, and coming into what was this weekend, 3rd in the championship. Well, coming out of this weekend, it's going to be very close to as to whether he's leading or just off of the lead step, given the fact that so many results have gone his way and against him, just like many a driver here, as we see a big bounce off the apex curve there for the 448 of Wells. Wells really pushing on here. And the gap between the top 2 and then the next 2, between Kerr and Salvador in particular, is now up to 7 tenths. The leaders are trying to pull away here, and you can see in the fight for 5th, Maserati has broken away from Scharfegger, so the number 23 driver now falling away, and this has become a bit of a recurrence as well this weekend. Matt Scharfegger, when he came into this weekend, really went to see what the pace is. Very fast in qualifying, we saw that in qualifying. His consistency in qualifying has been admirable, but over race distance has a great start, and after a couple of laps, the pace just seems to fall away a little bit. bit. Now, whether that's because really good for a qualifying setup on the car, but not as comfortable with what is a race setup, not quite sure. I'm not going to try and gesticulate or in turn theorise, but I get the feeling right now Scharfegger just not able to maintain that pace as they're getting very close. Meanwhile, in the battle for third here, Silverstone and Wells still close together. The leaders continue to push each other on. But again, I think Kerr still have that mindset, which is I'm going to keep pushing my lead rival along. I'm going to keep pushing Butler along. I don't want to put him under any mental pressure, albeit we can see there Butler, I think, actually coming off racing line and go a little bit defensive. And that might be a tactic from Butler. What he might want to do is actually force Kerr backwards towards Salvador. And at the end of that lap, the gap had come down from 7 tenths to 6. So we might be starting to see a little bit of tactics being played here from Butler. Coming out of the opening corner, the battle for 6th place, Scharfegger versus Standard. Standard now all the way over the back of his rival in the fight for 6th and absolutely getting ready to go on the attack. Rolling off of the hairpin and down onto Wenton Straight, and a smooth run there from our two leaders. A little bit of an excursion from Salvador and Wells with regards to those track limits, but as they come out of the corner, right now no change between our drivers. Indeed, the field's staying as it has been for some time, although I suspect we might see a little bit more shuffling before all is said and done today. I think all of our drivers here playing the patience game, and also, understandably, given the fact they've had to go through what is a 4-day race weekend, they might be just feeling as though they've had to push it very hard indeed. But as they try to push on here, and all drivers absolutely giving it everything in order to do their best. Well, we can expect plenty more here as they roll off the apex of turn number 4 and on towards 5, and right now nose to tail, absolutely so, but Scharfegger there really taking the focus of our cameraman's attention with Standard right behind him, and no change between them as they come across that line. All the lead cars in terms of that top 5 all lapping in the 13.1s to 13.2s. Meanwhile, and further on that there, we do have what is a little bit of a fall of a pace with regards to Scharfegger and Standard. They're lapping in the 13.5s, albeit that last lap, Scharfegger setting his personal best. New fastest lap of the race, in fact, a 12.9, and it's set by, you guessed it, Oliver Kerr, who is in the toe there of Butler's car, so he will have had a little bit of assistance on that lap with regards to getting that lap speed, but still Oliver Kerr right now absolutely glued to the back of the race leader and showing so much pace here, and I think right now he might be starting to get a move on. And remember, he is your leading independent, he was your independent champions leader coming into this round as well, so therefore Oliver Kerr absolutely punching high here, and it's great to see a Salvador meanwhile having to now go more and more defensive versus Wells as he has lost the slipstream of Kerr. That gap is up to 1 second now, and at that distance it becomes negligible. Going for the cutback there is Wells. Can he find it? And the answer is yes, he can. He will get his front axle along the rear axle of Salvador, so we will have a drag race now heading on to the start finish straight. Coming on through the right hand then of Woodcock Corner. Well, we're going to see Wells squeeze a little bit, but he can't be squeezed any further. Salvador's got to give some room to breathe. He's earned the right to be there, and he does give it so, but now it's going to be too wide here in towards turn number 1. You can see behind there, meanwhile, Maserati deciding who to hedge his bets behind. He thinks that one mate is going to be Wells, then tucks in mind Salvador for the racing line. They're still too wide coming out of what is Cops Bend. Brilliant, respectful racing between the two of them, and as they come in towards what will be the next corner, or will we see even more in the battle between them? I think we might, as they come down towards what we maggots into the Beckett's hairpin, under braking. They're still too wide through here. That is Wells on the inside, but you have a tight exit, so he won't be able to get the power down as comfortably as Salvador will on the outside line. This is going to be a drag race then that's going to carry its way on through, but look at Maserati. I think he's thinking about a 3 wide. He's going to tuck in mind. He's going to place his bets on what will be the back of Wells' car initially. He's actually going to push Wells along here, and well, as they do, he's going to try and sweep round the outside. He's going to go too wide there with Salvador. Is Maserati. These two fighting at the very top of the championship, coming on through, but in the end Salvador does lynch it back into his 4th place, and as he brings it on through a big slide there from Wells, collects it together as he gets a little bit of oversteer going through the corner, and out of the corner they go, and Wells, a brilliant move there from Kyle Wells, and moves up into 3rd place, and the driver who came into this weekend 7th in the championship right now, well, he has had definitely a weekend to shout home about with regards to the race, particularly after that 4th place in race number 2, and he is chasing after what will be, I believe, for Kyle Wells, his maiden podium of the season, and right now he's doing everything right to hunt it down. Coming back to leaders, with all that fighting, and the leaders of Butler and Kerr, they are now 3 seconds, if not more than that, away from the rest of the field, so I can imagine, give it one more lap, and we might see Oliver Kerr, if he has got any power left in his helm, and with his remit to go on the attack, we may see him start to look for a potential move, but I think, as much as he's pushing, also Butler, Wilf Butler, to be fair, is not holding back at all. He's pushing on as hard as possible, and now it's going to be the game of who's got an extra bit in the tank. And I think the short answer is that both drivers may do, they may not, albeit we'll have to see as they come down here. As meanwhile, that fight for third is definitely still so close, because Wells may have got ahead of Salvador recently, but right now Salvador is not letting that go. And as they come through the left and into the right, through Brooklands into Luffield, onto the brakes, you can see there the slight stepping of the rear right wheel there, as essentially the car quote-unquote cocks its leg with regards to the front engine front wheel drive. You will see a rear tyre hop up every so often, and we're absolutely pushing it right now is Wells as he comes out of turn number 5 and onto that start finish straight. But before they get there, our leaders have already got there and coming onwards in towards what will be turn number 1 this time around. Well, in the 5 minutes we've got remaining, the leaders continuing to stay absolutely tucked together, and we see further on back there we've also got a great little scrap going on here between what is Austin and Smith over 8th place, and the number 80 still on the charge here, trying to get back ahead of Austin as quickly as possible with Smith, but not able to find a way in at this moment. Now, Smith is no stranger to decent performances over the course of this year, given the fact that he has previously had some great performances. And for Ollie Smith, the leading rookie coming into this round, well, he was second in the Brands Hatch Indy race replacement yesterday, and he was third in what was race number 1 today, but fifth in race number 2 of today, and therefore he's trying to stay in that top 5 if he can. But coming back to those leaders, a big run wide there of Kerr, goes very wide. I think right now, well, for the 222 driver, he might be experimenting with where any grip levels are if he's to go for that move. But meanwhile, well, all that's happened, and suddenly in the fight for third, it's all coming back onto our screens here, because Wells had Salvador looking up the insides outside, coming through Brooklands into Luffield, and now as they settle back into line astern, I don't think this battle is going to go away. If anything, this battle is going to get closer and closer as we begin to see out this day. But as the drivers make their way down towards what is turn number 1 now, in towards that braking zone they go, and is it going to be a move for the Salvador? No, it's not. He's going to wait for that opportunity as they bounce off the apex curve there. The Citroen Saxo is right now incredibly lightweight, and it does mean that they can be chucked around into the corners, but those front tyres will be taking all the pressure as that top 3 battle, that 3rd through to 6th battle, as we do see their standard close up onto the back of it. Well, Maserati there gets a little bit closer to the back of Salvador. Absolutely tucked on the rear, coming out to the right hand, and then is there going to be a chance here for Maserati to potentially try and pull his way through? Well, it is going to be the case of Chase the leader. Everyone is getting the toe off of each other, minus Wells, who's having to do it all by punching the air for everybody else to follow through the hole that he's created. In towards the corner they go. Salvador looks up the inside here. Wells is going to stay in the middle of the road, start to close the door there, and well, Salvador thinking about the lunge, trying to go for it, but Wells just simply outbrakes into the corner there, takes an actual racing line, and as they come out to Luffield Bend, it is going to put Salvador back on the defensive posture here, coming up against Maserati, who's chasing after him on towards that start finish straight. Well, they're going to get what will be another 3 laps in, given the fact we had 3 minutes remaining as our lead, well, 2 minutes 50 remain, I should say, as our leaders have come across the line, and given our fastest lap times are 1 minute 13s or 1 minute 12.9s, if you're talking about the fastest lap, which Kerr did set a few moments ago, well, it's going to be a situation whereby there's plenty of time out there. But here's a new conundrum in the mix, ladies and gentlemen. You can see what is the 110 there, Salvador, the red car. It's 5-second post-race time penalty, and that, I believe, is for what might be track limits, albeit we haven't had it confirmed, but it has been given to Salvador according to our TSL timing screen, and now that does mean he's got to push onwards, because where he finishes, he's going to have 5 seconds added to his race time, and if we do the mathematics right now, that will demote him to 7th place, and that will be a very frustrating end to this weekend, where it definitely has been a weekend where a lot of his championship momentum has suddenly been curbed after what was a great time at Thruxton, where he was unstoppable and absolutely worked hard to be on the podium in every 3 races. Albeit the top 3 in the championship all shared the podium over all 3 races there, and really Maserati, Butler and Salvador have come into this weekend, I think, feeling to themselves that they are the 3 favourites, and suddenly what they've come to realise is that the likes of Lewis Stannard, Oliver Kerr, Ollie Smith and Kyle Wells, they've also got a major part to play here in the championship, and it is not over yet, because we've got a long distance to go. But as the gap between all the drivers is closing, definitely this Silverstone National Circuit has really been a good judge of character for our youngsters as they roar the way onto what will be the penultimate lap. And as we can see, Butler's still holding on versus Kerr, the gap up to half a second. I wonder if Kerr's decided to back off and settle for second, but then come into the battle for third. They're going to go side by side in. That's going to be Salvador at the inside there. Oh, when it's Wells. Wells has given the space to breathe on the outside, but now as they come down towards what will be Maggots into Beckett's hairpin. Oh, the field behind them, fantastic. Is that going to be 3 wide? Surely that's not. No. Scharfegger in that. Oh, what on earth's happened there? That is the number 14 of Wright that's struggling along, going into the pit lane. We're sorry to see that. I suspect something's collapsed on that car, but as I drive drivers coming out there. Well, that is still Wells, I think, holding on. But now we're going to have Maserati side by side here with Scharfegger, who's getting into the mix. And, well, Max Scharfegger, who was falling back early on, has suddenly got into this battle. And I think he's now finding himself enjoying this race a little bit more. Something has clicked since what has been the final 5 minutes, and that pace has really come on through. But as our drivers make their way on through there, we now look to what is the exit of Luffield Corner. And, well, as we do see one of the drivers going a bit slowly through there, we come back to the fight for third place, or fourth place, I should really say at this point. Is it going to be the fight for fifth place? As that is going to be Standard there, trying to take a cheeky look up the inside through Luffield and onto the start-finish straight versus Scharfegger, who's going to be side by side there as they go onto the final lap of racing for their weekend. And as they come out of Woodcock Corner, well, the fight for third is going to be between Wells and Salvador. Maserati will be fifth, but then Scharfegger versus Standard is going to be the big question mark for sixth right now. There's nothing between them as they come through. There's nothing between what will be Wells and Salvador in the fight for third, other than one is ahead of the other, and literally by no margin whatsoever. And then, of course, we've got the thought about what's happening in the lead battle. Will Butler has been leading quite comfortably, but Kerr, coming onto this lap, was only 4/10 off, and he's been closing up quite rapidly. And surely, as Oliver Kerr decided to now Sonny spring a surprise, well, if he does so, this is going to catch out Butler. If Butler's not aware for it, then I can imagine for young Wilf, he's going to be thinking to himself, okay, there's a surprise to be welcome and to be in store, and not a welcome one. As they come down towards Britland's Corner, onto the brakes they go, but Butler here firmly in control, and Oliver Kerr not going from too far back there. I think recognising that, you know what, we'll take the results from this weekend. We've scored big already. Let's take that second place and bring it on home and head to what will be the next round at the what will be the Croft Circuit in June, because as that checkered flag gets ready to wave, it is going to wave for the man at the front of the field. That is none other than Wilf Butler, who will make it another win this season as he crosses the line in the end, only what will be a couple of attempts ahead of Oliver Kerr. Third place is going to go to what will be Kyle Wells there in a brilliant drive for the man who has absolutely delivered his way onto the podium. Maserati will finish fourth ahead of Scharfegger, with then Austin taking sixth. Salvador, who finished fourth on the road, is demoted to seventh as a result of a 5-second post-race time penalty. Standard, in fact, has received one as well, so he drops to 8th. Smith will finish 9th in the end, despite a 5-second post-race time penalty, and it will then be Swatton who finishes 10th, ahead of Leonard, who will be best of the rest. But what a drive there, no doubt about it, from Wilf Butler, and after taking victory in what was race number 1 this morning, second place in race number 2, he makes it 2 out of 3 victories, but all 3 races this Sunday on the podium there, as we look to the provisional results from round number 12 of the Junior Saloon Car Championship, the JSCC for 2025, and as we can see there, Wilf Butler taking victory after 13 laps of racing by half a second over Oliver Kerr, and Oliver Kerr there taking what is second place overall, but the independence victory as well. A brilliant drive from him. Carl Wells finishing third, a decisive moment there to take was that third place off of Josh Salvador, but a brilliant drive from the 408 driver, an absolutely fantastic trio on the podium. Luca Maserati was fourth in the end. I think he'll be a bit gutted to miss out on the podium there, and indeed he's fallen short of the podium in all 3 of the Silverstone races, but not the Brands Hatch race yesterday. Max Scharfegger finishing in 5th, a great drive there to a 5th place finish, and that is his second top 5 of this season, and both of them being achieved here at Silverstone, with Lewis Austin in 6th place there, missing out a little bit as well in terms of battling for 5th, but Josh Salvador will still finish behind him given the 5-second post-race time penalty to finish 7th. Lewis Standard will take 8th in the end, and then Ollie Smith and Matthew Swatton completing that top 10. Timothy Leonard, best of the rest in 11th, ahead of Tom Algar, and then we did see Alexi Powell finishing 13th, with Martin Wright's number 14 finishing 14th, albeit retiring 2 laps in the end due to a technical issue in the car. The fastest lap race set by Oliver Kerr. He really has been the speed demon of Silverstone, a 1:12.94 set on lap number 5, and well, I believe he'll be getting a bonus point there for that fastest lap. And what a way to wrap up the JSCC here at Silverstone for what is their 4th weekend of racing, and rounds 10, 11 and 12, plus also the missed round number 6 from Brands Hatch. But with them coming to what is a standstill, well, we do have Jack Elephant down in the pit lane, and he's ready to do interviews with those drivers, and we're going to be speaking to them very shortly as they arrive. In fact, let's cut to Jack now and hear some words from our racers.
Well, I have spoken to the Junior Saloon Car Championship drivers more often than I have any other championship, because of course they have raced 4 times. They'll be tired drivers now, I imagine. There'll be tired cars, but some very well-deserved silverware is being handed out, and some very happy families as well that I might even try and get a chance to chat to, because we've chatted to these two quite a long time. It's Oliver Kerr, of course, in 2nd place. Wilf Butler in 1st once more. A driver I haven't really chatted to very much, though, at all, and I want to give a bit of a limelight to, because I'm pretty sure I've chatted to these guys about 7 times. They're winning that many. is Mr. Wells here, because of course he has not really featured too much on the podium. We have chatted to him in the sort of build-up. Lovely little chip. Don't think that's technically sort of supposed to be there, but sign that the car's battled hard, and he has battled hard as well. So, once he's jumped out, Kyle Wells, if we could have a chance to chat, Kyle. Oh, I'll tell you what, you can go there. I mean, whoever came out of that third place battle deserved a trophy 100%, because that looked very, very difficult between yourself, Josh Salvador, and a whole host of other JSCC drivers.
Yeah, it was very hard. I just done as much as I could and just tried my best. Tried staying off track limits and just held my line. But it was a brilliant race between me, Josh, and all the other drivers.
Are you a little bit out of breath? Because I feel like you deserve to be. It's hot in here. How hot is it in there?
Probably 30, 40 degrees, I'd say.
That is pretty ridiculous. And to be honest, I'm surprised you're not more red. How much of a physical toll does it take this weekend when 4 races in one go?
Oh, a lot. A lot.
3 in one day. I assume that's bordering on touring car standards.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you that right. I will let you go and have a little bit of a rest. Congratulations to Mr. Wells. Right, and we will have one last little chat, I think, with Wilf Butler, unless I get something in my ear that says we need to move on, but I haven't had it just yet. So, Wilf, another great race. You've got a whole family supporting you as well behind the camera. There we go. How important is that, along with all the silverware as well?
Yeah, it's really important. I mean, without any of them, I wouldn't be here. So, yeah, it means massively a lot to me.
Yeah, no, as it should, as it should. I was just asking, it's hot in there, it's physically demanding. Yeah. 4 races in one weekend, are you ready for bed?
Yeah, definitely. Try and have a day's rest. Got work tomorrow as well, so.
And what is work?
I work at a little glue factory.
Oh, really?
Yeah, work at a glue factory.
Is that hard work as well? It sounds like something that would be hard work.
Yeah, it gets quite hot in there. A bit like the car, really.
I can imagine at least you're getting used to it. Right, a big congratulations. There's cars out on track, so I'm going to have to shoot over to that. But a massive well done to all the Junior Saloon Car Championship drivers. They've done an absolutely brilliant job entertaining us this weekend. They're going to have another chance to do the same thing when they go to Croft as well in a couple of weeks' time. There is cars out there on circuit. We have pre-recorded interviews ready and waiting to go. So we're going to shoot over to that. Paul, enjoy the next race. So the Equipe Sport prototype is about to come up for its first race. We haven't actually done qualifying yet. These guys are about to go out, so we've got to make this quick. But I'm with Dave Carrascus, and one hell of a machine that sat behind you as well. Dave, how did you get into racing, first of all?
Oh, well, I've been racing now for 52 seasons.
Wow.
And I started off
consecutively?
Yeah, I've never missed a year so far. I started off at the Jim Russell School back at Snetterton.
Yeah.
And I did prod sports in period, which was big in those days, like British Touring Cars is now, with a little Austin Healey Sprite.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah. I then went into Formula V, Formula Ford 2000. That was the year I used to went out in Senna, so I didn't quite win that time.
Bit of an experience, and one to tell the people down the pub as well, though, that, isn't it, that you raced with Ayrton Senna and stuff like that?
Well, I didn't so much race with him as shared the track with him, I gotta say. After that, I did many years in Club Formula 3, ARP Formula 3, that sort of thing. I've done all 24-hour races, endurance racing at Spa, Nürburgring, wheel hire at when it was at Snetterton. I've done some historic Formula 1. I had an Arrows. Well, I started off with a March 761. Then I got an Arrows A4, which I raced all over Europe in the Thoroughbred Grand Prix Championship. So, and that was great, but very expensive.
Yeah.
So after that, I went back to Formula 3, and then when I retired, somebody said, "So what are you going to race when you retire?" So I got an MG midget to sort of full circle, but that reminded me of how frustrating going that slowly was.
Yeah.
So I got another FF 2000, and then went back into HSCC 70s road sports with a TVR, and then the chance of this came along, and it was a bit of a bitzer at the time. It had been sort of chucked in the back of a workshop for 10 years, and we bought it as very much as a project. It's taken us 2 years. Gary, my mechanic, and I have spent 2 years restoring it, and this is just the second race we've done in it.
I feel like I found the driver with the biggest racing CV in the paddock here at Silverstone by quite some distance. That is one hell of a CV. But speaking of amazing things, this car, you mentioned it, this is what your second time out in it and stuff like that. You bought it as a project car. What is its history a little bit, and what attracted you to grab this car, apart from the fact you wanted to go a bit faster than that MG Sprite?
Well, it's a Harrier, Group C2 car from the 1980s, so it's a international spec, sort of Le Mans type World Endurance Championship car. It never actually completed that. The people that had it originally just didn't have the budget. They raced in Thundersports in period and the British C2 Championship, and also did an inter-series round, so it's eligible for international racing. So,
yeah.
But it's quite a machine.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks amazing. And what is it like sharing the track with equally amazing machinery that Equipe bring out? It really is a spectacle. It's an exhibition of some absolutely amazing classic cars, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I'll let you know in a little while, because it's the first time out with these guys.
Well, that's true, yeah, I suppose. But it's a great series to be a part of. So good luck for qualifying, good luck for the race. Dave Kukaskas, and we will be bringing that race, 40-minute race for you now.
Thank you, Jack. And well, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to what is our 20th race of this weekend, our penultimate race of both today and the whole weekend, that means. And we are going back in time then to the Equipe Classic Racing Sports Prototypes. And as we can see the schedule there on screen, we've not got much more racing to go, but quite appropriately, to wrap up our racing this weekend, we are going back in time and we are going to be looking at some superstars of previous years in terms of the machinery out there. And indeed, if you're a fan of a historical machinery, you've got a treat in store, but if you're not, we'll definitely still settle down, because you're going to see some machines here which you'll be thinking, they used to race in that, or alternatively, wait, I've seen that because my dad used to have that on TV. Yep, you may have reactions like that, because we've got the Equipe Classic Racing Sports Prototypes coming up for a 40-minute race very shortly, and then we will be coming to what will be the Classic Racing Car Club's Formula Libre race number 2 of this weekend, and we've seen those open wheel machines making the way out there once more. Now, whilst we are waiting for the grid to come on through, I do believe at the moment that everything is just getting finalised down in the paddock. Well, we've got, if you may be wondering what is exactly going to be the Equipe Sports Prototypes, well, let's talk you a little bit through it. In that, it's new to Equipe Classic Racing as an entire sort of series or organiser for 2025, and it follows Equipe's acquisition of both the Pan-European Sports Prototype Cup and also the UK-based Zeo Prototypes series. We're going to see on the grid a mixture of what will be Radicals, Pragas, Revolutions and other prototypes on the grid, ranging through an entire variety of year ranges from the 1980s all the way through to the noughties, as I'm to understand it. The Sports Prototype Cup, the European Series, started in 2019 and grew quite rapidly, and it even formed part at one point of the race package, the support race package for the 2020 Portuguese and the 2021 Italian Grand Prix, in reference to Formula 1 of course. Meanwhile, the Zeo Prototype Series started in 2021 with the aim of attracting the fastest sports racing cars in British motorsport, and it's done exactly that, leading to highly varied grids including some unique, specially built prototypes which haven't really been seen too often. They may have been seen once or twice in their history, and they're back out on the circuit over the course of this year, racing once again, and that'll be great to see. There will be 6 classes on this grid of machinery, and it is all based on engine size, and well, there's classes A through to F, and it depends as well on whether the engine is naturally aspirated or forced induction as to which engine size is applied to which class. Now, we should point out this, much like what you saw with what was the CRCC Formula Libre, and also yesterday when you saw the Equipe Classic Racing 70s, this is a series, it's not a championship, so you're going to see a whole variety of machines out there, and they are racing. You will see some drivers who want to go a bit more racing than others, in terms they might be a bit bolder under braking, they might be a little bit daring, but because it's a series rather than a championship, it's all about gentlemanly racing here, whereby there's a higher standard expected with regards to cars parking up on circuit when they turn up on what is race day, and there's a high standard of driving expected as well, whereby overtaking will see drivers give each other a little bit more space, perhaps compared to what would be more championship-based racing. But that's not to say, of course, you're not going to see some drivers decide to perhaps be a little bit daring than others if they feel as though they've got the ability to make their racing machine absolutely work the dream. But as we do see what is right now a very clear set of skies here at Silverstone. Indeed, it's the perfect conditions to bring these machines out, because the sun is out with a little bit of intermittent cloud, so it will mean that we will be seeing what will be a little bit of perhaps cooler air coming over the circuit. Track temperature will dive a little bit, albeit track temperature has come up compared to how it was this morning and the early part of the afternoon, so we should have ideal conditions for our drivers to go racing in. A little bit more to talk about with regards to what is the sports prototypes here. In terms of this race format today, it is going to be a 40-minute race. It's a single 40-minute race, and the grid is set based on a qualifying session which occurred earlier today. Cars may be made up of 1 or 2 drivers. We will be seeing if it's a 2-driver team. Both drivers will need to take to the car at some point over the course of the race distance. And what will dictate a potential driver swap, alternatively just break up the racing, is there will be a mandatory pit stop over the race distance in that 40-minute race, as in 4-0. We will see a pit stop, much like we saw in the Equipe Classic Racing 70s series yesterday. We will be seeing that pit stop window open from what is 15 minutes into the race. So when we do see when we do see what will be at the clock hit 25 minutes all the way through to the final 10 minutes, and that will be when the clock does say 10 minutes remaining. But here's the grid then for what will be the Equipe Sports prototype race here at Silverstone this weekend, and as we can see, taking pole position there, Mike Genvay by what was only a 10th, if that, over the combination of Edwards and Shute. Behind the Genvay Gun TS6 and the Chiron prototype, we will then see the Juno Sports prototype. I had a chance to catching up with this man, Graham Jarman, who'll be lining third, and look at the delta, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. In the end, the delta between the two of them being only what was a 10th. So slender between them, no doubt about it. We'll then have the combination of the Chamberlain family lined up in 4th place in the CTR 01. Keep your eyes out for that. It's going to be a lovely car to see racing. And then we will then come to Nigel Redwood, who will be starting his race in 5th place in the Revolution 500 SC. And I believe that 500 in reference to the brake horsepower of the engine putting out, where some of the cars that start in front of it only have half of that power, if that, and are much smaller engines as well. Smith and Gray will line up in the Wolf Thunder, number 50, starting 6th, ahead of James Abbott in the Revolution 427, who lines up in 7th place on the full throw of the grid, with then Daniel Oliver in the Praga R1 taking to the 8th spot on the grid, and then completing what will be a top 10 will be Alex Champkin in the Phantom PR24 and Graham Cole in the Bicknell PS7. So that's your first 5 pros in your top 10 starters, but we've got more out there, and we also do have then starting in 11th, it'll be Ian Charles in the Radical PR6, ahead of Lee Collar in the ADR3, and then we will come to the final full row of the grid, including the man who Jack was speaking to only moments ago in that earlier interview, the Harrier LR46 driver of Dave Carrascus, and we'll have Craig McMahon starting in 16th place in the Radical SR3, and then line up last on the grid will be Shane Kelly in the Revolution 500 Evo, and that car being from what is the University of Wolverhampton racing team, and we'll tell you a little bit more about that in due course. But as our drivers make the way around, the race shall start via a rolling start. So what you'll see is the safety car is at the front of the field currently on a green flag lap, and as the safety car makes its way down the Wellington Straight, we will start to see all the field crew back up together. They won't be allowed to do any more tyre warming or potential brake warming. They will come back together, line up double file formation, and then it will be to our pole sitter of none other than what is Mike Genvay to take us away for 40 minutes of racing action. Another word on the pit stop. When our drivers do come into the pits within that pit window, we will see them have to remain stationary for 3 minutes as a minimum, so 180 seconds, and refueling is permitted, and if there is a 2-driver team, we will see the driver swap during that pit stop. So therefore, there's a little bit of strategy thrown into the mix here, and they did start off their series season for 2025 at Brands Hatch Indy, and we did see in what was the double header there, 2 20-minute races. Well, first place winner was Mike Genvay in the Genvay Gun TS6. He's taken victory in both that, and also it was race number 2 at the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Behind was Shane Kelly in the Revolution 500 Evo, and that was in race number 1. But second place in race number 2 went to Nigel Redwood in the Evolution 500 SC, and in third place honours, well, Nigel Redwood took them in race number 1 at Brands Hatch, but then it was Craig McMahon who took them in race number 2 there. So that's a bit of a mixed podium so far, but I can imagine it's going to be the big story of Mike Genvay looking to make it another victory today, but we look forward to seeing whether he's able to do so, because I can imagine a few drivers will be very eager to make a good impression, and one to watch out for starting third on the grid, Graham Charman. He reckons he might be able to chase victory here if he's able to get a good run, but he's targeting the top 3 as a minimum. But as our drivers make their way out of Luffield Bend, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take yourself slightly back in time and settle in for 40 minutes of Equipe Classic Racing prototype sports cars here as they make the way on through Woodcourt Corner, and we wait for our pole sitter Mike Genvay to take us to the green. And it's lights out and away we go, ladies and gentlemen, as those engines absolutely roar. They're practically deafening me, even though I've got a set of headphones on, as they roar the way down towards turn 1. It's a big scramble, the prototypes, as they all use their downforce to assault Cops Bend for the first time of asking, and as they all come on through there, well, right now it's all going to be about who's had the better run down into the Maggots, into Beckett's complex hairpin, and the number 35 of Genvay started to pull away already as the 5, meanwhile, of Jarman has moved up into second. He's had a brilliant start. He said he was going to try and jump into what's second place on the open lap, and he's done done exactly that as the rest of the field now makes its way around here. And well, these machines, of course, at a circuit that's very flat and got sweeping corners, they can really use their wings and their downforce to attack this circuit compared to perhaps other circuits. Coming into what is Brooklands. Oh, going to be a bit of a run deep there, side by side, and I think that might be the Revolution 427 of Abbott trying to make some progress there. But having to go a bit defensive as it is the Praga of Oliver trying to exchange positions. Coming out of the corner, I think that is going to be a change that's been made as they roar the way past. I hear the backfire of one of the engines there, a lovely backfire noise as they come on towards what will be another lap. Well, that's one lap complete. You can imagine how quickly they'll deliver these laps as going into Wade's turn at number 1 for this time around, was Edwards ahead of Chamberlain, but Chamberlain trying to put some early pressure on there as Redwood falling back a little bit in that 5th place. As the leaders come under break in there, well, you can see right now your overall leader is your Class B leader as well, and this is naturally aspirated machines with what is 1.5 through to 2 litre engines, alternatively forced induction engines that are from 883 cc's to 1175 cc's, so that's why we've got a bit of difference in depending on the engine delivery method. But coming down into what will be at Brooklands this time, well, the field now started to spread out as we see the different classes, the different engine performances and the different aerodynamic levels starting to mix things up with regards to our drive separating, with 4 different major classes here on the grid today. We're expecting there are going to be some great battles out there, albeit respectful battles as well, those battles whereby it's been a bit more what is showmanship and gentlemanly rather than absolute door-to-door racing. But coming in towards turn 1, we do see there what is still a little bit of side-by-side run, and the number 76 bringing up the rear, that's your class what is A leader of Redwood, who is following the Edwards and Chamberlain battle, and Edwards and Chamberlain right now absolutely getting hooked in their fight to each other as I try to make the way down. Further behind there, we do have what is, I believe, that is the number 11 making its way through. That is Kelly in what is the Revolution 500 Evo, and that car looking quite sweet at the moment as it carries on its way and tries to continue to make some further progress. And in fact, a little bit of a story with regards to Kelly's car, and we come back to it with regards to the university, and I'll tell you exactly what it means to be part of the University of Wolverhampton racing team. But from them, we do have what is the number 11 there of Kelly continuing to make a bit more progress coming out of the corner, albeit the 15 as well coming on through, and that is going to be the number 5. In fact, that is Charman now trying to make some more progress. Well, in fact, that is the 5. I'm getting my numbers mixed up there. And then we do have the 25 behind of Oliver right in the thick of a whole pack of prototypes here as they go all around. And some of these cars also being always one-off cars out there, and also some very rare cars. We see some battling further back, and this is between a pair of Radicals there going across that timeline, and that is going to be, in terms of 2 Radicals fighting side by side, I believe that is going to be Charles and McMahon, who are absolutely right next to each other. In fact, that was McMahon and Collar going side by side through there, and in terms of that battling between the 2 of them, I think we might be able to give you a bit of a scoop with regards to one of those 2 cars. We'll see what we can do on that in short order, but definitely a bit of a story about them as well as they come on down here. Well, right now things are looking feisty wherever you look, and we're only 4 minutes in over the distance. We've got plenty more racing to come as we do see the Group C prototype machine there of what is Carrasco's hanging on, but right at the back of the field right now. Well, this is the fight not to be in last place between McMahon and Collar, but as we do see Charles just in front in the Radical PR6. Well, a little bit of a tidbit about that number 24, the blue machine being passed around the outside there. The PR6, oh goodness, it's a big run wide from what was McMahon trying to make some progress there in the number 30. Well, as they come through, they're not too far behind Carrasco's in the Group C machine, heading in towards what we turn number 1, and through that right hand they go. But as they do, well, Charles will keep safe for now as the 33 stays right behind there, and in fact McMahon will get back ahead there as they come across that line, and Collar feels a little bit more comfortable being behind was McMahon at this time, but I imagine he will want to get ahead eventually. But from them, up the order we go. And with regards to Charles's number 24, to tell you a little bit about it before I forget to, the thing about that Radical PR6 is it is the last of the PR6s ever made by Radical. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. That car you're seeing out there is the last of its kind, and that is built and runs a Hayabusa engine with weighs 1.34 litres. And, well, I'm speaking to what was the engineer for the number 24 out there, and that is Neil Cox for what is Corinium Motorsport. We'll see it come through, and there it is. You can see the number 24 there, the blue machine with what is the white outlets to it, and as he roars his way on through, a lovely car there, but it is the last of the PR6 Radicals that you'll see. And the difference between this and the SR Radicals that you see behind that are battling side by side, lovely to see them all in shot here, the 30 fighting with the 33, and well, those Radicals being the Radical McMahon, we should say the white one, the yellow car is an ADR PR3. It's not a radical. The difference between the PRs and the SRs is that the PRs are made to be single seaters, whereas the SRs can have an extra seat in them. At least that's what Neil was explaining to me. Now, this car in particular that you'll be seeing out on the circuit was originally driven by Richard Staples, but didn't race it too often because he had two PR6s, funny enough, and he used the other one and had this one as a standby car, if you will, and it was bought by an individual known as Julian Griffiths, who raced it very successfully, but eventually moved to single-seater racing, and now as a result it ends up in the hands of this man in number 24, and that being none other than what is Mr. Charles out there, and well, he absolutely enjoys it. And the thing he loves about this car the most, when I spoke to what was our driver out in that car, is the fact he considers it to be an absolute dad and lad car to maintain, in the fact that you can really work on it in your shed with your son or indeed family members. But that's the story there. And the driver himself, Charles, well, he started off in saloon cars after the Jim Russell race school series, the race school at Silverstone in the 1980s. So it's quite poetic he's come full circle to essentially move into the PR6 and represent it here today at Silverstone. But that's a little bit of a story there with regards to what is the number 24, the radical PR6 of Charles there. We've got some other stories lined up with regards to our cars, but also let's talk a little bit more about the racing that's on the circuit as well, because we are seeing some great racing. But thank you to our cameraman and broadcast director for giving us time to talk about the number 24 for a bit. But as our guys come on through, that's number 21 there, and that is Cole right now. He's just lost out versus Champkin, who in the Phantom PR24 is now starting to make some progress. Is Cole in the Bicknell PS7 coming out of the corner then, and as they do, we're then looking a bit further up the order. We do see ran down the Wellington Straight there, a little bit of a quick exchange. Two drivers absolutely going flat out here as they come down towards the braking zone from Brooklands this time, and try and discern who it is then. These prototype machines are in, well, so you might be sat there thinking right now, do these look like something out of a video game? Well, indeed, a lot of these prototypes as well, in an era whereby there's always a need to experiment with aerodynamics and the bodywork of a car, but that's what a prototype is at the end of the day. It's not a road-produced car. The idea is that you opt to essentially experiment with the car and see what works, what doesn't, and that's why there were so many of these prototypes, particularly in perhaps the infamous Group C era of Le Mans, as well as in other machines. We do see the 76 making its way on through there, and that is the car that's leading in Class A of red with the Revolution 500 SC, but right behind him there is the Revolution 500 Evo of Kelly that started all the way from the back of the grid, and it has made its way all the way up in 6th already, and right on the back as they charge the way on down. But as they head onwards here, well, we will see exchange of places. We will wait and see, as we could potentially see that exchange here as they come down. Well, no, we won't, because this is a slightly different battle there, as we had somebody go off there and kick off an absolute dust storm on the exit of Luffield Bend. Can we get some information as that? I believe it might have been the Radical SR3 and McMahon who's dropped a place, in fact dropped down to last place, but definitely right now making it look as though it's the Sahara coming out of Luffield Bend, albeit that dust will gradually settle from the atmosphere. Drivers coming on down and looking back to the start finish straight, or charging away onto what will be another lap there is going to be the number 77 of Edwards, as I think we are going to get a replay of what happened at Luffield Bend, and here it was, and it was a run wide there. It was a trip out for McMahon, taking a trip to the gravel and then returning his great little fight with Collar getting ahead, but I can imagine McMahon will be coming back a bit later on as we come back to your live pictures, and a brilliant replay there as we do see a big dive up the inside there from one of our drivers in the lead lap, and I believe that's Genvay trying to make some more progress, but as he does so, with the 42 there of Carrascas, it's just going to have to stay on its racing line, and we will see the 35 pick its way through. Further on back, you can see that gap to a second place driver, Charman, now starting to open up a little bit more. That gap opening up to the best part of what is 3.5 to 4 seconds, but I think there's going to be more. A new fastest lap of the race being set by Charman, in fact, a 53.779, our second place runner at the moment in the Juno Sports prototype, and well, if we get a chance to stay with him, I'll tell you a little bit about that Juno that's running second place, that is chasing after the number 35, and the thing about that Juno car that makes it so lovely, I had the pleasure of speaking to Graham Charman, who by day is an aircraft engineer, but by evening works on this car and race on it. It's a car from 2006, and it features what is a 2 litre or a 1998cc if you want to be specific, Ford Duratec engine, raced by Craig Fleming originally, and now with Graham as a project car. It's officially one of the cars which is perhaps a last of its kind car, for the reason is Juno as a company, as I'm to understand it, no longer exists. So what does that mean in practice? Well, what it does mean is therefore all the parts you need in order to be able to maintain and run this car, they no longer exist either. So what does it mean Graham's done with the machine? Well, he's not given up. Instead, it's become a bit of a DIY project, and being an aircraft engineer, it's given him the experience to go away and engineer his own parts of the car and come up with modifications for it, because he has the original spec, all the designs for the car, as we do see Wild Drives making their way into the pit lane. We will get an update on that shortly as it heads on down. And that's number 76 heading down. I think that's Redwood there into the pit lane. Pit lane is not open yet for pit stops, we should point out, so this might be an unexpected and unscheduled pit stop. But the point about Charman's number 5 is that essentially he and the family have to come up with the parts themselves. They've got to design them, fit them to the car, and then use track days and events like this as they follow the Equipe Classic Racing Series. They've got to use them to experiment with what works and what doesn't work. So they may take a piece to the car, put it on the car, and for this race, for example, it may not work out, and then they have to go to what will be at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit and decide, okay, we need to change these parts because they're not working. They're all self-made parts by the family in working with friends and contacts. But that's a little bit of talk there about what is Graham Charman's car, and it's his first time in a 40-minute race with it, so therefore he's trying to make it the distance. We do see a little bit of the cement that was sprayed down from earlier as a result of the Civic race this morning being kicked up there, but the Radicals all fighting their way through and coming back to all that race, and it's definitely getting very tight and tasty as we see the number 15 of what is Chamberlain and to try and keep away Kelly. Oh, somebody's gone on very, very long there. That's the 42 taking for a trip. The Great Ormond Street Hospital sponsored car there, making its way on around, and as he does so, well, great to see Carrasco gets it turned around there in the runoff there. He'll return to the racing and, well, able to avoid any moment then. We don't want to see the lovely Harrier LR46 end up in the barrier or anything along those lines, but able to just to steer clear and avoid the danger. But speaking of being right in the danger right now, well, that is a brilliant battle going on there, and that is between what is number 15 and the number 11, I believe it is. I could be mistaken on that. In fact, that's the 77. That's Edwards. They're fighting for third. Class B battle there, and it's Chamberlain has moved up into third ahead of Edwards as they come into the opening corner. They're still enjoying a fantastic little scrap between them as the Radicals make their way on through on screen, and we also do have what is the ARG right behind them, but they're obviously a lap down now, racing for honours. And as we can see, a bit of a gap has opened up there where I think Chamberlain has been able to put the car between them. The blue machine there, trying to discern who that is, but he's been able to put them between over the course of the run. I think, in fact, that's Kelly, who is your Class A leader, as the number 42 comes into the pits. And I wonder whether perhaps something has gone on the number 42 because it's not coming in within the pit window, so therefore it might be they need to do some work on that car. But as we look to our leader then, making his way across the timeline, Genve adds another lap to the tally and continues to push onwards, and is doing so in a very, very confident manner, it must be said. And as he comes on through, well, right now, no change between our drivers as they roar the way on around, albeit as we do see the run for our leader, and then what will be that 4.5 second gap to Jarman. In terms of the lap time delta between them at the moment, well, Jarman is the faster driver. Well, he has done the faster lap of the two of them, but he has been the slower of the two drivers over the last few laps, and perhaps he doesn't have as much confidence in the car. Perhaps he doesn't want to push it as much, because one thing he did say to me is, given it's the first time the car's done a 40-minute race, he's aware of the fact of not overdoing it, and he'll be very grateful when the car can come into the pits, because during that 3-minute stationary time, the engine is going to switch off in order to cool down that Ford Duratec engine. Car 35 continues to roar off into the distance. There's the number 5 there, Charman, who we were just talking about moments ago. And, well, as he comes up through, we then do look to where's this great little fight here between the 15 of Chamberlain, and that is the number, I believe, 11 of Kelly, who's moving further up the order here. And, well, Kelly in the Revolution 500 Evo, the car which is actually charging onwards, and hopefully we can stay with that car for a while to talk about it, because I had the chance to catch up to one of the engineers of the University of Wolverhampton racing machine, and that was Chris. And what Chris was saying to me is that essentially the team is made up of a team of student mechanics who all work together on the car as an extracurricular activity. Well, the number 15 is trying to chase it down at the moment, but as he does so, we're talking more about the number 11 just ahead of it there, and the car being run by Shane Kelly. And previously, the University of Wolverhampton racing team have had a Praga for the best part of the last 3 years, but now this year they've moved to the Revolution 500 for 2025, and the idea is the university has bought the car off of Revolution. They bought it, had all the instructions, assembled it. Revolution can supply the parts, but the students actually work on the car each and every race weekend as part of doing their degrees, or in addition to doing their degrees. It's an absolutely huge team of students, and well, if you ever get to see them at a later race weekend this year, definitely pop on by and say hi. So I think it was a team, by my count, although I'm not very good at counting on fingers and toes, I think there are about 16 or 17 students there, and it's absolutely great to see them all getting behind, keeping and maintaining a racing machine for the university and to be out of the circuit, and Shane Kelly absolutely pushing it on around. But as they do, And heading in towards what will be turn number 1, we do see the 71 there of Abbott continuing its way on through, losing Kelly earlier on, and Abbott right now in a very comfortable second place in what is Class A in the Revolution 427, and then your third place driver in Class A being a bit further back, Cole in the Bicknell PS7. Well, they're enjoying their own separate races at the moment. It's completely understandable if perhaps they're thinking, you know what, we just got to get to the distance, but pit window is now open. It opened when the clock struck 25 minutes remaining in the top left corner of your screen. Of course, we count down rather than upwards. And with the pit window open, you'll see it close. It will be 10 minutes remaining as we do see our Radicals having another good scrap here. This is brilliant to see the battle of what is the PR6 versus, I believe, what is the SR3. And well, as they come on through, the number 24 there of what is Charles continue to hold off the charge of a man. And will these two continue to swap this place back and forth from lap after lap? And I think really with these Radicals, it's all about essentially who's able to break the draft, because the thing about Radical Motorsport is British company, British made machines, and the idea is they've raced it in multiple machines over the years, starting with the original SR1 all the way out to I believe what is now the SR13, which I think may be powered by a 8-cylinder engine unless I'm mistaken. I know they put 6 cylinders in one of them at one point and gone through multiple evolutions, but into the pit lane does come where's our second place driver Charman, who comes on in there to cool the car down and take that pit stop. And as our drivers make their way into the pits, well, we have got also what is the number 25 of Oliver into the pit lane. That would have been the Praga R1 in Class E, so that's being serviced there. And unfortunately, I think we may not see the cars of Carrascus, Smith or Gray, or Turkey Redwood back out there. They're all in the pit lane at the moment. We will see if we can find out if they are going to come back. We have got our bottom 3 on the timetable. They're all into the pit lane before the pit window opens, so I think they might be looking at issues with the car and having an additional pit stop. But as we do see Genvay making his way on around there in the number 35, absolutely in a world of his own right now, and we're looking to try and make it free, which is out of free. But into the pit lane comes another one of our drivers, and that is going to be, I believe, the 106 coming in. So that's the Bicknell PS7 of Cole that was at the time running third in Class A, and just gradually trundling its way on down the pit lane now. And in doing so, well, I think for Cole it's going to be about taking that 3-minute breathing room. Now, by the looks of things, our drivers are being quite considerate and opting not to have all the pit stops at the same time, because we'd have 3 minutes essentially whereby everyone is just sat in the pit lane waiting for their 3-minute window to pass. So we've still got cars to talk about out on the circuit. And as they charge the way down into that braking zone for what will be turn number 3 there, well, definitely right now it is that lovely little battle between the Class C and A machines that are enjoying themselves, all based on the period, and the Radical lookalike car there enjoying itself, albeit it's not quite a Radical lookalike in the sense, but the point I'm trying to make is they all do fit into that very particular body shape. As into the pit lane does come what will be the what will be the ADR3 of Collar there, coming in from what was 8th at the time, so he's made his way on in. So this pit lane is now starting to fill up with machines. We've got a couple of cars still out there, including the number 50, and that is Smith's car on an outlap. So he's just come back out onto the circuit, and I believe he did come in before the pit window opened, so therefore he might have had to do that pit stop. Well, in fact, he might end up picking up a penalty. Not that he'll mind, of course. The penalty will just see, I think, 3 laps added to his race time at the end. But remember, this is a series, not a championship. So therefore, for a lot of these drivers, where they finish doesn't actually matter to them. All that matters is they get to the finish at the end of the day and get to keep the car in one piece, which is wonderful to see. And if you're sat there wondering right now with regards to a lot of these drivers, are they essentially millionaires? Not all of them are. Quite a good number of them, they do this as a hobby. It's an expensive hobby. Motorsport indeed is arguably the most expensive hobby in the world, but the idea is they have bought these cars with savings over the years, and then they are using the money they make from their day jobs in order to be able to build and look after these machines. But then coming to the 76 there, and as the 76 makes its way on around, well, that's Redwood back out there, so it's great to see the Revolution 500 SC back out on the circuit, roaring its way on through. But as it does come down the Wellington Straight there, well, it does look as though it's limping along a little bit, but that might be out of cognizance of the car that's coming up the outside of it. Drivers meanwhile further into the pit lane. We've got quite a bit of what is cement dust going up there in the pit lane. I think there was an oil spill in the pits after Junior Saloon's car championship race, so therefore that might explain whilst we are seeing the dust clouds there kicking up in the pit lane. We can promise you we haven't deposited sandcastles in the pit lane, and as I try to roar the way on through, we're looking into what will be at the start finish straight here. Well, I think that is still our leader coming around. Well, in fact, no, it's not our leader. Our leader's in the pit lane there, so we are trying to see who that is. We have got most of our cars in the pit lane at the moment, so it will be a bit quiet. But as the circuit does fall silent, well, the one lovely thing is the number 24 and the 30 of our 2 drivers of Charles and the man they've decided to oblige us with plenty more fighting between their two radical machines, and they are absolutely locked in by second as they fight what is sixth on the road at least. But for them, more importantly, it's a scrap for whatever position they'll see themselves in once all the pit stops have played out. They're just enjoying the tussle. And the 24 continues to try and make its way away, as they do have what's a bit of an interloper there, making its way side by side, coming out of the hairpin onto Winton Straight they go. And who's that going to be? I didn't quite see the door number last time, or the car number I should say, really. Not with these cars having doors on them. Going in towards turn number 3, and I believe that is going to be one of our Revolution machines, and that might be Chamkin. I'm not quite sure, we will get confirmation on that, but that might be the Phantom PR24 driver trying to make some progress. As into pits comes a man from that battle, and on past comes the number 25, so again my number slightly wrong there, so that is going to be the car, the number 25 of Oliver there. That was one of the ones that did pit very early on before the pit window, and well, I think that might have been just for some preventive measures on the car to get that pit window done nice and early, albeit there will be a penalty after the race if it was outside the window, but again, won't be worried too much about results there. As the circuit does fall silent, at least at the front for now. We have got most of the field still in the pit lane. In fact, as I look at my Conti booth window, it is a little queue of cars there. It almost feels as though if they're queuing up for a drive-through, albeit some of the drivers did say to me that when they do have the 3-minute window, they will be looking to eagerly get a drink, because it does get very hot in these cars, and particularly now the sun's come out as well. I can imagine it's even hotter. As it gets hot, it's always appropriate to take. Oh, goodness me, that's a big spin there, and that is the number 5 that's gone for a turn, and that's Charman, who was roaring on. He was second before the pit stop. He brings it back together out onto where's the circuit into Luffield, but absolutely losing it and going for a big pirouette there. But thankfully, getting the car back into control and quickly spinning his way back onto the circuit. And as he comes on through, that'll definitely be a little bit surprised there. I'd imagine right now he might be thinking to himself, okay, don't make the same mistake twice. We haven't seen these slippery surface flags out there, which would be the yellow and red flag, so therefore it might be the case that he just got a little bit too eager into the braking zone, and these machines, well, they can be pushed, but even they have their limits. As I try to make the way onwards then in towards what will be the second half of this race. But further up the road, coming out of turns 2 and 3, what is that long line of prototypes now as they make the way along. Fantastic. See, one of our cars going a bit slowly. I believe that is the car of Redwood, the 76, which is, well, no, that's not Redwood, because Redwood's in the pit lane, but there's going to be a swap position here. That is going to be what will be the number 5 of Charman, making its way up the inside there and swapping positions with the car. I didn't quite see the door number there. I do see a bit of a backfire, the flames spitting out the back of the exhaust. Absolutely brilliant to see. And into the pit is going to come the car there, and that is going to be the 21 venturing its way into the pit lane, and that is going to be your current race leader in the Phantom PR24 of Champion, albeit I believe not race leader when it came to how they all were before they started the pit stops, but it does mean that we are seeing a bit more shuffling, and as a result I think we are going to see the car of what will be Genvay, the 35, gradually start to regain its place at the front of the field. We're saying that, I think a couple of drivers out there have made a bit of a jump. We've got the Chamberlain CTR01. Well, that is on an outlet. Now, whether they have served the full 3 minutes or not, I haven't been keeping count myself, to be honest. I haven't got the stopwatches available to me. That's what the timekeepers are for. But then that's a bit of a shuffle. And in fact, we have had the confirmation that Genvay has retaken the lead there. We thought he would, but as the drivers come on through, all the drivers continue to make their way on around here. And it does look as though the Revolution machine's now starting to get a little bit closer, as does the number 25 there, and that is going to be Oliver's Praga R1 that's pushing onwards. And some of you may think of the brand in the Praga, you may be thinking, well, that's quite familiar, and you would be thinking of what would be Jimmy Broadbent, of course, sim racer turned real life racer. Well, he enjoyed some absolutely brilliant spoils only a year or so ago, racing the Praga R1 in the United Kingdom. Racing alongside, I believe it was Geordie Much, and now gone on to race in the Bilstein BMW, and that racing as part of the ADAC Endurance Championship, unless I'm mistaken. Don't quote me on that, however, but I know racing with the likes of Misha Chowdhury and also Steve Alvarez Brown. But as we come from what is talking about the Praga R1 to talking about our leader there's Genvay going across the line once again, and as he does so, sets a 53.95. And the thing about these machines, these radicals and all different types, including what is the car there of Genvay, also known as the Genvay Gun at TS6, well, it's all about here managing the car, because you can see how low it sits to the ground. That's the wonderful thing about these prototypes. They have very little ground clearance, so therefore on circuits that are as flat as Silverstone, you can really push it to its limit, and the only limiting factor of these cars at a circuit such as Silverstone is how much downforce you're running and also how confident you are with the brakes and if you've got any tyre life to carry it on through. But as we can see there, Genve just able to sweep on through with the speed and absolutely looking in control. We've also got the 71 there of Abbott, and that is of course the Revolution 427, second place in class what is A at the moment. And as he makes his way around, well, now we are seeing most of the drivers are back out on circuit. The only two that are not are Champkin and also Charles. They're in the pit lane. They are listed as your leaders, but I'm certain that they will be demoted by Genve as their 3-minute pit stop carries on there, and their cars and indeed the drivers get a well-deserved rest. As we do see a swapper position there coming up towards what will be the timeline. At least swapper track position, albeit in separate laps. Well, that is going to be the charge there of the number 77 making its way on through, and that's being run by Edwards, who's taken over the car from Shoot. So the Chiron prototype driver now pushing onwards, and in fact a new fastest lap of the race. A 53.614 for the Class B drivers, running in second in class, fourth overall, but we believe they are second overall as well once the pit stops have completed. So they're now starting to push on a little bit, and perhaps for them, Shoot may be perhaps a less experienced driver. And that's one of the nice things about driver pairings in this, is the fact that certain drivers may not feel as confident in running for 40 minutes over the full distance. So instead, what they may opt to do is have a more experienced driver as part of the driver pairing and have a less experienced one. Of course, with 15 minutes before the pit window opens, you can put your less experienced driver in the car for 15 minutes, and that gives them some good experience, and then put the faster driver in the car for the remainder, or vice versa. You have the faster driver run the car for, say, the opening 27 minutes, which you'd have to do because add 3 minutes on, that'd be 30 minutes, and you'd only have 10 minutes left at that point. But the point being there, it is a great place for less experienced drivers to get experience in those driver pairings and also drive some historical machinery. And there is the 77 that we're talking about. And while I don't know exactly the experience levels of Edwards or Shoot, and therefore I don't want to say that one's more experienced than the other, but that might be a tactic they're using. One might be comfortable more than the other. Alternatively, one might just like Silverstone more than the other. Or alternatively, they may have just agreed of going into what is this round of racing. You know what, I'm going to do the main legwork here today, and you can just take it easy. But of course, a lot of these driver pairings, they are not per se teams, they're more friends. They race as part of a team, and therefore they just enjoy being out on that circuit. As we do see the 77 continue to roar its way on through, sitting absolutely low to the ground there, and goodness me, you think of the size of that rear wing compared to the wings we see on machines nowadays. So there's the 15 of what is the Chamberlain family carrying on. I believe it is now the CTR R1 being piloted by what is none other than Richard Chamberlain. He's got behind the wheel after Matthew Chamberlain was in it at the start of the race, and the Class B machine carrying on its way and trying to chase down what will be third place in its class, but we'll have to chase down Charman in order to do so, as we then did see what was our Radical SR3 carrying on its run into turn 1, going side by side with, I think that was the ADR3 unless I'm mistaken, although in fact I think I might be mistaken. No, I think that's actually in fact what is the Bicknell PS7 as I mince my words. Don't mince the fact there. We have got what is a view there of what is our number 5 and Charman carrying on here as he comes on through. Currently running in 4th place, 6.5 seconds down on Kelly, who really has been a bit of a revelation since the start of the race. Or should I say, has he been a bit of a revolution? Pun intended. You can also, I can hang up my coat now, because the Revolution 500 Evo driver there has moved up into 3rd as a result of the pit stops and is looking very quick indeed. But 11.5 minutes left then as the drivers continue to make the way on through. Well, now the pit stops are definitely complete. The pit window is almost closed. We do have Redwood and Carrascas in the pit lane, and I believe both of them, they have been serviced eternally. So therefore, in other words, the cars have retired from this race. But we do see the 11 there of Kelly charging onwards, and Kelly's lap times, in fact, just taking a look over my shoulder here at the TSL, they're not far off of the lap times of the Chiron prototype just up the road, or Genve's lap times. And in fact, Genve's lap times are starting to fall a little bit by the wayside here. Might be cooling down and managing that gap. But as they make the way around, could Kelly potentially spring a surprise here? The number 11 being run by Shane Kelly, starting from the very back of the grid and has made its way all the way through. And if so, well, that would be an absolutely great result for what would be the University of Wolverhampton racing team as the tries charge the way on through. Well, right now the number 11 definitely looking to be absolutely blasted, and Shane Kelly absolutely keeping his head down there and pushing it onwards. Gap between himself and Edwards is the best part of 3.5 seconds, as we do see a little bit of contest further down the order. And it is going to be a bit of a scramble there as they come across the timeline between some of our prototypes further down the field. That was Cole in the Bicknell PS7, the red machine, making its way on past the Radical SR3 of McMahon, the white machine there in the number 30. And there they all come into the braking zone. The 24 of Charles and the Radical PR6 leads this group, and they're all fighting over what is 10th place overall. They're a whole medley of classes, so they're not fighting for class position necessarily. But here comes the Bicknell as it makes its way down the Wellington Straight there. You can see the difference in straight line speed as they come down into that braking zone, whereby the Bicknell was able to roar through. That Radical very quick in the corners, but it just doesn't have the straight line speed. New fastest lap of this race, going to the second place car overall. That's the Saloon prototype piloted by Edwards, a 53.328. But the number 5 is crawling along here, and Charman right now, we was wondering if he can make it to the end of the 40 minutes. I don't think it's going to make it. He is crawling into the pit, and well, perhaps something has gone, or perhaps he's seen that a temperature gauge has decided to max out, and he's decided he's got to bring it in as a precaution. That's a shame, because we would have loved to have seen that car make its way all the way into the 40 minutes on was essentially its debut 40-minute race under the hands of Graham Charman, but it's not going to work out that way today, and I'm sure Graham in the end will be thinking to himself, okay, it hasn't worked out here, but there's plenty more racing to come later this year, and next up of course will be a return here to Silverstone, but for the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit of the weekend of the Saturday the 7th and 8th of June. So hopefully he's able to get the car back out next. We'd love to see it again. But meanwhile, the fastest laps keep on being drummed in there by the Saloon prototype of Edwards, and now onto a 53.274, and that gap to Genvay being sliced down at the best part of what is 6 to 7 tenths a lap. And there's your leader of Genvay, who right now just enjoying the run. Will he respond come the end of this lap? We'll wait and see whether there's going to be a response there from the white and red machine, the Genvay Gun TS6. But definitely right now, absolutely sliding through those corners. It almost looks as though the car is flying through the corners, actually literally in the way it runs over that tarmac, and looking to be absolutely happy with the way it's handling, at least at this time. But as we do see there, what will be the car of the number 77 make its way on around? Will continue to push onwards, and Edwards flying in the Saloon prototype as they charge way out towards that timeline, and the gap there now being updated. It's another 53. In fact, it's a 53.009 from Edwards there. So Edwards going faster and slices what is a 1.2 second hole into that lead led by Genvay. Well, if he carries on at this rate, I can imagine that for Edwards, and that being Jonathan Edwards, who partnered with Robin Shute, well, Edwards would be there on the back of Genvay on what would be the closing lap of this race. So therefore, we could have a battle for Class B victory right at the close, and it might be a bending of the trend so far this year, which has been that Mike Genvay has taken victory in overall and Class B at every race event. But as we do see there, one of our other prototypes making its way on through, that is going to be the number 11 there of Kelly coming around. Well, it's the third place overall machine, the Class A leader. Kelly enjoying himself out there and trying to chase down the top two. Kelly not quite at the pace of the Saloon prototype of Edwards, but matching the lap pace of Genvay, as we do get a new lap coming from our race leader, and Genvay setting a 53.777, Edwards a 53.210, so another half a second off. But hold the phone on that one, because we've got a bit of side-by-side battling here between what is our 71 of Abbott fighting with, I believe that might be Chamberlain, who using the number 15 and also the 24, but they're going to split the seas around the 24 there, and it's going to be a cut up the inside for Abbott as he tries to take the position for fourth place. Into the right handle they go for the Luffield Bend. Will there be an exchange between them, because they did come onto this lap together? Well, there will be a counter-attack, and that is going to be a swap. Oh my good lord, a big tank slapper there for the number 71. The Revolution driver just trying to get the power down too aggressively, and in the end having to fight the car to point it a straight line. So it will mean that we'll see the number 15 of Chamberlain holding on to fourth place for now, but Abbott right with them as I head across that line. But brilliant car control there from Abbott to get that back under control. I thought that was going to go around and we could have had an instant, but not quite in the end, and able to keep it pointed in a straight line as they make the way in towards the Magazines of Beckett's complex. And through the hairpin, well, here comes the 30 looking around the outside of the 24. These two are absolutely inseparable. All we need is the little yellow machine to go with it, and we'd have an absolute brilliant trio. But it's not quite to be, as I believe we have already had what is the 33-4 a bit further away, but the 24 of Charles and the 30 of McMahon enjoying their little fight, as we do see all the leaders come through, and a spin there. And well, McMahon had a spin earlier on, I believe, or was close to losing it, and oh goodness me, that was very close there. And well, I think in the end, trying to bring the 30 to a standstill. I think the car might have even stalled there as a result of it, and I wouldn't be surprised if definitely that was a scary moment for everybody involved. But thankfully, some great reactions from the drivers coming through. And in fact, is that the car that took evasive action? I'm not quite sure, but it is parked up. Is that coming out of turn one? Yes, it is. It's just parked in the middle of the road, and that's coming out of Cops. That car has got, oh goodness me, is that a bit of smoke? I think he's trying to reignite or restart the car, as we did see a brief split of flame there coming out of one of the exhausts. We'll keep updates on that, but I wouldn't be surprised if we are going to have a couple of yellow flags out there as a result of what has been those moments. Well, as our drivers carry on, well, we do have racing at certain points, and have we had what is the number 30 get itself restarted? Yes, we have. It has moved on from Brooklands Corner, and well, that does mean now we do see the field come together with 5 minutes remaining. We have got a hand up there, and it is a red flag, ladies and gentlemen, and I believe that red flag might be for one of the cars that parked up, and well, as we do see what is the red car there, the Bicknell PS7 of Cole carrying on its way. Well, I think a red flag has been called. That might be the end to the race here for the Equipe Classic Racing at Sports Prototypes, and I think everyone has been called to the pit lane. And well, that's unfortunate. We're not going to potentially see the full 40-minute distance. We'll keep you apprised of that, but definitely it was a bit of a scary moment there for two of our cars. I think all cars that were stationary have got going, and we're not exactly sure why the red flag has been called in terms of what has triggered it, but we can say that it might have something to do with what was the Bicknell PS7 of Cole, the 106 that we do see making its way on around, and also what happened to the 30 of McMahon and the Radical SR3 for their spins and stationary moments. So it does mean, as all of our drivers come on down, well, an absolutely fantastic viewing of all of our sports prototypes out there as well. And great to see so many of them out there for practically the whole race distance. Unfortunate it didn't quite make it to the full 40 minutes in the checker flag, but presuming that this is where the race is called, it will mean that Genvay, and that of course being none other than the number 35 driver of what is Mike Genvay, will take another victory, carrying on from his victories at Brands Hatch back on Sunday the 29th, Saturday the 29th and Sunday the 30th of March, and will continue that run. But it will be another second place there. Well, in fact, it won't be another second place for what will be Shane Kelly, because in fact he finished third behind the combination car of Edwards and Shute, so they will be taking their first podium of the season overall, but Kelly will be taking that Class A honours. But here are the provisional results, subject to any assured inquiries, and as we can see, Mike Genvay then taking victory overall and in Class B after 35 minutes or so of racing, ahead of Edwards and Shute, who rounded off what would be at the top two of Class B. Class A winner and third place overall went to Shane Kelly for the University of Wolverhampton Revolution 500 Evo, ahead of the Chamberlain family powered machine, the CTR 01, that took fourth place. James Abbott, runner up there in Class A, and well, as we do see our tower being updated there, well, we will tell you the race results. I think we had a glitch on our screen, we apologise for that, but fifth place went to Abbott there, run up in Class A, ahead of Class E winner Oliver in the Praga R1, and then we did have Champion taking Class C on his seventh place overall in the Phantom PR24, ahead of Charles, and then it was 9th and 10th to McMahon and Collar. Best of the rest in 11th was the Smith and Gray combination in the Wolf Thunder machine, and then we did have the unfortunate retirements of Charman, Redwood, Carrascus and Cole. So 15 starters, and unfortunately in the end, ladies and gentlemen, we only have seen what is a grand total of what will be, I believe, 11 finishers, but still so great to see our Equipe Classic Racing Sports prototypes out there as they continue off on what is their maiden 2025 campaign in this series. But as we do see our marshals walking around, I think picking up some bodywork off of some of the cars, well, we may be getting a word or two from our drivers down in Parc Ferme once they've all made the way on through, and well, we'll wait to find out whether Jack Elephant is on standby in order to be able to bring us those interviews. But as our drivers have made their way into the pit lane, well, the marshals definitely doing up some clear up work there, and well, we do see what is our safety stroke course car just making its way off the road, and we are just waiting for a word of whether we can get some post-race interviews. And in fact, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be get some post-race interviews. So without further ado, we are going to cut down to Parc Ferme and hear from Jack Oliphant and our selected drivers.
Right, we have a bit of an abrupt end to that race, which is a bit of a shame. Obviously, the red flag has slightly made this a little bit of a rush to figure out who's gone where. But I believe Edwards and Shute, John Edwards, Robin Shute, to be honest, I'm not sure, I'm sorry, if you're John or if you're Robin.
How rude.
I do apologise, but we've only seen you guys once this weekend. So, John or Robin, or does it not matter?
I'm Robin.
Robin, nice to meet you. Very good. Congratulations on the second place overall, shall we say. Talk us through how that race went, and did you actually see what happened and made it such an abrupt finish?
I didn't exactly. I don't know if there's an incident. There was a few cars backwards around the track, sort of chilling out. I don't know if that was it or not, but yeah, otherwise, good race. had some catching up to do. I think I was P5 or P6 on the driver change, and then just cracked on and got my head down and went quick and pulled back some places.
I was going to say, very quick indeed. I mean, this is a fantastic looking car as well. What we like to do with the generally the CSCCs or the Equipe is sort of talk about the car really specifically. I mean, is there much history behind this? When did you get your hands on it?
I got my hands on this on Friday.
Fantastic, right, okay, so this is a bit of a shock for you.
Yeah, no, I flew over from America to race with John. First time around Silverstone, first time in this car as of Friday, so baptism of fire.
What on earth possessed you to do not possess you to do it, because obviously anybody would jump at that opportunity, but how did it come around so last minute?
Well, this is a new car to John, and he needed a little help in checking that the car is dialed in as he wanted. It is. It's a really fast, fun car. And
he thought I'd fly someone in from America to do that.
Well, me and him are mates, and we know each other from Pikes Peak, and you don't turn down an opportunity like this.
You absolutely don't. No, I've got to go around and jump to a few other people, but congratulations on overall third place. Thank you, sir. Right, on to the next one. Sorry about that track commentary. Always the problem. Shall we have the number 11 first, which is Shane? That was it. Sorry, my apologies. Third place is, my bad. On the qualifying, it said you were started right down towards the back end of the field. Is that actually correct, or was TSL lying to me?
No, that's right. We only completed the straight in qualifying, and the 500 Evo's got such good systems on it. It shut me down on a low wheel pressure, which is a bit of safety there, which is good. We opted to sit out just in case and made sure the car was right, and got it right for the race. And we did miss out on a bit of running, which we sort of hampered us pretty late in the race, where we wanted to push harder and try and get maybe better than P3. But
ultimately, from the back to P3 is pretty good. I mean, around Silverstone, that must have been pretty good fun.
Yeah, it's fun coming through. Fair racing as well, which is good. A few tight moves into Brooklands. Got a nose cut a couple of times, but it's worth having a go. Great. The car ran faultless just now, and so great job by the guys, and worked hard over the last couple of days, and thanks to Revolution and all the sponsors as well. Really good.
Well, you got a long race there and such a short track. You come from the back. What is it like to carve through, and then you have to deal with the slower traffic on such a short lap, really? Because you must fall over that traffic quite consistently.
Yeah, the approach speeds are quite big, which is always a bit of caution on that side. But but again, everyone's fair. The track's nice and wide as well. So, really enjoyed that.
Can we expect to see you out another race soon?
Yeah, here in the GP. Yep.
Oh, really?
Yeah, GP next time. Back out again. So looking forward to that. The car will again even be better then. So
I bet going through Maggots, Beckett's and Church and that thing must be one of the best feelings in the world.
Beautiful. Yeah, downforce. We like loads of that.
Yeah, no, love it. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Right, and on to our race winner, Genvi. Strong race result there, and you can't get much better. You must be absolutely buzzing.
Yeah, really good. I've not done a 40-minute race for a long time, so it's getting quite hard towards the end, and we were a bit close on fuel, so I was trying to lift and coast, which I've never had to do before, and it just messed me up completely in the middle, and I could see the gap coming down, and we had an alternator issue from very early on, so the voltage was dropping down. It hadn't affected the car yet, but it was affecting me a bit. But no, really cool. Just a shame shame we didn't get those last few laps, but I'm quite relieved we didn't.
I was going to say, you say it's a shame, but it's still the top step of the podium, isn't it?
Yeah,
so
I could see obviously the pit board and see him catching up, and I was kind of managing it okay, but I wasn't going to go flat out until he was right behind. I wasn't going to let him get on my toe, but I was going to keep sort of going steady until he was right behind me. So no, harder work than it looked maybe from outside the car. Really great, and it's been a great day today, and thanks a lot for Club Equipe for hosting these cars.
Yeah, I was going to say, speaking of the cars, you mentioned that it's quite hard work. You haven't necessarily done a 40-minute race. How did the cars step up for that race? Did you find any faults with it, or was it more of a case of maybe you found one or two faults with your lifting and coasting?
Except for the alternator. That was lap one, so that wasn't. No, I mean it all fine. It was handling it quite nicely. We still had a bit in the tank, as you do, but I knew the guys behind wouldn't be leaving anything in the tank. So, like I say, I was just waiting till maybe when they got down to 3 seconds, we'd have
managing the gap is what they call that.
Really trying hard, yeah. But we're just trying to nurse it home, be careful because it's never done a 40-minute race, so it was the first time for the car as well.
Right. Well, have you done sprint racing before? Then you said that you haven't done a 40-minute race. Have you done a bit of endurance, bit of sprint racing before? What's your background?
I did an endurance race in 2011.
Oh, right, okay. It's a bit of a while ago then.
Yeah, a while ago. Otherwise, the rest have been sprints.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was fine. The neck, we'll work the neck a bit before the next 40-minute race, especially around here, wherever you're doing a lot of right-handers all on top of each other. It's going to ache in the morning, but yeah, no, otherwise fine.
Fantastic. We see you out at Silverstone GP?
Yeah, definitely.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for having a chat. Right, the Equipe prototypes are done and dusted, and I think that means we've only got one more race here at Silverstone, and it's going to be the Libre. Can't wait for it. Paul, over to you. Robin Lackford is alongside me, somebody we didn't get a chance to chat to after the first race. Well, this is after the first race, but we didn't get a chance to chat to you live. Robin, I've been told that you have known this car since 1972, is that correct?
No, not 72, 1990 when it came back. It was built in 72.
Oh, right,
but
okay.
It came back to the UK in 1990.
Oh, right, okay. My reliable sources are not so reliable. He's putting his hand up in the corner. Okay. Right, so 1990, how did you come across it then?
A client of mine bought it, and I ran him until he was too old to drive it. And when he got too old, I couldn't part with the car, so I had to buy it off of him.
I love the fact that you did that. So how is it to drive now?
It is fabulous. It's just beautiful. It's such a fantastic car to drive. I don't actually drive the car.
Oh, right. Okay.
I just sit in there as a passenger, and the car does it all.
It lets you take it for a ride, basically.
No, it takes me for a ride. I just sit there and it does it. You know.
It's unbelievable to see, and to be honest, with this sort of. With the Equipe guys and everything like that, it is a fantastic event, and not only in your car enjoying yourself, but to see the other cars around you must be a bit of a buzz.
Oh yeah, it is. I mean, this is really fast and furious. This is, it catches your attention the whole time. You don't get, a millisecond of respite from it.
Yeah.
Because that Argo, especially, he was on the pace the whole time.
Yeah, I can imagine. I actually accidentally said Equipe there. It's not the Equipe, that's a different race category. It's the CRCC. My apologies. Yes. Yeah, my apologies for that one. So, I mean, you got another race later on. I bet you're just as much looking forward to it as you were. Is it exhausting to drive these cars? Because they look like they're hard work.
Then, not when you're young, but when you're an old age pensioner like me, it is a bit, yeah.
I think I'd be terrified of it, to be honest, because the tyres are massive, the engines are loud and everything. Is it not that scary to drive in?
It's lovely. It's absolutely lovely. I've raced all sorts of things. I've raced everything, from radio controlled cars right the way up,
Wow.
And it's lovely.
I can't wait to see them out on track again. Thank you very much, Robin, for having a chat. And we will actually see them in about 30 seconds' time. Over to you, Paul.
I'm not sure I'll be able to do it again, though.
I'm sure you will, Robin. Don't you worry about a thing.
Thank you, Jack. And well, those were some brilliant words there from Robin Lackford, who you will see on the grid then, because it is time for our final race of this weekend of the TCR UK race weekend at Silverstone National. And we are wrapping it all up then with the Classic Racing Car Club Formula Libre Series as they get their fourth round of this 2025 season underway. And it will be behind the rolling start Graham Ridgway, who lines up on pole position, having taken victory in race number 1, and the results carry forward into race 2. Andrew Smith will line up second. Second row goes to Robin Lackford and Paul Dibden, ahead of Roger Newman and Rodney Toff on row 3, Jeff Williams and Pat Blakeney on row 4, ahead of David Jones and Nicky Cotterill on your 5th row to complete your top 10. And it's a quick run through the grid here, ladies and gentlemen, because we are on that rolling start that's due to get underway. And then on row number 6 it'll be John Cotterill and Bruce Bulchin, and then on the final row of the grid Simon Langman and Jaap Bellevue. But that is going to be your 14 car starting order. They're all ready to go, and as they make the way out of what will be the final corner, it will be to our 77 of Ridgway to get us underway then for our final race of the day here at Silverstone National. And here they go as they roar their way down towards turn number 1, and the roar of classic Formula machinery charges its way into turn 1. But as they come on down there into what will be the braking zone, well, you can already see the leaders actually turn away. The number 27, meanwhile, otherwise at Bristol Chin, taking a Bristol Chin. I was right the first time there, as my eyes do deceive me. Absolutely holding on to that run through what was Cox Bend and in towards the Maggots into Beckett complex. But right now, just building himself up to pace there, as all these different formulas of different engine sizes and different power outputs from its historical F2s and F3s will all right now definitely just getting themselves all clocked in. This will be a 20-minute race, by the way. Some of you who are eagle-eyed, you may remember the first race of their day, which was earlier today, was 15 minutes. So they do one 15-minute race and then they up it to 20 for it's their second race of the day. Oh, as one goes straight on there, brings it together. I wonder if that might have been a little bit of a missed braking point there, and we're trying to see who that was, but definitely a major excursion and then some, but bringing it back together, and we'll get an update on who that was going straight on shortly. And was that, I don't think that was Dibden, but we will see. But we can see that a little bit further behind there as they make their way through. We will catch up with the car that did have its long excursion, and I believe that is going to be the car there of what will be, excuse me, I think that's going to be the car of, well, we're trying to discern who it is. Number 30, there we go, as it does appear on screen, and it was the car of Langman there, the Brabham BT30, and, well, it's a shame that's gone straight on, because I did have a chance to speak to him a little bit earlier on, but hopefully you'll stay out of the circuit. It's not a sign of mechanical failure, and we'll tell you a little bit more about the BT30 when we do get the chance. But going to those drivers that's still out there towards the front of the field, and as they make their way on through, that's going to be what will be the 77 making its way out of now the last major corner, and just charging away off into the distance is Ridgway, very comfortable in the car as he heads up towards turn number 1 once again. 4 seconds, and that gap is growing to the March 24B of Smith. Well, in fact, Smith being passed there, as we do have it fallen a bit further back. That is the number 30 there, carrying its weight. It's great to see it still soldiering on. And in fact, we are going to end up focusing on the 30 for a little bit longer, to tell you a bit more about the number 30, and that being the car of Simon Langman for Team SRR. Well, it is a BT30 from 1970. It's in a Formula 2 trim. It's the original FVA engine. We talked a little bit about this earlier on, but we squeezed it in. 230 brake horsepower, and it is a semi-works car that originally was used for racing in Germany. And, well, now used originally for up-and-coming German racing drivers, including the likes of Robert Stommel. Well, now it then went to South Africa after that, was raced out there, then to Austria and Switzerland, but has moved back and forth, and now owned by its current driver of Simon Langman ever since. So a major history of that car, as we also did see the Toms 98 making its way along. And there is the lovely little red machine of the number 8, as being run by Blakeney, the Van Diemen MS13. And that car will feel quite familiar to some of you, because you will have seen cars like that in the Heroes of FS1600 Sprint Series as of yesterday. But as the 27 carries on and the 30 makes its way around, well, these two are running very close together there, and Borchin right now trying to keep Langman behind for as long as possible. Two very different styles of machine there in terms of the aero on them. Well, you'll notice that Langman has no rear wing to speak of, whereas Borchin does, but differences in power as well down the straight and going in towards turn 1, and differences of era of machines and specification as well. And with the lack of a rear wing will take away some downforce, but it'll enable a bit more straight line speed, as we also look to the 111 there, and that is the car of what is Williams in the Van Diemen RF82, just enjoying that lovely run into the Maggots into Beckett's hairpin. But as he makes his way out of that hairpin, we'll shortly see him coming through, and we'll see a number of cars making their way down. That's the 98 Toff there, the Toms machine also charged its way down, the more modern Formula 3 machine, albeit I say modern, it still is the best part of 20 years old, if not a little bit more than that, but the point being it is one of many of the cars out there of all different historical eras. But as we see the 130 of Dibden coming up through, well, the one thing that's important about this, the battle between Dibden and Lackford, is the fact that these two are absolutely locking horns in race number 1 of the day, and something tells me they might be doing the same again in this race, as we do see the man who we had the interview with building up to this race there in the 57 of what is Robin Lackford trying to hold on right now, with Dibden getting ever closer little by little. Paul Dibden definitely putting the pressure on, but these drivers absolutely love these machines. They know how they work and they know how to push them. The 41 of Smith, that is Andrew Smith in the TS Historic machine in terms of the team, but it's the March 74B. He's still holding on quite comfortably to second at the moment, but he won't be if he runs out a little bit wide like that again coming out of left field corner. So with 15 minutes to go, the opening 5 minutes have seen Ridgeway run away. We expected that, but the fight for second is definitely condensing now as I come across that timeline, and indeed it may feel as though for those of you who are perhaps a little bit sleepy, given the fact it has been a long day of racing today, but a great race, you may feel as though you've been teleported backwards the best part of what is 30 to 50 years of racing right now, given the specs of the machines, and I wouldn't blame you because it's absolutely brilliant to see here. But no, you're seeing these cars racing each other in what is the modern era, albeit all racing in their periodic spec, as we do see at Lackford they're getting a lovely run coming out of the Beckett's hairpin, and Dibden meanwhile taking a long excursion. But from them, it's a bit unfortunate, we're seeing the number 27 making its way into pit lane, and that is going to be the car of Paul Chen, who I think might be having to retire that car, at least have an issue on it looked at, because it is just gradually making its way onwards, and it's not in a happy state, that car, by the looks of things, as he makes his way past me here, past my commentary booth window. But as our drivers carry on, and the 57 continues to chase after second place honours, or it's going to be instead now being chased for is those third place honours by Dibden, albeit the gap between these three is starting to spread a little bit now. It has opened up to what will be a gap of 1.5 seconds between Smith and Lackford, and a further second to Dibden, and there's your overall leader. Meanwhile, he's already the best part of 23 seconds clear out there is Ridgeway. He's absolutely roaring off into the distance, and unfortunately I didn't get the chance to catch up with him in what was the lunch break there, given that the pandemonium that was going on, as it does in any race paddock. Would love to have spoken to him and heard a little bit more history about the machine. Unfortunately, we'll get to just see the historical March 742 carrying its way on through there as he completes another lap. Coming across that line, we do see some of our slower cars now having a lap put on them. That's the 61 that he's just made his way on past, of one member of the Cottrell family there, and that'll be Nicky Cottrell running the number 61. The Lotus 61M there, and well designed to go for what is the door or car numbers in representation of the era or the generation of the Lotus machine. And from the leader we then come back to the fight for second through to fourth, and it does seem as though Dibden is starting to fall off a little bit more. Smith is opening up that pace. Dibden not as quick as Lackford there, albeit just missed out by a tenth, but the point being they are definitely now starting to separate in time. Further back we do have Newman, who is 21 seconds down the road in the 155, but you'll notice there he has a Formula 3 machine right on the back of him, and that is the Tom's 98 of Toff, getting very close here as they come through, and Toff will have plenty of downforce, but he'll want a bit of the toe. He's going to go to the inside here. They may have a change of position here into turn number one. It's going to be side by side on the entry, but who's going to back out? Not quite sure, as the overall leader makes his way up behind them, so they're going to have to settle their difference shortly, because the 77 otherwise will be putting a lap on the both of them, and they'll have to respect the blue flags. But as they come in towards Maggots then, who is it going to be? It will be the 98 that's got ahead of the 155, so Toft has moved up into 5th place overall. Lovely move there through Cops Corner and getting it done in the run and down towards the second corner braking zone. Out they go, and down the Wellington straight. Now Toff will just gradually pull away there, and we did tell you a little bit about the 98 Toff's 98 machine earlier on today, the Tom's machine I should say, Tom's and Toft. Well, it's quite a lovely little bit of alliteration there, and we'll absolutely run through as our leader clears both of them. But you'll notice in the corners just how the 155 of Newman does close up quite nicely, and what is the Dassel MK10 really enjoying the corner run, and also the toe here with a punch big hole in the air, and all want to run together, no doubt about it. But there we do see the 61 of Cottrell carrying on, and Cottrell just managing this race distance at the moment as they head on through. But from them all the way to leader with 77 right now of Ridgeway, just enjoying an absolutely brilliant run into what is the British summer and indeed the British sunshine there, as we then look from them all the way to a bit further back, and that is going to be the car, the number 30, making its way on through it. And then we do have here the number, I want to say that is, well, it's not the 51, that's the 41 of Smith, and heading across that timeline in towards turn one they go once again. We can see Smith now definitely getting the hammer down a bit and trying to break away from Lackford and Dibden as well, and from them we look all the way back to the 51 here, and this is the other member of the Cottrell family making its way on around before we then cut to the 8 of what is Blakeney, and Blakeney is still out there enjoying a lovely run as well. And well, really right, really right from the perspective there, you can see it's just a body shell around the driver and then just the wheels on spokes there. And crazy to think how nowadays these Formula machines have evolved so much. Still have the same what is common principle in terms of how they are configured, but how much more advanced they have been, as there's going to be a little bit of a run deep there from what is our driver in the number 30 of Langman, but I think just letting our second place driver of Smith coming on through, wearing the blue flags and not wanting to be in the way. And that as our series racers continue to push onwards, but they are getting towards the halfway point now. 10 minutes complete, 10 more minutes to go, plus that final lap. And well, the sun definitely coming out more in full as the cloud is gradually breaking up a little bit more here at Silverstone. So therefore we will see quite a bit of sun glare on the tarmac, and well, that might just obscure some slight braking zones or some potential markers for our drivers, albeit they've been absolutely well behaved so far and brilliant with regards to demonstrating their prowess at these historical machines. As there's going to be a little bit of battle under the brakes there for what will be toughed up the inside of, I believe that is the 47, unless I'm mistaken, and that is the 47 of Jones there, who has a lap put on him, and around the outside will try to be Newman, but into the pit lane, a little bit of surprise here, 28 seconds ahead coming into the pit, it will be Ridgway who makes his way down, the race leader. Is there a problem on the March 1042? Because if so, as Ridgway's race suddenly comes to an abrupt halt, and suddenly it could be the 41 of Smith that will take the lead of this race, and will he potentially be in a situation whereby he's got to try and make sure he breaks away from Lackford and Dibden, because otherwise if he does end up having to get a bit closer, they'll be fighting for overall race victory honours. Well, we will see as the drivers come across the line. The triple one there of Williams, I should say, will be seeing the 41 coming on through very shortly. Out towards turn number 2 they go, and it'll be a look round the outside to the inside there from Smith. He'll absolutely make that a smooth pass there, putting a lap on Williams' car. And well, the Van Diemen RF82 not quite having the pace to stay with what is the March 74B, but to be fair, that'd be expected. Two very different types of machine, two very different eras of machine, and coming onwards towards the Wellington Straight. Well, Smith, we would believe at this point, will now be your effective race leader, because Ridgway is still in the pit lane and there's no change at the moment. There's no sign of the March 742 making its way back out there, and that's a little bit upsetting given how rampant it was running up the front of the field. It was lovely to see it going out there, but it's been a spectacle to see it racing all the same, and you never know, it may still make its way back out to the circuit before it's all done. And see a number of you there in the BARC YouTube chat, particularly Pacho Grande, saying what a field of cars, and indeed an absolutely brilliant field of machines. And when we come back to the 61 there, the Cottrell machine in terms of who's driving it, Nicky Cottrell in the Lotus 61M, and we're definitely not quite on the pace compared to the rest of the cars out there, but whilst they may be the best part of what is 6 to 8 seconds off the pace of the next cars in front of them, I don't think they're really minding that in terms of the fact they're getting out there enjoying them and just drive them very nice, very considerately as well, and doing a fantastic job of driving them up through the corners lap after lap, and well, enjoying them out on the Silverstone National Circuit. But back to our race leader, that's Smith, confirmed your leader now after the pit stop for Ridgway. And I believe Ridgway's still in the pit lane, no movement or life from the car in terms of them getting it back out there, which is unfortunate. Well, from Smith to Lackford, a 5-second gap, with Dibden a further 7 seconds back, and then Toft running on through. But as they do, the gap between the top 4 definitely starting to spread more and more, as we do see there what is Robin Lackford going around the outside of the 47, then another lap on Jones, and Jones carrying on there in the Van Diemen RF82 as he makes his way onwards. And well, as he does so in towards what will be turn number 1, well, he'll be feeling as though his game will be to try and chase down Langman, albeit it's a long gap to Langman, 52 seconds, but Langman, conversely in the 30, is making his way across, and indeed he has moved up position. Ridgway, I don't think he's returning to the circuit today. So a lot of our battles have now calmed down to a degree, albeit we do still have the potential battle for 4th place between Toft and Newman, which is 1.2 seconds at Delta last time they came around, as we see Robin Lackford there carrying on in 2nd place. And well, after his performance in race number 1, which did see him in the end take what was 3rd place, well, he'll be happy with a 2nd place that could be coming his way this time, but it's now all going to be what will be a tale of getting it to the end of the race distance. And I can imagine with what is the high track temperature and also a bit of sunshine, these cars may be just feeling the strain of their components a little bit more, albeit we'll have to wait and see. But as we do see it Dibden there in the 130 coming on out, and well, it's going to be a 7-second gap on this lap, and will it be any higher on the next lap? We'll have to see. A bit further back than that, I believe, is the number 30 making its way through it. Langman there just right now trying to chase down Blakeney, and well, I believe in a comfortable place. And And as they roar the way on through and up towards what is turn number 1, well, these two are inseparable at the moment, but coming across that timeline, what's the gap going to look like this time around? I think it is going to open up a little bit more. And in fact, now it's going to be Blakeney only what is a second behind. So Blakeney in the number 8 getting closer, with Langman getting the move on him on what was the previous lap of the race. The Brabham BT30 moves up to 7th place, but Blakeney is still there and looking to get involved a little bit more. But one thing you may notice on the back of some of these cars as well, ladies and gentlemen, you might notice that some do have what is a yellow sticker on the back of them with what is a black cross. Now, if you're wondering what that is all about, well, that is definitely not period historic, but it is a sticker essentially which is to say that the car is being driven by a novice driver, and normally they're expected to be put on the back of the driver's cars when they've not competed in what has been a certain number of events. Normally they're expected to be on the grid for at least 6 race weekends before they are able to upgrade their race licence, and well, when they do, they normally take the sticker off the car, and you may see it if you go on a track day in the United Kingdom, or indeed on a race day. You will see cars, particularly for drivers who are new to the grid, they will run those stickers for what is four-wheeled racing machines. And well, it's good to see there. We have got perhaps some less experienced drivers out there, but still enjoying themselves, and there is number 61. And here's an example of a machine with a little sticker on it as they follow on through, and well, you'll see it there, I believe, just tucked in onto the end plate there off the back of the engine. It's very tiny, but you'll see it there just slightly off centre left, and as they make their way across the timeline, and there Nicky Cottrell right now just enjoying the run there in what is the little Lotus 61M. But that's why when you're seeing those stickers, if you're wondering what it means, it just means the driver is a novice driver. But going from a novice to an expert at his craft, he's your race leader, and that is none other than the March 74B being run by Andrew Smith as he roars his way on through, and the TS Historic driver right now knowing there's only 3.5 minutes or so plus a final lap between himself and what will be a victory here. And well, further on back we do have what is the battle between the 98 and the 155 of Newman, which I think we might be bringing you some pictures of in due order. They're fighting over full still, the battle of the Tom's machine versus the Nikon of, well, the 155, the Dassel MK10 there, as I was almost about to say what was the Van Diemen MS13, but I'm getting my cars mixed up. But there it is, as we do see the 98 making its way on around, currently in fourth, looking at an absolute golden star there, not just because of the paint scheme, but also the driving being done by its driver of Rodney Toft. But as he comes out the corner, behind him meanwhile, you'll see the lurking presence of the 155 of Roger Newman. And Newman there is not giving in, and all these cars regulated to have engines that are no greater than 2 litres, but you are seeing what is a bit of a shake-up here between the 2 litre powered Tom's 036F and then what will be a bit of a smaller engine machine, I believe, of Newman's car. And Newman being powered by what is a 1.6 litre engine, but different machine, different amount of weight, different configuration, and different what is tyres on them, and it all mixes together to create an absolutely brilliant medley here where they get to enjoy a little scrap of 2 cars which may have seen each other out on circuit or may not have in this instance as they roar the way on down, but they definitely see each other in the modern era. But as they come down the Wellington Straight, well, there you'll see the straight line speeds of these cars really being limited by the wings they have on them and the maximum of their engines, but going in towards what will be at Brooklands. That gap open up now as they do have, I believe, that is the number 57, the second place lead lap runner of Lackford, putting some space between the two of them, so that will cause the gap to open up to what will be, I believe, about 1.5 seconds here as they come across that timeline. And now Toft just carrying on here as he makes his way onto what will be likely another couple of laps remaining. I think he'll have 2 more after this, perhaps even 3, depending on how quick our leaders to come on round, because the race leader will dictate when this race ends essentially. But Robin Lackford in the 57 will carry on there, absolutely enjoying the run in this car, no doubt about it, with what is this 1.6 litre 220 horsepower engine coming into that braking zone there, giving himself plenty of clearance on the inside there. And you can see, and one thing you'll notice as well is when drivers pass each other, they are very normally alert as to where the other driver is. Again, these machines are precious. They're raced, but at the same time they don't want to end up in incidents with them. Incidents do happen, of course, but awareness is shown at all times, and that's why it's considered to be celebration races or gentlemanly races as they roar the way on around here. And definitely all of our drivers will want these machines to be in tip-top condition for when they do head to Thruxton in what will be a month's time for the Jochen Arendt Trophy, which is the big event of the Classic Racing Car Club's Formula Libre series. And remember, that was the event where it all started, and now these visits such as the Silverstone National to Brands, well, not to Brands Hatch, but to Alton Park and other venues over the course of the year, it is one of those situations where they're considered to be away day events, but the Jochen Trophy is the big prize that everyone wants to be on the grid for with regards to cars that are in best condition, and not just to be on stand show, but also to be able to race. But with always up an ultimate lap here, Smith making his way on through, continuing to clock in those laps and doing a fantastic job of doing so as he makes his way on around. And as he does, well, right now, Smith will definitely looking to be in absolutely firm form as he roars his way on towards what will be the timeline. So one more lap he'll put in. He will put in a 21st lap then as he comes on past what will be one of our Lotuses, the 51M there, the number 51 being run by none other than John Cottrell, and well, lovely Lotus colours there, indeed the true Lotus colours of what is that deep British racing green, and then the yellow on it. You can't mistake classic Lotus colours, I'm sure you ladies and gents, but indeed British racing green will stand the test of time as long as I live, I reckon. And well, as the drivers roar the way onwards, well, the clock strikes 0, and that can only mean one thing, is that we will be seeing the end of this race when Smith comes around once again. But as the number 8 of Blakeney chases after Langman, well, he's been trying to chase it down for some time, but he hasn't been close enough to do so, so I think that he's going to stay where he is. So here comes none other than what is Andrew Smith, the Class C and overall leader, and will afterwards the premature retirement of the Ridgeway machine, which was very unfortunate, but it has given way from Graham Ridgeway to none other than Andrew Smith. He heads to the timeline, the checker flag will find him this time around, and it will be Andrew Smith who takes victory here overall and in Class C for what will be race number 2 of this weekend for the Classic Racing Car Club's Formula Libre Series. A brilliant drive there from the March 94 B driver, absolutely pinpoint precise, didn't put a single foot wrong as he calls his way on down, and the runner-up will be none other than Robin Lackford in the GRD at 272, and then third will go to the machine of Dibden. A brilliant drive as well from what is Paul Dibden, and that will be your top 3. But without further ado, let's take you through the provisional results as the racing all comes to a close, and it will be Andrew Smith there who does take your victory overall and in Class C ahead of Robin Lackford, your runner-up there in the GRD 272, and then Paul Dibden in the Argo JM6. Well, he will be the sole D2 class machine, but a brilliant, well no, he'll be one of 2 D2 class machines there, but he will take third place overall in an absolutely solid drive, but couldn't stay with Lackford as long as he possibly could, and it didn't quite work out in the end. Rodney Toff will be classified as a lap down, but takes 4th place in the Tom's 36F in a brilliant back and forth game of cat and mouse with Roger Newman's Dassel MK10, and then we saw Jeff Williams take 6th place in the Van Diemen RF82 ahead of Brabham BT30 Simon Langman, and then we did see in what's 8th place Blakeney in the Van Diemen, the MS13 driven by Pat Blakeney, ahead of David Jones in the fellow Van Diemen machine, and then completing the top 10, well, it was Nicky Cottrell in the Lotus 61M, getting one over husband John Cottrell, best the rest in 11th there in their little class battle in the Lotus 51A, and we unfortunately did have what was retirements in the end for Graham Ridgeway, Bruce Bolchin and Yap Billaven, and I believe the Reynard FF88 did not make it onto the grid in the end and therefore not classified. Fastest lap going to what was our retiree of Ridgeway. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, as the drivers all cool on down and make the way on through, well, we are going to very shortly be cutting down to Jack Oliphant in what will be the pit lane or Parc Ferme, and I think we might be getting some last interviews with our drivers, although Jack is there at the moment, so we'll cut to him and he'll bring up the story of the day to a close.
The engine noise is right next to me, but it is the final engine noise that's going to be next to me in this brilliant weekend of Silverstone. I mean, the sun has just come out, which is a bit of a shame it didn't come out about 8 hours ago, but we'll pass over that. The Formula Libres have absolutely shown us why this track creates some of the best racing, and obviously a great spectacle. Everybody absolutely loves it. I believe we have a driver that's come up and parked next to me, which is Andrew Smith. He is currently getting his helmet off. I think we had a little bit of a chat with him. He was in 2nd place in that first race, if you remember. Ridgeway seems to have gone into the pits. Not entirely sure what happened to him. I couldn't hear the commentary, so hopefully everything's okay with that car. But Smith is the one with the big leafy necklace this time. And I'm just waiting. The reason why I'm not going over to talk to him immediately is because I don't want to get immediately ran over by the driver who's coming in 2nd place, which is Robin Lackford. If anybody caught that pre-recorded interview I did with him before the race, then Robin has had that car. He's been involved with it since 1990, which is incredible, and he bought it off the previous owner. So here we are. Right, fantastic. You're molting leaves around you, I have to say, Andrew Smith, but that's a good problem to have, because a race victory here, that must feel pretty damn sweet.
Unbelievable. It's my first ever overall race victory.
No.
Yeah, first time on the road. I've won the class, but never stood here.
Fantastic, and we're here for it. I can't believe it. This is amazing. Is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out to in this momentous occasion?
Well, son Tom Smith, who's he's the engineer on the car, and our number one driver, and has given me all the encouragement and pushed me to drive it. Yeah, and look what's happened. Yeah, unbelievable.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, I think you said before that it was your son who's driven this car last year.
So that's Tom. Yeah, he drove it last year, did really well, and won 4 races, I think, including the unbelievable Rindt Trophy.
Yes.
So he's done really well in the car, so I didn't really have an excuse.
No, but now you can go to the dinner table and say, well, I've been on the top step too.
Indeed, I can. Yeah, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
What is the car like to drive, really? Because we asked Robin before and stuff like that. He said it was just a dream. It was as if the car was just driving him and he was getting taken along for a ride. Is it that easy, or is he being a little bit more complimentary?
I think he's been a bit complimentary. Compared with anything I've driven before, it's brutal.
Yeah.
I mean, the acceleration
That's
is
what I was
incredible.
expecting.
The acceleration is incredible, the braking's incredible, and then you've just got to hang on in the corners. My previous race car was a Marcos 1800.
Right, okay.
1965.
Yeah.
Quite different.
Yeah, I was going to say, that sounds pretty different anyway. So, brilliant. Well done on the race victory. I'm glad we were here for your first one. Enjoy it. Go and drink it in with the fans or the family or whoever you've got here, and don't take that off until tomorrow morning.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right, okay. I believe we've already had a chat to Robin Lackford. He's currently talking behind us. Paul Dibden is a driver I wanted to have a quick chat to. He's currently wearing his helmet like a hat. You haven't got the energy to take it off. Have you got the energy to talk to me?
A little bit, yeah.
Right, that'll do. Right, I mean, it's a stunning looking car. It's a brutal looking machine with that engine out the back of it, isn't it? How's third place? First in class, first of all.
Yeah, good. Yeah, we haven't been in the car for 2.5 years, so we'll take
You've
it.
got a visitor.
We'll take it. Yeah.
Sorry, what's your name?
My name's Debbie.
Debbie. Relation, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
I cannot say no.
Yeah, you might get in trouble there. Yes, no, it was an absolutely stunning race, I mean, wasn't it? Talk us through the car. What's the history of the car? How have you come across it? How have you got it out here today?
Well, that's the owner there.
Oh, fantastic.
He's
What's
just
your
kind
name?
enough to let me borrow it.
Alan, what possessed Alvin? Sorry, what possessed you to give Paul a bit of a go in this?
Well, his family, isn't he?
Oh, really? Can't do better than that. I don't think my dad would let me out in that, though, I have to say. So you ended up going out, a fantastic race. How is it to drive?
Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah, beautiful. Obviously, when you're up against these, could do with a bit more power, but can't have it all, can you?
A bit more power. That thing it looks like it's got about 600 horsepower coming out the back of it.
You've never got enough, have you?
No, that's true. Congratulations. Enjoy the podium. Thank you very much, guys, for coming and saying hello. And finally, Robin Lackford, come over here. Robin, another podium to your name. You said that it was a dream earlier on driving that car around this circuit. Did that second race live up to the expectation as well?
Of course, it always does with that car.
It's lovely that the sun's out as well. Did you feel like it was just a pleasant Sunday drive?
Yeah, basically. I was trying to catch Andrew and trying to keep the Argo off for the first few laps, and then we just got away a little bit, and then Andrew's just got more power than me in a straight line, and he was slowly eking it out, but I was matching him on lap times, but I just couldn't close the power. I'm quicker through some of the corners, but just not enough in the power. So
there's just not enough corners around Silverstone National, is there?
Maybe it's the time to rebuild the engine, put a bit more power in it.
There's always an excuse to put more power in, isn't there? Are we seeing you out at another time anytime soon?
Yeah, I should be doing hopefully the Equipe race here in a few weeks' time on Grand Prix.
Is that the GP?
Circuit. Yeah, and then we'll be doing the HSCC GP circuit, and then we do Thruxton, the Rindt Trophy, and then I think we've got the Grand Prix circuit at Brands, and then
stunning with these cars, I bet that is.
It's absolutely fantastic, and it's my home circuit.
Oh, that all makes all the difference, doesn't it?
35 minutes away, so.
But you don't have to pay for a hotel. It's always a good job.
No, we stay at the circuit, but I'm lucky because I'm 35 minutes to Brands and 35 minutes to Goodwood.
There's two great circuits to be in the middle of it, isn't it? But,
exactly.
Yeah, well, brilliant. Thank you very much for having a chat to us. Enjoy the rest of the evening now the sun's come out. Hopefully the pack down doesn't end up too bad.
We got to drive now all the way down to Brighton, so.
That's pretty brutal. I can't lie, that is brutal. Right, okay, thank you very much, Robin. And thank you to all the Formula Libre guys, including, as well as, I should say, TCR UK. Sorry.
Sorry, could I just say thanks to Rob Manger for organising this.
Yes, absolutely.
And thanks to John Hutchinson for making the meeting run smoothly.
That is the best shout out we could have possibly asked for, because it doesn't happen without a lot of effort, does it?
And all the work that they put into it, and it just makes it all work.
Absolutely, that is absolutely true, and we thank everybody who's been involved, all the championships, TCR, Civic Cup, the Equipe guys, the CSCCs, JSCC, there's plenty of CCs out there. And thank you all to everybody for making an absolutely brilliant show. Thank you to the 24/7 lot, the production team that's been behind it, and BARC and everybody else. Paul Walsh has done an excellent job in the commentary booth. So is Andy McEwen and Paul O'Neill. My name has been Jack Oliphant. You can catch more BARC action over the next couple of weeks on wherever you're currently watching it. Just hit subscribe and you'll catch the next one. Thanks very much, and we'll see you later.